whatever. But if you ask the Postmaster General for help, like the Postmaster's Court, because that's the court above all other courts, they will help you. They won't help you until you ask. So all mortgages in my country anyway, my corporation, excuse me, they're false. We have like the Truth in Lending Act. So any loan you get has to be legitimate under the Truth in Lending Act, and none of them are, because we're actually
I know that. I know that mortgage. I totally understand that. It's actually, they're basically just sort of simplifying it. They're basically committing fraud by
every mortgage is fraud.
Selling a property that's still under a lien. There's still money and you can't sell, right? And that's the one. If people realise that, and you can actually, and then after that you can say, okay, you can go through the process. I know myself. I was talking to Isa Mahalski about that kind of fraud. And if you can ask, you can say, okay, if you if you say that I'll owe you this money or whatever, give me evidence from your oops, my guitar, your books, your accounts, not my bank account. Don't show this number going into my bank account, but show me from your actual accounts, because they keep accounts with my name next to it. I want to see the
and that goes back to like the last, like the previous recession that we had. People were extending their foreclosures and being evicted based on just asking for proof that they originated the debt, and the companies couldn't show that, and so they were not being evicted based on that. But it goes beyond that, because a mortgage, really, it's when you sign into a mortgage, well, it's a lie anyway, but the coroner's court determines you as dead, and you're acknowledging that you're dead. And so that's where the fictitious corporate entity becomes legitimate to them, based on what the coroner has to record that. Like, he actually determines you dead when you get a mortgage. Or if you put your children in public school, you're acknowledging the system sort of the same way. Or if you get married, they do the same thing, especially to men. You guys get the short end of that stick. Oh boy.
Well, the thing with the school thing, you're agreeing to send your kids to
brainwashing camp. Yeah.
Oh well, that's it, into the beast of the belly of the beast, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my sister called CPS on me for sending my son there not sending my son for homeschooling. She told them I didn't teach him anything.
Your sister's got problems. Your sister is very jealous of you, and probably has been. That's
she's mental.
Old shit, man. That's been old shit. Yeah, she's just been jealous of you just because maybe you were more popular or something like that.
She didn't even have kids when she did that.
Right. Yeah. It's a shame in that. I've got a brother. Yeah, that's it. I'm like that. My brother's kind of got the same kind of mentality. He was kind of, I don't know, is she older or younger?
She's younger, but when he got older, when it was time for him to be in high school, he wanted to go to school, like a physical school, and so I wasn't going to say no. He was straight A's. He did the engineering program. I let him make his own decision. He took all the engineering classes. He was in all the honors programs. Graduated like advanced, blah blah blah, whatever. He did. They made a video he did like the welding thing, because they had like this big welding thing, like all this machine tool equipment that it's like a dream come true if you walk in that room, because I like tools and stuff.
Right.
Like, I'm like, can I play with this machine? The teacher's like, well, no, you can't touch that, ma'am. But whatever. But he's like teaching me to weld, and come on. Like, he did the robotics, he did all that stuff.
He's into the right. He's picked the right. That's the. He's in a job for life there, because that's where it's going. It's going
Oh yeah,
electronic and stuff like that.
that's what his machine tool teacher told him. He's like, if you do the welding path, or the machine shop sort of,
Mhm.
not the computer robotics type stuff, engineering, like the market for that, like the pay scale is
Oh
insane.
fuck, it's through the roof, man. Yeah, yeah. You can get, you can travel the world with your welding. Especially if you specialise. And the more you specialise, your wages is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of mates that done offshore work. Tell never to get a offshore job. Don't go on oil rigs and don't go out in the fucking water, man. As a welder,
No.
because you have to you go and. But as I say, my mate was getting paid shitloads of money, but he would go under. He was a diver. He was a diver, so he used to go
Yeah,
under the water and do.
my dad does yachts.
Oh,
He's a
right,
welder on
okay,
yachts. So
yeah.
I don't know. My son is
Ah,
sort of like, well, I can stay at home with mom and not get a job yet, and I'm a sucker because he's my baby. So,
but give
but
me a chat. He'll get it. He'll think it's good enough. I mean, like my daughter doesn't love me, but I'd have them to about 21. Obviously, I'd separate them so they could have their wee bit of privacy. But at about when they were
yeah,
about 21, 22, I'd be like, right, come on, I'll help you.
right.
Or, you know what I mean? I'll help you out the door and that. But it's for their benefit. I love having the kids out,
Yeah.
overnighting with me. I like that. Yeah, well, my kids kind
He's
of,
sort of slowly being here less and less.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
less days per week, and I can definitely thank his girlfriend for that. He's
Yeah.
had a few
And
girlfriends.
you just want fucking rid of him now, man. What kind of mother are you?
Oh gosh. Come on, damn it.
I'm having it. Yeah, fuck's sake, man. You've had him long enough. Tell him to get out.
No
Tell
shit.
him I tell me he's to get out the fucking house and get a proper job.
Well, he listens to everything you say.
Oh, fucking hell. He doesn't want to do that. So, you need to sort that one out. So.
If I tell him that, he'll go get a job tomorrow.
Tell me to take his time working. Yeah, just tell him to take his time and find a specialist. He obviously has. He's on a good path there. That's what I tell my kids. I said, find something that you like doing, right, and then specialise in it, and
Yeah.
you will. If you become and that's a fact in anything at all. I've done it myself. That's I can specialise in a few things. I'm not qualified in a lot of these trades, but I've been taught by guys that were uber qualified. I
Yeah.
helped them, as a labourer, and then eventually developing my own skills. I didn't go to any colleges, but I can,
Well, that's what you
I
do if you're
do.
smart.
Well, it's more. It's more. Do you know what it is? It can be a kind of OCD. What I learned is, because you've got to be so pernickety. If you're doing, like, if I'm doing a driveway or I'm building a wall, and I stand back and look at it, and there's a stone, because I do like what do you call it, natural stone walls and shit like that. If
Uh-huh.
I see a stone that's just not shaped right, it bugs the shit out of me, man.
Yeah.
Even though the rest of the wall is just one little, and it can be the customer wouldn't see it or anything like that, and that's what makes a professional, is that going that bit, being
Right.
like that,
That's good.
but you've got to find a balance, because then it can actually turn. Because then what happens is if you didn't have time doing it before you went home, it was going to take another extra couple of hours. Is when you come home, that's all you think about, man. You're obsessed with this fucking thing that's been bugging. Well, I was anyway. It took a lot for me to stop that, separate my work from my rest period. It's
Yeah.
important to do that. So, but yeah, that's what I told my kids. I said, find something you really like doing and try everything. My kids say,
Exactly.
"Oh, I want to learn the piano." Yeah, go ahead. They try to learn the piano, get bored with it after 2 months. I've not got a problem with that. At least they tried it. That how are you going to find out that what you like doing, because it's going to set you up for the rest of the year. That's what
Have you heard him play any music?
Who?
I buy him, my son. I buy him any instrument I can find. He loves like the mouth harp. He's so good at it. It's ridiculous.
Wicked, yeah, music. Yeah, that's what I did with my. I was the same. I've got and I'm looking at my piano, my drums, and my guitars here. When my mates come over, we just cause mayhem. I've got a little mixing, and I like it. So we just blast out some music and that. So music's always good. It's good fun.
It is, yeah. Yep. We both. I got him an organ, like a little mini one, but it's still like the forced air organ. And he tried that for a while, and we both try to play bass. And then we made like traditional instruments, like I made a toggle harpa, and he has a dulcimer.
What's that? A dulcimer?
It's it looks like a toggle harpa, but you don't use a bow. It has like 4 strings, and you pluck them more like a mandolin, I suppose. But yeah, we both kind of have that like musical experimentation. And I started with a saxophone, and a couple years ago he got really interested in saxophone, and he's like, I want a saxophone, so I got him one, and he's never touched it. So whatever. I don't know what that's about, but I don't know, maybe
yeah, but that's the thing, and I never had a problem. It's like a lot of parents will have, I bought you this and you never touched it, and going like that. Look, as I say, the way that a child is going to develop is and that's how I learned how to do so many different jobs. I could basically build a house. I could basically build a house myself. It would take me a couple of years, but I mean, I could design it. I could do I could build it from top to bottom, put all plumbing, electrics, do the whole lot, only because I've done so many different jobs on a building site. I've been in construction most of my life, so you end up helping the painter, helping the plumber, helping the electrician, and I always like asking. And that's the thing. Then you find out this is what I like doing. Right, I'm going to get a job as this. You know what I mean? And that's
what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
And I did eBay for almost 20 years, and I was selling like vintage jewelry and stuff, and I loved it because I was selling stuff to like theater companies that wanted period pieces, and so that was exciting because it was like there was a lady at Woodstock, like the original. She's like, I've been here since the first Woodstock, and I'm like remaking vintage jewelry, and she's like buying beads from me and stuff, and that was awesome. But I don't know, it's like I loved it, but at the same time it's not really it didn't feel permanent. But now, like, I feel like what I'm doing now is what I really want to do, and it sucks. It's a painstaking, but I'm getting there.
What is it you plan to do with the metallurgy? Yeah, whatever.
Well,
is it you just collecting, or you're going to make jewelry, design jewelry, or something?
Oh no. I'm going straight to bullion. I think what I did on eBay before was kind of prepared me for this, though. And so now it's just like the chemistry of it.
Yeah, okay. Because it's some subject, there's like all stuff like that, crystals and stuff like that. I'm trying to find this video. I don't know, you've probably seen this. It's an old video about these two guys, and they were showing you how quick crystals grew, and fascinating, fascinating subject. So,
what kind?
Well, just all types of crystals. It was just it was telling. It was like you made a solution, you ground up a tiny little bit, and then you dropped a tiny speck of this crystal, and you just watched it growing. It's in black and white.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so, but it was about a half an hour, but it just blew my mind. This, it just blew my mind.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like the crystallization of metals, and you wouldn't expect that when it's like in a chloride form, like a copper chloride. It doesn't look anything like copper at all, or no metals chloride looks like the metal, and it's like there's a rainbow of colors you can get from each one. Oh gosh, and tempering steel is incredible. You
Oh, right,
know,
yeah,
it's so beautiful. It's like a peacock, but it changes so rapidly just based on the reduction in temperature. It's gorgeous. It's like a painting that paints itself.
yeah. Have you seen that? What's it? Damascus metal.
Damascus, yeah.
Knives. Damascus, sorry, Damascus. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a fascinating process. I mean, that's amazing how that just yeah. And these techniques have been around for forever, man. These amazing things. They knew just as much as what we did. They knew they
Or
had to.
way more,
Oh, way
really.
more actually. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it's been lost and
Or
hidden, maybe on
hidden.
purpose.
Yep,
Yeah, you know,
exactly.
it's just
In the
funny, it's
Vatican
like,
archives, right?
oh, absolutely. Well, in loads of archives, British Library, all these libraries, libraries, they've got. I mean, the British Library, my mate worked on it, and it goes I think it's 7 floors under or 8 floors underground.
Who even
Big
knows?
archives, but they weren't allowed. There was no British contractors allowed on the construction of it underneath. He worked on the top side going up. It was a French company that did
Well, that's
did all
awfully
the work.
questionable.
Yeah. There's apparently a tunnel system, and well, there is a tunnel system, but under
Yeah.
London, kind of thing, from the House of
There is one
Parliament.
everywhere, really.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of videos, right? Even in Paris as well, and there's in Edinburgh as well. There's an underground city in
We have all kinds
Edinburgh,
of them here.
right? Yeah, yeah.
Even the local news, they make videos where they're like, "Oh, well, you can go under this building downtown, and there's this other." They call it a basement, but it has like front doors and windows. Like, well, why is that there? And
Yeah,
but they never want to acknowledge, they always call it like a street raising. Come on, makes
it's
me
quite
sick.
fascinating, all those, and plus all those caves that people, well, like tunnel systems that people have found, and it's been clearly, man-made.
Yeah,
Like
we have.
two
Yep.
thousand years ago. And all these stories about people living underground, or maybe people did, it's a weird one where we came from, how we kind of evolved, or it'd be such a great story to find it. I'm not bored, and I'm not really bored about the God side of it, kind of thing, but I'm not against the idea. I believe that more than I believe, I believe we were created rather than more than some stupid simulation or something like that. I do believe we're,
Yeah, I
uh,
can't put my mind in the simulation thing, but the inner earth thing definitely. I mean, if you look at like the origin stories of the lower what is called Native Americans here, like the Choctaw and Cherokee and stuff, if you ask them where they came from, they say, "Well, I don't know, go ask the Navajo," like,
yeah,
and
well,
they
I
say,
get, if you look all over the world, or you listen to all these ancient stories of where they came from, or certain, so-called historical accounts about, people coming out of the water. Now, I believe, like so that when they came out of the water, I don't believe they came out of the water. I believe obviously they must have been sailing, so there was a group of people, and that was. But when they start talking about people, from underground, speaking with people underground, there's no, that just means people were living underground, kind of thing.
yeah,
And
right,
it's all,
uh,
every
yeah.
nation, every indigenous population has got their wee story about, meeting up with people and stuff.
Yeah, look at the murals in the Denver International Airport. It's like the preparation propaganda for the people that might come back out if they ever have to go back under again. It's like,
Who was it that actually painted it? I never actually went. I know about that, but I was wondering. I was trying to wonder who the artist or artists were, and
I don't
maybe
remember the artist's name anymore. When I was on that show on Aftermath, we did a thing on that, and it's just so disgusting because it's like all of, it represents all of like current culture and previous to current culture, globally. I'm air quote fingers. Don't get triggered, flat tards.
yeah.
But it shows like, people, the symbolism is disgusting and blatant, but if you didn't understand any of that, you wouldn't recognize it whatsoever. You would just think, oh, where there's all of these people and they got sick of fighting and handed in their guns and it's going to be great now, and I wonder like how many times has that happened? Who knows? But like the Navajo thing, like people having to come back out from underground, and there was a sun down there and they came up here and it was cold and dark and they couldn't farm anything, so they had to make a sun. I don't know if that means they literally made one or reflected it. I wonder about that.
Well, if you think you can actually, there's a well, it's heating as well, but getting light, you can use a system. I can't remember what it's called, a solar window or something like that, right? And it's just basically you've got I think it's aluminium or something like that. But it's just a hole, and it actually lights up your room. It actually takes the light, and it's just like a little sun collector on the top of the roof or on the side of the roof or whatever, and it actually sort of what do you call it? Exaggerates the light and actually lights up the room, but the sun's not actually shining in any window or anything like that. But
like an ethereal light.
A duct. No, it's the light itself. It's like a ducting, ducting big that you see in the films. It's like air, like. Fuck! I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting all these words in English. What do you call it? The heating system. Fucking hell, man! You have
the
them outside.
HVAC?
No, you have them outside houses. It's oh god! It takes in air from the outside and it heats it up.
Ventilation system, ventilator.
Yeah, that's it. But it heats it up. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but the ventilation.
Go ahead and say it in Danish. Damn it!
No, I did right, but yeah, that's it. That's the one. But but actually, but and the sun comes in that way. It's metal inside or something. It's quite an interesting, but it gives a source of light and it lights up a room. It's like for you can use it for dark rooms and stuff like that. If you've got access to the outside, and it's just the sunlight reflects, bounces down, and travels into the room and has like a light. It has kind of lights like.
You can do that with magnesium. Have you ever burned zinc? It's incredible. It makes like a ball of white plasma. Just the tiniest amount.
Right. Oh, and that's funny. A couple of weeks ago, I don't know, it came up in one of my things, and there was a guy doing that. He was making, so I don't know what, I never subscribed to his channel, but he was doing stuff like that in different solutions. And there was one thing there. I was like, fuck, you could kind of that. The energy that it was giving off, it's not free, nothing, it's not free energy because you've got to buy this shit. So energy's not free because you've got to make something, you've got to put some kind of labour into it to making the device. So it's not really free, but it's in that sense, in that philosophical sense, it's not. So there's not really such a thing
as entirely, but the initial push that's required is really.
But it's 100 times. 100 times more, sorry, but it's 100 times more effective than the system that are allowing us to use, man. You see,
without feeding on us, because we're the batteries.
Well, and it is, if you know, you can actually look at the human race as that. You know, you can actually like argue for that. You can say, well, look, this is how we're likened to a battery, and blah 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 blah, and that's you know. So we are in that kind of matrix sense. We are batteries. Our energy is getting used for people to benefit. They benefit off our work. You know, if they want a problem solved, they just pay someone. They don't do it themselves. They don't do nothing themselves. Well, they do all right.
Well, their own detriment, though, because they get sick, you know, just the same as we do. And I think they don't. I don't think they anticipate that.
Yeah, but sick in the head, Daniel. They get mad.
Yeah. They get sick. They get the kuru. Like Hillary.
She's like that.
Poor woman. Is she even still alive?
Yeah, she looks. She does. She looks like that. It's funny, like you can always, you know, if you look people and see the way that their faces have grown or whatever, you can actually feel the evil. Well, yes, it is evil, man. She emanates evil. Her. And Bill Clinton creeps me out. Bill Clinton, because he's the hidden evil. You know, he's jovial and stuff like that. But Hillary, you know, her laughing, it's just so fake. But you know, Bill Clinton, he got away with it because he's like that, jovial. But you know, that's just a facial. That's just a face. You know, inside, they must be evil to be doing. You know.
Well, yeah, like his case was sealed, and that goes back to the whole like quantum syntax thing, where if you look at the lie that's written into pretty much every contract, he knew that and walked into the room presenting the fact that all pretty much every contract, every debt in the whole world, every currency, every banknote was a lie, and that's going to shut down the entire system. And he didn't have to say anything further. That just sealed his case, and that was it.
Yeah, there you go. And then see, the thing is, right now, right, that's fine, right? So that's happened, right? Nobody does anything about it. Nobody does jack shit. I mean, you could start shouting and bawling, but you would be a voice in amongst the fucking crowd, man. And the crowd would be turning on you. Oh, stop spoiling it. You're always moaning about that. Stop doing it. So it's like they've got this mentality. They've created this mentality of self-policing through the education system. You know what I mean?
It's you know, the paralyzation through fear. But I don't know. Now that I kind of know,
but it's confusion as well. Oh yeah, you must feel like enriched. You know what I mean? Sort of glad that you know this shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, at first, really, it was depressing because it was sort of like, gosh, it's so hopeless, you know. But for a little while, but then it's like, wait a minute, that means I can manipulate the system. I can write some letters and say, well, that's over, you know.
But you're not manipulating the system. You're just using it. This is the thing, you know. When we talk, I cheated my tax there last year. It was brilliant and that kind of thing. Well, how can
that's
you
a lie
cheat
anyway.
something that's illegal? Well, that's exactly. But they've got us. But the point is, most people say that. I've hidden. I've never paid my taxes or cheat. You know, when you're like, and you go, yeah, so what, man? You don't have to pay your taxes. So what, you feel guilty?
You never had to pay
about
taxes anyway.
Yeah, but they've got the population into that mentality. So, and it's dead subtle. You do it. We could do it. I do it myself. I have to keep reminding myself, well, man, I'm not cheating my taxes. I'm not. I still have to, even though that I know I don't have to pay, I still have to tell myself to stop saying I'm cheating my taxes. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not all
the time.
Not. Yeah, exactly.
You have to undo the program.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think a lot of people here, it's sort of, it's not hit, what's the term? The critical mass. Yeah. It's not hit that yet on, thank you, on licensing for traveling. But a lot of people are getting that now and relinquishing their registrations and insurance coverage, and that goes back to the mortgage too. Like a mortgage is like a trust, not a trust. It's a, oh gosh, what's the term? It's basic a warranty deed. It's not a guarantee. It's a warranty deed. In my state, that's what it's called. It's basically like a insurance against the insurance kind of thing against their insurance, because you don't know who actually owns the property. Once you pay up the mortgage, you're just a non-paying tenant. Because if you look at in your warranty deed, you're a tenant. That's it. You're just leasing the perception of dominion over the land that the house is sitting on. It only goes like in the UK it's like 4 inches deep into the soil. And anything under that, all minerals are owned by the crown and humans.
But you can buy them. You can actually buy. You can do a deal on that, and you can. It says there was a guy. There was a guy out there that was saying, because that's when I was into my mortgage thing years ago and stuff. But he did come out and say, and he was like, and he explained, do you know something? When you buy your house, put in for the mineral rights. And I was like, what the fuck's mineral rights? And it just basically, you're on that little square right to the centre of the. Oh, right
they
to
call
the centre
us
of the
minerals too, though. We are included in that. We are a mineral property, according to them.
Well, we are basically made of minerals.
They're gross.
So, yeah, all right. It is gross, but fuck it. It's they've written the words in the language, and so.
But they've written lies. That's the best part.
Lies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. All the little acts and all speeding and anything that came under the natural laws. We're only evil, but people are only evil because somewhere along the line, someone got away with being fucking evil, right? It's not in our nature. It's not in our nature.
Not in ours.
No, I don't. I think we were born.
I don't think evil is. That's sort of subjective. But they have no scruples.
Oh, well, if you kill, as I say, if you intentionally kill someone, I would say that was evil. I don't think it's that, well, for me anyway, it's not that complicated. If yeah, I suppose, well, yeah, it is kind of hard to define, I suppose. But I've got certain concepts evil. My one's that if anybody deliberately goes out to harm another human being with the intent, well, I would say as far as causing, life-changing thing is
to cause detriment intentionally.
Yeah, to someone. Yeah, that's it.
Against what you might feel remorse for, but doing it anyway. I think that would be what evil is. Like if you feel like it's wrong, and inside yourself something is wrong, but you do it anyway, then I think that's where the line is.
It's actually a big topic, that, in it, morals and stuff like that, and subjective morals or all that kind of stuff, and then they end up, it's really hard. I've got my opinion, but and there's all little intricacies. There's a question. My philosophy on it could be picked apart and ripped to shreds through a debate by someone else, quite easily, and I'm aware of that. There's flaws in
theirs.
it. It's the minutiae. But it's when you start going into the minutiae, man, any argument can get picked. For every, it's like if you debate someone, you can prove there's an argument for the existence of God and there's an argument against it. Any argument, there's always a counter argument to it. So even when you think, even if you have an opinion and you think you're 100% right, just by the laws of nature in itself, this is the way I'm looking at it, by the laws of nature in itself, That's impossible. There's a counter argument out there somewhere that's just I haven't noticed it.
It's all just words.
Yeah.
None of them make sense.
Yeah, I love it.
I know what I know.
I got schooled. I was just taught. I was on because I like the etymology and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was on. I just in a chat and on a thing, and I was talking away, just chatting away, and I was trolling a ball earther, and suddenly there was this guy, interacting with me. I don't know who it was, but he started pumping etymological words on and stuff like that. I said, "Oh yeah." So I was sort of responding to that. Next minute, he's on the podcast. Get in here. I've just sat Alan Beck down in a little corner and talking. I'm like, what the fuck's happening here, man? So they all started calling me out. He'll no come in. And I was like, what the fuck? It was so surreal, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy, But
sort of like Globus earlier.
Globus?
With the refraction pretend argument. That was fun, though. I enjoyed that. That was rousing. A rousing argument.
Oh, I never heard that.
You didn't enjoy that.
I totally.
You were
I'm
angry.
not done. You may have triggered me slightly. I'm not done with this fight. We're still gonna hash this out.
I like doing that.
Easily triggered.
I like doing this.
Kosho, stuff it. You piss off.
So easy to trigger
Kosho,
you guys.
where was Kosho? He should have been in the trenches back.
Dude, I got lazy very quick. I went away, dude. I went away. I got some shit done, and I came back.
To my own defense, I didn't know the program.
Yeah.
Right away.
I played on that.
Thank you to the two of my friends who let me know what was going on.
Can't believe they were doing that, to be honest.
It's just funny because Jin did know what was going on,
but he still got passionate.
Jin was
still.
But
that's Jin.
Jin refused point blank to participate.
Yeah, he's arguing Globus.
Not a chance.
He even called me an Aussie cunt. Like that's how. Did you hear that? I was just like, bro, relax.
I don't mind being the butt of that joke. It was worthy. Touche.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was very fun.
I've even got WhatsApp now. I know he wasn't here at the time, but he's attacking me on stars being seen from the moon. Yeah.
You still don't know shit about refraction.
I don't.
Dude, I gotta tell you, that video that you fucking showed me, dude. With the dude,
Which one?
The dude with the fucking Jesse Klausowski. He really was just pointing in the video, man. I wasn't even joking. I was like, dude, the guy's just pointing. He's not fucking doing anything.
Exactly. That's been our point all along, Kosho. Finally, you've come around.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Made our point for us.
Thank you.
I fucking believed you, dude. Because you were fucking believable. You're like, dude, you're not even fucking watching it, dude.
He was just pointing into the ether.
That's what he was doing.
Honesty's a virtue, Kosho.
Yeah.
Well done,
Oh,
sir.
he doesn't understand that.
Kosho doesn't?
No, of course not.
Of course not. He's a Glober. You're right.
Exactly.
Simple dude.
Well, I'm going to go to bed thing, that sleep thing that people do. And Allie, it was so awesome talking to you and ranting and droning on and on.
Oh, thanks.
I'm glad you're still alive. I haven't heard from you in so long. I was actually asking about you a couple of days ago. I'm like, is he all right?
Yeah, I'll be fair. Just I go through my periods. I just can't be bothered, man. I just sit and listen. It's better me listening because I can't be bothered sometimes interacting. I like coming in here.
How's your day?
What was that?
Are you learning Danish?
Yeah, I speak it. Yeah, no worries.
I thought so.
Yeah. I've been here 20 years, man, so I better be able to fucking speak it.
Well, I'm trying really hard, and I'm not going to embarrass myself right now, but I have a friend from Copenhagen that's going to be visiting in a couple months, and so I'm trying really hard, and I'm still embarrassing myself, but
go on then. Give us
oh
something.
no way, not a chance. But you're going to have to help. No,
Get over
it's that bad.
I can get over it. Listen,
I'm still stuck on Dutch. Like,
just go for it. Say thank you. You must know thank you at least.
I can't do it. It's that bad. I'm so used to German. Like, I'm so fixated on the German, like the tongue rolling placement. It's that to me is beautiful. And then like you go into then you go to Dutch, then you go to Danish. It's like, what the hell's going on? I don't know. My mouth can't make those sounds, but I'm going to bed. This was a rousing conversation. Thank you all. I loved it.
Yeah. Good night, Daniel. Sleep well. Say hi to the son. Say hi to the boy. So.
I will. He'll love that.
And brush up on your refraction and get back to me.
Yeah. If you figure out what refraction is, you let me know.
That's right.
Yeah.
I will.
Piss off.
I'll school you again on it.
Hey, for what it's worth.
Oh, sorry, Coach Sean, you got me.
For what it's worth, Ali, I'm glad you're still alive too, man.
You're full of shit. But thanks anyway. So.
No, of course. Hey, man, I heard you guys talking about foreclosures or mortgages or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, I got into business with my girlfriend, my fiance, and then she one thing that she does is like, because over here, if somebody gets foreclosed on, and they sell the house, it goes up for auction, and then they actually make more than what was owed, then that money is actually can be claimed by the person who was foreclosed on.
Yeah, so I heard you talking about that, Kosho. That's fucking fascinating, by the way, mate. That's
yeah.
Carry on.
Funny to give back to them and make money at the same time, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to work out how that. I haven't looked into it myself, but I was just wondering how it works. You know, what's the? I know it's obvious, but I wonder. I'm wondering how for it. So the owner can claim that extra, right? Fucking hell, man. Go for it. That's a good business thing.
Yes, well, the idea is that, you know, I would have to inform them, but, you know, in a phone call, I'll tell them we'd work it for them, and then they sign a contract just to make sure that, you know, they don't go off and do it on their own. But yeah,
but what you do is just stick an advert in the paper, advertise yourself. Don't be phoning. Just get people to phone you again, and you can. The heading would be recently been foreclosed upon. You might be losing money. You might be entitled to some money. Call blah 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 blah, and people will phone you, mate. That's the advert. Stick it maybe close to $100 in your area, $150. That's how I advertise.
That's a good idea, man.
No, that's just marketing. I'm good at marketing. I had to market myself. I had my own business, and I learned off this guy that basically went around huge corporations and troubleshooted, audited them, and slimmed them down. This guy was awesome, man. I had the pleasure of a whole day in this company just chatting about that, and I learned so much. That was like
it sounds like a valuable conversation.
Yeah, and he talked about marketing, and it's so and it's so obvious. You know, it's not like it's complicated. It's so obvious. Yeah, how you have to get yourself out there. That's the most important thing. Tell people what you do.
That's valuable. That's valuable.
Yeah, and it's worth the investment. I started my landscape, for example, a landscaping business in London. And London's a huge place, so you've got all these demographics. You've got middle class, you've got the rich thing. So I thought, right, I'm going to specifically target an area. So I put there's all local newspapers like Hampstead and all these regions inside London, they've all got their local newspapers. So I spent £110, stuck it. A week later, I got my first job, and a month after that, I was booked for the whole year.
Oh shit! You know what's funny is that my fiance, that's the other business that she's getting into that business. Actually, she's about to open up. She's about to buy a landscaping franchise. It's like they have the business set up basically, and she just has to, you know, manage it. But she wants me to manage it, so she just wants to own it, and then she wants me to just manage all the different groups or whatever.
You just start up yourself. I don't know why you don't. Why a franchise? If she's interested, do that. Just fucking start up yourself. Honestly, and go on. Sorry, because that's my profession. You know, that's my. I know everything about that side of fucking businessman. About
You're probably right. You're probably right, but there's a thing here called Neighborly, and it's like a franchise. They have different companies that you can franchise them, and they have the whole thing set up for you. So it's like they have the whole, you know, the trucks, the equipment, the crew, even. So I think that's why it's appealing to her.
Oh right, okay, yeah. I know. I'm not totally against franchises, but I've always worked, not always worked for myself, but like I tell my kids, self-employed, man, it's a bit hard at first, but if you're honest at your work, you always answer the phone to the client, always answer letters, emails, treat them. To me, the customer is always right until they're wrong, kind of thing. So I'm very, very patient with customers. It's orientated towards them. You just treat them special, and the word of mouth will get around. Gardening's a great business, especially if you do the job 100% proper, because most companies don't, Kosho. I worked for landscaping companies, and the customer, it's me on the front line. They're bitching like fuck. Oh, your boss never answers the phone. Oh, he's hanging this, hanging that. And I thought, right, okay. And I learned what not to do when I start my company. And I done the exact opposite. I learned what the customer wants, the whole lot. And I built a little business plan. My, if you want to say, like, my corporate doctrine, my way of doing things, my business, actually the way my business structure, how I treat, you know, the process.
Is this like a full-on landscaping company show, or is it more like we've got people like here, they call them like Jim's Mowing, which go and mow your lawns, trim your hedges, keep your garden neat and tidy, that sort of thing? What sort of?
No, it's the whole shebang, and it looks like yeah. So it's like there's package deals, like there's all sorts of there's all sorts of aspects to it. You know what I mean? So you could just be the garden, it could be the trees, it could be just mowing the lawn. It's you know, a whole bunch of shit.
Do you get the jobs yourself, Kosho, or do you get a list of the jobs that your crew's doing on that day?
No, the thing is with the franchise, they really help you getting you set up, but yeah, it's you're ultimately you're responsible for growing your you know, your clientele and all that kind of stuff, and trying to just weed out the competitors. But that's the cool thing about this one is these companies are this ground guys, the Neighborly thing. They're usually they pay for the marketing for you, so it's like they're usually one of the bigger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just like Jim's Mowing. So yeah, they do everything from.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do everything. So you can actually specialize in a particular field with it. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. You know, I was in the.
Can you a question, Kosho? Because could say you built that franchise up, and the franchise you built your wee section up there. You got a great customer base, blah blah. You know, you've got yearly contracts. You've got, you know, aftercare and all that kind of shit, right? So you've got work you're basically booked for next year as well for specific jobs. That's what you want to look at, that guaranteed income, because that's what makes it most attractive. If you can you actually sell that? So say you built your franchise up, because I don't know whether you can do. I don't know enough about franchises, but could you build that franchise up and sell it on?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because whenever we were looking at the other people, because there's 2 other communities nearby, like basically towns, and so the people who have the grounds guys, they basically have dominion over the whole town, each of those towns, and so one of them was actually selling off a portion of his clients or whatever. So yeah, you could sell.
So he's got too many, right? That's a good sign. That's a good sign, man.
Yeah.
That sounds straight off the bat. That sounds good, because the fact that he's selling customers, he's got enough. Yeah.
Well, in Austin is like one of the fastest growing cities in the country right now, and so like we have communities that are building up from, like, it used to be a farm, and now it's like another new community. It's happening all over the place. So,
can you decide how much you charge an hour?
Probably not, but I don't know.
Okay. Because you know, I used to do. I used to, like, for example, in Denmark, I was bored one summer, and I asked my mate. I said, how do you fancy for the summer? Well, I'll start up a wee business, just cutting hedges and doing grass only. I do stone work and all that kind of stuff, but I couldn't be bothered. I thought, because the market in there is, most big companies, especially if you're in a town like that guy, he'll be knocking back people. All he wants, their hedge trimmed or their grass cut, and that's it, nothing else. You might do a bit of weeding, right? But they'll rather take on the big jobs. They want the fucking $20,000 contracts. They don't want to get maybe the hour job and then having to pull that crew off of there, or blah blah, or stuff like that. So there's a massive load of people like that. So what I decided, so I was charging $40. Well, it was actually 400 kronas, which I don't know how much that is in dollars or whatever. It might be about $90. No, about $50 or something like that an hour for myself and my friend, and that was like expensive. But once I got that first job, we ended up knocking back work, just because I knew that the bigger companies that honestly, there's like fucking 1,000, and so I basically spent the whole summer maybe working 4 hours cutting grass in the sunshine and literally. But that's a little market. That's a little hidden market there, right? That just cutting hedges and grass, and just charge more than the next customer. Because what happens there is, once you get that first customer that's willing to pay you that little bit extra, you give them a proper service, and I guarantee you, word of mouth, mate, if you're pleasant to them, cheery and that, how you doing? Yeah, interesting to talk to. And I've just started my business. I was working for another company. I've decided to go self-employed. They love that. People love that. And they'll
Pro tip:
and honestly,
don't try flat smacking them.
No, I don't even talk about shit like that, or until you get to know them. Until you get to know them, and then you can. I don't. Sometimes I tell total strangers about it if I want to have a bit of fun. Like my driver that I drive with, great story. We were driving as you come in. We were down in we were passing by Bremen, and there's this bit. It's a huge industrial area. It's got these huge chimneys, and it was a beautiful sunny morning, right? And there was white smoke coming out the chimneys, right? And we could see them like 20 miles away, these things, and the motorway were coming straight. And I turned to my mate. I said to him, Soren, I said, look at that there. And he was looking at these chimneys, and the smoke was just gently rising up. I said, isn't it funny that I can do that? He says, what do you mean? I says, well, we're on a spinning ball at the moment. Shouldn't that smoke be going in the direction that and he was like, he goes, and the guy's about, he's 63, he's 63-year-old, yeah. and you know, I was driving at the time, and I could just see the look on his face.
You
And then,
traumatized him, Ellie. You
and
traumatized him.
then I just told him, I said, yeah, I believe the earth is flat. But he says, what? But he didn't get triggered about it or anything. We just had a laugh and, you know, kind of thing. But that's certainly, the look on his face was classic Bandsaw. It was the perfect example, and it just sprung to mind. It's just as I seen it, I thought, oh, I'm gonna fucking get this guy. But yeah, there you go.
I actually remember telling my grandmother, right, that I thought that everything was on at Earth, a plane, and all that sort of stuff, and she just looked me fair square in the eye, and she said, "I thought that once too."
Oh wow, there you go.
Yeah,
Fun.
yeah,
That's a nice answer.
Yeah, maybe she was in her head. She was like, "Oh fucking hell, he's crazy, man." I used to think, there you go, son. Yeah, that's right. I used to think that as well, darling. Yeah, so. No, it's quite funny though. Yeah, it's been quite a interesting conversation. That Coriolis fucking conversation's doing my tits in, though, man. It's seriously.
We've been talking about that for 3 weeks, solid.
Ah, come on, man.
How long have you talked to IB Hunter about that, though? He's a man who works with Coriolis. He can describe it in a hands-on way. He's the only person at the coalface in that discussion. All of the rest of us is stumbling around in the dark, which is why I agree.
No, I'm not stumbling around in the dark. It's an optical illusion. It's not a force.
You just spoke really intelligently and accurately about what it's like to work for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because you know it. You just get it, right? So
yeah, but
when we do something for enough hours, we get good at it. I want to talk to somebody who's had something to do with Coriolis, you know?
All right, do that then. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's what you do then. Yeah, that's pro. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I've
occult pendulum, the merry-go-round. Right, that's the answer. Solve it all. Optical illusion is definitely there, Ali. It's definitely there. Like, there is an effect.
Yeah, but there's no force. This is the thing. I don't care. Yep, there's an effect. Yep, sure it is. There's an effect, right? But it's not a force. There's nothing. It's the fact that you're spinning. The force is on you because you are moving. You understand? It's not. It's still going in a straight line. So it's an optical illusion. So there's no force. So I hate it when they say, and then they use it. Just because when you use that word, words are very important. And what's it? Dancing with eggshells, and he'll know about that. So when I say force, it invokes an idea into someone's head, right? And a force has to have energy behind it. Now, how the fuck can an optical illusion have? You understand?
It needs to have a vector too. Force is a vector. Which is an important thing, right? It's an arrow pointing somewhere.
No, but you've got that though, right? You've got that because you're the one that's moving. That thing is going in a vector. That has a determinate vector, and so do you. You're in a circular. You're moving in a circle. You're the one that's got the energy. Apart from the energy that's put to make this arrow go straight, that's it. There's no side there's no side force, thingy force. There's just the potential energy that bullet now has until it impacts, and then it's depleted. But it's you that's moving, and it's an optical illusion. It's not caused by a force or anything like that. Yeah, if they want to say it's deflecting sound,
exactly.
Right? They can say it's, but don't say it's a fucking force.
Yeah, I wouldn't die on a hill of force. I just don't like I was saying, I don't work with that word either enough to be able to call anything one thing or another, you know?
That's a subtle appeal to authority.
Yeah, that's the idea. Oh my god, I had a guy on that seat. Why was he on that seat for the launch?
Listen, right, what I do then, right?
On the outside of a rocket for that. Yeah. He wasn't meant to be there.
Remember, this Coriolis debate has been going on a lot longer than the last 3 weeks. This going back a couple of
years.
Years, right?
Yeah, I don't notice that much more of a talk about it these last few weeks.
Oh, it's been on here. It's been non-stop on here.
Yeah, these last few weeks it's been debated very passionately.
And they're using reference frames, right? And that was the funny thing. I posted when I first got that Coriolis, found the video, the discovery thing. The guy says it when the first 15 seconds that it's an optical illusion. It's not a force, it's an optical illusion, right? And he was talking about explaining about reference frames. And then I posted it in a chat somewhere, in a server somewhere. And the first thing that they came back to say, oh, it's all about reference frames. And the minute he said that, I thought, fuck this, man. This is a waste of time. The fact is, in reality, that ball is going in a straight fucking line. It doesn't matter what you see or what you think it is or what it's apparently doing. It's going in a straight fucking line. End of story.
I just think, like, I always give the example of when I tried to understand mechanics, like how to fix cars. I was like, there were things about it that for me, before I knew how to, like, I might have known how to change a tire or check a spark plug, but that's it. Then when I got to know it, I was like, oh, some of this stuff's like counterintuitive. Like, do you want your piston to be top dead center when the spark plug fires? There's a lot of debate about that, right? Which is like, which rev range are you running it in? Whereas, like, from the outside, when you first hear about a spark plug, you're like, oh, just exactly at that moment, or always right before. You don't even know the question to ask to be able to. At least for me, I just don't think I'm that good at figuring stuff until I know a lot about it, till I work with it, till I put in some time. Otherwise, the rest of the time, I think I'm Dunning-Krugering.
Right, but I've done this for 2 fucking years about the Coriolis. I've looked at it. And like you said, I sounded pretty intelligent about the idea of business or whatever. I've taken in information, I've analysed it, and my conclusion is it's an optical illusion and it isn't a force, right?
Yo, riding on eggshells. Can I just say, Ali B, riding on eggshells, you are a piece of work, man. You just very skillfully combined an appeal to emotion with an appeal to authority. And I don't know if anyone else caught it, but...
That was projecting percentage. That was him projecting.
Hang on. Let me call this one out. If I was arguing, therefore you are wrong, absolutely. If I'm just saying this is a useful heuristic, but I'm not basing any conclusions on it, that is absolutely acceptable.
But what's the implication?
A logical fallacy is that does not logically follow from the conclusion. If I'm just saying, hey, that's interesting, I'm not saying anything logically follows from it. I'm just saying, hey, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, not explicitly, but you're implying it.
Okay, how am I implying it? Tell me.
The implication is that, that the criticism of people that lack sufficient experience working with Coriolis, that can be dismissed in favor for people that work with it more, right? And then you applied the appeal to emotion in such a way that you basically minimized yourself. You said it was like almost
Coriolis. Like, I know more than most people.
Self-deprecating emotion,
Yeah, maybe. Like, I think the simple thing is, I know what I know lots about. Like, somebody else tries to tell me about, like, Bollywood or motorbikes or something like that. I immediately can tell, like that, whether you know more or less than me. And it's because 99% of the time it's less. And there are some topics we are like that on. We just know it so intimately that the probability that we're talking to somebody who knows it better, like, I'm a white person with Bollywood, I don't know more than Indian people, obviously, but like working in the industry or which people to work with or what were the big production houses or something like that, I can just, this, like bandsaw, you would say the same about wood, right? Where somebody would be like, oh, I need to get some wood. And you'd be like, what kind of wood do you want? And from what part of the tree? And do you want like a straight run in the grain or something? Like, I don't know what to fucking talk about because I don't know wood. I'm not saying therefore anybody's wrong. I'm just saying it's a useful heuristic. For me, that's been a useful heuristic. Who would likely know about this thing and what do they say?
Okay. If it's
Definitely-
that much, and
definitely
you're
have
being
expert-
careful to not imply that they are therefore more credible, then that's
I
fine.
do think they're more credible.
But on this specific issue,
So no, that would be the fallacious thing to say they are definitely right on this particular issue because of their credentials. That would be fallacious because it could be possible that they have credentials that are unaware of that thing. But if I were to say generally, not knowing exactly what the question is, generally I would appeal to who would likely know about that. Who's best going to tell me how planes navigate? Is it somebody with an ATPL? Yes, because they have a full like jumbo-sized license and they fly. So ask them questions and they'll know all of the answers to that shit. Ask anybody else. Like ask your hairdresser.
speculation.
They're not gonna fucking know.
Yeah. Your speculation or your opinion would be that they are generally more credible, and I'd agree with that. But you'd have to actually look at the specific things to actually verify that, right?
Yeah. It would be silly to go, therefore you're wrong. Because I do think people from outside can be like, here's what they haven't spotted because they can't check their own biases. Like Ignaz Semmelweis, who is telling people, hey, you should wash your hands. And they were like, oh, look at this fuckwit telling us we should wash our hands.
Exactly. Like, even without even looking at the people outside, the people inside a lot of time, they don't know their ass from their elbow. They've been doing the thing for like 30 years or whatever, but they've been doing it wrong, and it's just like, it's not big enough of a concern that it's, I know so many stupid doctors and lawyers and stuff like that, and it's amazing to me how they but then, you look at the education and how they become doctors and lawyers and what have you, and it is what it is. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah.
The Coriolis
I don't mean that they're always right. I just mean like, it's the same thing, Bandy, you and I talk about. Like, you the way you phrase it, I think is so right. We talk about 9/11 and suddenly we're an expert about anything. We know more.
There's a lot of shitty mechanics.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, and we know nothing about it at the end of the day, but we know everything about it too. But now the Coriolis is interesting. Like there is definitely a effect. There is an appearance of Coriolis that no one can deny that's there. It happens. You can see it demonstrated. Now this whole thing of tangential speeds, like we maintain the ground speed, we go up into the air, the higher we get, we can't keep up with the Earth's speed, so then the Earth starts to rotate underneath us. I think we all get it. It's not really all that difficult, really. Now demonstrating this, being able to see this, like, there've been things suggested like how we may be able to see this. Like I think the actual basic concept itself is pretty straightforward. I just think people want some sort of demonstration. Now, once again, to see this Earth rotation, as it's been pointed out, you can hover a drone there if you can, or a helicopter if you can, for however long it is, and it's going to take a day for you to see 2 meters of movement underneath it because of the difference in like these measurements are so. Once again, the measurements are so small or so big that they really can't be measured or can't really be demonstrated practically, not to mention the winds and all this other sort of stuff that comes into it as well, which just makes probably hovering something in place near on impossible anyway. But I think the basic concept of Coriolis, I think we all actually do get it, and the reference frames and tangential speeds and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that in a lot of professions there's people that are just they're bad at it. Like there's shitty mechanics that'll tell you you need X, Y, and Z, when if you take a weekend researching your thing on YouTube, you'll see that they were completely wrong. This has happened to me personally a few times where I literally went and got a checkup and then found out that what they were telling me to do was absolutely wrong, and it's not like they were making it was just a free quote, right? And they were completely wrong. One of them was like, something that could have easily been fixed. Go ahead.
In my opinion, there's a lot of debate in what's right and what's wrong. If you were a mechanic, like okay, tell me, I get cars a bit. What was wrong with your car?
Okay, let me think. There's more than one example. So once, for one of the examples, so like there was dent, or like the door was basically, it got ran into, and the two doors were kind of fucked, and I guess it's called like the BC bar or whatever in between, was dented in, right? And they told me like this is, it'll cost like $2,000 to fix, and it's, you need to put it on this sort of, I don't know what they even called it, some sort of machine that like was a platform, and to like basically pull the entire car apart or what have you. And I'm like, come on, it couldn't be it, like it, it shouldn't be that kind of invasive, right? So I looked into it, and I found out that you could get like this hydraulic ram and basically put it inside the interior of the vehicle and pump it out and basically like fix it, right?
Sure.
And
yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's accurate.
Yeah, so I
think
like
that's a
I
very
looked
good
at a
point.
few YouTube videos. I like when I found a garage that had this little thing, and I got it done for like $200, right?
Sure.
Let me think of another example. There's another example where I had this car, and like the distributor cap, I guess, was messed, but the person, for the life of them, couldn't figure out why there was no spark. Like I took it to multiple mechanics, they couldn't figure it out. I literally researched it myself, not being a mechanic, for a few days. Like I left the car parked there for a few days and tried, like, followed some instructions from better mechanics, obviously, like on Metabunk. It wasn't Meta, whatever the website is, Metacritic or something, and and figured out what the issue was. Like I bought this,
So can I just
refurbished.
propose one possibility?
Go ahead.
If I would be giving, I'm not saying this is, I just want to propose a possibility. I'm a mechanic, and I give free consults, which takes up 20 minutes of my time and gives away useful information to somebody, and I offer that free, rather than sometimes if I stand my ground more, the mechanic's like, nah, I don't know, because you don't know. You could like drop it off, and I might find that like there's more wrong on the inside than I expect. Like, let's say the glass has gone down inside the car door. Are you then going to say, well, you didn't fulfill your end of the bargain because I expected you to empty the door of glass? You're like, well, that's cutting open the whole door. That's not, sure, your $200 fix might work, but like, plus I'm running a business. Do I really want to
No, first off,
away,
the mechanic
give
thing was
away
just an
a
example.
free consultation, and then like Bandy, you would know about this. Give away a free consultation, only to have the person go, "Oh, I think I can get it better elsewhere." And you're like, "Fuck off!"
Yeah, pretty much. And
know?
if you give away too much information, right, then these people then go down to Bunnings, they get all the parts themselves, and they do it themselves. So you've wasted, 2 hours of your time, which is valuable because you are running a business, but you try and do things in good faith too. So you.
Okay, let me speak on it. Let me speak on it.
A bit of my plumbing, Bandy. You could go. I bet there's plenty of jobs you go to where you're like, there's a $20 rubber boot fix that I could do here that would probably last you like a year, 2 years, probably be pretty good and cheap to replace when you need to. But if I put that on your house, you're going to call me. I'm going to A, make less money, and B, you're going to call me cranky in a year because my super cheap fix that cost me a whole call out I had to get in my van, and there's an opportunity cost of not being at somebody else's house. Like, I just
let me respond.
When you're running a business, you're trying to make as much as you can, but fairly, right? You're not trying to rort people, but like you just said, right in there, you can do a $20 patch job. Right? Or you can go, you know what, in 12 months' time, there's going to be even more problems. So why don't we just fix it all right now and replace the whole system and be done with it? And now you're going to get another 10 or 15 years out of it without there being any issue whatsoever. So both solutions are kind of right, but you generally don't give people, well, you sum up the customer firstly, right? That's what you generally do. But you sum them up, and you ask clarifying questions. Clarifying questions too, like do you want this job done properly? And most people will say yes. So if they're going to be saying yes, well, that's what you quote them for. You quote them to do a proper job that is going to last, and it benefits everyone there at the end of the day. You're making a good dollar, they're getting a good job, and they're going to recommend you onto other people because you have done a good job.
Yeah.
Okay, let me respond. Number one, in terms of like a mechanic was just an example. I can think of examples in like the medical field. I can think of examples legally. It's just an example of how you can be misled by someone that's a so-called expert, right? And that you can do better as a lame person that, well, maybe not just like a average lay person. Maybe you have to be kind of a, have some critical kind of capability, critical thought, and be able to study the material yourself, but like over a weekend or a couple of weeks or something like that, and do a better job than someone that's been doing it for years. And like in terms of what you guys were saying about the mechanic or what have you, the quotes weren't 2 hours long, and the idea is that they'll, once they provide this quote, that it's not free. It's the preamble, it's the foreplay for the business, right? Like their hope is that they're going to convince you, and you're going to accept their business. But you're right that you have to size up the customer, because a lot of times the customer's savvy enough to know that it doesn't add up, and
well,
maybe it just depends on the person a lot.
I do think that people feel that, but what the point I'm trying to, I said, but the point to me is also, how would I put it? There is not a clear line about what fixing this correctly looks like, because with a busted vehicle, you can
forget the mechanic. I'll give you another example.
No. Let me finish it.
All right.
Which is that there is, it's just not clear what completely fixed looks like. Is it a whole new door? Is it the glass removed out of the door? Is it just you put a new window in and you don't mind a bit of a rattle because it's after all it's just a rattle, that's all. It doesn't really matter. Is it double checking all of the things inside? Is it replacing the entire car because it's cheaper to do that on insurance? It's actually kind of hard to tell what a proper fix looks like. And I think the more I knew about doors, the more intelligently I could describe that to you, to go, well, it's a window button, the electric window button doesn't work, but we just leave it like that. Like there's a big wide range of what fixing a door looks like. And I think it's the point Bandy's making that I'm also trying to make is like we are Dunning-Kruger on everything except the things we're expert on. That's what Dunning-Kruger says. You, me,
sure,
everybody.
but will you agree that there are some things that aren't that overly complicated and you can become an expert on them relatively quickly?
No, there's only one way to become an expert on things. This is the 10,000 hour rule. It is well established by many. With lots of reasons. If you do 10,000 hours, you're probably
I've replaced like windows and the regulators and windows and doors and taking them apart and stuff like that. I haven't spent 10,000 hours doing it, and I can do it on multiple vehicles. I don't even need to watch a YouTube video at this point. Does that make me an exception to the rule?
No. It's not. You're an exception to the rule. That doesn't make you an expert panel beater, though. That doesn't mean that you can fix a bonnet. That doesn't mean you can.
I didn't say I could, but
or anything.
Yeah, I'm not saying an expert mechanic, but I'm an expert now at changing the the window of a door, right?
On what?
So you can be specialized in a specific thing without.
There are many sort of doors and many sorts of ways that those. That door glass is fitted into that door. You have pins, you have screws, you have all these different mechanisms. So are you an expert on all those different mechanisms that actually hold that window in place that you have to know?
Let's say for argument's sake, let's say for argument's sake, it's one specific type of door on like some type of sedan, and I'm a certified.
This is the point.
Hold up. Let me finish. No, I'm specialized in that model of car. Right, and that model of door, and I'm an expert in that, even though I haven't spent very many hours at all doing it. So now you're saying you could be a subspecialist, like you have a subspecialty in a specific field and be an expert in that subspecialty without having 10,000 hours.
Yeah,
because things when you break them down aren't that complicated. They fall down to like the irreducible complexity of things, and it's not that complicated when you zoom in enough.
Well, I sure you might be right. I think
but it's still only
what it means to be expert at something.
On that door. Sorry, Harry.
What it means to be an expert at something is like to have a rarefied level of knowledge about it. We just don't have time, because what it says is you need to have done this for 10,000 hours if you want to call yourself an expert. That's a pretty good rule.
I don't agree with that. I think you just pulled that from somewhere and
point. So point out to me. Don't just disagree. Point out to me where that doesn't hold true.
No, first off, you're the one that's saying that this is the definition for it, right? You're making this positive claim that you required 10,000 hours. Point out to me where you have that, the evidence, the data points that you could point to that and say that that's what it is. Because for me, expert is just someone with a high degree of skill in something, a certain subject. It doesn't have to be, a general, like all mechanics or all vehicle mechanics. It could be a door. The replacement of a door. You could have someone that's specialized in that. They're an expert in that.
Yeah, and what would tell me whether they were expert is if they'd just changed that door hundreds of thousands of times, I would sit at their feet and listen for hours about all of the variables involved in fixing a car door that had a dent in it.
What if they just changed it once, effectively in front of your eyes?
Yeah, that would do it. That would show me they had certainly a level of if you said, hey, I can change this car door and you knew how to remove a car door, fuck yeah, I don't know how to do that. That would be super impressive to me. That would be a great way to demonstrate a high level of knowledge, because I'm not expert on anything, but I'm pretty good at quite a few things, I would say. And I would have not the fucking clue where to start at removing a car door. I think maybe
pretty easy.
Is, but I don't know.
Honestly, it's pretty easy. You could probably get it down in a weekend. Not even in a day. In a day, you could get a car door on and off, no problem.
Yeah, see, I would know. I would sit at your feet when it comes to that. If you're expert at that, I don't know why you went to a car door expert. You do it yourself, right?
I didn't.
I think saying you need 10,000 hours to become an expert at something.
It's hyperbole.
I think what you're trying to do here a little bit percent is simplify it actually too much. Now, I see the point that you're making. Yeah, you've got your car door and you needed a new glass in it, okay, and bang, you are able to research that particular car door, that particular glass, watch a YouTube video or read a manual on how to take it out and how to get it in the most effectively, and you are able to do it, right? So it means you have a degree of knowledge on that particular door. To be an expert in field of door glass replacing, right, you would have to know wide gamut of doors and procedures and tricks and shortcuts and stuff that you aren't going to get in a few hours of research. It only comes with research. It only comes with actual practical experience doing these things. That's how you learn. That's how you get the experience. So then you come across a completely foreign door that you've had absolutely no experience in doing, but you can apply the experience that you've had with 1,000 other different doors to work out exactly what you need to do to that door. So I think that's the word expert would come into that sort of thing, not just narrowing it down to one particular door or one particular part of anything.
But it does happen though. Like even let me talk subspecialties and people that do fellowships in certain subspecialties. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, because I want to come to your defence, because, well, not defence, but I have to agree with a percentage, because what you're missing out there, if you're only going to listen to a guy that's had like 1,000, he's got a bit of paper, he's qualified and all this, right, is that you're missing out on a wealth of knowledge of people that didn't get the paper but had been working at it for years and years, and then they turn around and they show you. Now, once they've showed you that problem, now they're not qualified. What do you know? Oh, well, I've been doing it for 20 years or whatever, and you've got a guy there that's a qualified engineer, got all the paperwork, but the other guy hasn't, or whatever. The guy with the paperwork's just come out of college, just learned it. Here's a guy that's not even he's not got papers or nothing. And that's the way I learned from both sides. So it's a kind of bad attitude. You're cutting off half, actually, a huge library of knowledge of unqualified people that are experts.
No, Ali, we are not saying don't. No, we're not.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Riding on eggshells was riding on eggshells.
I definitely wasn't saying don't listen to these people. You get your knowledge from everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Everywhere
but
you
the
get,
point
you gain
is,
your knowledge.
the point is, one
I'm not saying
second.
I'm not saying your
Where the
opinion's
eggshells, let me
worthless.
finish.
No, not at
Let
all.
me
I'm
finish.
sorry if that's why it's saying.
So,
Go
all
on.
right,
Sorry. I wanted to apologize.
just let me
I didn't mean
finish.
to sound
But
like
the point is, you guys were saying it's 10,000 hours or whatever. Well, I could learn something off someone else I'm working with, and he shows me a little trick. I didn't take me 10,000 hours to learn that. I learned that instantly off that guy. Now, that little trick he showed me, that little trick that he showed me has made my brain think and now I've got ability, because I've seen how that problem was solved. Now my brain's wired to problem solving. So when I come across a door you haven't fitted, window, blah, blah, because of that little trick that it took you 1 minute to learn, has given you the ability to work on another door or other doors, because that little
and
trick.
put you above people that have worked on them for
I'm
10,000
behind.
hours.
I'm behind. So yous are wrong. Percentage is right. So sit back. You're a loser.
You can. Of course you
I would
can.
agree with
Dubs.
you.
I got the
it
dub,
still
baby.
doesn't mean.
Thank
It
you,
still
Ali
doesn't
B.
mean
Yes,
because
sir.
you've got one bit of knowledge gained from one person that you can actually do it on all doors because you know that one little trick. It doesn't mean that at all.
No,
It
it
was just an
doesn't. But it
example.
could though. But it could though. Right. So what's the point? So there's a thing there. So for giving up 1 minute of your life to learn a trick, listen to that guy or not. That could possibly. How would you know if you don't try it, kind of thing? So as I say, if you decide straight away, well, that won't help me work on other doors or whatever. You've started off straight away. You've taken away the actual foundation of the curiosity of mankind or whatever.
If you
You
actually
would listen
think
to
that
the
you can become an expert door glass fitter from one bit of advice from one person, good luck to you. I would say.
Yeah,
Good luck.
I'm kind of in
well,
the middle on this debate, which is I think you're right, Ali. There are hacks you can learn. There are skills you can learn. Like I've read about this 10,000 hour rule, and you're right. I think it's a bit of a crude measure. I think it's a bit silly. But like I read about this, and then I went to get my bike side stand welded in Mumbai, and I'm like, and this guy welds it on, and it looks so shitty, like really sloppy, ugly welding, and not much surface area stuck together. But I'm like, I've just read about this 10,000 hours, and I'm like, you sure? Like negirega, you're doing negirega, which it's not going to fall over. It's not going to fall over. Negirega will not fall over. What's the first thing it does when I park? Just falls over and dents my beautiful new tank. And I'm like, how's this guy? He's lived his whole life welding and he's absolutely shit at it. So I think you're right. There's not like a hard and fast.
Yeah, people continue doing the thing that they learned how to do. You know.
Yeah.
Few people, like the minority, are the analytical minds that think about ways, that come up with ingenious ways of improving on their craft. Right. Majority of them are just sheep that follow what they were taught. Right. This applies. It's like the Pareto principle, and it applies to a number of different things. Right. The minority are those analytical people that will, innovate. Right. And I even think of more examples. Just sitting here, I'm thinking of examples in other fields, and yours is a good example as well. They're not, unless they were taught to do it differently, or they were just they're a different type of person that kind of is ingenious and pushes the envelope within their craft. You can expect that it's going to be it's going to be what it is. And you could, like, for instance, you have taxi drivers. Are you going to say that taxi drivers, because they drive all the time, that they're the best drivers? Yeah. I don't know about that, but it is what it is.
Well, but I mean, I do trust, as a motorcyclist, I trust people who make their money driving. That is one thing I'll tell you. I can trust a guy driving an 18-wheeler way more than a mum driving a soccer wagon.
Sure.
I mean, she's got distractions too. There's other reasons to it.
Sure, but there are shitty taxi drivers, right? And they're shitty truckers.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't mean to disagree with
you can have lay people that, just went go-karting for a weekend, or, maybe not go-karting, but like, just drove kind of as kids or something, did something, or like, learned how to double D-clutch because they were into racing in high school or something, and they're better drivers than all of these taxi drivers on the road. So, I mean, it's not so simple.
I could list easily a handful of occasions where I've learned something in my trade that I've learned from skilled labourers, not qualified plumbers, skilled labourers, right, that don't have the qualifications, haven't been to trade school or anything like that, maybe because they haven't wanted to, have taught me something that has helped me, benefited me, that you don't learn, that makes your job easier, makes your job quicker, and actually makes you more expert in the job as well, because you do have another piece of knowledge added to your kit, so to speak. And the more information you've got, right, the better you are at something.
True,
You should always be striving to get as much information from whatever area, from whatever person, and don't just poo-poo or disregard the ideas. Like, you listen to it and you take it in. You either value it or you go, you know what, that doesn't work for me, or doesn't work at all, or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely.
You definitely don't poo-poo it.
I think that was what Ali B was kind of like getting at with, he learns a trick from someone or what have you. The truth is, it happens both ways. If you are doing something, sometimes you'll find a better way of doing it just because you're doing it so many times or what have you. But there's people that'll tell you, like, I've been doing this for 30 years and never thought to do it that way. They'll see it from someone else, and I give them 1,000 years and they won't come up with a better way.
Definitely been there. I've definitely been there when I've done something for so long in a particular way, right? And you're on another job site, you see someone else doing it, or they're on the same job as you are, and you're working alongside them, and they do something a little bit differently, and you just go, wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. You could be watching a YouTube video as a layperson and see someone that's actually good at their craft. These type of professionals with the pro tips and all that, right? And learn how to do it the really good way with these tricks and stuff. And then instantly you're better than 80% of these people that have been doing it for 10,000 hours and are so-called experts because you got it from a better source, right?
You can watch a YouTube video on how to, say, forge a knife, but does that make you an expert forger? Because
you have to do it yourself at some point. But I'm saying you don't have to do it 10,000 times or something like that in order to be better than people that have done it.
Is a silly, crude.
Yeah, even 1,000. My point is, if your technique is better, go ahead.
So the substance of the argument is it's down to time. I think it's down to a few things, but the main one is time or repetitions. If you spend time in flow doing that activity, dependent on how much time you spend doing that, that's how good you'll be at it.
I disagree completely. Because if your technique is wrong, I'll tell you why. Hold up, let me just respond. 1 second, writing. Let me just respond before I real quick. I'll just 30 seconds. So let's say you do it. You spend a lot of this time, and you're doing it so many times. You have this muscle memory down, which is kind of like what you're speaking to, right? And your technique is off. Your muscle memory, the amount of times that you're doing it, every single time, has been not optimal. You haven't optimized it because you haven't gotten it from a better source, the technique from a better source. The person that gets the technique from a better source, and sure, they're doing it less, and they spent a lot less time. Their muscle memory isn't built up or whatever. They're more kind of awkward or what have you. But still, they'll be better than someone that's doing it wrong, essentially. Go ahead.
What would disprove this is not the supposition. I think the supposition, they're like, maybe sort of unfound experts exist. And I think maybe they do. What would convince me, what would be compelling to me, is if you showed me somebody world-class at something even mildly complex. So I don't mean rock throwing or something. No, actually rock throwing, including rock throwing. I mean anything above, I cannot think of what it is. Show me anybody who is world-class at something, exceptional at something, who just stumbled into it yesterday. That's what would prove it for me. And that there are others in the field who've spent 10,000 hours and they're like, fuck me, I just cannot get nearly that close.
Yeah, but the thing is, the majority of so-called experts are the latter. You're agreeing with me when there's a minority of, the actual world-class people, with the people that the layman can learn from and become better than the majority of the rest of these so-called experts, which aren't actually experts. They aren't actually good.
Well, that's what we're trying to test, and you're asserting your conclusion there. I'm trying to say, let's test this, and here's what would convince me of it, if you're curious about that, and it is an example of somebody who's expert being better than the expert. So just an example of the thing you're talking about.
I don't think you've been hearing what we've been saying. Like even Bandy agreed that he's been personally he's been doing something a particular way. Then he goes to a different work site or whatever, and he learns a better technique for it, right?
Mhm.
So
I'm
that just shows that he
one example,
received information that put him from the latter, these majority that were doing it effectively the worst way, and he got this information that put him in the former, the professionals that were doing it, in the better way. And that can happen time and time again to anyone.
You're not agreeing on. You're just still concluding. I'm saying the one thing that will prove this to me, if proving it to you is it all, to proving it to me is all important, is showing me the person who's expert who stumbled into something yesterday.
So, I mean, you're not going to accept any evidence I provide, and what you're asking is kind of just like something like it's very
It's
labels. You're asking for label. Oh, hold on. I'll give you an example. Another one. All right. So, I had a tire. It was like an old Chevy truck, and the bolts on the tire, like I got a flat tire, and it was rusted, right. I guess. And when I was trying to take off the nuts to change the tire, the bolts just snapped. The studs just snapped off. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So I think there was like 3 or 2 out of 6 studs left. I got it towed to a garage, and they were trying to tell me that they would have to take out almost to the axle. They'd have to, for this particular type of wheel, to change the studs, that they'd have to do. They'd have to basically take a lot out of the car. They'd have to disassemble quite a bit. And I thought it was weird. Without even watching any videos or anything, I just thought it was a little too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I start watching videos, and I realized that no, you could just take off this this part at the more kind of superficial to the tire, and it'll be a lot less invasive. You don't have to take off this very heavy arm that requires a huge kind of torque machine type vice thing, and it'll be cheaper and quicker and whatever, right? And I told the mechanic this, and he wasn't having it. He was disagreeing with me. So I said, tell you what, since it's here at the garage, I'm going to use your tools. I'll pay you for renting out the tools and the space, and I'll do it myself. And I basically did it myself, just according to how the video was. And the guy, he had a little work. One of his employees was kind of helping me just in terms of the actual kind of the labor. And yeah. I did it, and
very cool.
I paid him just a fraction of what I would have been paying him if he had used this big machine and stuff like that. And, it just shows that you don't necessarily that's an example for you where you don't necessarily, you're not necessarily considered an expert just because you've been doing it for a long ass time. This guy has his own garage. He actually has 2 garages, one across the street from the next. And then constant vehicles coming in. He works at it every single day. And this person, me, which hasn't done a single, I've worked on cars a little bit, but I've never worked on this sort of thing. Because I have a more critical eye, recognized that, there might be a better way and did it.
Are we talking about now maybe someone being an expert, or maybe someone's integrity? If you had left the car with him % and gone away, right? Gone and got lunch. He says he's going to be ready in a couple of hours, and you've gone away, and he may have gone ahead and done it your way.
No, he wouldn't have. This is a family friend. He has integrity. He was just absolutely of the opinion that it needed to be done that particular way.
Maybe that was the way he was taught and all that sort of stuff. And
no, I mean, I suggested to him doing it my way, and he said it's not going to work. He I don't know what to tell you. There, a lot of times that people are doing their job, and you're like, what if you do it that way? Even getting a haircut sometimes, the way that the barber's doing something, I'll be like, wouldn't it be better if you did it happens often to me. If you guys can relate.
I don't doubt that you question things. What I mean is, I don't even find the questions when I'm talking to somebody about some things, and they clearly don't know much about it. Here's the thing: the mechanic story is quite cool. I stopped in India doing the same thing, trying to figure out how to fix my bike enough that I was like, well, I better learn this myself. And this guy was really nice and taught me. And so I absolutely get that. The thing is, the questions we're asking, when you say, oh, it's some kind of car, what we're hoping for is, we can somehow be an expert at something. But if that's true, you should be able to give an example. You should be able to give a couple of examples. But I don't think that's expert. That's knowing how to. That's managing to surmount a single task. But if
that's an example of a layperson being better at an expert at that craft, that very specific action.
Yes, because it's a series of actions that you get better at actions the more you do them. It's like punching in a PIN number.
My point is he's doing the wrong action for the job.
And manage it over a day, sure. I reckon a good mechanic could do it in like 20 minutes and it would stay on for longer. You know, like I don't think that going, I managed to do this thing means I'm pretty much a mechanic now. What I'm saying is I think a mechanic's still better than you.
Except he wasn't in that particular thing because he was going to do the wrong work for the job required. Like, you have to understand that being an expert isn't just a physical thing, isn't just being able to do the labor, being able to do the physical actions. A lot of it is mental. And in terms of this specific example, his mental wasn't where it could have been.
I agree there, but
I think it takes an expert.
Were there other parts? Were there other parts of his? Because I'm sure this didn't apply to absolutely everything he did. Like, you picked out one particular thing that you found out that he could do a different way. Would that apply to absolutely every single aspect?
No, not a
of
chance.
his job? Exactly. So this fella has high competency level in his field, right? But it was this one particular thing that we're narrowing down on that you found out that he could have done it quicker, cheaper.
Well, let me be specific. This is basically the only thing that I've used him for. And, you know, he obviously it wasn't, you know, I did it my own way and apparently the better way. But I'm only speculating when I say not a chance because I like he's a successful mechanic and stuff. So I'm sure he can do, you know, a lot of things aren't as kind of, you know, unpredictable. This is you know, you don't come across someone having like their studs, like 4 or 5 of them off, and you have to, you know, replace the entire thing. Or I don't know, maybe it happens often
like,
with
so
this particular model. But, you know, with changing the oil and other sort of things and stuff, I'm sure he's doing it the most optimal way that you can do it, right? It depends on how often you come across the issue.
Exactly.
So I would just need the expertise to tell what was the most optimal, and I think the most optimal would depend on the question. And like, I've changed a few tires. I had to change out, not just the like change out for a spare wheel, but on your motorbike you have to change for the inner tube. And I fucking did it just recently, and I popped it, putting it back on. I pinched it with the tire irons because I'm not very good at it. And the guy with me is like, "Let me do it." And so he did the entire next change by himself because we had to change again. And it was fine that time because I'm just like, I'm not very good at it. I wouldn't call even him expert, but I saw a guy at a we went to this motorbike show. It was actually super awesome. As we were going in, Liz is like, do you reckon anybody will spot us? I'm like, oh, no shitting you. I'll be upset if somebody doesn't spot us. And then like maybe about 20 people were like, I love your guys' videos. So I was pretty up myself. Anyway, we saw a tire changing demo, right? And the guy who changed the tire was straight up expert. And he's like, boom, boom. And he's like doing it where like we would do like 20 little tire lever moves around the rim going, and it takes you like that part of the task alone takes you a fair chunk of time. And you're like, oh yeah, that's good enough. And he can just do it in like 4. And then with this deft kick goes poof and hits the rubber off the rim super quickly. And we're like, oh my God. You know, we're all like losing it like schoolgirls in front of
He kicked the rubber off the rim?
Yeah, like when he was finishing, like when he get most of it off and there was a little bit of rubber left on the rim, he just kicked it and the whole top end just goes plof and comes off. It was cool. Okay. It was really cool.
Might have been showing off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You're showing. You've got like, for me, I just did it in my recent video. I had to change my tire twice in one go, and each go took me 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. He's doing the entire process with these flurries and kicks and shit in 5. did I still achieve the same task? Well, actually, no, I didn't. The other guy didn't. But like, did eventually we get the tire on? Yes. Does that make me an expert? I don't think so. That's my contention.
Definitely not. Yeah, and that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing someone that observes him, could see how he does it, learn from him in a fraction of the time that another so-called expert in a different garage that does it the old way, and then in a fraction of the time, because you said it's about time, right? Because they're learning from this actual expert, they're now better experts than the experts that have spent 10,000 whatever amount of time to develop their technique, and they're now very smooth at their technique and stuff, but it's the wrong technique because they're not doing it as optimally as they could. I think we can agree on that.
I want to be an expert to tell even what optimal looks like. For me, changing a tire, optimal when I'm out on my world trip will mean I don't care if this motherfucker takes me 2 hours. I'm not pinching that inner tube because I cannot lose another inner tube. Whereas sometimes optimally might be like, I got a shelf full of things, so although I'm not going to try and pop an inner tube, I'm not going to sook about, right? There's different.
No, you're minimizing your own intelligence right now, because you yourself just said that you observed him and you could, with your own faculties, could determine that he was more expert than other tire changers because of his, technique and stuff like that, how quick he was, that he took 5 minutes compared to the 20 minutes and all your other criteria. So don't disregard your own intellect on the matter. You do yourself a disservice when you do that.
I think it is being honest. I honestly think it's...
Well, then you're contradicting yourself, because just 2 minutes ago, you listed off criteria that you deemed him to be more expert than other so-called experts.
But I don't think that's a bad thing to say. Somebody who's changed a fuck ton more tires than me is quite possibly more adept at changing tires than me.
Absolutely, but if you learned from this guy and spent 2 days doing it, you're going to be potentially better than the people that changed a fuck ton of them over 10 years.
So. That's the point we're debating. That's the one I find least.
Because let's say your bad technique is awkward because you're new at doing it, right? This technique, it takes him 5 minutes. Let's say it takes you double the time. It takes 10 minutes. You're still doing the same job in half the time as these other ones, the ones that are doing it the old
conceptually,
way, right?
Sure. But I mean, if you're just going this, it's possible you could do this better than the experts. Then you're like, it's possible I have an 8-inch dick. I don't, right?
Can we quantify
objection relevance, Your Honor?
Right. I want to know what a fuck ton is.
Okay. Sorry, I'll shut up for a bit.
No, you're fine. Just realize, appeal to authority is a fallacy for a reason.
I think we're arguing more over what an expert is rather than whether or not you can actually do the job proficiently.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you'd agree with that percent. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say an expert is the one that does it the most efficiently. And
to a high standard,
so
a high standard as well. A high standard.
Yeah.
But efficiently, yep. Yeah, see, we're actually agreeing with it. I'm just sat there. We're actually agreeing with each other. Saying the same. We've been in this game too fucking long. We can't even hold a normal conversation anymore.
But I still won, though, right, Albie?
Yeah. It's a phenomenon. It's actually a phenomenon. It happened to me as well, but it's actually a phenomenon. If you're in this debate thing, even if you're on the same side, it doesn't matter. It turns into a debate rather than a sat round and just having a conversation about shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's funny. Yeah. But it affects some people more than others. So they're actually incapable of just talking. Anything you say, they're going to find.
I thought of another example.
But find a fault in it rather than go, oh, that's interesting, and asking questions, because that's the normal process, isn't it? When someone makes a statement. And if you want to, find out more or find out the depth of their knowledge, obviously you're going to ask them a question rather than say, oh, but you said that. No, I don't agree with that straight off the bat, man. So it's fucking, but as I say, that's quite funny though.
So here's another example. Growing up, I mean, I watched a bit of porn, just like anyone else, right? And you kind of learn a little bit, I guess, from it, but well, you know, like as I, you know, with my girlfriends and stuff like that, you know, started banging, I kind of learned ways of doing things that no porn star I've ever seen has done, right? And these things are just like, you know, they're basically like life hacks. They're, you know, specific ways, angles or whatever to do something to, you know, get some friction on, you know, it is what it is, right? Yeah, on certain parts. And this is something that me, just from my own kind of, like, analyzing just my personality, I guess, just being able to kind of assess, I don't know, but basically I came up with, you know, some particular kind of techniques, and I haven't learned them from anyone, and it didn't, like, take me, like, you know, a lot of time to figure it out. It took me a few instances, and yeah, I've never seen any porn stars do it who do this things, you know, supposedly a lot more than me, spend a lot more time, and it is what it is. You don't have to be, like, you know, it's not about time. That's my point.
Well, that just comes down to you and your partner talking openly and honestly about what you and your partner like.
No, it's not even about that. Like, no words, man.
Or you can kind of tell.
Words
You
can't
can
help.
tell. Yeah, you can tell.
Andy's method is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I would get into details, but I don't want to give up my secrets, you know.
No, it's all about it's all about. Wait a minute, it's all about the noises that they make. It's dead easy, man. You just fucking explore their body. When they make a noise, go right. You go found that spot, and off you go again. Have another wee look about, search about. You find where they are, and off you go, man. You perform like a stud.
Or maybe it's a bad example because I don't think porn stars are like trying to
Can I
maximize.
with everybody here? Were you best at it when you had done the most of it or the least of it? And when you had done the most of it most frequently recently, are you best at it then?
Bro, I'm the best at it compared to all these porn stars that do it way, way more.
You're the best. Well,
in the entire world, there's no one better.
That's the attitude, brother. That's the proper attitude. People, yeah, but wait a minute.
I'm not even talking about personal. I'm talking about world best riding.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But people could conscrew that as arrogance, and that's I believe that word arrogance. No, I'm going to make a statement. I'm totally behind you. I admire that you actually say that, because that's what I say. I don't say that specifically, but if you got to believe it, fuck it, man. You know what I mean? It's that conviction and being able to stand up without being hindered by like social pressures. Because I believe that word arrogance was fucking invented by insecure people. It was a way of describing confident people that were confident, man. They didn't look down. I don't look down on anybody, but I'm certainly confident. I believe. I would say something like percentage.
I disagree with that. I think you could have arrogant people that are overconfident that don't back it up. Basically, you know.
That was a.
I think there's confidence without the skills to match.
Exactly. Right, I'll agree there. Right, but there's that fine line. But as I say, that overall, I admire that. You can tell whether it's natural or it's then it's not confidence. Then it is arrogance, that kind of thing. But I'm not talking about people that look down on other people. I can feel good about myself and not think that. I don't think I'm any better than anybody else, and I don't give a fuck. I don't think I'm. I don't conceive of that. You know, but I'm confident. I'm not. If I'm good at something, I'll tell myself I'm good at it. I'll be, and if I want to wind someone up, I'll tell them as well, man. But there's no arrogance there. It's just a fact. You know, it's just a fact.
They have a saying here. It's all about the angle of the dangle.
That's nice. That's so true. That is so true.
But is it horizontal or vertical?
I've had a girl tell me like it's crazy because it feels like it's inside and out at the same time.
But is it curved? Is it curved? This is the thing. Is the straight line curved?
Only like Coriolis, baby.
Yeah, does it bend? Does it appear to bend to the right? It depends what reference frame you're in, percentage.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I guess the example doesn't really apply because
that's it. It's delved into the depths. Yeah, it's delved into the depths. Yeah, we're in the quagmire now. What about that? What about that sextant? I've been looking at sextants of about that. Do you guys know? Well, it's my new profession. Yeah, well, I'm studying, so I might not be an expert, but I can certainly listen to an expert and grasp exactly what they're talking about, and it's quite interesting how they, you know, that I think it's called GP or something. It's called ground position, right? I've heard people talk about it, and you know, right? This is the funny thing. I should really share the video, and within about 10 minutes, you'll get kind of that what Bob's been saying and all these guys that were talking about sections and that they're actually right. They say they use the height. Your ground position is below. It says below the curve, right? And that's the ground position is actually, if you're using the sun, it's called solar noon, and that's where the sun on the earth is directly. So that's where you're taking the measurement, and they're saying that's the position. So say it could be shining on New York or something like that. You were just sailing across from Britain or something, right? Or say something like that, and you're heading off to New York, and you see the sun in the sky, but you can't see New York. But that'll be your GP. That'll be where the sun at that particular time will be overhead from you. So that's that imaginary thing. Now you aim your sextant at that. You don't see it, you know. So you're going over the curve, right? But what they're saying is that point there's a line going straight to the centre of the earth. It starts there, it goes through there, and it continues on vertically up through. So you're on the boat, and you're actually aiming back, but you're aiming at the horizon. So you're actually taking the angular height from the horizon, if you know what I mean. So you're not using the ground position as determining the altitude. You're still using the horizon kind of thing. It's kind of, I'm kind of getting a handle of it. It's just I can't explain it, and that's why I was going to make a video.
Awesome explanation. I think you'd explain it really well and really accurately. That's exactly what you're doing. It's sort of it's
but I'm trying to point out the flaws you have
thinking about it, which is you're not really drawing any lines to yourself. You're drawing lines through you to the center of the earth. You're bang on. That's exactly what you're doing. Nicely done.
And yep, and the sun is making a direct line to the center of the earth at its angle from that ground position. So it's and they're not parallel. Their lines are not parallel because the assumption is the radius of the earth, right? But they're using the flat, right? They're using the horizon, right? But they're using a horizontal line. So they're not using a line that curves over to the GP or anything like that, because they can't use the sextant for that, because they bring the sun down, or the bottom limb of the sun down onto the top of the horizon, right? So they're still using the horizon, so they're still using a horizontal line to get their degrees, and it just so happens that the ground position gives them that distance, but that distance there is determined in an almanac. You can actually look up the almanac, check the time, look up the almanac, and you can see where the sun is anywhere on your so-called globe or on the flat plane or whatever, is directly above that specific point, right? And so they're actually measuring it in a flat plane. They're determining the angles from that line, not from the line down at the GP, if you know what I mean, because they're using that line's like halfway up, and the further away, they're actually intersecting the line that's going up from the GP towards the sun. So they're hitting that line on the horizontal. It could be 1,000 feet up in the air, 20,000, right? Whatever. That's where their zero is. That's their zero, not the distance down to the GP from the because you can't see the GP. So you've got from the horizon that you see down round the curve down to the GP, that distance there, and then then you start doing the mathematics. So you're actually measuring it all flat. Everything's flat. Everything's measured flat. Straight angles, straight lines, triangles, blah blah. It's all geometry or whatever, or trigonometry or whatever it is, and then they convert it. And afterwards they say, but it's still the same readings that they get. You know what I mean? It's still the same. What do you call it? It's still the exact same. So there is So there is what do you call it? There is a way of navigating on a flat plane because they do it. They take the numbers like that. They take the number. They take in the dip because of the height you are off the sea. Because all the mathematics is or the assumption is that you're at eye level, you're at sea level, and you're looking straight across. And if you go up, so you've got to allow for that in your final mathematics to dip because you might be 20 feet high, 30 feet high, or whatever. So you write that in, you add that error or that adjustment or whatever into the final mathematics. But it's all planar mathematics. And then you turn it into spherical fucking geometry. And that's a fact. So you cannot determine, the same with theodolites. An error in using a theodolite in geodetic survey is not to add in the curve, the correction for curve. That's an error if you're doing geodetic surveying. That's an actual error if you don't add it in after the fact.
Yeah,
you have to add it in after. You can't add it before. So you take your measurement, write your field, write your number down your field book. You do your little plots or whatever, or continue your horizontal, whatever you're doing, whatever land you're actually surveying, for a long distance or whatever. You write all that numbers in, and then after that you'll take in your correction for refraction, and curvature. So you're adding the mathematics afterwards. So you cannot prove the Earth curves, right? It's a sphere by doing geodetic survey or navigating, and that's a fact. Read up on it. Listen, I don't care, right? Let me finish, and I will finish. But the fact is, if you read up on it, all the mathematics is done on a plane, and you're coming up with the same answer, the exact same, and then it's transformed into a ball. And that's just me. That's what I've learned, anyway.
I've yet to see somebody do that. If somebody were expert, I had done that maths and shown it. At that, I would believe it. But claiming it,
no, it's in a field book. It's in a field book. That's one of the for geodetic survey. Listen to me, please.
I can believe that's in a field book. What I'm questioning is,
no, it's in a handbook.
Let me finish, please. Not being a geodetic surveyor might render me at some disadvantage for telling whether that's what geodetic surveyors do. I would yield to a geodetic surveyor.
Would you yield to the book that teaches a geodetic surveyor? Would you yield to that book?
So what I'm saying, let me be clear. I'm happy to
accept. Is that a yes or no?
The contents of the book. What I'm challenging is your interpretation.
All right, okay. I'll post it in. I'll post it, and then I'll post it in the chat then, because I've got the document. Okay, I'll do that for you.
Right, I'm just questioning.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly, and good for you. Actually, that's what I do. I always like to demand evidence. I'll put it in, and you tell me. Yeah, all right. I'll just go away and find it. Give me a second.
And just out of curiosity, Hiding, did you have a quick look at that video that I?
No, I haven't yet. It's been a very busy couple of days.
No. You're right, mate.
I will get to it though. Can you DM it to me?
Oh, can I? Hold on. Probably. Let me see.
Mike was not set up.
How do I do this?
Right, hello.
Hey, Dawn. There you go, mate.
Hi, cheers. How's Ali just gone?
Oh, he's looking for.
He's looking for a thing on geodetic surveying.
How do I do this?
It sounds like you're comfortable agreeing with me on what it means to be expert thing, Bandy.
I think we're getting caught up in the word expert like a little bit, but I definitely hear what Percent was saying, like, but I think isolating it down to one particular part of a field is probably doing that field an injustice. But I think you need many hours underneath your belt to become proficient and effective at anything. Yeah. And I would say that even though Percent was able to jump on a YouTube video and learn how to change the window glass, let's say it took him an hour to do it. Right? A person that's been doing it all their life, it might take them 10 minutes. Now, I can guarantee you if Percent had to do it a second time, knowing exactly what he does, the second time might take him 45 minutes, and the third time might take him half an hour. And the more he does it, the more proficient he is going to get at it. But yeah, you can't equate that to all door glass or anything like that. And Percent would agree with that.
Absolutely.
But knowing that technique now that you know Percent doesn't mean that you can't apply that technique to other door glass, and you might be able to fumble your way through it and work it out through deduction and analyzing the situation. You could probably do that as well. But yeah,
absolutely
proficient, yeah.
But that's part of it.
I posted that in the chat. Sorry for interrupting.
Hold up,
Raiden.
The other part of it
I've
was,
just posted a thing in the chat.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Got it.
The other part was that, let's say you found someone on YouTube that did it in such a way, like the huge majority of mechanics were doing it the old, traditional manner, right? And then you have, a minority of people, who knows who's the first one to innovate it, but they figured out a way to do it better, quicker, easier, more optimally, right? And the layperson that watched the YouTube videos watched the videos of these better experts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Better than the so-called experts, the majority. And now they're doing it, more efficiently. Even though they spent less time, they're doing it more efficiently than the rest of those so-called experts. Then what?
This is in theory again.
It's not in theory, because I gave you multiple examples.
I would, but these sound like concocted examples rather than like.
Well, one of them was definitely a concocted example.
Right. Like, how would I say it without, like, changing a car door, sure, but we wouldn't call that expert. Like, to me, the very I mean, I guess this is why I'm so staunch on it. This is virtually the very definition of the word to me. Like, that's what this word means to me.
What?
So what would be something that would show it is like.
Well, for the car door thing, let me just be clear. The car door thing,
having done it for 10,000 hours would be no advantage over somebody who just started it. Could you name it? Rather than like, I could change a door, because that's not really expert at anything, isn't it? That's like stumbling through a task.
No, see, that's the issue. You keep on presupposing the same technique. And my whole point is the person that's doing it for X amount of hours is doing it with a worse technique. So someone else could be doing it for a lot less time with better technique and eclipse them.
Do you feel that it's reasonable that I ask can you show how you've decided that they are using a worse technique? It sounds like you managed to do it. That's quite good. How did you determine that theirs was worse?
Because they took more time to do the same job, takes more effort, takes more cost. You yourself writing listed off the criteria when you're talking about the tire changer that took 5 minutes doing it his way.
So how do you know how
compared
long
to the 20 minutes?
Is what I'm asking. If they take longer, how long do they take?
You said they took 20 minutes.
No. I'm saying in your example, if you're saying I'm doing it quicker than them, how long does it take them to do this door business?
The door is kind of simple, to be honest. My door example was that you could learn something and do it efficiently. You don't need to, like, if you're kind of zooming in, being specific enough with the task, you don't need to spend a lot of time doing it to be able to do it, perfectly.
But in order that you know that you change a door quicker than them, you got to see them do it, don't you? I'm sorry, I'm just not finding it likely.
What's your like contention right now?
Is better at changing a door or more expert than a mechanic.
What's your specific contention? Because you're talking about two different things. Okay, one thing is the time, which I feel like I've addressed with your own example of the tire changer. What's the other contention?
My point is hours spent, particularly hours in flow, dedicated practice, responding to feedback, that kind of thing, is the only way to get expert at anything. At anything, you have done that for a significant amount of time, like 10 years or more. You are probably among 1% of the world at being good at doing that thing.
Okay, so I'm going to paint you this scenario using your own kind of example. All right? Yeah. You have this, this expert that does the kicking thing and changes the tire. He's smooth with it. He does it in 5 minutes, right? compared to the vast majority of the other ones that have been doing it for, 10, 15 years, and they take 20 minutes, and it's just as, the end product is just as good, but they're taking more effort and more time and maybe even more money to do it, right? I mean, time is money, so definitely more money. But in any case, now you have this expert, the first one. He has an apprentice. He takes this kid on, 16 years old, and he teaches him everything he knows, and the technique. It takes him 3 weeks to teach him how to do it. And this kid, he does it then for a few months, and he nails down the technique. His muscle memory is on point. Maybe it's not as perfected as the muscle memory of the rest of those people, but he's getting it down to, he can change a tire efficiently, the same end product in 7 minutes. Not as good as his master, but 7 minutes, right? Who's more of an expert now? This kid that's doing the same thing in 7 minutes, more efficiently, less time, less work, less money, or the other ones that are doing it in 20 minutes, the old tried and true way?
The thing I keep asking for that would make me happily accept that it's the kid rather than a concocted scenario, you showing me, because let me point at examples.
No, just hypothetically.
So
Let's say he has customers these few months.
I just don't believe the example enough to engage on it. Sorry.
Come on, man. That's a cop-out.
Here's what I'm saying.
That's a cop-out.
What would show me is I will bet you chess grandmasters, basketballers, poker players, mechanics, anybody, woodworkers, plumbers, people who've done geodetic surveying are going to be ordered very neatly from those who've done it least to those who've done it most. While there might be some exceptions around the edges, the overwhelming probability is that somebody who's been changing car doors or geodetic surveying for 15 years knows more about geodetic surveying than me. That's my contention. That's my main point I'm trying to make, which I think is so non-trivial, so obviously true, that it doesn't make sense that we're arguing about this. Of course it is the case.
It's not the case. It's not. It's about the topic itself, the subject, whether it's something dead simple or more complex, whether there's different techniques. It's nuanced. It's not as simple as you think. Just because you've been doing something, the whole point is just because you've been doing something a particular way, just like Bandy said, when he went to a different work site, he learned a better technique, better than all those years that he's been doing it before. Just because you're doing it doesn't make you the best at it.
Right, but Bandy was only able to recognize that's a better skill because he's already fairly expert at these things, and he comes up and he's got this wide array of things he knows how to do, and then suddenly somebody's drying off a brush a different way, and he goes, "Oh shit, that's a pretty clever idea," or they go, "Oh, I'll show you a different way." And Bandy himself, I imagine, he's exactly the kind of guy that nudges you when you're doing a task and goes, "Do you want me to show you a better way to do that?"
But he doesn't have to.
But you can only recognize it's better by having some level of skill.
You don't have to recognize it's better.
About now is Dunning-Kruger saying,
"Hold up, writing. You don't have to recognize it's better. You don't have to recognize it's better. You could have someone that's new to the job and he just learned at that work site that Bandy visited, and he learned how to do it the proper way. He didn't have to recognize that it was better than the other way. This is just the way that he knows, and now he's perfected that technique, and or gotten close to, let's say he's been doing it for a couple of years. Bandy's been doing it his way for 30 years, and now he's better at it than Bandy after 2 years because he learned it the better way initially."
Right. So these are examples. Let me show you what I'm asking for. Let me demonstrate what I'm asking for from you by me doing it for my side. Shane Warne. Really good welders that weld those beads in beautiful lines. Most art workers. Bandy with wood. None of us could make a box like Bandy does. I don't think many of you here, probably a couple, but I don't think many of you here could ride a motorbike off-road as well as me. I can give you countless examples. I can use people in this room and I can use people in the outside world.
That doesn't speak to the argument.
Can you give me an example of somebody being expert and better at something than somebody who's spent less hours doing it by showing me not just that you changed a car door, but you measured that in some way against somebody else changing a car door and found yours to be superior, how you found it to be superior. So just saying I changed a door and my way was better, how do you know that? How do you have enough information about the process of changing car doors? Because you haven't used very many niche terms. That's one thing I have noted about you talking about changing the car door. You haven't said these are bolts. Well, they're actually not bolts because they're hinge bolts, so they're not threaded. I don't know what goes into changing a car door, but I imagine what often comes with it is niche vocabulary. The
Absence of
only
evidence
sentence-
isn't evidence of absence. Just because I didn't say that you need a T30 screw to take off the bolt in the door in the hinge joint, doesn't mean that, I suddenly don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have to specify that it's a torque, screw to take it off.
I'm not. That would be fallacious to say just because I argued for the absence of this thing, it is therefore false. I'm just saying, in general, I am better at stuff than people on all of the things I'm good at. The only things I'm better at are the things I've done longer than them. In fact, it's such a reliable measure that if I sometimes meet somebody who's better at it and has been doing it less time, I'm like, fuck you a little bit.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say on the subject, because frankly, it's kind of exhausting. And I'm going to pose you a question based off of your example, and I beg you, please answer it directly. Okay? So this individual that was doing the kicking thing, and he had his super efficient technique, doing it in 5 minutes compared to the other ones that are doing it in 20 minutes. This was an actual garage, I imagine, right?
Which guy that's doing the kicking method?
Yeah.
Tell me, what do you mean the kicking method?
He had a garage, right, where he changed these tires?
Right. Oh,
Sure.
yeah, he was doing it out in the open. It was a demo for a motorcycle event. They just got the guy who was best at changing tires.
Okay, I imagine he works at a garage, though, right? That's probably a safe bet.
Works right next to it. There's a tire changing shop next door.
And imagine he hires, he has employees under him, right?
I don't know if he's a manager. I wouldn't be surprised to find.
Let's say he has an assistant. Okay?
Yeah.
That safe bet, right?
Yep.
This assistant is observing how he does it, right?
Yeah.
Observing his technique. Maybe he's actually, delegated some of the tasks to him, doing it in the way that he has essentially taught him, whether directly or indirectly through observation. Agreed?
Yeah. I'm with you so far.
Now, this assistant that's been, doing it more and more now, he's still not been doing it for 10 years or 15 years, but he's been doing it to the point where he's more efficient than the ones that are doing it for 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Is he more of an expert in changing tires or not? Please answer directly.
He's an expert in proportion to how much he does the thing. So if he's now been doing it by hours or by number of tires, maybe let's say, more than his original master, then yes, I think he's probably better now. And no, if the master's kept going, I think the master is probably pretty good. I
didn't ask you to compare it to his master. I asked you to compare it to the other ones doing it the traditional manner that it took 20 years.
Sure, it's possible. Like you can concoct
that's
a
all
million fantasy scenarios about people.
It's not a fantasy. We agreed that these are very safe assumptions.
But see, I would say that technique that Harry just gave with the tire changing as well. There's nuance in actually doing that part of it as well that comes with the experience. Now he's been given a particular tire. Right? A particular size, a particular thickness, particular brand, all that sort of stuff. And he knows that if he hits this sort of tire in a particular place, it's going to pop off. But you give him a Cooper's tire, it might take something else. But this only comes with the nuance of actually knowing the tires, feeling the tires, getting to be one with the tire, so to speak. Right. There is nuance to these things as well.
Absolutely.
That only comes with experience. That you can be shown how to do it. You can be shown the quicker way to do it on this one particular example, but it might not necessarily translate into the Cooper tire or the Bridgestone tire or any other tire, but it works every single time for that tire. So now you're doing it all the time on this tire, and then you go to do it on the Bridgestone tire. It's like, oh, bang, that didn't work, quite right. But now you know this technique, and you can apply that technique and even work it out for yourself, because you already know this technique, so you can work out the quicker way to do it, or you've got to put more pressure on it or kick it a certain way or whatever the case may be too. So,
absolutely. Let me just say, okay, this is going to be the last thing I say now. So I'm not discounting experience whatsoever. My point is that, that experience versus being taught a different technique or learning, coming up with a different technique yourself, all of it is knowledge, right? It's knowledge. And you can get it in various forms, and I'm just saying that you need not get it through time through just doing this repeated thing many a time, because sometimes you won't come up with the better technique. And sure, like, this assistant that doesn't have as much experience, doesn't have as much knowledge, it might take him a few minutes more because he doesn't realize that this type of tire you have to kick it this way or do this sort of thing. But still, he is more of an expert because he's more skilled at doing the tire, changing it in less time, more efficient, less cost than those other, the 80% of the other ones that have been doing it for 10, 15 years, because he got a lot of knowledge, from doing it this particular technique. It all boils down to knowledge, and my point is the knowledge isn't only gotten by time and by repetition.
Okay. Yeah, it's like like I keep saying, if you could show me stark examples, I wouldn't call changing a door an example of being more expert than somebody else unless you were able to show me how you were able to, in binary, in a way that I could measure and test for myself, that it was better. Like, I would want to have a chat with them and go, why did you choose to do it this way? Because the thing I notice about the few things I'm expert at is, like, people don't even get how their question's broken. That's some of the issue I find. Like, they don't even get that that the question doesn't make sense if you understand the topic well enough. Like, when I had a conversation with my mum about riding my motorbike, and I was like, oh, I need to, I was so exhausted the other day, or I exercise. And Mum's like, are you getting any exercise? And I was like, oh, I was out on the motorbike. And she's like, but it's doing all the work. And I'm like, fuck you. No, it's not. If you're off-road, I have to lift that fucker up like 10 times, let alone. That's like 10 deadlifts of 160 kilos. Like, I got to do a load of stuff like wrangling it up hills. You're jockeying around so much in the seat that's like you're panting as you're doing it. But she's just got no fucking idea because she's never ridden a motorbike, right? So the relationship is so stable that my accusation to you is the only examples you presented are hypothetical or ones that I cannot interrogate. I can present to you hundreds that you could interrogate. Why is that? I get booted.
Expert is quite a subjective term, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I would say I've tried a lot to think about defining it, and to me, the definition is something very close to in a realm that is competitive. So I don't class artists as experts. But
hang on, mechanics are, wheel changes are. Is that competitive?
Well, you can compete at it. I don't mean it has to be competitive, but I mean there must be a binary way I can say yay or nay who is good.
Okay,
right?
yeah, and art's too subjective.
Yeah, art's like, well, I think it's pretty good.
Isn't judging wheel changing too subjective? Because speed's only one variable, right? What else are you gonna? The rest of it's subjective.
Right, but every variable, that's some of my point. I think that's absolutely right. Every variable is a binary variable. Every variable is
No,
like quick.
no.
Like,
One
so
variable is how good you are at popping different tires out, like Mansour said.
oh, okay, yeah, fair
So
enough.
how would you measure that other than saying, well, I've seen this other guy do it a little bit better, and you'll have to take my word for it that this other guy did it slightly better?
Sure, I think that would be a bad way. What about if the way
Yeah.
involved going, we're going to measure the things we can measure? So time it takes wheel to be changed.
Yeah, what
And-
else though?
And number of different wheels you can change. How many tools you can use? Can you do it with fewer tools?
Okay, but hang on.
How many
This is
errors you make?
hypothetical.
There are things you can count, right?
Is this hypothetical that you'd be able to do this to everyone? What I'm saying is for us to decide who's expert, who's more expert. We can't do all of that math like a science laboratory test on changing tires or art. We just have to decide from what I've seen, this guy is a slightly better expert than this other guy. From what I know about changing tires, this one guy that I saw change tires is the best expert I've seen do it.
Yeah, I mean that is some of the problem. We are when we are not expert ourselves, we can't even judge it. We don't even know what goes into it. I think that's I would definitely agree with that point.
I mean, we can all agree what expert means, so we can decide. From what I think and what I've seen, that guy fits the definition of expert. He's an expert. Then the term more expert, that's when it gets subjective, right? Because you have to do loads of tests and say why.
It's sort of a numbers. If you accept my definition that it is somebody who you can tell in a binary sense is best at it, and they are in like a rarefied percentage, then it's just a numbers question. What percentage do I consider to be expert? How good do you need to be before I call you good?
I can't think of a good situation where we could ever test all of those variables for you on anything.
Yeah, you don't have to be able to test them though. It's like
of course you do. Or else there's no numbers there, are there?
What am I trying to do? Sorry. Go on.
So if you're not testing, you won't have any numbers. But your argument is based on having numbers.
Yeah, it is. I think that's actually.
You'd have to test stuff, but you won't be able to test them because no one's going to come and change tires in front of you with all the variables, ever.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I wouldn't be able to.
I guess I was going to argue percentages point. I think it was, from what I heard, you could happen to be lucky and learn a better technique and become more expert faster sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think there are ways to get good quickly. I think that's what I'm saying. I think that ours is a crude measure, but goodness, it's a strong measure.
It wouldn't you say that being good at something is not the same as being an expert at it? Because, for example, if you're given so like say you're working in this dealership and you're working on Teslas all the time, and you've been given this really good technique that you've mastered, so now you can change the tires on a Tesla just so quickly, so effortlessly. You're an expert on changing tires for this Tesla. But I wouldn't say you're an expert in changing tires if all you know is how to do this technique on Teslas.
Yeah.
You're an expert at changing the wheels of a Tesla, but that's where the extent of your expertise goes. Because if someone gives you a Ford, you might go, "What the fuck? What do I do?"
It doesn't just mean good. I think it means more. Really good, really practiced, really dialed in, so consistent. And it means you've had experience, hence the word expert.
I'm just saying, when you're saying expert, you usually have to give the context of expert in what? Expert in wheel changing, expert on Tesla wheels, expert on like car fixing. Like how wide is the field of expertise you're talking about when you say he's an expert?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, because one of the joking phrases they say about experts is they know more and more about less and less until they know everything about nothing. And I think that's kind of right. Like if somebody said, I'm an expert at a very small thing. Chronic is a great example of this. He's somebody I would defer to. If words came out of his mouth about astrophysics, I would be like, he's probably the right one. Not it's chronic, therefore he's right, which would be fallacious. I just mean as a good heuristic on astrophysics, if I have any other random person in the room's name light up and then he lights up and says, actually, that's a bit wrong, he wins in my head. You know, it's that reliable. Same if Bandy started talking about plumbing, right? Am I taking crazy pills? I feel like it's a very simple idea. They're going to be good in proportion to how long they've been doing it. That's the gist.
I think I'd argue, Eggshells, that riding your bike off-road, deciding if you're more expert than other people at it, would be the same as me trying to say if I'm more expert at a certain art. It's totally subjective. And we'd have to get a laboratory and set up a fake off-road section or some canvases or music or a rave. We'd have to do science on all of the variables with loads of people.
But I'm not talking about science now, I'm talking about a heuristic, like a good ready rule to use. I think I could tell by just talking to them, because I could say, what tracks have you done? And if they say I've done Billy Goat's Bluff, I'll be like, okay, guy obviously knows what he's talking about.
But if they say I've made music for 20 years and I've got 500,000 hits on Spotify, I can tell you've had experience in music.
Yeah, you would be expert enough to probably be able to tell the difference with something like that.
It might be shit music, but you could be called an expert in your experience of it, sort of thing, and how you do it.
Sure, yeah, I think that's the case.
Oh, that's interesting. So what if you could be really expert riding off-road, but also shit at it? So it's like another variable. You've had so much experience that you're an expert, but you're still quite crap, so you fall off sometimes.
Well, yeah. So one example, you could be expert at the theory of how you're supposed to do things, but you're really bad at like the physical activity of doing it. You're just not like let's say you can't tell left from right in the moment, so you have really bad problems with that. So you're an expert because you know all the theory and you know exactly like, oh, if I make this turn like this fast, I'll do a really cool like spin, like drift. But when it comes to actually doing it, you don't have the balance to do so.
For another example, you could have been like a Catholic priest for 40 years, right? An expert in Catholicism, but rubbish at being a Catholic. You're an expert in art, couldn't you? Your whole life, every day. But your art could be horrific to most people. But I would agree. It's easier to tell an expert if you can do tests and measure the stuff and try and do statistics and graphs. And if you can try and science and math it, it might be easier to determine who's more expert.
Well, there are good like I don't know what started this conversation, but I mean there are good like ground things of like telling whether someone is knowledgeable or just not at all. Which is, for example, if someone can explain something simply, usually that means they're more knowledgeable than if they couldn't explain it simply. But saying that, for example, oh, this guy that's been writing for 100 or like this guy who's been writing for 20 years is a more expert than this guy who's been writing for 25. Like that's when the differences between the two can be so slight that there's just no way of telling who's more of an expert. We just know both of them are experts.
Yeah, and that's the point at which it's when you're at that level of rarefied expertise. That's the point at which, in my opinion, it becomes indistinguishable. You have some people who practice more and some who practice less, and some who like just appear to have a genetic advantage or somehow get the game more, or like there's all of the other variables come into play. But I think before that, even with computer games, with typing in your PIN number, is repetitions will equal
your competence. And if you want to get more competent, do more repetitions.
Yes.
It's that simple. This is the recipe. If you want to get good at anything, pick a thing and just do it more.
Yeah.
And that's it's like
that's the fastest way to become an expert. Right?
Physics. That's how I put it. Sorry, I'm arguing this so much percentage, but this is some of like my quote unquote theory, my whole like book that I wrote, and all of what I'm talking about is about flow, and how my theory is flow, which is when you do something so much you really enjoy it and you're quite adept at it, comes when you are at the peak of your ability. This is not my work. This is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. So you're really good at something and you're doing it, and the demand for the task is quite high. Laurie described it the other day. And at that point, you're just better at all the things.
Yeah,
and you're getting
I
better
agree.
at all the things.
It's
And
interesting.
yeah, that's how you become an expert. In my
The word flow comes up in art a lot, and performance. So the drone flies are FPV's actually got a style called flow, where you don't hesitate. Every move just slips into the next move. But it also means the way where you've flown 8 packs. So then on your last 2 packs, you're not thinking about anything except you're not even thinking about anything. You're just flying perfectly. So then you're in the flow. The same with DJing for me. Like on a 2-hour set, I'll have a little drink, and halfway through, I just hit the point where I don't have to think anymore, and everything's perfect.
Yes. Yeah, this is exactly how they describe flow. And time dilates, which we all recognize. You know, you're playing a game really well, and you're like, holy shit, it's 4 a.m. Or like, you feel more happy generally. So the more you're in flow in your life, the more happy you feel. He did a test where he said, what are you doing and what are you thinking about? And he found that when those answers match, you have higher overall reported levels of happiness. So you're just a happier person if you're regularly thinking about what you're doing. And I think that's how you get expert, like the best DJs in the world. Another great example. If they've done it for 10 years, they're absolutely banging at it. If they've done it for 20 minutes, you don't want to listen to them.
That is 10,000 hours. I know it's just a made up arbitrary number, but that's what people say. You have to do it so long that it becomes natural, like you're a master. But this is also part of Zen, like going with the flow, right? If you go in a river, try and swim against it, you're going to tire out and drown. But if you let it pull you along and swim to the edge, you can get out in a few seconds. Hopefully. So, and it's just like if you're walking, if your mind's thinking, oh no, I've got to do this later, I've got to turn left in a minute, oh no, cars, oh no, person, avoid the person, then you're not with the flow. But if you're just walking, and walking is fun, then you're in the flow.
Yeah. My love. Good night. Yeah. That's what I think is the secret.
Bit of a new age term, isn't it? There's lots of books about it. I'm sure it's not just your book. There's loads of
books about it. Yeah, because of this finding about happiness, what you can. It's also a really lucrative thing. Although that's not why I'm into it. That's why a lot of companies are into it, because essentially what you say is, if you want your employees to go absolutely gangbusters, figure out what you can do to make sure they're in flow. The more they're in flow with their day, the happier they'll be.
Yeah. And that's why you get the Facebook thing with the beautiful offices and everything's there. And it's like lovely to be there.
Exactly. Just a second.
They're trying to increase it. I think there is actually a drone FPV documentary called In the Flow or The Flow or something.
Back in a second. I'll have some stuff outside. I'm back. What were you saying as I left? Sorry, Dawn.
And douchebags. Douche.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
What did you say, sir?
I was just flipping my aircraft around in the air totally unnecessarily.
Hey, you think that maybe Will Smith's wife has cancer?
Hmm?
Do you think Will Smith's wife has cancer?
Could have. I don't know.
Wouldn't that kind of make more sense?
Could be.
Did you see the whole thing? The thing with the thing? The slap?
No, I haven't actually seen it yet. I heard about it on the way home.
I just watched it. I think sometimes comedians need to be told. That's my response. The same way as some celebrities need to be told. That's why comedians exist. But obviously, there's the reverse of that. Sometimes the comedians need to be retold.
Yeah, but do you think that possibly, I mean, obviously the motivation, inspiration to go up and hit someone in the face is,
Yeah, he must have been having a bad day for some reason.
As I'm saying, do you think that maybe she has some like cancer or something like that?
I don't know what other evidence for that is there?
What are you saying?
What evidence is there that she's got cancer?
She's bald.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Does she look unhealthy?
But she was bald, and the fact that he made a joke about her being bald, and that inspired Will Smith to get up and
Why is she
angrily
bald?
hit him in the face. Well, like people who go through chemotherapy and shit,
It did look like I didn't watch it the first time. It did look like a stage whack. That's like when I learned acro combat at school. That's exactly the kind of slap you do.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so whatsoever. I think that
maybe not.
It was an authentic hit in the face. Both their body language said that, and both the looks on their faces and the
Apparently,
voices.
I'm reading paperbank.com. Apparently, she had some sort of hair loss issues, and her daughter said, "Just cut it off. It's time to get."
Oh, okay. But I guess that's similar. Same thing though. Yeah, just
yeah.
I don't think it's choreographed. Somebody else says choreographed as fuck. That in no way is choreographed.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell either way. It wouldn't surprise me much, and it wouldn't really bother me much. These are two of my thoughts.
It looks like a legitimate hit in the face. Like I said, both their reactions afterwards validate that for me.
I thought it was real. I'm thinking they could have choreographed it. Will Smith could have said, "Can you make a joke about my bald wife? I'll come and slap you, and then that'll quieten it down, and we'll both get in the papers. We'll both make half a mil."
It'd be a fun prank to do. We just leave it for 2 weeks, and then we go, "Nah, we planned the whole thing." I mean, fuck, if I was Will Smith, I'd be calling up Chris Rock and being like, "I'm sorry, but can you pretend we planned the whole thing?" Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
It almost does sound like a rehearsed line when he says it the second time sitting down, when the camera is on him.
Yeah, it could be real. Wouldn't surprise me either way, I guess.
Because now everyone's going to be talking about how not to talk about Will Smith's wife, right? Rather than actually talking about her getting bald slowly. Everyone's saying, "Oh, did you hear Will Smith slapped Chris Rock for saying something about his wife?" Just so that people watch the Oscars. I guess that's a good reason, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it has been failing for a few years, so the Oscars could well have called around and gone, "Who wants to do a prank and pretend it's real?" It's got to be a good one. Will Smith's like, "Yeah, I'll do that. That sounds like fun. Get my name back in the papers." It just wouldn't surprise me either way. And it doesn't bother me either way, I guess it's some of them.
Yeah, it's not even that big a deal, is it? I say a joke about your wife that I would say anyway. You protect your wife that you might do anyway.
Hold up. How we doing? Michelle Rumpus gave you a free class yesterday. You ignored all of it. Very sad. I'm looking for the lectures and shit. What are you gonna do when they say you can leave a reference frame, Kosho? Say I took it out of context?
Yeah. Listen, dude. If you want to try hard not to understand, just like Rumpus, if you want to be on Team Rumpus and try purposely not to understand what other people are saying, that's fine, dude. But we've made it quite clear what me, Gumby, whoever else was saying that objects can be so an object can exist. Every object exists in every reference frame at all times, and objects can share a reference or share a frame of reference, or they can have a frame of reference. And I think that this is just frame of reference, like having this frame of reference. So Rumpus is talking about, and he also talks about it as if those objects can also be in that same frame of reference. It's weird that he says that. He says this object is not in this reference frame. But then when you're describing the reference frame and you're describing it in reference to the object is in the reference frame, even though it's out of the reference frame. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense what he was saying. That's why
when you guys say it like
you have to
that,
make a distinction in order for it to make sense. You have to
he
the
explained
object and the observer.
He explained to you yesterday it's useless the way you guys phrase it. It's absolutely useless.
Something doesn't mean that agreeing with him is going to make you right, dude.
I've been telling you guys that for years. I'm not agreeing. He's agreeing with me. I've been telling Zanuck that for 2 years now. It's the way he refers to the reference frame. It's useless.
It's the way everybody but Rumpus does it. And Gummy Bear's in here now. So Gummy Bear was talking about how they like his way of verbalizing it. He says he makes a difference between having a reference frame and being in a reference frame. It's similar to the distinction I was making between being the observer and describing it in reference to the reference frame, and being an object in reference to the reference frame. And every object is going to be able to be described in any reference frame at any given time. Okay, the only thing that's changing reference frames is the observer and the coordinate system, which is based on the observer. This is the only way of.
Did you eat any bad chicken?
That makes any sense.
Did you eat any bad chicken? I don't want to get you all caught up in something if you had some bad chicken or something.
No, but I mean, like I said, we had a long conversation with Rumpus about it yesterday, and he was talking for me. He wouldn't even let me say. He wouldn't even let me say anything. So, yeah, I don't plan to. I mean, I guess you weren't here last night too, but like me and Gumby, me and everybody else that wasn't Rumpus talked about it, and everybody else agreed on what was said about objects being like objects don't leave reference frames at all because they exist in every reference frames at all times.
That is a worthless statement.
No, it's not. Just because Rumpus says that doesn't mean it's true.
No, it is.
There's no way that that's a worthless statement.
Zanuck for years, it's useless for him to even mention a reference frame if you're going to say that.
Yeah, it's not, dude. Because the reference frame is the coordinate system that's going to be describing where everything is moving. So your reference frame could be your car on the highway, and the coordinate system, the origin point, will be like your driver's seat. But the coordinate system is your car, and it's moving with you. From this perspective, Every event that happens anywhere in the universe can be described from this coordinate system. And it's a completely valid way of describing any event, any position, anything. Okay? And any object there's no object that's ever going to go from being in that reference frame and not being in that reference frame. Now, what something could do is something could share that frame of reference as you in the car. That's what Rumpus is talking about. When he says he uses the same term for two different things, but something can share that frame of reference with you. In which case, it could be the case that if it's no longer stationary in reference to you, you can say it's not in your frame of reference. It's not sharing your frame of reference. But that's something different. That doesn't mean that doesn't really matter. Because in the context of what we're talking about making observations and things that you're observing. And things that you're describing. I mean, what's really cool is there's a whole video about this. You're looking for citations and shit. There's like that video from the 50s.
No, man, we got the professionals talking about it the way me and Rumpus talk about it, dude.
You think that it's odd that almost everybody disagreed with him?
No, Rumpus is key. And he smashed your argument apart, Coach.
He didn't smash the part.
School yesterday.
He literally didn't let me speak. That was his only way of saying it. But I'm telling you, what he says makes no sense. He says what I says makes no sense. He literally said these words. He says, objects that are stationary reference to each other are in the same reference frame. An object that is moving or was in that reference frame and now it's moving, it leaves that reference frame. And then he says you can describe that object as being in that reference frame by changing its position. So the object's just left the reference frame, and you can describe it in the reference frame. So that doesn't even make sense. There's a contradiction right there, and unless you make a distinction between the terms you're using, there's no way to satisfy that. That's why I personally make a distinction. And like I said, Gummy Bear said that, the way that it's translated for them, there's a distinction as well.
Yeah, I'm on a roundabout. I'm on a roundabout spinning. I'm in the non-inertial frame of reference, right?
You're on the spinning frame.
I'm in the non-inertial reference frame, yeah, right? This is going to be hard for you to agree with because it's going to show how
you're in a non-inertial reference frame. That's right. Just keep going.
I'm on the spinning roundabout. I'm in the non-inertial reference frame. I know that.
A non-inertial reference frame.
I'm on a spinning roundabout. I'm in the non-inertial reference frame.
Yes, this is right.
I know that because I see the ball curve. Then I jump off and I see the ball go straight now. Now I'm in the inertial frame. Guess what I just did? Guess what just happened?
Guess what you are, dude. Are you the observer or are you the object?
Guess what just happened?
Are you the observer or are you the object? This is the reason why I make this
I'm the observer. In that case, I'm the observer.
Exactly.
Did he just leave Did he just leave?
The observer just changed reference frames. And as I stated, the object exists in all reference frames at all times. The observer, is the thing that can change reference frames.
Pocho, did that guy just leave the non-inertial reference frame?
Tell me that you're listening to what I'm saying to you. Like, honestly, I've been saying this. You're acting like Rumpus, dude. I said the same shit to Rumpus.
He has said a few times everything exists in all reference frames. So I do think it's reasonable that he gets a bit frustrated that you ask if something's left a reference frame.
I made the exact distinction. I made the exact distinction saying, listen to the distinction. That way you don't have to ever ask me again, dude. An object exists in all reference frames at all times. All objects.
That is a worthless thing.
Listen, dude. I'll tell you when I'm done. All objects exist in all reference frames at all times, and it doesn't make sense to describe an object leaving a reference frame. An observer, a completely different entity, the thing that's describing the reference frame, the thing that's describing the observation and every other observation in reference to it, and the coordinate system and all that. The observer is what changes reference frames. So when you say that you're the observer making an observation and you're on the rotating frame and you leave the rotating frame, that doesn't contradict what I've already said. Because I've made that distinction clear by stating that objects can't change reference frames. Observers are what change reference frames.
Okay, so an observer can definitely leave a reference frame. Now, saying everything's in all reference frames always, that is a useless state. You might as well just say there's objects in the universe. That does nothing.
That would be useless if that's all that I said. Like I told you, an object describing an object from any reference frame is useful if you're going to describe it. It allows you to describe its velocity, its position, its momentum, any given property or event that's happening. That's what the reference frame is for.
Okay, the phrase "everything's in all reference frames" is nonsense. It's worthless to say that. It does no good.
That, dude.
It gives you no information. The Rumpus told you. Rumpus told you this yesterday. It does nothing for you.
I don't care if Rumpus says that, dude. I honestly do not care. Rumpus says every single other person understood what I meant and agreed with me. Right?
Yeah, we know what you mean, but it's a worthless statement to say. It does no good. It gives no information. You brought nothing to the table with that statement.
No, dude. A baseball exists in the reference frame that's on a ship, that's off the ship, and that's in a fucking airplane flying in the sky. If three people have a speed gun, a person on the ship, a person off the ship, and a person in an airplane fucking in the sky, and they all point a fucking speed gun at the baseball, they're all going to experience different speeds. It's because they're all in different reference frames, and that ball exists in all of them. Every object exists in all reference frames, and that's perfectly fine and valid to say. As long as you're using it to describe it from any given reference frame. That's fine.
Saying the ball exists in all reference frames, you might as well leave the reference frame part out and just say there's a ball exists because it's worthless and useless.
Saying things to you is worthless. Frames. I just said a bunch of other words, dude.
It conveys no information and it's useless.
Dude, I just literally said a fucking several sentences to you, right? You can hear the sentences I said. These three different reference frames are experiencing different speeds, experienced all different speeds, all different directions, all different velocities and position change and all that stuff because they're all being described from different. It's being described from different reference frames. As a matter of fact, it can be described from any reference frame. This is not an useless thing to say. This is an important thing to say because deciding what reference frame you're measuring it from is going to determine the properties, which is indeed important.
You guys are losing your minds.
They're losing it. They're fucking losing it. All right, Bandsaw.
Here's a question. If you can observe something that appears to be moving, appears to be curving, but it's actually not, wouldn't that explain a lot of this stuff?
Yeah, if you say things like that, then that doesn't mean anything because there's not things that are actually not curving, but they appear to be curving. What's happening is you're experiencing something in your reference frame, and in your reference frame, the path is indeed curving. It just so happens that in a different reference frame, the path is not curving. But there's not an actual path and a deviated path.
There is an actual path because we actually know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth. So we know that there is an actual path and the ball is actually going straight because of what we know from physics.
So there's an actual velocity, huh?
We know. Do we know how to throw a ball straight, Kosho? I
asked you a question, man. Is there an actual velocity to the ball?
But I know how to throw a ball in a straight line. Do you?
That's fine. Is there an actual velocity to the ball?
I don't know. I'm answering your question.
Based on what you just said,
my question to you now is: do you know how to throw a ball in a straight line?
Based on what you just said, you're saying that there's a definite path to the ball. There's an absolute path to the ball, right? That means that there's an absolute velocity.
Do you know how to throw a ball in a straight line? I hadn't answered your question. Answer mine, please.
Yeah, I can throw a ball in a straight line, man.
Okay, so we know the ball's actually going straight. straight, and the
Now,
guy just
listen to me.
apparently
If you're
sees
an
it
honest
curve.
person, dude.
You know, the guy
If you're an
just
honest
sees
person,
it.
think about what I just said to
Fundy
you, dude.
muting him, Kosha.
Think about what I just said to you, dude.
Kosha, why are you fundy muting him?
Stop talking, Rakia. Think about
No,
what I
I'm
just
not
said to
going to
you,
stop
Jeremy.
talking. I'm going to fundy mute him. I
I'm
want to
not
hear what
speaking with
Jeremy.
you, dude. I'm
I
speaking
know,
with
but
him.
I want to hear what Jeremy's saying as an audience member.
He's asking me a question.
Go
Is what he's
ahead,
doing.
Jeremy.
He literally
Yeah, I
is
know,
asking
and
me a
you cut him
question.
off. I couldn't hear the question because you cut him off. It's called fundy muting. Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's just, Coach. So we know the ball's going straight because we know how to throw a straight ball, and we know that the guy that's seeing it curve is not actually curving because we know it's going straight. It's just an apparent curve. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So based on what you just said, there's an actual path. Okay. There's an actual path. There's an actual position change. There's an actual direction and everything that's happened with the ball. So there should be an actual velocity. I'm asking you this question, and I'm asking for it so that you can think about it and give me an actual answer. Because, as I said, if there's an actual path, there should be an actual velocity. I think what you'll discover is there's not an actual velocity because there's not an actual path. There's
So we don't know how to.
There's only paths as experienced from separate from different reference frames, and depending on the reference frame, you're going to get a completely different description for what that path is, and a different description for the velocity and all that other type of stuff, depending on what reference frame you're actually describing the path from.
So in the meantime, we know how to throw a ball straight, and we know that the guy in the roundabout just sees it apparently curve, and it's not actually curving. Because we know it's actually going straight, because we actually know how to throw a ball in an actual straight line.
And I think it works the opposite way, Jeremy. Like if something is like if you're looking at it from the side and it's curving away from you, it looks straight to you, right? So things could be going in a curved path, and you're viewing them from such a position that it appears straight.
I mean, if we threw a curveball away and you're on the roundabout, sure, it might could look straight.
No, even if you're not on anything you're not on anything moving. You're on a flat surface, and something goes away from you, like on the same plane as you, but it's a curved path, right? It's traveling straight, and then all of a sudden it curves away from you, or it's going in a circular motion, but in front of you it's just a slight arc away from you on the same plane. You wouldn't be able to tell that it's curved or not. It would look straight. It would appear straight. Now, if you went above it or below it, you would see that it's an arc.
Plane has to fly in a curve or an arc to reach its destination to allow for this Coriolis. Right, so this whole it appears this or it appears that, neither here nor there. The thing has to fly in an arc. It's not an illusion. It has to fly in an arc.
Yeah, that would be a physical arc that would have to fly, and that's not what we're talking about. The only time we're talking about that is if you're actually on a moving surface, and that's caused by friction, not by some mysterious force. Like if a turntable, you push a ball across, that rotation is gonna give that ball a bias, just like the spinning artillery shell or bullet or whatever. It's in a medium or on a medium. And it's spinning, then it's going to have a bias. But a plane arc is just from taking off from the ground, going up to elevation, and going back to the ground. That's its curved path. It flies in a straight line. They try not to deviate. Like when I fly, we try and take off even in a direction or from we ask to take off from a certain runway so we don't have to fly around or do certain things. We can go more directly to our destination. I mean, everything we do is to try and fly in a straight path, because the less deviation from your straight path, the shorter the distance. That's the whole point. Saving on time, saving on fuel.
But doesn't it, Rucky, when the plane gets up to altitude, it's losing tangential speed. It has to make up for that. It has to allow for that. It has to correct, and it has to fly in a curve to be able to reach its destination. Yeah, or have I got that wrong?
No, I mean you're not on when you go up in an airplane, you're not above a spinning, rotating surface. You're over a flat plane.
No, I know that. No, I know this, Rucky. I know this, but this is what their argument is.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah. I'm not saying that is, or that's what what it is. But what they say is that the plane has to fly in an arc to allow for this difference in tangential speed to get to its destination. It has to allow for it. Has to adjust for it.
But only in one direction, flying north. If you're flying south, you don't have to gain speed or accelerate or decelerate. You just fly, and the Earth would rotate underneath you, as per Zan.
Which so you know as well as I do, there's a lot of people that are really fucking confused about the Coriolis effect. Obvious Coriolis effects happening that people don't think, like in my example I was detailing. Obviously the Coriolis effect. People are thinking it's not. Very confused, bro. You can't even set them straight. Your own peoples. You know what I'm saying?
It's not my job, dude. It's not my job to set anybody straight, dude.
I know, but we talk about these things a lot, and we're like, it's like there's some people that don't know what they're talking about.
I agree with that.
It's very frustrating.
There's people that continuously say things that are blatantly wrong. And then they say them to people, and then other people repeat them as if they're true, and they make no sense. And the Rumpus, for example, is saying things that people are using that make no sense, and people are saying them like incorrectly. Like when he the way he's using reference frame, he's using it the same way to mean two different things. That's why what Gummy Bear said about being in a reference frame and having a frame of reference, or describing something as having a frame of reference, and you can describe things in that frame of reference, or you can describe objects' movements, in a reference frame or whatever. Because not any object can be in any reference frame, but a frame of reference is the observer's coordinate system. And if you make a distinction like that, then there's no problems. But to say that objects can both leave a reference frame and then also be described in that reference frame, there's something missing there if you're not making a distinction.
Okay, you agree people can leave a reference frame, right?
I said observers.
An observer,
the actual observer,
frame, yes.
the place, the object in the origin system, the origin point in the coordinate system that's actually describing, that's being used to describe the rest of the movements.
Yeah, so an observer can leave a reference frame, a person, right? An observer is
not just
right?
a person, but whatever you're using as your coordinate system.
Okay, an observer, aka a person, can leave a reference frame, right?
An observer, aka a coordinate system, yeah.
Okay, an observer, which is a person in this case, can leave the reference frame, right?
Yeah, the person.
Okay, the person's holding a ball. The person's holding a ball on the reference frame, on the non-inertial reference frame. It's spinning, the ball's spinning. It's on the non-inertial reference frame. The guy holding the ball, he jumps off. The ball just left the reference frame, right?
Well, the ball can be described from either reference frame. But if you're describing it from if the person is the observer and you're using that person to describe all the movements, then I wouldn't say the ball left the reference frame. I would say the observer,
the guy left
the observer, the person is what's leaving the reference frame.
I left holding the ball, but the ball didn't.
No, dude, that's a reference frame. I'm not using an actual so if you have a coordinate system that's on the rotating frame, that coordinate system can extend outward everywhere to infinity, and be be everywhere at any given moment. And the person's reference frame could be following them around and be everywhere at any given moment. The ball can exist in both reference frames. You can describe it from either reference frame. So to say that it's leaving a reference frame or this and that doesn't make sense. The object, it doesn't make sense to leave reference frames. The observer, it makes sense to describe them this way, though.
I just wanted to point out that the solar eclipse proves that the moon is small, right? Because you can see the video from the solar eclipse from the airplane, and it's only a very small portion of the Earth that's actually being blocked out by the moon. And if you look at what I just posted, the moon has a radius of 1080, and the Earth has a radius of 3959, so it's roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth. But yet the shadow that's cast by the moon, right, in totality, right, not partially blocked, but when it's directly over your head, it only blocks out about 70 to 100 miles. So how's that possible? If the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, like it should literally be a total eclipse the size of North America.
Isn't the penumbra actually bigger than that size? And it's the umbra that's the small size you're talking about?
Right, but what is the penumbra? Anybody can, make a shadow bigger than yourself, right? But the shadow that's in totality, which means that's the moon's shadow, right? Completely blocked out the sun in this little area, right? That's created by the moon. So yeah, we can make shadows bigger than us, like the penumbra, right? No problem. We can do that all day long. But in totality, the moon can only block out in totality, meaning its maximum limit of about 100 miles. So you guys could chew on that.
Well, if the penumbra is bigger than the shadow, bigger than the moon, then that already satisfies that problem. There's not the shadow is not smaller; it's actually bigger. The penumbra is just a concentrated part of the shadow. It's a concentrated part of the shadow because the ambient light can actually, even though there's a shadow there on the Earth, ambient light can still come in from all 360 directions of the moon, and the only part that's left concentrated with this darker shadow is the center of that the part that's not getting ambient light.
He left because he doesn't care about getting an answer. He just wants to do gotchas.
Well,
or he maybe disconnected or something.
Maybe I'm about to take a shower, and you probably guys don't want him to take a shower.
Well, either way.
Hank definitely cares about the answers. Let's not ad hom people and just make shit up, please, guys.
That's
Well,
not that long.
the answer's been given many, many times over. I don't know why it needs to be
Did
reiterated.
Hank hear it? Did Hank hear it? Do you know what Hank heard?
I mean, how long has he been here?
It's a bit weak of a play to just come in, drop a bomb, and leave. I mean, I don't know.
He's
Maybe
still here.
Oh,
He disconnect.
He did leave. What are you saying?
He disconnected for a while and then came back. So
well,
if
Well, let's
that's the
not talk
case,
shit
then
about people and make shit up that we don't know anything about. Thanks, guys.
his last sentence was think about that one, and then right after he said that, he dropped out. Now that's fine. If that was just an accidental or a coincidence, then I apologize for my comment. But that's what it very much seemed like.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, let's not talk shit about people. Thanks.
Yeah, fair call.
So what do we want to do? Continue the umbra penumbra argument, or go back to the reference frame argument, or switch it up completely?
If you could elaborate more on what you just kind of said yesterday to Rumpus, because you're describing it in your language.
So think about it this way. Each object has their own frame of reference.
Right.
Every single object has their own frame of reference. However, when you're describing something from a frame of reference, you can describe any object. So wording it, you would say that, okay, let's say my frame of reference, I can describe literally anything from my frame of reference, and therefore everything is in my frame of reference. Because I can describe it, it's in it.
Right.
However, when two objects have the same frame of reference, that means that their positions to each other are stationary.
Right.
So in respect to each other, their individual frame of references are stationary. So when you say that two objects have the same frame of reference, that means they're stationary, but they're both in each other's reference and in every other person's or thing's reference system, or system of reference. So what you would, in my language at least, you wouldn't say that you ever leave a reference system. Rather, what happens is you change your frame of reference, and that often includes matching up someone else's or something else's frame of reference. So if I'm talking from my frame of reference and I jump, I haven't left anyone's frame of reference, but I have changed the way my frame of reference is associated to every other frame of reference. And therefore, you would say that my frame of reference has changed, not left anything. But the same way that I was before, when I was standing on the ground, my frame of reference is the same as, for example, my dog that's right next to me. But when I jump, instead, I might be temporarily in the same frame of reference of a ball that was thrown upwards at the same speed. That's kind of a way of summing it up. I don't know if I missed anything out there.
That makes perfect sense, and that's the reason why I make the distinction is because, so whatever you're using as your observer, or whatever you're describing everything else's movement in reference to, you're basically using that reference point, whatever the reference object or reference observer, whatever, that object's reference frame is the coordinate system that everything else is going to be used to be described from.
Yeah.
Like, you're describing all the different movements from this object's reference frame. And to me, that makes sense in talking about it that way. And you're making a distinction between the observer and the every other object. And there's nothing useless about describing things that way. It actually makes it clear on what's happening. That way, whenever you describe the ball, for instance, like the ball traveling across the merry-go-round, you don't have to describe it as going in different reference frames, because it's always in all the reference frames. Whatever frame you're using to make the observation, it's always
it's in every reference frame, but its own reference frame and anything else is matching its movement. That's the only reference frame in which it's stationary, but it's still in every other reference frame.
Right.
Yeah.
As an observer, though, if you're talking about an observer and like a person, and everything that's moving is going to be in reference to this observer, then in that case, this observer can actually change reference frames, because you're going to need to describe its coordinate system differently now that it's either on a rotating frame or not a rotating frame.
If it's stationary, you describe it one way. If you start moving, you have to describe it another way. So its frame of reference has changed. Yeah.
Right, and exactly. Describing it this way, to me, makes perfect sense, and it makes sense to other people when
Rumpus agreed as well. So yeah.
Yeah, but even it's like he'll agree in one breath, but I guess it's because he like barely let me talk, so it's like he was like talking for me.
The way I heard the way I understood what he said is that he agrees that my way is the most clear way and clear and concise way of saying it, but that even lecturers don't use the most clear and concise language. You kind of just have to trust them at their word for it, or because apparently they don't necessarily use that hyper-specific language. They kind of just say that something has left the reference frame and that they're in the same reference frame, or they're not in the same reference frame. And I think his point was kind of that in actuality, people don't do hyper-specific language because people usually get what you're talking about. But in this scenario, in the flat Earth scenario, in my opinion, you need to be hyper-specific about what you mean, because people are trying to catch you out at the slightest misspeak.
Yeah, but that was exactly my point to Rumpus, is that to me, it makes sense to make a clear distinction on what you're talking about. If you're either talking about an observer or an object, or so some other object.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about an observer, you can describe this as changing reference frames. If you're talking about an object in reference to a reference frame, then it doesn't make sense to ever talk about that object changing reference frames or doing anything, because you're describing one ultimate observer or one reference point in which everything else is being described in reference to. So
yeah. And the other thing is, usually, or almost all, I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't, but when you're talking about an observer, you're not only talking about the observer's frame of reference, but you're also using the observer as the point of origin. Because if I say that me and my dog have the same frame of reference, I haven't made the distinction of what point of origin is. But if I say that, from my frame of reference, my dog is stationary, that is the same as saying both of us have the same frame of reference, but I've also added in that I'm now the point of origin. I'm the observer. So when you say something's the observer or observing frame of reference, you usually imply that that's also the point of origin. That's where you're describing from. So observers have this kind of added information. Saying something is an observer is adding information of the origin point, while when you just say that they have the same frame of reference, all that means is that they're stationary in relation to each other. You haven't defined the point of origin.
Right.
Because, of course, you can define the point of origin in any way for two things that are stationary. I can either describe my position from the dog, or the dog's position from me. Both are equally correct.
Exactly. Yeah. And basically you would need to make a translation, basically, if you were just changing, which one was the observer. If they're in the same reference frame, you just translate the entire frame.
Yeah, because anything. So if my dog's 2 meters to the right of me, well, then if I switch to the dog's perspective, everything in the world shifts by 2 meters to the right.
Right.
And that's that translation. That's his difference to me will be the total difference of everything else to him.
And then that's why earlier, whenever you were asking Jeremy about the actual path and then this observed path from the rotating frame, if you're all motion is described like this, it's the only way. It's the only way to make sense of any of the words we use to describe motion, like velocity, even position, even acceleration, but even just things as simple as velocity. The velocity has to have some reference point in order for it to be intelligible. Otherwise, there's no possible value you can give it. And so there's no actual path. The path is only is only going to be valid into the reference frame.
Yeah.
It could have a million different values depending on which reference frame you're describing it from.
Yeah, because essentially something as simple as if I describe, okay, that ball is going, it's leaving from 2 meters away from me and it's arriving at its destination 6 meters away from me. Just describing that from my dog's perspective has suddenly changed it from 4 meters to 8 meters. And that like just a simple translation as he's sitting right next to me already changes all of the relevant numbers. And then if you add on to that the fact that we could be describing it from a moving frame of reference or an accelerating frame of reference, the amount of different ways of describing the same motion is infinite.
There's no definite one.
Yeah, there's no definite, like, this is the true one. The only way of saying, like, the way we've kind of done it in science, or that it's kind of been done in science, is to say that any inertial one is kind of more default than a non-inertial one, because acceleration brings up other effects. So we kind of say that inertial ones are more correct than non-inertial frames.
I've read
Yeah, but that doesn't
idea
mean that one is more correct than the other. It just means that it's a bit easier to describe and there's less effects happening. Like Coriolis doesn't happen from an inertial frame of reference. It only happens from the non-inertial one.
Yeah, I read recently, I remember like last week or something, that because I was trying to find for somebody that there is no definite frame, or there is no preferred reference frame, but it did say that like between 1905 and 1915, actually they did, like what you just said about the inertial and non-inertial frames, that even though there was no preferred frame, they said that overall inertial frames were preferred over any non-inertial frame.
Yeah,
that was only during that time period, because after 1915, they figured out that actually no, there is no preferred reference frame, basically.
Yeah.
So there's no precedence of the inertial over the non-inertial.
And the only reason why you would say that the inertial is preferred over the non-inertial is because while you're in a non-inertial, you get extra effects that come only from the fact that you're on a non-inertial, like Coriolis. And so therefore it can seem more correct to use the inertial one because you get those effects not there. But as long as you account for them, a non-inertial frame reference is just as accurate, just as correct. It's just the same as saying my dog's 2 meters to the right of me is just as correct as saying I'm 2 meters to the left of my dog. Both statements are equally correct, and the only reason why I put one over the other is because I'm one of them. That's the only reason why one is superior, in my opinion, because I'm one of them. If I'm talking instead about my one dog is 2 meters to the right of my other dog, as long as I'm not using any kind of preferential treatment of them, both statements are equally correct, and neither is more like superior than the other. They're just both factual, and there's that's it.
This is the reason why whenever people talk about like the Earth is moving, and some people see 11 different vectors at millions of miles per hour, this is why that's not true. Is because you're only that's an extremely flawed way of describing motion. You're not going to describe it in 11 different reference frames at one time. You're going to describe it in reference to some frame, at any given time. So if you describe
the
in
Earth's
reference,
not moving in 11,000 different vectors at astronomical speed, so not.
Only if you choose a specific frame of reference where it's doing so.
Oh,
If you choose only from a specific frame of reference, the same way how from a specific frame of reference. Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt. I thought you were pausing. What about if we reference that frame of space that the Earth was just in right now?
it only has meaning if that point, if the positions. That's what I was saying about velocity, positions. All these things only have meaning if you're first referencing. If you have some reference frame. Otherwise, there's there's no coordinate system to use to describe them.
Right, but
when we're here standing,
I can describe
when we're
the
here
Earth.
standing on Earth, does Earth not have all those vectors?
No, because from the reference frame of the Earth, we're stationary. From the reference frame,
frame of space right now.
But what point of space, and in at what
Where
velocity is it moving?
the Earth was when I snapped my fingers. In that reference frame.
In that reference frame?
Yeah, where the Earth was 2 minutes ago when I first.
In order for that to be a position, you have to be describing some other object or some other reference frame, like the sun's reference frame, for instance, or the moon's reference frame, or Jupiter's reference frame, or the center of the galaxy's reference frame.
or a moving spaceship,
How about from the Big Bang, from the original point of origin?
Big Bang happened everywhere.
We don't. Yeah, there is no.
Big Bang didn't happen everywhere.
So
there's no point of origin.
So what the Big Bang wasn't one point and then all of a sudden it moved outwards. It was one point that inflated into being everything.
Right. So why can't we use that as a reference frame? That one point. So if you take that one point, go ahead.
That point is the entire universe. It's like me taking a balloon. And I'm not exploding the balloon so that all the pieces fly out everywhere. I'm literally inflating the balloon. So now the starting point of the balloon is everywhere.
Okay, so apparently you don't understand the inflationary theory. So what it says is that when the Big Bang happened, right, the universe expanded faster than the speed of light. And the material expanded too, but not as fast, right? So at that point, you said that the universe, is the Big Bang is everywhere in the universe. That's not how that works.
Okay, well, if that's not how it works, then you clearly know more. You're superior, so let's leave it because you've already decided that you know more, and that's the end of it.
Hold up, that's the first time I've heard that. So the universe expanded faster than the matter. Then what was the universe?
Of course, the universe is the space and the time. The space and the time is what is expanding.
So
that's why I said
conceptions were expanding.
Sorry, go ahead.
Conceptually.
The conceptions were expanding faster than the matter.
There are no conceptions involved. The actual space and time, as the actual universe.
Yeah, but space and time
the space is the construct for the material to exist, for the material and the matter to exist in.
Exactly, it's defined by matter. So how can it expand without matter?
No, that's what I'm saying. The matter exists in the space. Any coordinate where there's matter, these coordinates is what we call space.
Yes, but what he said was that space is expanding without matter. So there's coordinates without matter, and yet there's space.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That the space doesn't need matter, but the matter needs to have space for it to exist in. But yeah, the space doesn't. It's not a requirement that there has to be matter there.
Okay, so what was there then? What makes it different than nothingness?
Nobody. If you're asking what's outside the universe, nobody knows. But we just know. But space, it was the entirety of space. Supposedly, according to that theory, is that there was only enough positions that that were so compact they were like less than whatever size they say, and then that just expanded.
Okay, let me try rephrasing this. If matter isn't expanding, what is expanding? What is space? What is actually moving? Like, what's actually inflating?
The volume of the universe, the volume of positions where the space has, domain
But
to
isn't volume
to exist in.
Isn't matter in volume?
Yeah, the matter exists in that volume, but that volume is what we're talking about. The volume.
Dude, you have no
actual
evidence
space.
the volume of space is expanding. All you know is that things are getting farther away from each other. You guys made up some ad hoc shit to try to preserve Einstein's nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
Actually, no, that has nothing to do with Einstein's theory. Because Einstein's theory says things in space-time can't move through space-time faster than the speed of light. But in Big Bang Theory, they're just describing space expanding, the space itself expanding faster than the speed of light, which is it's not.
No, that's the inflation.
Okay, but hold up.
That's
So if you have a
inflationary
volume
theory.
that's completely empty of everything, empty of all matter, right?
Well, no, that's not postulated.
That's what the Big Bang.
So it's empty of matter in the description of matter, but it's not empty of energy. There is still vacuum energy.
Expanding. It's expanding because the inflationary. It's expanding because of the inflationary theory, not because of the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm. But we're just trying to, like,
it's the same theory.
No, I was talking to Kosho. Sorry, percentage. I was talking to Kosho there. No, that wasn't a snap at you. It was just to correct Kosho. That was all that was. But yeah,
absolutely.
That was all.
So, Gummy Bear said, it's not matter that's in, this space. It's energy, right? So energy is expanding, not matter.
In this situation,
energy is space then.
Think of them in the same way. Obviously, back then, at that point in time, this matter, what didn't exist as matter, it only existed as energy.
Okay,
but it wasn't even useful energy. It was so hot and condensed. But still, whatever you want to call this material, whatever this energy, this matter,
it's obviously not matter, right? Because
but it's the same entity. Whatever the same energy that exists now existed here in this time. And the same matter that exists now existed as this energy.
The whole thing is, if we summarize or not summarize, but the big contention, I believe, is the fact that science doesn't know what dark energy is. We've given it the name dark energy, but we don't know exactly what it is, how it works. We know very little. The one thing we do know is that it appears to be causing every point in the universe to expand from every point. That's the one thing we know about it. But other than that,
science is not a noun; it's a verb. So don't say we, and don't use science as an actual.
No, I will
object.
because science is.
No, but it's not
the scientific
it's
community.
Verb. No, but by definition, it is a gathering of knowledge, man.
Yeah, but
right?
we don't care purely about
the scientific community. Did he say
yes.
Science is the community?
Scientific community, yes.
Yeah, but let's not.
So if I question Fauci, then I'm questioning science. Is that what you're saying? Wait,
questioning
if science is the community,
person,
isn't Fauci a part of the community?
Yeah, but challenging.
So if I question, okay, he makes up the body of science, right? If science is the community, meaning like people are involved.
I'm a part of this I'm a part of this neighborhood, but just because someone fights me doesn't mean they're fighting my neighbor. It's a false equivalence. That's not how things work.
Okay, so I didn't make a comparison. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to chase down this thing. So we're saying that energy is expanding, absent of matter, and we're calling it dark energy, right?
No.
How do we know it's expanding? What's the physical property that allows us to know it's expanding?
The energy and the dark energy are not the same component. The energy is the entirety of the energy plus matter that exists in the universe, all the information or whatever. The dark energy is just the name for the apparent this thing that seems like it's an apparent force or apparent acceleration of the expansion of the universe. We just
Okay,
call
which
that dark
word do
energy.
you want to use for the one that
There's
expanded?
a distinction between those two things, though.
That's fine. But which word do you want to use for the one that expanded without matter? In this inflationary
For the space expanding, yeah, you can call it dark energy.
All right, so let's go with dark energy. What is the physical property of dark energy that lets us know that it's expanding?
The space.
What do you mean?
We noticed the space. The property that we noticed that it's expanding is the space. Is the space?
So what's the physical property of the space?
Oh, like is it material in the space?
But there's no material.
No, I think what you're asking about it, or the answer is redshift and blue shift of light.
But there was no light. It was faster than light, right?
Dark matter and all that kind of stuff, dark matter, dark energy, it only came into existence through consensus.
The truth is that dark energy is hypothesized.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
It was never observed.
Exactly.
There's no physical property. You can't claim that space is expanding or energy is expanding if you can't observe it.
It is
just
observed.
a hypothesis.
It's been observed since Hubble's making
What's the physical property that we
observations.
observed it in?
No, it is observed. It is observed.
It's an axiom.
It's not only observed that
It's
it's
an
expanding;
axiom.
it's observed that it's accelerating.
So
Which
the
is
inflationary model, that theory, right? Where was it observed then?
They're now admitting that they could be fooled because if it's a superfluid, they would be fooled. Many scientists are coming out now.
Yep, exactly. There's loads of shit, but the point is, the whole point is that dark energy that came into through an observation that things were doing something that was totally against all known physics that these guys had prescribed. So they said, well, it must be that then, right? And then everybody agreed, yeah, it must be that then. That is a conclusion come by consensus, and that's an axiom. Okay.
Actually, Einstein had this.
Right. You've got to understand, if you're going to start talking quantum physics and this kind of in this arena, whatever, you've got to understand what an axiom is, and that came through consensus, right? It comes through. It doesn't have to be proven. It doesn't have to be a fact. It just has to be a statement agreed upon.
Yeah, that's where
this doesn't fit under that description.
Gravity doesn't work. That's why they're trying to come up with something else, because Einstein's gravity doesn't work in deep space or where they think they're going in deep space. That's why they're saying it could be a fluid. It's called a superfluid.
Hold on, Ali. Before you guys get to another subject,
and that would account for some of their issues that they've been having with gravity and everything else, or gravity so-called.
That isn't a popular theory, by the way, but so it's not like many scientists believe that. But regardless, but Ali said about it being an axiom, it's not the case here, because what happened was Einstein put this in his original paper, which he thought was incorrect, and then it was later observed to be correct in the universe, that there is an accelerated expansion.
Homogeneous.
It's not an axiom. It's not an axiom that they put in there. It's an observation. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
I get passionate. Sorry.
That's fine. But I had to let you guys finish. I'm saying that you're right. He put it in there, and then he took it out as if it was homogeneous. However, he was correct to originally put it in there because it was later observed to be the case. We have observed it in reality that there's an acceleration. So it's not
because of the redshift, Hubble's redshift, yeah.
Well, no, the Hubble's redshift showed that the universe was expanding. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But in the past 20 years, we've observed that the expansion is accelerating.
I want to pick you up, Kosho. You said something. It's not a popular theory.
Yeah.
Just because something isn't popular doesn't make it incorrect.
That's correct. That's true.
Okay,
that's not what I was responding to.
Nicely done, Ban. So I was going to say that.
But that was not what I was responding to. I was responding to.
Because you threw that in to kind of disregard.
No, I didn't.
The theory. Well, that's kind of what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, I know that's what it sounded like, but what it sounded like somebody else had said was now there's many scientists who are coming out and believing this because there's some validity to it. And what I'm saying is that is not a true statement. because there's
lot of
not many
studies.
scientists who are coming out and agreeing with this.
Sure,
there are some scientists who are studying this, and most scientists do not agree with this because there's been no validity to
No,
it.
most science haven't studied it as in depth as the ones who are studying it. That's why it's a new science.
It's not a new science.
But yeah, it's pretty new. When you look at, dude, you just want to demean everything.
No,
when
it's,
you
I mean, I've read into this. It's not a new science.
Yeah,
It's
I'm sure you're an expert on it.
Duran.
Yeah, I'm sure you're an expert on this also.
So is Paul Duran a new person,
it's
or is he a
new
person,
in
an old
relative
person?
terms of the study. Like they haven't put the resources and the time in it like they have trying to prove other things. That's what I mean by new.
Right, but they have.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying
right,
to you.
right.
I'm
no, they
telling
haven't.
you that's not true. They have.
No, they
put these
know
resources
very
into
little.
it since
Very
Paul
little
Duran.
about this.
Yeah, very few people are studying it because there's not a lot of
Because there's
evidence
no
that has any
funding. Because
veracity.
there's no funding, so they're still trying to prove the other thing. But the scientists who have studied it and their other peers are saying, yes, this could be true. We need to look into it more. And you, Kosho, on here are saying, nah, they're probably not going to do that.
No, I can understand that you barely know anything about it, but in reality, this is something that was come up by Paul Dirac and actually was studied extensively.
As you read it from the internet and try and tell me what I know or don't know.
There was
Yeah,
no
you're just
known way
reading
to
it.
test for it. And for this reason, it's not seen as being
Kosho,
valid
then, are you
by
saying
anybody.
that
You're just reading it on the internet. There's no reason you
I'm not
remember
reading
that
off
guy's
anything. I was reading this
Yes,
for the
you
past
are.
few days, dude.
Okay, Kosho, are you saying then that the scientists that you concede exist that are saying this are just wrong? They're just off their rocker?
No, dude, okay. What I'm saying to you is, I'm not claiming that this is wrong. I'm claiming that the claim that there's many people who are now looking to see if this is true is wrong. There's not many people who are looking into this. There's very few people.
Okay.
And that's fine. That doesn't mean that this is something that people aren't starting to see that there's truth to this. This is an old
How many,
theory.
Kosha? How many are looking
This is an
into it?
old theory.
No, it's not an old theory. It's
It
an
is an
old
old theory.
No, it's not. It's an old concept. It's just now becoming a theory. But how many, Kosha? How many are looking
I
into
saw
it right now?
I saw two separate groups that were studying this.
So because you looked up over the last couple of days on the internet 2 groups, that's why you think it's
How many
not
groups
like
did you see, Rikia? Maybe,
But
maybe
hold up,
we'll
this
add
is
our
all
groups
just an
together and
appeal
we'll
to
see how many total.
consensus.
So stupid.
Kosho,
I'm proving
are
how
you saying that
stupid you
these groups they have ass backwards and they're just straight up
No,
wrong?
I'm not. I'm saying
You know
that
better
this
than
is just 2 groups. This is not a whole bunch of scientists.
It doesn't
This
matter.
is not the
It could just be
scientific
one
community is not
scientist and he
seeing
could
that
be
there's validity
right,
into
right?
this.
Like, it doesn't matter how many people believe in it. That doesn't.
It does
mean
if that
it's
was the
not
claim.
truth.
That's the only thing that I'm countering.
Ah, but
I'm not
it's the
countering
fact,
that this has any. I'm not countering that this is not
Kosho.
valid. I'm countering
Okay,
that
so it
claim.
could be a
Kosho,
valid
it's the
alternative to
It's the fact,
hypothesis.
Kosho, right?
Or, sorry,
1 second,
the,
percentage.
hold up, Ali, let me just say this last thing. I promise.
Oh, okay, yep.
So it's basically it's a valid alternative. Then it could be a possible alternative to.
Yeah, I never stated that
inflationary
that
theory.
it couldn't possibly be.
Therefore,
I'm only
But you're
countering the claim that
disregarding
it's being
You're
popularized.
disregarding
No, but this started with you guys
valid.
claiming that it wasn't just a theory, that it was
He's
something that was
countering
observed.
my claim that I
It's not
said
a theory,
many.
though.
He's countering my claim that I said many, so he can avoid the fact that scientists are studying this, and the ones who are studying it have valid facts that they're showing. And it's a
fact
huge
is-
study. Many universities are looking into it now.
Yeah, the
Yeah, well, I
fact
saw
is,
just 2. If you
Rakia,
saw more, that's right. Hold on,
Hold
Ali.
up, Coach, let
I'm
Ali
trying to
no,
respond
no,
to
I
you,
did. I held on for percentage
Go ahead,
there.
Ali.
I just
Yeah,
want to get
we
my
appreciate
pointed. The fact is, Coach, we talked, myself, percentage, bands, we all talked about a discussion about experts and stuff like that. But the fact is, we came to the conclusion it's good to listen to the experts and listen to other people that have got the alternative. But the fact that you just disregarded straight off the bat, we discussed this just about 2 hours ago or something, that you
I'd
disregarded
like to respond to the other
straight off
people
the
real
bat.
quick,
But you disregarded it. Listen, you didn't go, oh, that's interesting. Tell me more about that. So you
Ali,
could
that's
come to your
fantastic.
own
I'm not going to
conclusion.
respond to what you're saying right now. I'm going to try and respond to the
No,
other
I
2
know you're not,
people,
but anyway,
and I'm
I'm
trying
finished.
to respond to you. So, what was I saying? So again, I have not said anything about the whether this is a true theory or not, because first of all, there's no evidence for it. But I thought it was interesting. That's why I was reading into it. I've read into it when I stumbled across it not too long ago, and I looked into it. I since asked people about any evidence that could possibly be there, or any experimental testing and this type of stuff. And I saw that there's 2 groups studying it. Okay, so whenever I say there's not, and I'm countering the claim that there's not like a thing that many people are studying, it's not like becoming a popular idea. That's what I'm countering. I'm not saying that it's not true, because it very possibly could be one of the. It's kind of like string theory, where it could possibly be the truth, but there's no way to test for it. So there actually isn't any validity from any of these groups. These groups do not have any evidence because there's no possible way to test for it.
What's the thing you're discussing, or what's the topic that they're claiming?
Superfluid vacuum theory.
But yet you disregard it, Kosho, even though you admit, right? Even though you've admitted that it's not popular, whatever, there could be something to it, you still disregard it, and that's the whole fucking point.
Disregarding it.
That's all.
Is it dark energy superfluid or dark matter?
You said it was possible, but I'm going to disregard it because
I'm actually not once that I'm disregarding it.
You didn't say that, but that was Bansaw's point. That's
implied it
because he said
no, but that's why I'm stating to you guys clearly what I'm countering. I'm not countering the actual theory. I'm countering that this is not popularized in science. It's not like there's many people looking into this.
Okay, but
there's supposed to be a quick thing. Being said as I was being focused.
I apologize. You're right. Sorry, I apologize. Actually, you did make that point.
Mm-hmm. But that goes to the crux of it. If this is, again, a plausible alternative to Big Bang inflationary model, then you can't claim that it's the inflationary, that's a fact, that it actually happened, that it was observed. You know, either it's a theory, and it's not like a hypothesis that hasn't been proven fact, or it's a fact that actually happened, in which case it can't be the other thing.
Okay. Well, so for this instance of superfluid vacuum theory, there's no explanation that replaces the observation that was made of the accelerating the expansion of space. Like this, there's nothing about the superfluid vacuum theory that would fill in for or would explain that event happening. So the reason why they believe that the universe is the expansion is accelerating is because that's what the evidence points to.
Well, hold up.
The point is that you mean as far as you've found in the last 2 days since I brought it up and you started looking into it? You mean in the last 2 days of your study?
Let me just get this point out, and then you could, take over. But my point is they contradict each other, because with the superfluid theory, the dark energy is superfluid, which is matter, right? But your theory says that the dark energy is not matter. It's, just the volume of space expanding, and it's energy. So they can't come together. It's not a false dichotomy or anything. They cannot, they contradict each other.
No, but they don't.
So if you're saying the latter is possible,
the superfluid is not
the former isn't proven.
The superfluid vacuum is not the expansion, accelerated expansion. So it's not the superfluid vacuum is not the dark energy.
How do you know that? Are your last 2 days of study? Since I mentioned it Friday, you've been looking into it on the internet, and now you're an expert?
I didn't look into this because you mentioned it. I looked into this because somebody else said something about superfluids. And I literally randomly stumbled across this, which said
no, that was randomly me Friday night.
You cut out Rakia, but Kosho, can you reconcile how? Because Rakia is saying that the superfluid is the dark energy, what we know as dark energy.
But I'm telling you that
it's not dark energy, then what is it?
In that theory, it's not. And in that theory, the superfluid that's being described is the what do you call it? The field, the quantum fields of the fabrics of space-time. So it's like space-time and the quantum fields. This is what they're saying is superfluid.
Superfluid is a characteristic. Matter, right? No, superfluid is a characteristic of something. No, something isn't just a superfluid. It would be a superfluid of something.
Yeah, of matter, correct?
Yeah, but what matter?
No, it doesn't matter. The point is it's some form of matter.
No, in this case, that theory claims that the vacuum, like these quantum fields and the space-time, like this is what they're claiming is a superfluid in that theory.
The quantum fields of space-time, the fields themselves are superfluid without matter to create that superfluid. Without matter to create the fields.
Well, in quantum field theory, the quantum fields actually create the matter. Like the matter are just excitations in the
calling something a superfluid, all that means is that it flows like a fluid with zero viscosity. That's all that description says.
Yes, but
that alone is all
that's a
that
derivative
says.
of matter: viscosity, friction, you know, collisions, elastic, non-elastic collisions.
No,
Those
that's
are
the
all
place where
descriptors of matter.
Yeah, they are descriptors of matter, but are they like
reserved for matter? Yes.
No. First of all, you don't even know that. That's just a speculation on
By
your
definition,
part.
they're physical properties. They have to apply to something physical.
That's you just claiming that for no
that's
reason.
actually how language works.
Okay. You
Yeah,
can
Gummies
claim
has a
that.
hard time with language. He doesn't even know what you is. The word you.
You don't need
crit.
to
This isn't the
make it
crit
weird.
method. Stop. Okay.
See, look at right. You just got it right there.
Yeah,
He
it's
doesn't
not the
know
crit
what.
method. Let's just move on. Come on. We
Yeah.
said move on.
You don't get it. It's not.
Let's move on. It's not the
Something
crit
flowing
method.
is
Move on.
is a physical thing. Physical
You won't
property.
get it.
Any words you use, I guarantee you, they're going to be physical descriptors.
Okay. So are you saying that when the electromagnetic field flows, that that's a physical thing? Is that what you're claiming?
The field flows.
Okay, so you're saying that the field is a physical object.
I said I wouldn't say the field flows.
Okay, you wouldn't say the field
I wouldn't
flows.
say that. No, I would say the current flows. You know, you could say, you know, the energy.
So,
I wouldn't even say the energy flows, but yeah.
So
you know, electromagnetic.
So current is a physical thing?
Yeah, I would say so.
How can you hold current? Like hold a pound of current?
See, I told you percentage. This is what you're working with.
Sorry,
I'm just showing the logical extent of your
You know, light is physical, right?
Depends on your definition of physical.
Oh, come on.
Depends on your definition. Fuck.
Like what? Why do you call light physical?
Wizards at work.
Light is.
Why do you call light physical?
Could I have a conversation? Could I have a
Why
conversation?
do you call light physical? What
This
is the
guy
attribute of
who
light that makes it
thinks
physical?
You doesn't mean the person. It means someone else.
Crit. Just give up on the crit method. Let's move on.
Let Jeremy answer that. Jeremy.
I'd actually like to hear a little bit more about what Rakia has found out about this, to be honest with you, if he doesn't mind expanding.
Yeah, I'm at work right now, but I mean, Kosho did 2 days of study. He's the expert now. You should realize that.
I would say I'm probably a greater expert at this than Rakia for sure. So I actually did study extensively.
Depends on where you're learning it
right.
from.
Due diligence. I mean, I'm only agreeing with you, Rakia.
Dunning-Kruger at its finest. Kosho's suddenly an expert because...
No, I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm agreeing with Rakia that I'm...
You're only an
more
expert if you're
than
learning
he
it
is
from the
this.
person that kicks off tires.
The resident
I wanted to ask
Discord
that guy.
wizard that looks
Could
on
I
the
ask that
internet.
guy? Oh, sorry, but could I ask that guy that was talking to the foreign guy? Could I ask him what's your definition of matter? What is matter to you? How do you how would you describe it to someone if asked you what matter is?
He's talking to you, Gummy.
I'm sorry,
What's
there's
his
stuff
name?
going on in the background. Just give me a second.
What was his name?
That's
Gummy
Gummy
bear.
Bear.
Gummy bear. Since there's only one M.
Just to answer what you said though, Ali, I would personally say light is indeed physical, but I'm not sure. Like,
No, not light. I
I'm
never
not sure
said
what,
light. I asked what matter was.
I know, but your question
Jeremy.
from before is what I'm saying. When you asked is light
About
physical?
what? No, I never. That was Jeremy asked that.
Jeremy asked that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that was me. I asked what your definition of matter
No, I didn't
was.
ask that. I told you because this goofball's playing like this shit ain't physical, and these guys got everything in the fucking world as a physical thing.
Yeah, Jeremy
that
came
game,
in
you got to play it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what his definition was of matter was. I don't know. Personally, myself, it's like they say light has no mass or whatever. Yet that experiment in the vacuum, you shine a laser, which is some form of light or whatever, and it turns that little windmill in the vacuum or whatever. You know, the tinfoil thing, it moves it. And their explanation for that's quite convoluted. You know, the explanation that they give is why that actually happens is quite. I mean, science. It doesn't make sense. It's quite complicated because they say light doesn't have matter. You know, it's not a. You know, it's on a electromagnetic wave or something, but it goes against physics that you actually need, to move an object, a force, and usually forces are created by matter. Because something that doesn't have something that's not material, how can it affect something that's material? That's the kind of. That's what I was thinking. That's why I like because the equation E equals mc squared, right? Energy is mass, and then you've got to say, well, is energy, is that material? Is that a substance, right? Times the speed of light, but the speed of light's not. Speed is not matter. It's just a philosophical thing. We've said, that's speed, kind of thing. When something moves, it's going at a certain speed, so it's not material or whatever.
Ali, to answer your question, their definition for matter is wrong. As in, like,
I agree.
What's up with your leg? What's the matter with your leg? What's wrong with your leg?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
This is something Rucky has just dropped. Dark matter and MOND components have common origin, presenting different phases of a single underlying substance in galaxies. Dark matter thermalizes and condenses to form a superfluid phase. The superfluid phonons couple to baryonic matter particles and mediate a MOND-like force.
Okay.
Guess what? Hang on. Guess what superfluid is made of?
It can be anything.
Helium-3 and helium-4 would be the one that replicates.
That's one form of superfluid.
That's what we're missing. That's what we're missing in our atmosphere. All the helium is going up. What's happening to it? Could it be turning into a superfluid?
No.
The problem, Rakia, is that what you were
turned into a superfluid by using helium. When the state of matter changes into helium-4, it can also become a solid, they're saying.
So the problem, Rakia, is that earlier we were talking about the dark energy being a superfluid, the expansion of the universe being a superfluid thing, and talking about superfluid vacuum theory. Now you're posting things about dark matter superfluid.
No, that's what Kosho was talking about, not me. I was talking about how helium, as it rises and becomes under different pressure and temperature, turns into a superfluid, and that's what our upper atmosphere, or what y'all call space, is. Y'all brought up all that other bullshit over Kosho's 2-day study.
Dude, first of all, nobody but you was talking about what you just brought up, okay?
Yeah.
We were talking about the expansion of the universe.
Dark matter.
I brought it up.
We were talking about the expansion of the universe.
Bring it up. Rakia brought that up ages ago. Just the conversation.
Fine, ages ago. That's a different conversation. And the conversation we're having today, we're talking about the expansion of the universe.
It's where you, Kosho, tried to obfuscate. Yeah, it's where you tried to take the conversation to avoid talking about superfluid.
Okay, hold up.
That was the subject.
Rakia, are you saying that where they say the universe is expanding because of dark matter going outwards, are you saying that instead of dark matter, it's actually superfluids, this H3 and H4, or sorry, helium-3 and helium-4, that's actually expanding?
Did you ask me that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm saying that's what these scientists that are way smarter than me, you, Kosho, are saying. Like, they've been
nobody is saying that, actually.
They've been tricked and fooled, yeah.
Okay, so this is where there's the disagreement. Go ahead, Kosho.
Yeah, not a single person is saying what you just asked, Rakia. Because what we talked about earlier was the expansion of the universe. Mm-hmm. The paper he's showing right now is talking about dark matter and the rotation rate of galaxies, which is what dark matter is.
so not dark energy.
Describing that as superfluid. It has nothing to do with the expansion of the universe.
Which is dark energy.
Yeah,
right?
it's just dark energy, something totally different.
Okay. How do you respond to
Yeah,
that?
dark matter and dark energy make up what 90-something% of the unknown up there, and I'm saying that could be superfluid.
The dark energy makes the listen, Kosho. The dark energy makes the galaxy spin faster. So Rakia was right on point there. He was talking about dark energy. That's what makes it. Not
what you just stated.
I'm not. Y'all are putting words in my mouth. I'm not talking about dark energy. Scientists are. I'm saying upper atmosphere is a superfluid.
Is it dark energy or dark matter?
Yeah,
that's the superfluid.
And I was going to make another point. Just because like me, just because I talk about the science and stuff like that and repeat what scientists say doesn't necessarily mean I believe that shit. But Rakia's on point there.
He wasn't on point, and you just repeated it. The rotation rate of the galaxies has nothing to do with dark energy. That's dark matter. Dark matter and dark energy are two totally different things. They just have one of the same words in them. Dark matter has to do with the rotation rate of galaxies. Dark energy is the expansion rate of the universe, the accelerated expansion rate of the universe, which is what we were talking about, and they're not related.
Matter causes things to slow down. Energy causes things to speed up. There's galaxies that are going faster. That is because of dark energy, matey. Nothing to do with gravity, because they would hold together. They would slow down. Okay? Get your facts right. Understand what you're talking about before you start talking about it.
Completely wrong.
Can you post something that validates what you just said? Because I've never, ever heard that before, that dark energy is what causes the rotation rate of the galaxies to spin faster.
I'm not actually going to post anything. I'm going to wait for someone to prove me wrong, and then I'll accept it.
Rakia's own.
Sometimes you have to have confidence. Listen, sometimes you have to have confidence. Yeah, let me finish. Sometimes you have to have confidence to fling things out there and be able to take that you're wrong.
Okay, right. So just look at Rakia's own links. Rakia's links don't say anything about dark energy.
Earlier you said whenever we use a word, we'd be using it to describe what? What did you say exactly before?
What part?
You said anytime you use a word, you're going to be using it to describe what?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, convenient. You forgot. Very convenient. All right, I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
Get the fuck out of here.
You've been busted.
You said a word and it means what?
Wait, were you
You
talking
said
when you said
anytime you
wrong?
use a word, you're referring to something, and I forget what you said after that.
He said the word they're using for matter is wrong, and then he made a joke about what's the matter equating to what's wrong.
Before that, you said anytime you use a word, you're referring to something physical. Is that what you said?
Every time you use the word matter, you're referring to something
any
physical?
word.
I'm confused.
You said something about leg. What's the matter with your leg or something?
No, he's saying before that joke.
Before that joke. Okay, sorry.
Come on, catch up, Bandsaw. What's wrong with you?
Stop saying so many.
What's the matter with you, Bandsaw?
My point about superfluid being a possibility and scientists studying it is not to say that they know everything about it, but what they're saying is they think the things are expanding up there, but if it is a superfluid, they could be fooled with their observations, blue shift, red shift, whatever it is. Everything could be wrong if dark matter is a superfluid. They have to go back and redo everything.
Mm-hmm. Back to the drawing board.
How does that relate to the expansion rate of the universe, then?
That observation by Hubble and whoever else that does it could be wrong. If the medium they're looking through is a fluid or fluid-like substance, things would react differently. what they've studied would be wrong. It could be turning inward on itself. They wouldn't know.
That's a valid point.
That's just what I've heard by the scientists who are studying it. It's not my theory.
Brings everything into question, the speed of light, everything if it's going through.
Right, exactly. It brings into question if light even is moving at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's quite possible. That could be well true.
I like that, Rakia.
Like, I think that's the case for a lot of the stuff. When we look a long way out, we are making so many assumptions. Many of them standard scientific assumptions, uniformity of space, but just loads of assumptions that are very difficult to test, which is why we don't test them.
Yeah,
So
and
that we could be wrong in parts there, I think is just, absolutely. How could
of course they could be wrong, right? And like you said, they're just theories based on their long distance observation through a certain type of medium that they assume. If that medium is totally different, actually the opposite, right? Then all their assumptions and all their observations would be wrong.
Yeah, I could easily see that being the case.
I brought this up 4 years ago and people laughed at me. Now it's coming to fruition, and people that study it for 2 days, not 4 years, are calling me stupid. It can't be possible when scientists, you're calling those scientists stupid then.
Well, see, I haven't called you stupid. I haven't called you stupid yet. But I'm starting to think that you're not even reading what you're posting, because nothing that you're posting is stating what you're claiming. This thing right here is talking about how there could be a superfluid in galaxies, and this is what causes the rotation rate in the dark matter. But when we're talking about the dark energy and the superfluid vacuum theory, there's not many people studying this. This is actually there's no scientific testing or observations for this. This is just kind of a fringe idea that I told you. I've seen 2 groups studying it, but it's not like it's not even taught in theory classes in universities.
Yeah, you brought up the dark energy, not me. I said helium.
We were all talking about.
Go ahead and cut me off. Yeah, but I brought up a different topic having to do with a super.
I cut you off, dude. So
Kosho, his
No,
point was,
that's not
even though
true.
it doesn't directly address the dark energy, if we don't know what dark matter is and it turns out to be superfluid and stuff, that will have ramifications that will make all of our preconceived notions about light and everything else,
Exactly.
Why?
So
and would affect dark energy.
It's an indirect rebuttal. You
Why?
understand? What do you mean why?
Why?
Yeah, he just wants to argue now.
Superfluidity affects light and affects, what we think is, matter and all this other stuff.
The speed and direction of things and your observations.
We're talking about.
The medium is different. Everything changes.
It actually doesn't. If it doesn't make it slower, actually, but
now he's an expert on
it just doesn't have a speed
again.
limit anymore. But regardless,
it actually is frictionless, right? It would speed things up. Would that affect things?
Regardless, this isn't the same theory.
Speed wouldn't be a problem. Unlimited speed in a frictionless environment, superfluid, right, Kosho?
Regardless,
I mean, of course you know that,
this
right?
This isn't the theory that's stating that all space is a superfluid.
It changes the speed.
This is the theory.
It's not explicitly the same theory. He's saying this theory will debunk or affect that.
Will
theory.
alter. Yeah, and it would help with the gravity. Yeah, they're trying to figure that out now, Kosho. They take more than 2 days to study it, though. Give them time, buddy.
This theory that you're showing is a theory that says that there's superfluid in galaxies, and in these galaxies that they witness they're rotating too fast.
Yeah, that was just one article. I'm posting,
pervading all space.
Yeah, I'm posting everything that has to do with superfluid above us. Yeah, I'm not biased. I don't care what conclusion it comes to. I'm talking about how helium, as it rises up and changes pressure and temperature, can turn into a superfluid. And boy, would that explain a lot just on where the helium goes, right? And then if it is a superfluid above us, then we need to start checking into, I don't know, how the speed of things changes, because superfluid don't restrict speed at all. Frictionless.
Hydrogen does it as well, Rakia. Hydrogen, that when it gets to a certain temperature, that actually cools down, and they've found now a fourth form of water.
And then to produce these quantum locking effects like we see, like, I don't know, the passive things could be a magnetic path. You would need a superconductor. Well, guess what? You have that in the upper atmospheres also.
Exactly.
So then that would explain the quantum Lockham theory in our upper atmosphere. I bet Kosho studied that too.
Where's the superconductor in the upper atmosphere?
There's different gases that can become a conductor under certain pressure and temperature. You didn't
a conductor or a superconductor?
A superconductor.
The sun's a conductor. The sun's a conductor. It conducts energy towards us. It's a conductor.
Oh, hold up, Ali. We're talking about superconductors.
Very different from a superconductor.
Okay.
Again, that's what I'm saying. These papers though aren't stating anything about space being filled with this super.
No, the sun.
It's explaining a part of a galaxy, in a central portion where there could be a superfluid medium, and this could be what's explaining the rotation rate. So I don't see how that is going to affect the rotation.
Let me tell you what I just heard. You said these papers don't talk about how space can be a superfluid at all, and then you turned around and said how the superfluid is up there. I don't get what you're saying.
No, I know you don't get it, man. So I'll try to dumb it down
in general is a superfluid.
Yeah, listen to that prick. You're gonna dumb it down for me, huh, asshole?
You just said you don't get it. I'm not saying that
because you contradicted yourself.
It's not stating that there's this superfluid pervading all space. It's talking about a specific part of the central point in a galaxy.
Yeah, but a lot of the papers are talking about dark matter, which makes up how much of space?
Dark matter is exactly what it's talking about. That's what I'm saying. Dark matter is the observation.
Yeah, and what percentage of space does dark matter make up? Hello, what percentage of the upper atmosphere or space, whatever you want to call it?
They don't even know if it's a matter. They don't know if it's a matter.
Okay, but under the current theory, what percentage does dark matter make up?
What their observations are is that there's missing matter.
And how much of that is missing?
That's not a conclusion.
How much?
Yeah, if there's missing matter, then there's like 60%, 70%.
60? Post it. I think it's more like 90.
Why don't you just look it up and find out for yourself what it is?
Well, you're the expert.
There's no hard
now
evidence.
You're not the expert.
There's no hard evidence that there actually is missing mass. That's
Guys,
just one postulation.
This could actually be a really cool conversation if it wasn't so combative.
Yeah, very much agree. Yeah. Very much agree. It's cool.
But I'm enjoying the combativeness because it's going quite well.
That's a simple question. Kosho knows that it's like 90%, and then you add in
90%.
Yeah, but you should know that if you did all your research.
It's not
you're
90%.
the expert.
So
what is
Let
it?
me just say this.
You said 60.
So Rakia's study shows, like, the premise is that what we know as dark matter is actually superfluid, right? So, do you have any qualms with that hypothesis, Kosho? That in itself.
That's what I'm trying to state right now. Is that that's perfectly reasonable. If that in this paper, the hypothesis that dark matter, which is not a type of matter, is actually the observation of the rotation rate of the galaxies, that it's caused by the superfluid medium. So sure, I mean, I got no problem with that as well.
But
also
the problem
is that's not at all satisfying what we were talking about before.
That's fine. Yeah, but we're on something else right now. So, in terms of dark matter, we are we observe it in like 90%. That's usually the number that I hear thrown around in in this sort of discourse, that it's 90% of the observable universe we can't even explain. We just see the effect of gravity without the matter, and they call it dark matter, right?
It's 30%.
30%.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say it's even 30%. Doesn't that show that it's at least not as specific to the central portion of a galaxy that you were trying to limit it to? You're saying it was like a very specific thing instead of being a general thing?
Okay, just so we're all clear.
What's the number?
Just so we're all clear on what's being talked about here. Dark matter is simply the observation of the rotation rate being not being explained. And so for this reason, if there were to be this extra matter that would satisfy the rotation rate of the galaxies, then it's about 30%. It'd be about 30% of the universe. This is what the claim is if it were matter. However, in Rakia's paper, it's not describing it as there being this matter. It's describing this superfluid medium being the cause of the rotation rate. Okay, so it's just a totally different explanation for.
I wasn't posting that paper to prove my point. I was just posting a paper about superfluid.
It's just a different possible explanation for the observation. That's all it is.
So the observable universe isn't filled with 90% dark matter.
No.
I agree.
So you say the closer value is 30%.
Yeah, it says. Let's see. Mailman says it's 27%. I saw 30%. It's about 30%.
What am I thinking of then?
Dark energy.
Dark energy and the combination of thereof.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not related to each other. These are two unknowns.
Things that we don't know.
These are two unknown things.
Yeah.
These two unknown things.
They're probably
together
related
make
to
up
each
that
other.
much.
They're probably related to each other.
Yeah, under the current theory, they are. That's why they're calling them a fluid now. They're combining the two and saying that's what dark liquid is. Superfluid.
Yeah, everything's connected, so I wager they are related, but we just haven't found the relationship.
Is there dark matter equivalency like E equals mc squared, but in nighttime?
What was that?
Yeah, you're a bit low, man.
Just that if there's E equals mc squared, would that be nighttime for dark energy and dark matter?
No, that goes out of the window, and so that's why they're trying to figure out, because gravity is not working. The relative whatever Einstein come up with works really well in some instances and not in what they're looking at. So they're trying to come up with different theories as it explains it. One of them is a superfluid. There's many others.
E equals mc squared wasn't part of gravity.
Yep. So it's the equivalence principle.
Went quiet there. Have I lost connection?
Yep.
No, you're good.
Oh, I have. All right. Oh, right. Okay, good. I'm glad, because I've got a little.
I was just silently thinking about how the inflationary model is bullshit.
All right, I was going to give a little factoid, actually, a shout out to the flat earthers or flat earthers. Do you know it was flat earthers, us, or people that believe it's flat or maybe don't believe it, whatever, but I define myself as a flat earther because I believe it's a plane, infinite plane or whatever. The actually educated ball earthers and told them or brought to light that gravity wasn't actually a force. So it's quite funny when they talk about matter with the gravity thing, because it ends up that what do you call it? Like Einstein's theory actually describes the same theory. It's an upward. Your frame of reference is on a spinning disc, right? That's your frame of reference. That's how you get all your reference points. You know, your non-inertial, your inertial and stuff like that. His theory said that you start from, we're on a rotating disc, not a ball, but a disc, and that the direction of gravity, kind of, you could liken it to the apple didn't hit Newton on the head. He actually accelerated upwards at 9.86 meters per second and head-butted the actual apple. That's what his theory actually says. The exact same as the Infinite Plane Society or that, or the Flat Earth Society, the so-called troll group or whatever they're called. I don't care, but that's their belief, that the Earth accelerates upwards. And I think they got that idea of Einstein's theory. And not a lot of ball earthers know that that's part of their model. Gravity isn't. Well, in Einstein's theory, gravity isn't a downward force. It's actually a upward acceleration. But just a little factoid we've educated through our studies, not being experts or anything like that, but just being able to understand what experts are saying. So.
Would dark matter have like a negative
Shout out
mass?
flat earthers.
Would dark matter have a negative mass, sort of repelling gravity?
They say one is a pull and one is a push with superfluid or dark matter, whatever you want to say.
Okay. So I've never looked at what the
yeah, but
like
Einstein predicts. Einstein's theory actually says it's a gravity now discussing. It also repels and also attracts. That's part of
it doesn't say
his
that
theory.
actually.
And that's like double double think, right? Is because now what they can say is, oh no, that's because it's this is acting this kind of way. But it's like what the problem is, they've got a standard model, right, that they believe in. Now, for anything to fit into that model, any new science that comes along, it has to fit in that model. And if it's advantageous to have that thing, they can actually. Imagine a model is this ball, right, and contains hundreds of thousands of things, right, and they're all interconnected, right. One is reliant on the next, and the whole mass is reliant on the independent for it to be a true function, right. But they've kind of forced things in between this ball, that because they fit in with the theory, they isolate them, right? Because they can't explain it. If they put it into them, if they add in all the variables of the standard theory, that theory won't actually work, right? But it's advantageous for them to have that within it. It's like a virus that's a little. It's like an isolated country. It's like a little realm of its own. It can exist in there, like the three-body theory, right? When they actually study the effect of gravity on the Earth and the Sun, they can only study that, so they disregard the effect of Mars's gravity on the Earth, the Moon's gravity on the Earth, and they just study these two bodies, right? And so they study that, and then they study the so-called effect of the Earth, the Mars's gravity effect on the Earth. They study that, they get that number, and then they do it with Jupiter and Saturn, because gravity is infinite according to the theory, and they study them individually, not as a mass.
You said a second ago that Einstein's theory says it attracts and repels.
Yep, it does. It attracts and repels.
I've never seen that. I've always seen it as being a monopole.
They've derived from his theory. Right, wait a minute. They've derived from. See what he did. E equals mc squared, right? And he used Schrodinger's Lorentz transformations. He used all these equations to justify. So he got Schrodinger, I think he got about 20. There's a famous photograph. His theory, right? He had to use all these different theories to justify his. But in the end, his original theory predicted a stationary, a homogeneous, and the not the Kobe, what's it called?
Cosmological constant.
Yeah, that not the college. Yeah, that was and that was called they actually admitting science. That's called fudge factor. That means if something doesn't fit in, it's not a constant even. But if that doesn't fit in, if you add this equation to your, because they talk about solving problems, and they solve it through equations, and they use numbers. That's how they do most of the theoretical scientists. They do it through mathematics. So they fit this equation, which in the end up, the number they're really looking for is 0, because when it has 0, that means it fits in. When it has a minus that, there's an error, or plus. And that transformation, or that the fudge factor, means that it can be a repelling factor, an attraction factor. It can go against normal physics because there's these special requirements. It gets more and more convoluted. It's like more excuses to fit it within this theory for some reason. And it's like, I do believe when scientists are doing this, right, they're studying a certain thing, but I think there's like the hierarchy system. There's a group of people that are harvesting different data off it because they've got a different agenda. They want to know why why particles accelerate around there, because they've, it's like that. These guys, like the mechanic, he fits a carburetor, this certain carburetor, but the guy that designed the carburetor, the reason it's getting fitted is because it makes it faster or it saves fuel. But the guy that's fitting it doesn't know that. He's not privy to that information. So it's not, it's a carburetor or whatever. There's a guy that's using that technology for another reason, but getting someone else to build it or whatever. They're studying a separate issue, because there's some shit out there, with harvesting static electricity or whatever. We are surrounded by electricity, no matter what level it is. It can be what do you call it, manifested or tickled, so it produces something, and we might not know what that is, but there could be a simple solution to that. But as I say, there's people that have that information. That's why, all this science stuff and mathematics and shit like that, you have to come to the realization one day, you just haven't clicked yet, that it's all like a belief. If you get angry at defending the rotation of a fucking galaxy, there's something fucking wrong there. Or if it invokes any emotion within you, there's something wrong there, man. Because
I think that's a bit silly. Like, why should your cosmology matter to you but mine not to me?
Yeah, but I ain't going to defend it. I start on the basis that, hey, after knowing what I know, I ain't got a clue what reality is, and nobody does. Absolutely nobody. Because there's nobody I've met that's explained it in a way I'll go, all right, okay, that makes sense. Because I've got that question. If they want to tell me atoms are little balls, I'm going to ask the most obvious question. Right, what's within that gap?
I love you too.
There must be you can't put these little balls together. And if light does, like you've got a certain angle of incidence, right? So if this photon comes from the sun and it bounces off this raggedy shaped object, right? And we've got a mathematical equation for angle of incidence. How the fuck does that precise, these photons are minuscule, and the detail that I can see off an object, it has to be coming in parallel lines to me. Now, if the sun's at 45 degrees up off this, right, and it illuminates, there's no ball bouncing off there and hitting my eye. The source of light is coming from that object straight to my eye. All the sun is doing, there's no magical, is illuminating that object, and the light is traveling to my eye, or it's manifesting in front of me or whatever, but it's certainly not little balls bouncing off a fucking wall or whatever, because it doesn't explain how you get different views and shadows and everything like that. If you really want to look into
And
that.
I have an issue with them saying it all works perfectly when there's huge gaps and things that are not explained. there's no proof or anything for one thing, but the gaps that they have to fill in with the unknown is ridiculous to say that everything works perfectly. Of course it works perfectly in theory if you fill in those huge gaps with just whatever, with the unknowns. It's not a fair argument. It's misleading is what it is. Seems
yeah, and is it
intentional.
bad of us, Rakia? Is it bad of us to fucking point that out or question it? What are we doing
No,
wrong? That's how
it's pointing out. Yeah, it's pointing out the deception point. Like, that's misleading people that think that it's all perfect. And science is questioning the current theory anyway. So if you want to do true science, then you got to always try and fill in those gaps. And I think that's what, a lot of scientists are doing it, but then you have people obfuscating away from it. Oh, we have it all figured out. Well, no, you don't. You have huge gaps that are unexplained. And when this theory, explains it a little bit better, then maybe you ought to look into that a little more, not just dismiss it, because
it's
the current
like,
theory about superfluid is only a fraction of it has even been addressed.
So that's
Schopenhauer made, and I'll be finished. Sorry, I'll just say this quote. Schopenhauer, he gave a great quote. He says the truth goes through 3 stages. First, it gets ridiculed. Then it gets violently opposed, and then it gets accepted as truth.
Yeah, that's all fine. That's philosophy a little bit, but
yeah, but that's right. But everybody gets. There's a guy called Brian Webster. He was into neurons in the brain, or whatever, and it was chemiosmotic coupling. Right? He discovered, or he proposed, that the information that was going from each neuron, every part of the brain was electric. It was, but it was a chemical electric, process, right? And he proposed that, and he got fucking ridiculed like fuck. He got this was in the, I think it was the early 70s, and he got ridiculed by science. No, it's not that, or anything. And he was made a laughing stock, and it kind of ruined his career, kind of thing, right? And this guy was quoted, man. And what happened was, eventually, he got accepted as the truth, and he won a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, that's you're making my point. We're agreeing, because people that we deal with on here will ridicule, but they're actually quoting people right now that were ridiculed at some point in time. And I personally think the heart is the center of everything, not your brain. Your brain just interprets the information that it's gathering throughout, your sensory, whatever's, and like bringing in information, your skin, your cells, your heart, your blood, your muscles. I think all have memory, and all have, can gather information and send information to the brain, your eyes, and then your brain is just interpreting that information.
Well, here's the thing, Rakia, right? Good for you for saying about the heart. It's quite interesting. According to science, just science, right? They say that more information comes from your heart than any other part of your body. The connections, the neural connections or whatever to your brain, according to science.
Yeah, you have your spinal cord. It's all energy, collection of energy and information. I think that's all it is. Same thing with the earth. I think our bodies are like a representative of other creation, the earth being one of them. The information is being gathered and by all the sensors, and it's a dynamic system. So it gathers it all together, processes it, and sends it back out into reality.
And the thing is, right? That's a belief, right? And like me, that's very similar to mine. But see if you actually lived that, and if people kind of understood and took that as a analogy for our existence, the world would be a better place. I'm not a hippie, by the way, but I'm just saying that idea and that concept is that what you're talking about there. It's a good philosophy to have to go through life, right? Is understanding that, so you're very aware of your surroundings, what you understand. It's like how psychiatrists, right, or the neuro-linguistic programming anyway, it looks at the brain as if it's a computer, right? It treats it as the brain's not really a computer, but they look at it as the analogy, right? It's a computer, and then you think, right, they've found out, right, I can make little packages, and I can do little programs, implant programs into people's brains to run in the background or be triggered or whatever, right? So they found that, but they use that as an analogy, and that works. You know, in neuro-linguistic programming or mind manipulation, that actually works through words, images, and it's the same thing. If you have the mentality that you understand that you treat the earth right, I'm going to believe the earth is grown. Of course, I've got to respect it. You know, treat everybody. If you create your own. It's a philosophy. You know, it's a good. It actually makes that behaviour. I don't know. I'm wandering. I've had 2 beers and a smoke. Sorry.
I liked your points. I thought they were interesting.
Who are you addressing? Because if you were addressing someone else that I have them turned down, you turn them up.
The Scottish bloke.
Okay. Oh, Ali?
Is that his name?
I think so, Ali.
Cheers. Thanks.
I like everybody's viewpoint. Like, it's interesting how everyone, sees things differently, even with the same information. I think that's what makes the world a great place. But how people treat you, right? Doing those little digs, I hope you choke on that soup. I know you don't understand, insinuating that you're beneath them is incredible. The bottom of the barrel. Yeah, the bottom of the barrel scenario, right?
I'm not sure.
That's the only time
you can really lead the charge on how one ought to talk to other people. I'm not sure you've got the moral high ground in that regard, buddy.
Yeah, because when I'm attacked, when my front door is posted, when my children are attacked, yeah, I'm going to defend myself. Right. So when someone insinuates that I'm beneath them, my attitude is going to change greatly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if you remember this, Rakia, but I only agreed with you. I didn't just just say something. But anyhow.
Yeah, you agreed that I was saying that.
Yeah, I agreed with you. You said it, and I agreed with you. So,
right.
But regardless,
you're doing it now. You're being a jerk now. That's
well,
all
I
right.
mean, you're
That's
for
who you
no
are.
reason just bringing. I mean, you're talking to somebody about somebody else, and then just randomly describe me for some reason. But it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. I was just talking to this other dude about special relativity. I don't know why, but with the superfluid thing, because like I said, I was looking into the superfluid vacuum thing, but again, when we're talking about the expansion of the universe, it does in that theory, and in any of these other theories, it doesn't do anything to satisfy the cosmological constant or the expansion rate of the universe. So I know that we, for no reason, changed subjects from dark matter to dark energy, but we originally were talking about with the expansion rate of the universe and what is causing that and how we know that to be true. Right now, the only evidence is the fact that there is a force, there is an acceleration, and so they think that there is some force, and they call that force dark energy. But I don't even think there's not really any tests that show that what it is. Dark energy is a huge mystery.
No, but what it does, Kosho, right? All these constants and expansions and all this sort of stuff, it brings it into question, and looking at them a different way. That's what it does.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is these things that are posted about the dark matter, they're in no way attempting to explain or be a potential explanation for it. So there's not really the observations that are made from dark energy are based on the CMB. So it's not just what we're looking through space with, what's it called, the blue shift or red shift. It's like all the data of the background medium itself. So
yeah, but all this blue shift and red shift, it brings all that into question too. If it is moving through a superfluid, right, it brings all that data into question.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is nothing that we've seen today is claiming that. The superfluid vacuum theory is a totally different idea, and it's just basically stating that the vacuum itself or the quantum states are have a superfluid property. But that's nothing that we've been looking at today. The papers we're shown today are papers about what's happening in the center of galaxies, and there possibly being a superfluid there that would speed up to the galaxies or whatnot.
Can I ask you guys a question? Like, and I won't interject at all. I just ask my question and listen to the answers. What is the superfluid you speak of, and what is red and blue shift? Second question.
Two totally different questions, but the superfluid is basically it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. So they consider it to be like a fifth state of matter, basically, and without being too complicated, because it's I remember having to do with like a quantum property. Basically, it's like the quantum property of all these the quantum states of all these matter in this material are all synchronized somehow. We're all in the same phase. And what this does is it allows this medium, so they can do this with helium, like super cold helium. It allows it to have like no viscosity, and it allows it to move up vertically up walls as a liquid, and just have this weird stuff. And there's a theory that claims that the vacuum of the universe, like the actual empty space, it could have a property.
Could be liquidous, right? To a degree.
Yeah, but that it's just an idea, like I said, by Paul Dirac, but it hasn't really. There's no evidence for it or anything. And then
I've heard about that.
The red shift and blue shift is just observations made of, like, let's say, spectroscopy, for instance. Like if you make,
I don't know what that is.
Spectroscopy is when you take a prism and you have it, the sun, and then you divide up the light, and you take a look at what wavelengths of light you're receiving from whatever source. Anyways, it's called the spectral lines, and all redshift or blue shift is getting those readings of spectral lines of known material that are not that are the same pattern, but they're not in the same part of the spectrum, so they're shifted over.
It's to do with light, the light spectrum. I see. Why is it called red shift and blue shift?
It's either shifted towards the red portion of the spectrum or to the blue portion of the spectrum.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thanks for answering my question so succinctly.
And a cool way to explain it that I hadn't heard of before is, like, you know how a car goes bam, 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 and
the Doppler. That's Doppler effect. Yeah.
The same Doppler effect. It's just that, like the
that was well done, Kosho. Nicely done, mate.
I see.
like the wavelength of sound changes your
Okay. I'm present.
light changes how you see it.
I understand it. Yeah, pretty much completely without looking into it. I like how you quickly answered that question in like a matter of 30 seconds, guys. Appreciate that. What I find more interesting is the what's that water one again? The first
superfluid.
Superfluid, yeah. I find that super interesting because I don't know if you guys know about Crow 777. I used to listen to his podcast, and he's been talking about that for years. He's like, "Yep, space is basically water," and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But I don't know.
Robert
Maybe
Bassano. Have you heard of Robert Bassano, E.T.? Robert Bassano.
Robert Bassano. Yeah, I know. I recognize the name. Yep. I don't study him, but I've heard it.
He was talking about superfluid helium, helium-3 about, oh God, man, about 6, 7 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. That was good. You know, whether he's right or wrong, it was a good. It was it's very interesting. You know, it invokes thought. Yeah.
It's a fascinating topic.
Yeah,
I don't
man.
really understand like the basis behind the idea. Like I guess I understand the concept, but like why do people believe that it could be real as opposed to it being like, a vacuum or something?
That's actually the
it's to do with we can accept it was done on the basis that the Earth produces gases according to science, right? We'll say it's not that I agree with everything I'm going to say or whatever, but it's the way to describe it. It produces gases, and certain gases they rise, and the Earth does vent. Excuse me. It does vent gases, but it goes into according to them, a temperature of minus 130, and a lot of gases liquefy at that temperature. So it's not far off to think just above there, because it'll lose its kinetic energy. It can't go down or whatever because of the fact that it went up. It's not going to sink now because it had enough energy. It's met its equilibrium. It's just sitting there like fog in the water. And perhaps it's affected by a magnetic field. And things float up there.
Well,
or whatever. That's how I can visualize it, and that is okay for a theory. I'll never be able to prove it as a fact.
Well, it's kind of it's a little bit more it's actually pretty interesting actually because as I was saying before, Paul Dirac, he's the guy who basically combined what they were learning about quantum mechanics and Einstein's special relativity, and came up with what basically became quantum electrodynamics and then a quantum field theory, which is basically the theory behind quantum mechanics. And but yeah, anyway, so when he was doing this though, he actually was this is what's interesting, he was actually still considering the ether, very much so. And quantum field theory kind of satisfied the need for the ether as being the fields that propagate, the light propagates through. But regardless, he never he never did give up his own personal description or investigation for what the vacuum was. Like, there's these quantum states that exist everywhere, or quantum fields that exist everywhere, but Paul Dirac was theorizing or hypothesizing that this this vacuum that exists everywhere with these quantum states or quantum fields, that it was actually existed as possibly as a Boy's Einstein, or as a superfluid medium. But the only thing is it hadn't been fleshed out. Like it's an interesting idea, and people find the idea useful because it helps to satisfy gravity with quantum mechanics and stuff like that. But just nobody's had much success in experimentation or anything like that.
right? And that's what I'm saying though. But so that's what kind of frustrates me as well about is you should explore more into the fact we're just pointing out things, questions and stuff like that. But and you're intelligent enough, and you know your subject, and you know how to get it across. But it seems that you're, it just seems to me that you're unwilling. You know, when you look at a paper, you're looking for it to prove your point rather than sort of think about it and then
I know a lot of
accept it. And that's
people.
not a criticism, right? Because that's I've experienced. I've actually had what is it you call it? That cognitive dissonance. I experienced that looking into something that I was convinced about the flat earth, or a belief that I held regarding the flat earth or the moon, or something that I believed in wholeheartedly. It was something I backed, and I read something, right, that totally fucked me, and I felt that, and I was like, fuck.
Oh yeah, it's a very
horrible.
uncomfortable. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. It's awesome that you admit it, because like most people are like, I've never been wrong, but you're describing how you've been wrong and how shitty that feels. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's weird.
I've been there.
And the thing was, shout out Flat Earth. The only reason that I knew what that feeling was, or how to describe it as cognitive dissonance, is because I knew what a cognitive dissonance was, because there's been a huge discussion about it for years. So when I experienced it, because it was like fucking, my brain was like.
Oh, you can physically feel it. I knew about cognitive dissonance before I jumped on the flat Earth discussion, but like, your adrenaline gets pumping, and you're just like, and you feel kind of weird and uncomfortable. But you know whatever you just learned is probably right, even though it goes against your belief system. Yeah, and you're just like, you're throwing a little hissy fit inside of yourself in your brain.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, in the case.
And I was glad I knew what that. I was glad I knew what that was, because then I could handle it. I said, right,
totally,
I'm wrong then. You know, it was easier. I've always been open. I've never like.
Me too. That first time you're like, what the fuck? And then you're like, fuck you for believing something that I don't believe in. And then you freak out, and then you're just like, yeah. And then once you believe, just admit to yourself, it's like, maybe I was wrong about some detail. You'd be like, okay, fine, I was wrong.
You know, in the case
that taught me a lot.
The quantum field, not quantum field theory, the what's it called? The superfluid vacuum theory, or even string theory. Both these theories, actually, I find very interesting. Actually, and you know, just waiting if there's evidence for them. I'm happy to accept them. They're both interesting ideas, and would both satisfy a lot of certain problems in certain other theories if they were true. Yeah, so I'm not claiming to tarnish either of these theories. I just know that there's no. It's not really a theory. It's really a hypothesis. But both these hypotheses are just don't have any veracity yet. So not saying that they're not true. Just saying that there's no reason for me to have confidence in them. But they do. They're both interesting though, for sure, and they both would be very interesting if they were both seen to be correct, or have any evidence or whatever. Paul Dirac was one of the smartest people in the whole field, the quantum field theory and stuff like that. So when people like that, have find some idea appealing, it leads me to, keep an eye open for it.
But it's all philosophy, Kosho. You know what I mean? It's like it's not. It's like when I used to wind the opposing side up by calling it a religion, and you can define it as a religion. There's so many aspects because in the end up you believe in something, right? And the definition of cult or religion or whatever is you're handing over you believe wholeheartedly what that person is saying or whatever that belief system is. It's the ultimate truth, right? And what that does straight away is it confines your man's natural ability. You're actually abusing yourself because you're taking away an inherent genetic quirk or quirk or whatever you want to call it, is man's quest for knowledge or curiosity, or how does this work? You know, as a kid, what do all boys do, right? They do the most fucking right. What happens if I do this, having absolutely no knowledge about it? The grown men do it. They sent up rockets into space. They didn't know they were going to blow the atmosphere up. That guy, Hoppenheimer, whatever he said, they didn't have a clue what they were doing, but yet they would still do that. And that's what it is. So when you hold yourself to a certain belief, and you can bring in the thing about evidence and that, but then you have to look at what's true evidence. Can I actually prove that for myself? Can I touch it? Can I fucking do that? If you can't do that, then it turns into the trusting another man's word, which is, there's nothing wrong with that, no matter how qualified as that. You can learn lots, but in the end up, the buck stops at the fact is that he could be fucking totally wrong. And for you to, and for certain persons like politics, or fans of music or football teams or whatever, when they get that obsession with that certain subject and it affects them emotionally or whatever, or it determines how they treat other people that disagree with them or whatever, then that's it. Then you're abusing yourself. You're abusing your being, being a human being is, and that's it. And if people learn that, I'm not saying fucking everybody do that, but just that's my opinion.
No, I agree with that. And then that's
self-abuse, man. You abuse yourself.
That's my point, though. Is instead of like with any of these sort of hypotheses or whatever, So if there's evidence for them, that's when I'll have confidence in them. Otherwise, I would just be like you said, like you just following something based on emotion or based on like hoping it's true or something. But it's definitely worthy of investigation for sure.
Oh no, I'm not trying to sell you that idea. I'm just talking about the approach to new subjects you've never heard of, or just people talking to you or giving an opinion or whatever. It's when we get into that, when we start defending our own beliefs and emotionally affecting us, because I accept I don't have a fucking clue, but everything I say, every opinion, whether what I think the moon is or the shape of the earth, in the end up, I do not fucking know, and I accept that. But I've got convictions, but in the end up, I start with the assumption. My assumption is I could be totally wrong, but I believe this and that and that and that, and that's a religion.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you, and that ability to be like the willingness to be wrong, I think is super powerful, because then you're not controlled by some kind of belief system which might be completely fucking wrong in the first place.
Yeah.
And
that's not.
It actually empowers you to be stupidly honest with yourself.
I love science. I love technology and shit like that. I love that kind of stuff. But I've talked to people that are qualified in electronic engineering and had conversations with them, and they've explained things, and I'm like, I don't get it, and they explain even further, and then I get it or whatever. But the point is, when you're talking to an expert, but they can say, hey, buy that thing here, and you can test it like this, and you can do it physically. But when it goes into the ethereal, where it's just it's written down on paper, or it's a diagram, or it's a little squiggle on an electronic device that's whatever, registered in a little book, or on a graph, or a printer that comes out with a graph with squiggles on it and stuff like that. I said to me, well, that's good. They've registered an event, but if you say that was a proton smashing into a fucking, or that was a proton getting extracted from a electron or a photon. Well, actually, a proton extracted from an electron or whatever. You have to prove that the photon exists or whatever. You know, it's just an analogy. You know, it's just in the end up, it's just an analogy of way of they describing an event at a certain energy level packet. They say, oh, that has that effect, so we'll call that a proton. That happens at, you know, 2 gigahertz or GeVs, electron volts, or whatever you want to call it. That happens at that power level when we blast this thing out into the ether or into a vacuum. And then we, you know, we send this round, this energy thing round this vacuum in one way and the opposite way, and this event happens. Or whatever. They've just, but it's just really, they don't really know what it is they're playing with. But they've described it, they've given it names: electrons, quarks, upspin. They're only just theoretical. Their little things are just little.
Then they have something smaller than a quark. What do they call those? I think it starts with a P, the letter P. What do they call those?
Quarks are
gluons.
Particles.
They're called gluons. The gluons interact with the quarks. The gluon bounces between the two quarks and creates the energy. But they're smaller things. They actually call these things, do you know what they call them, ET? They call them sparticles.
That's funny.
Fucking believe that. And we get criticised. We get criticised for making up fucking words, man, you know, on that. Fucking sparticles, man.
And it's literally that is crazy. I actually didn't know that, but it's purely theoretical, correct? Like 100%, right?
Yeah, exactly. They've got little what they're doing is they're measuring a electrical event. You know, what they're doing is it's like imagine if this is how I see it, right? They get this big massive build up of power, so they've got this big fucking hang of power, and they've got this like a hose, right? And they've got this, and they're going to try and switch it on and switch it off as fast as possible. So they're going to spurt out the littlest amount, but with the most magnitude. So they've got this force here, and if you just give it a little on-off like that, this little, what they see as a ball, or the smallest, it'll depend on how quick they can switch it on and off. And that impulse, electrical pulse, will shoot round the vacuum. And they'll do it the other way around as well, you know, like in that circular. But they've got this massive amount of energy that's going to get let out in, say, a millisecond, released in a millisecond, that magnitude in that space of time, and that's what creates the... So what they do is, by turning the electrical force up and down, they can create different electrical packages, which within a certain range, they would say, oh, that's in that range, well, that's an electron. And when we do that, and then we interact it with maybe a lower frequency or a higher frequency charge, and we send them off together or make those two interact, we get this event. And then they work it out like that. The brain's a computer analogy. They work it like that, but they say, oh, it's best to think of it as a little ball because they bounce and stuff like that. Even though in reality, that could be the furthest thing from the fucking truth, because they've never seen that. You know what I mean? So it's like, and it works like that. You know, but they're just sending out different electrical packages. Imagine little, like shock waves. You know, if you see the explosions in slow cam, you see this ethereal thing happening. You know, that like that little shock wave where if you, instead of the explosion being, you know, like boom, like a second long, if you could cut that down with the same energy and you could make that event happen in a millisecond, you'd still get that ethereal shock wave kind of thing, but it'll have energy, and that's what they measure. That little bit travels around.
Still pretty fucking theoretical, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I could
They
be
don't know
wrong.
what they're
I
playing
could be
with.
wrong, but
You talking quantum field
It's
theory?
all guesswork. It's all guesswork, but they've found
Quantum field
something
theory?
you can connect it to in a physical world. That's how they do that. All this, like if you see the explanation for gravity with a big plastic, the big rubber thing, and a big heavy ball in the middle, and they roll this thing around. That's them using a physical thing to describe a theoretical thing. But it's easy to do that, right? But if you actually think about that, that's like a two-dimensional. What about what's happening around? Because that ball that's sat on that rubber thing, that's also surrounding, that rubber thing is enveloping, that so-called field, the ether or whatever they call it, the Higgs field or whatever. So there's if you were to look at that in three-dimensional and put it into grid lines, this thing would have what do you call it, a space between it. So these lines would be constantly bending. And that's why the mathematics are so complicated. Because say a ball surrounded in water, imagine that water, you put it on into a computer screen and you read it out in a grid, like a three-dimensional grid. And as you moved that ball, you could see the grids, but you could see as the ball was moving, it was actually interacting with the next grid line, the horizontal, the vertical, like in a cube, right? You would see that bend. It would be bent above because it's mass. So you would look at it and you'd be bending these grid lines around it. And so you would see the physical ball and the grid lines that it was encased in, you would actually see that bend. But that explanation, you think, that they give is done on a 2D surface.
Yeah, but
and it's actually not even relevant because there's this so-called grid line or this field that's encapsulated in water, if you want to call it, imagine it in water. So the water on the top of the bottle, that whole surface is conforming to a circle. Now, to describe that in mathematics with straight lines and curved and all this, and actually move that ball through this ether, the coordinates on that thing, trying to plot where that was and exactly the shape of it or whatever, is fucking complicated. That's why you use mathematics. Yeah, it's totally theoretical, and it's.
Ali, I was going to respond to that, but at least you said it again at the end. You're talking quantum field theory?
Well, we were actually talking about the substance that surrounds it. We were talking about everything there. How they evoke real things. They bring in real objects to describe something that's in their imagination because.
I understand. Yeah, it takes a long time. I just was.
Well, that's me.
Well, the quantum field theory. It is what you're describing. It's called the standard model of quantum mechanics or whatever. But yeah, it actually is. It's considered the most successful theory in science. So, would you say it's just completely theoretical?
Yeah, but it's only for observational. It's got nothing at all to do with reality. And don't quote computers use quantum physics and crap like that, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I know you're kind of starting up again, but I'm trying to say that it's not completely theoretical. It has practical applications, and and it's been the most successful experiment theory in all of science.
Give an example of its quantum.
Computer chip in your cell phone, which uses NP junctions.
What's that? What are NP junctions?
Yeah, it's basically the semiconductors in your transistors in your like the memory for your memory in your phones or whatever. It has to have this NP junction, which basically allows for negative. It allows for electrons, or it doesn't allow for electrons, so it's either negatively charged or positively charged.
So it's electricity then, yeah.
A resistor?
No,
it's electricity.
Not a resistor. And it's not electricity. It's these specific. What they do is they use these wafers. They make these these crystal, like with the what do you call it? The what do you call that? Silicon, and they put phosphorus in it and this type of stuff, and they make these.
Right. How does that connect? How does silicon connect to it? How are you connecting
because you have to know the say for instance the what's it called? Electrons have a quantum tunneling, so they actually will behave.
Wait,
they will
hold
behave.
up.
They will behave as oh, sorry, was somebody saying something?
I know I cut you off. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Just when you said quantum tunneling, can we go back to quantum
that.
tunneling after you?
Michael Faraday discovered that, by the way. Michael Faraday discovered what you're calling quantum tunneling is if you put a charge through, like a tuning fork. I'll do what science does. A tuning fork. Say I've got a tuning fork that's in the key of C, right?
I'm
sorry. I've got another tuning fork that's in the key of C, and I hit the tuning fork of the key of C, and I stick it, so it starts vibrating, and I just have to put the one that I haven't hit a little bit closer, and it'll start resonating and start making a noise. So that's all that is. That isn't quantum tunneling.
Right. You're right. That isn't quantum tunneling.
So don't you? Yeah, exactly.
What you just described wasn't anything related to it, but the quantum tunneling.
But all right, okay. I'll say to Michael Faraday. I'll give you what is. Wait a minute.
What I was saying before, I don't know.
Right, I'll tell you where it came from. Michael Faraday, right?
I'm not asking.
He had an experiment. Can I finish? Right, let me do this.
I'm trying to finish what I was trying to say.
All right, you finish then.
I was just saying before that because you asked for an example. I'm just telling you that in the quantum tunneling that I'm talking about, which is quantum tunneling I'm aware of, is based on the uncertainty principle, which is surrounding quantum. It's a quantum property, which if it describes an object as the location not being definite, basically, if you have the momentum, so it becomes less.
That's called probability quotient.
Yeah. So basically, what this allows for is a particle like an electron, since it has a low enough mass that it will behave in such a bizarre way that it could be in any location in its cloud, and sometimes that location is on the other side of a wall even. And for this problem, there's a limit to how small we can make these semiconductors. So the semiconductors are governed by quantum mechanics.
Do you think there is a limit?
Yes.
Why?
Because of heat. It's because you can't get rid of, because these things need electricity, and electricity produces heat. When these things
we don't understand electricity still to this day. So what? Who's to say these things can't be like mini nanoparticle computers? They're already making nano shit already. Like fuck. Who's to say that you can't make like microscopic dust computers?
That's what they are. That's how close they are right now. These NP junctions.
I think the military's been doing it already for a few decades, personally. But
that's what describes the limit. Is these NP junctions where these allows the electrons to either pass or not pass, and they create these memory cards and RAM and all that kind of stuff. The microchips. Well, in order to they make them at the level that you're describing at the nanometer range, but at that scale, that's already where the electron has the ability to quantum tunnel through. So the NP junction becomes.
Can you explain to me what quantum tunneling is? Like
that's what I'm saying. That the quantum tunneling is basically where the electron it doesn't have a definite position, and so for this reason. The position is not definite. It's going to exist in this cloud.
So it doesn't its position doesn't exist.
There's a probability. Hold on. There's a probability that its position is actually on the other side of a wall, even. So
that's what you meant by that.
Yeah. So if the walls are too close, it's possible for the electron to get past this barrier.
So it doesn't actually have a true location then, under that kind of thinking, does it? It's everywhere. It's somewhere, but it's nowhere.
Well, it can have a position, but if it has a position, then you don't know where its momentum is, basically. But you actually can pinpoint.
But that would be impossible to calculate as well.
I don't think so. I just, like I said, the two properties are just related.
Like no one's ever gonna figure it out because by the time they figure out where you were, you're hours, if not years, late. Right? Like, you're not gonna predict where. Like, if we're talking on the quantum level here, like that, like you just described all that stuff, you're not gonna predict it. There's no fucking way, unless you really fucking knew what was up.
Well, what they use is they use like the Schrodinger equation. I think somebody brought it up earlier, Schrodinger equation or the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is what that's based on. It's like the position of the electron can only be known as much as the momentum. So the momentum and the position both can't be known at the same time. And so the more you know about the momentum, the less you know about the position. And if you know exactly the position, then you know nothing about the momentum. So,
if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound?
Yes.
Prove it.
I go with Kosho. I agree. It does. Of course it does.
Say it again, Mr. Alley.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you. I'd go with that. That's my answer. I give the same answer.
Yeah, I mean, sure,
I've been in a forest. I've cut down trees, and the logical. If it's like that for me, it must be for animals as well. Otherwise, every time you seen a fallen tree, you would see a dead animal underneath it. So my conclusion is yes.
Okay, no, and that makes sense to me. But let's pretend a tree falls in the forest and there's no fucking animals and hypothetically no insects either, right? Does it make a sound? Because look at everything we know about. If we're going to talk about physics and shit like that, look at everything about like how an observer can change things. You know, we all know about that now over the last decade or two. If you observe something, it appears to change.
Right, here's an example. E.T., I know what you're getting at, and I kind of go down that way as well, but that thing about the sound, right, for example, I'm 20 miles away from you, right, and a house next door to you explodes, it makes a sound, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 20 miles away, I don't hear that sound. Right?
Did it happen?
I'm not there.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not there. We're taking
but
from the
it
animal's
did happen.
perspective.
Yeah.
Right, but wait a minute. You heard that. And then you said to me, "Oh, there was an explosion in that thing," and that's a fact.
I heard that 9/11 happened, but I wasn't there myself. But I still.
But this is sound. That's different. That's sound. And I would trust you if you said the house next door, and you should have heard the bang, Alan. And I would have went, "Yeah, I bet you fucking would have heard the bang," but I didn't. I'm 20 miles away, but it happened. So hence the tree falling down to me.
Such a silly question or statement. If a tree falls down in a forest, it doesn't.
Well,
make
no,
a sound.
it's not a silly. It's not a legitimate question. It's not silly.
Well, let me finish, ET. Don't jump all over the top of me. Just let me finish my statement.
Okay.
Please. All right.
Good way to jump in. Just call me a fucking rude piece of shit, but okay.
I know it's all good, mate. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all cool. It's all cool. Don't stress, man. Because things do make sound. There are vibrations and this sort of thing. So we know this happens for a fact. Right? So just because no one was around to witness the tree falling down, right, doesn't negate that the action of it falling down will produce sound.
I see your answer, Bansaw. But
that's the whole point. Why do you think the argument exists in the first place?
No, ET, there is an argument to be made, and I'll make it. So it's a good question, and it shows the assumption of science. Because science assumes that everything will, that there's uniformity, that things will always happen, as we observe them. But the truth is we don't know that. And, we could say that past performance, we have a strong inference, but we don't truly know that it does make a sound because we don't actually observe it. We don't have proof of it, right? And the second thing is, who says our observation isn't changing the result? If we're taking what they say about observing, light, and then when you observe it, and it's different than when you don't observe it, like with the quantum eraser double slit experiment, then maybe our observation of this thing is causing it to make sound. maybe if no one's observing it, it doesn't make a sound. You know, it's nuanced.
So you think that the fact from the observation itself, right, that something vibrates and causes a sound of some sort, that is actually potentially caused from our observation.
Maybe having an observer is the necessary antecedent that we don't know about. We couldn't possibly know otherwise because we only can observe it.
Yeah, but isn't that silly?
It's not necessarily silly, but it's showing that, you know, that science, that uniformity is based off of these assumptions. And sure, these assumptions have strong inferences, but that's only from whenever we observe it. We can't make, you know, claims as to when we don't observe it, right? We're always observing it one way or another, either directly or indirectly. Let's say you had like set up a camera or something like that.
I do get what you're saying, right? I understand the nuance of your argument there, right? But
it's a philosophical argument more than anything. You can't make a truth claim without, you know, truly knowing, and you don't truly know unless you have 100%.
I don't think it's philosophical.
Well, I think that's silly though. It's like saying I don't observe my kid taking a shit. Does that mean he actually takes a shit?
Well, no,
he's a natural person, right?
No, but it's exactly. I mean, the first one, because it has there's no purpose for that. But regardless, it'd be the same as asking if you
technically you didn't hear it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second, sir. It's like asking if a brick falls into the lake, and no one's there witnessing this, is it gonna actually splash and make waves or anything? And if you
it's about observation.
Hold on
it's
for a
about
second,
observation.
Hold on for a second.
Well, it's about observation. I'm just going to correct you because you're going to say something.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish.
All right. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Allie. Right. So it's actually the same exact thing as the sound thing, because a tree falling and creating a shock wave is what the sound is. So a brick falling into a lake and creating the actual water waves.
How do you know
splashes? It's the same sort of phenomena. And to claim that one isn't happening in the case of the sound would be similar to claiming that if a rock falls and no one's looking, that just falls through the water, doesn't splash, and doesn't make any waves.
Yeah, how do you know it does make a splash?
Oh, can I butt in? Oh, come on, percentage. I wanted to butt in. I wanted to butt in.
I set up a video camera. I wasn't there.
All right,
you're still observing it. Maybe the universe
No,
knows that you're observing
your
it.
Your video camera doesn't matter because now you're observing it.
Yeah.
So if nobody's observing it,
well.
does that even exist?
It's based in philosophy, Kosho, right? It's about observation and perception, right? Is what I just read. I knew it was a philosophical. It's nothing to do with the action of the tree falling whether you hear it. It was it's a philosophical, and it's about observation and perception.
Fine. No, let's take this a step. Let's take this a step further. Observation. Dude, all this thing about when you look at something, you change it. The observer.
ET, hold on. Let Ellie finish.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
No problems. I'm just as bad, so there's no biggie. But I've just finished off what I just looked in Wikipedia because I thought it was philosophical and it didn't really. But what they say, it was around 1710. It was like, you know, these philosophers came out and it was a discussion. Don't know the name, but it was about observation and perception. It wasn't really about that was like a analogy, you know, how different people. If you know how you could observe an event, I could observe an event, but I could come to a different conclusion than you did. It was kind of on those kind of I kind of understand on those kind of lines. I thought that, you know, it's not, whatever. That's what I read. Sorry, that was me. Finished.
No worries. Go ahead, ET.
Oh, well, no, I prefer to listen to him talk about the whole thing. All I was trying to say was, forget about a tree falling in the forest and doesn't make a sound. With, like, I don't know, proven is a pretty strong word in science, right? And they're saying that like when not this is like pretty much proven. Well, not proven. It's believed that if you look at something, the observer can affect what's being looked at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like most scientists believe that now. It's like it's new quantum physics and stuff. But I mean, most quantum physicists and scientists believe this now. At this point,
I don't think they actually believe that.
Wow,
you have to be more
I
specific
don't know.
because it's observed for sure in terms of like when you're studying like scientists are studying a group of animals or humans or something like that. There's an actual effect from how they change their behavior when they feel like they're being watched, you know. And then there's the quantum erased double slit where they're observing this light and they say that the photons are behaving differently when they're being observed by any means, like even delayed observation.
The whole double slit thing, that's like a basic elementary version of it, and then it gets way crazier
and
than that.
They tried to trick it by like using video and stuff like that, and it was the same thing happened.
No, but that's not that's perceived. That's perceived as a
Does everyone at least know like the basic like version of what we're talking about? Like how when something is observed, it's changed.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, man. Is that observation is not affected by a person making the observation. It's affected by collapsing the quantum wave function collapses if it interacts with something, and by making an observation, whether it's a person or a camera or a sensor or something that is having a physical interaction in order to make the observation, it's this that causes the quantum wave function to collapse, not necessarily a conscious.
Wait, can you break that down? Like I'm 5 years old.
Okay,
yeah, where's the interaction?
The interaction takes place when you have a camera. So it's like, let's say you have a photon, for instance, that's traveling through the slits. Okay, in order to take a record of this photon going through the slits, whether it's with a sensor, a camera, anything like that, it has to actually interact with whatever you're using.
How does the camera interact? It's just watching.
The photon actually has to hit the lens for a camera to interact.
What?
So then the thing is when that was SC.
So you're saying a photon bounces off the photon into the camera's lens.
I'll come back.
A sensor or a camera or anything, just another particle even, it doesn't matter because the quantum wave function, what the photon's doing is when it's not affected by anything, like it's not interacting with anything, it's going to behave as a wave. But when it's interacting with the outside world, once it has to make real decisions based on other particles, it no longer has this autonomy of
what other particles? What are you talking about?
It's actually the quantum wave function collapses, and its quantum particles or its quantum properties become fixed.
Hold on, Osho. You said the camera somehow interacts with the particle.
Man. This is why it's hard to say things because you're cutting in.
So let's say you have a box the size of the camera. Let's say
how does the camera interact with the particle?
How does the camera?
Well, how the fuck can the mind interact with a particle? That's
how do you record a light signal? Okay,
well, the camera is how is it interacting?
Hold on. How does it?
One at a time. One step at a time. Let's go slow. So let's say you don't have a camera yet, right? You just have a box where the camera will be. You have one iteration. It's just a box, right? Like a small wooden box or something like that.
And there's no camera.
You have light bouncing off the box, and now you place that box with a camera. You're still gonna have light bouncing off the camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is if you have some sort of sensor that is interacting with the light before it hits the wall.
How is it interacting with the freaking light?
Just like the wood box.
I'm trying to respond to %.
How is it interacting with the light?
I mean, why can't you behave, man?
Because you say bullshit, man, and nobody picks up on it. How does the camera affect the light?
Like, why do you sit down, dude?
Go ahead, please expound on how it's interacting because it's bouncing. The light's bouncing off just like it did the wooden box, just bouncing off
I understand
the lens.
The question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so any interaction, if there's enough interference from other particles or other anything, then that's going to cause it to.
Yes, we established that, but how specifically does the camera interact with the light?
I do
Specifically.
not plan to respond to you, SC. Please stop speaking. I'm in the most speaking.
Listen, you said any interaction. Is the light interacting with the wooden box?
This is allow me to finish, please. Okay. If the let's say you shoot the particles and they're going across the slit. If they happen to hit the box, then it's interacted at the wave function collapse. The only time it's only if the particles are able to go through the slit, unaffected by anything, nothing's interacting with it, and then hit the wall. That'll be the first time the wave function collapses or whatever, right? So, yeah, you're right. If for some reason it's interacting with something, like let's say the light doesn't go to the wall, the screen on the other side, it goes to the side wall, and then tries to bounce off of that. At this point, you're gonna experience wave function. More likely chance the wave function is gonna collapse.
How, Kosho? How?
Speaking, dude.
How the fuck does the camera affect the light? The fifth time I asked you.
You gotta assume I do not.
Don't waste our time.
Yeah, you haven't expounded on this interaction.
I'm trying to, dude, but you got a fucking asshole screaming over me, dude. I'm in the middle of saying the answer to what you're asking. I'm literally in the middle of saying the answer to that. Okay? The wave function collapses because there's interference with other particles out of the outside world. This causes the wave function, which was just a probability of distribution of its properties, right? The properties aren't gonna be fixed. But when the wave function collapses, its properties becomes fixed, like its position, for example. So, and that's if it has interference by the outside world or other particles. And so, by making this observation or having a sensor sense which slit it's going through, for example, it's what's going to cause an interaction, which is going to cause the wave function to collapse. So it's just any
Still didn't explain it. You said outside particles. You said nothing about the camera. Zero. Not one word.
He was just finishing his point. How about this? Explain the whole idea like you're talking to a 5-year-old. How about that? Can we do that?
No, I'm not going to do that, man. But I will tell you this, though, dude. If you think about a CCD camera, or you think about any sort of like this, the film at the end of the the film on the wall, the way that it captures where the position of the photons were is by it interacting with the film.
Why won't you explain it?
This is how a CCD sensor works as well. The light has to interact with the CCD sensor.
Why do you refuse to say it in a way that a child would understand?
I'm trying.
He doesn't know. He just all of you. Doesn't know
photon is either.
I just explained to you what's happening when it's going through when it's trying to be captured by a camera. It has to interact.
I guess I still don't understand it. So why don't you explain it to me?
I'm telling you, it has to interact. That's the answer. It has to interact with the sensor. This interaction.
You're describing the double slit, the basic double slit. You're not describing the quantum eraser, wherein they didn't introduce something that scattered the particles or caused interference or observed it. What they did was just mark it so they know which one's which, right? And in that sense, they didn't have the interference pattern that you're talking about. There was no collapse. So
what do you mean they mark it? What do you mean they mark it?
They I don't know how to explain it honestly, but basically they had the interference pattern. It was marked in whatever way, and it disappeared, and then it reappeared after the marked photons went through the double slits.
The delayed choice quantum eraser?
No, this is just the quantum eraser.
You still didn't explain it, by the way. Still waiting, Kosho.
I'm waiting too.
I can explain it. So there's a camera, right? So the light ray, or actually the particle, the photon, it goes towards the lens. Now it hits the lens of the camera. Now there's an interaction there because it can either go straight through the lens or it can refract in some way, and that's what it does. That's an interaction. Then it also when it actually goes to the camera. It hits the lens, and there's an interaction there as well. So there are several interactions there already. This isn't so hard.
I know it's really not.
Anytime a photon hits anything, there's an interaction.
Are you saying the photon is hitting the camera? The particle that's being split is hitting the camera? Is that what you're saying?
It can hit the camera, or it can hit the surface that we're talking about.
You know what's
for example, in the
you know what's fucking crazy about this conversation? It has nothing to do with that original point that was made. When you observe something, it changes it, and the whole thing about the camera and that phenomena is completely unrelated.
Hold on.
That's what they do.
The whole point is the quantum wave function collapsing is, like I said, is when it doesn't behave like a wave anymore. The properties become fixed. So any interaction is going to cause this, and any way that you're going to decide to sense what it's doing is going to cause an interaction, which is what causes this.
Okay, so here it is. There's no pattern interference because it's marked by quantum marking and quantum eraser techniques. I don't know exactly what that entails. It says entangled pairs of neutral kaons.
Did you just say quantum eraser?
Just a bunch of bullshit is what it is.
Did you say quantum
eraser?
eraser?
Criticism of their model. Hold up. If we're doing a criticism of the thing, they're claiming that they can mark these photons in such a way that they're not causing interference. They're not introducing, photon scattering or anything like that. So, how is that happening? Again.
What were the results of the delayed choice quantum eraser test? Because didn't they show that it does exactly that, behaves as a wave?
They showed that even marking it had this sort of effect where it would behave differently than if they didn't mark it. And in that case, there was no interference in terms of scattering of the particles.
I've got to say, I'm none the wiser.
Just for the record, to be clear, Kosho still did not give us an explanation about the camera. Just to be clear.
If you want to be perfectly clear, the problem is that there's, I'm not going to name names, but there's people who can't understand this. It's explained very simply. Any interaction.
Did anybody else here understand what Kosho said about the camera?
Any interaction is going to cause the wave function to collapse. To sense it, you're going to cause the wave function to collapse.
Mm-hmm. And I addressed that by saying that there is no wave function collapse when they're using this quantum marking that they say that they can do.
I love both. I love both of you, but I gotta agree with that one guy. He never addressed it. He still has a not
differently than not,
and he never will.
You haven't addressed it.
Percentage. Will you settle these two guys real quick? Is it not? I mean, regardless of what you're saying is true or not, percentage. Is it not the case that's already been explained how the sensor is claimed to affect the fucking test?
Sure. Okay. I'm fine with the sensor thing because it's causing like anything.
They won't
they're basically
about
saying. I don't understand exactly why it would be different if you replace the sensor with a box. Why? But I guess they couldn't possibly know unless they're actually observing it somehow. I don't know how they even claim that there is no that it's different when they're not observing it. Because how can you know something that you can't observe?
I think this delayed choice test is based on the what's it called? There's the Bell theorem or whatever it's called. There was a different test that that Bell did. I think that this is the same sort of actually it says it right here, Bell type scenario. So I think that what the delayed choice and the Bell theorem shows is that there is this freaky quality with quantum mechanics, but I don't think it's the same thing as this this issue with the sensor.
Okay, let's rewind. Let's get to brass tacks. Can we agree that you can't know something that you can't observe?
No. Or are you talking again with the waves?
No,
the sound waves.
Period. Absolutely.
No.
I'll agree to that. Yeah, just in general. In general, can we agree with that? Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. No.
What can you know that you can observe?
No, like what you said. Okay, so the one you used the right term before percentage. You said the uniformity of nature, and this is a base axiom, which may not be true, but this axiom is what allows us to investigate everything we investigate.
Absolutely, I agree.
So I use that axiom to know things, and so when you ask that, then I say I say I would know it. I wouldn't say proven or.
Here's
Here's a brand new question: why the hell would you believe something if you can't prove it at all? Or
just justified it just a second ago.
No, he's saying that basically, the fact that they observe these things and they rely on it so heavily, gives them strong inference for saying that these things are true, that he knows things that aren't.
Yeah. Well, we can all create axioms or learn axioms and proofisms and shit.
I was almost done, ET.
God damn it.
So the fact of the matter is, it's just like he said, it's an axiom, which is basically like an agreed upon assumption, right? That may not be true.
Wrong. An axiom is an undeniable truth. It's not agreed upon by anybody.
That's wrong, Essie.
That is wrong.
You're wrong. An axiom is an undeniable truth.
No, that's a truism. There's a difference between truism and an axiom.
No, there isn't. An axiom is an undeniable truth.
Essie, honestly, percentage is right. The definition of an axiom, and I was hanged amazed. The actual definition of an axiom, in the end up, it's just it doesn't. An axiom can be not being able to proven. It just has to be agreed upon. And the axioms like that, a truism is something that can't be denied. It's just a fact. It's just not an agreed upon a fact. It's just a fact that it happens every time. That's all I see. There was no criticism. That's all. But that's what
all
I've read.
Truisms are axioms, but not all
okay.
axioms
If that's
are
the truth, then okay. So if that's the truth,
but axioms can still be logic, though. Axioms can still be true based on logic, like what Bev and stuff like that. They're axioms, but they can be proven.
No, the
axioms are undeniable truths.
They could be undeniable truths, but they need not
geometry.
So basically, all truisms are axioms, and some axioms are truisms, but not all axioms are truisms.
Right.
Yeah, so you feel that you can just create axioms then? The percentage? You feel that you can just create them?
Science does it. Science does it all the time. Science is based on axioms that are that can never be proven. They can't be falsified, man. That's what most of science does. So they do it. So yes, but
those aren't axioms, though.
The difference between the two is an axiom is a consensus that humans have created as a truth, whereas a truthism is where it's something that's so fucking objective nobody can argue with it. That's basically the difference.
Rakir wrote it in the chat. Self-evident. That's all it is. It's self-evident. So it doesn't need anything else for you to regard it as being true. But it doesn't necessarily mean.
So you don't agree upon it. So you don't just agree upon it. It's something that is true, Kosho, right?
So it doesn't have to do with agreeing. It has to do with just self-evident and not shown to not be true. So
should we pull up the definition?
No matter what.
Somebody pull up the definition.
I did. I know it by heart. It's a self-evident truth. I brought it up in my mind.
Absolutely correct.
That's cool. That's funny because
that's
he
part
brought
of an
up
axiom.
He brought up.
But that's exactly what it is. It doesn't mean it's undeniable. It means that it doesn't need evidence to regard it as you being true. It's just it's on its own. On its own you can regard it as true. Although that doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% proven fact.
No, the issue with that definition, relying on that definition alone, is the truth part, a self-evident truth. Sure, like not all axioms are self-evident truths. Some of them are just things that are agreed on. For instance, infinity.
That's not an axiom.
Infinity is not an axiom.
The existence of zero, the existence of infinity, those are axiomatic.
No, they're not. I wouldn't say those are. I think the axioms in math are just the number one. The number one, and then I think that's one of the only axioms. But zero is not necessarily an axiom. All the other, a lot of the things in math are built off of the axioms. And the axioms
zero being a number is an axiom. How can you have like a number of something that you have nothing of. It's axiomatically accepted.
Let me see. I'm looking for the axioms in math because I know that the number one is one of the axioms, but I don't know.
This is gonna get nerdy.
Let me give you an example of a
I have a
self-evident
feeling this
truth.
is gonna get fucking
OSA.
nerdy.
Hold on. SA, jump in, SA.
Yeah, please,
Let me just give you one example of an axiom, okay? The parts cannot be greater than the whole.
I'd agree with that. That's an axiom and a truism.
That's an axiom. That's an undeniable truth. There's no way around that.
What do you
Nothing.
mean they cannot be greater? You mean in terms of mass or something?
Excuse me?
What do you mean in terms of greater? Greater how? Do you have a number for greater?
Do I have a number for greater? Does anybody else not understand what I just said? Because I don't really feel
Everybody
like talking with
got
this
it.
dude.
It's just riding. It's
If
just
you
riding.
I know it's just that's why I don't want to talk. Everybody else understood what I said except writing?
Writing.
Absolutely.
He's just trying to find
You're
exception.
You're right about what you said, percentage. Yeah, the infinity is one of the axioms, and there's a couple other axioms. Like I said, the number one, the axiom of the union, the infinity pairing. It's like a small set of them, but regardless, these axioms you can build everything else off of.
Right.
but they're just by consensus. That's by consensus.
Here's one that should trigger a lot of people. How do you create something out of nothing? Ha! You fucking can't.
Exactly.
It has to be there, right? There's nothing
Another
that you
axiom
discover.
is the one in science, which is that that there's uniformity. That if you test something today and tomorrow and after tomorrow, then like it's tested 1,000 times today, then it's going to be the same the next time you test it.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't truly know that. We just believe it because we can't possibly prove every single time, right? We don't have omnisciency. It's an axiom.
Well, 50%.
That's what's beautiful about that concept. It's infinitely provable.
Wait a minute. Could I just jump in? 50% of those peer-reviewed papers can never be falsified, as in tested. It's like impossible to. I
was watching
test.
this reaction video.
So back to the camera and the delayed choice, right? Does anybody agree that Kosho gave a thorough, understandable, complete explanation of how the camera affects the experiment?
No, it didn't.
It was misinformed.
I think
it was misinformed. This is
a weird thing about that question, is that the observer is supposed to be able to change something by viewing it, right? But the camera gives it like a third-degree viewership, meaning like it wasn't first-hand; it was second-hand. I take back what I said.
ET, check this out, man. Remember I told you how the electron before? I told you how its position is not known, if its momentum is related to that. Well, there's properties of these quantum particles where when they're in their quantum state, or when they have a quantum wave function, they're not those position. The properties aren't defined. They're like I said, probabilities. Okay, so the probabilities in this wave function, but you can't actually know these properties. And when the wave function collapses, that's when these properties are actually they're definite properties now. So the thing is, like an electron, for example, you can actually make a wave function collapse. You can make a photon's wave function collapse. Okay, and the way in which this is done is by interacting with other particles.
Well, dude, hold on.
If it's not interacting with other particles, then it can be its position. This type of stuff, it doesn't have to be definite. There's nothing that's compelling it to be a definite these definite properties. But once it interacts with other particles or other material or whatever, now it actually does have to make its properties definite, because it's interacting with something else. There's going to be a definite consequence. It's not going to be
you said interacting.
So
you said interacting without showing how it interacted. You're just saying words.
For this reason, when it interacts with anything like a sensor or some material or something that makes its wave function collapse, and it doesn't behave like a wave anymore.
That was actually.
How does it interact with the camera? How?
I agree with him too. Like, I just gotta have a point. I don't necessarily agree with him, but when he said like wave function, I gotta be perfectly blatantly honest with you. I don't know what the fuck a wave function
I
is.
tried
Okay,
describing it,
and then especially when you tell me how it collapses, even if I did understand it, that would be even
I just told you
weirder.
it was though. The wave function is a representation for those properties. Those properties in the wave function don't exist as definite properties. They exist as a distribution of probabilities. So, like its position, for example, is not going to be an actual position in 3D space. It's going to be a probability of where its position is.
Okay, fine. That's it. Okay, well, how does the function come into collapse then? So you've named the wave function.
Yeah. The wave function collapses. It's no longer a wave function when it interacts with other particles.
What's a wave function in the first place?
That wave function is that distribution of probability of its properties.
Okay, and how does it? Okay, fine, fair enough. How does it collapse?
It collapses when it interacts with other particles, and it can no longer decide to be random or two places at once.
What mechanism? What mechanism?
Another decision.
Does it interact?
Did I jump in, ET? I've got an easy one, right? This is imagine, right? You're in the gym. You're going to punch a punch bag, right? The wave function is your arm moving towards that punch bag. The collapse is when you impact it, and that's where you get the readings from. That's where you can gather the data, shall we say.
That's not really true 100%, Ali.
But it's a mathematical equation. It's a mathematical equation. Oh,
yes.
Sorry, but
yes.
It's a mathematical equation, right? It's not a real thing.
It's a prediction. It's a prediction then.
No, but the double split probability prediction. That it is a real thing.
Sorry, SE. I'll let SE talk because I want to know my flaw there. I'm always.
Well, the thing is, you equated the punch with the particle, right? And when it actually hits the back, when the particle leaves, right? It leaves the emitter. It goes through the slit, right? Now it either behaves as a wave or as a particle. That's why the duality is here. Now, when that particle hits the back, right, it makes like a dot. Yep. So it behaves like a wave, right? That's why they were amazed, like, what the hell's going on here? We shoot a particle, but in the back, it leaves a probability of a wave. Now, what happens is when they observe it, that's when it collapses. In other words, it no longer makes a fringe pattern like a wave. It behaves like a particle. That's the thing.
When you use one slit, is that when you use one slit?
Ha!
When you use
I'm just asking.
I'm not sure about that part because we're talking about the dual part.
No, it's not when you use one slit. It's just when you're measuring which slit it goes through.
Yeah, it's when
it's a particle, and the next is
one of the double slit is to create an interference pattern.
No, it doesn't make the interference pattern on the slit. It's not the slit.
One of the double slit is to create an interference pattern, which if it were a wave, it would do. If it were a particle, it would just go through one slit.
That's not true.
This is what the test is
for. No,
Kosho. When you have the double slit and you're not measuring it, and you have even one particle with two slits, you still have the interference pattern. Hold up, you still have the interference pattern, okay? But now when you measure which slit it goes through, that's when you don't have the interference pattern.
Exactly.
The only thing you do is measuring it. You're not changing anything else.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Is that even when you have one particle going through, it behaves as a wave. And the way you can know this is you've only shot one particle through, and it still was able to interfere with itself. And you're right.
That's what we just said. But you have to explain,
once you have a sensor to see which one it went through, that sensor interacts with that particle. And so when the photon goes through and the sensor interacts with it, its wave function collapses and it no longer can interfere with itself.
Yeah, it's true. But then, well, no, I mean, who knows how? But that's what we actually observed. That when you measure which slit it's going through, they start acting like particles, and
part of
they just
percentage,
have the blobs.
Percentage. He's saying that somehow it interacts. He's the one that said it interacts. We, of course, me and you know we have no clue, right? It's merely the fact of observation. But Mr. Kosho here was saying that he knows why. This is why I'm on him.
True. We can assume that there is an interaction, but we don't know how it interacts whatsoever.
Well, unfortunately, there are things in science that we don't understand fully. We can observe what they're doing and we can see what they're doing, but we don't necessarily understand how they're doing it.
Correct. That's what I was trying to bring through the Kosho. Instead of him double talking, that's all he had to say is, I don't know.
That's not the answer, though. The answer isn't I don't know. I mean, what I've been saying to you 1,000 times, everybody else in quantum field theory is also stating that the act of making the measurement causes it to collapse because it's because of the interaction.
You're not making a measurement, Kosho. This is what you don't understand. You're not measuring anything. You're merely observing, bro. Do you not understand?
And how do you observe it?
You're recording with the camera.
And how, yeah, okay. So if you're not measuring anything, how are you recording it with the camera? What is the camera doing to record it?
It's recording.
It's not using
merely
a sensor.
observing.
Yeah. It's using a sensor to determine which slit it's going through.
What?
That's how cameras work. Cameras use sensors for you to pick up images. Okay.
Okay. And how is the sensor interacting with the particle in your mind?
There's a sensor, and the particle has to interact with the sensor for it to even know what the particle's doing. There's no way for the sensor to know what the particle's doing without an interaction.
Can anyone even remember why the camera came into the conversation in the first place? Because we're talking about the visual human eye looking at an object or a molecule or whatever the fuck it's looking at, and then somehow a camera got brought up. That's like 3 different things going on. That's the problem here.
Because
just
confusion
understand
is
that
the
it's
science
observation
deniers,
that
right?
changes something. It's only the observation. It doesn't have to be a human. This is their bullshit, I'm telling you. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be observing this. You could be merely recording it, right? And you will notice this collapse.
Totally. Yeah, that would be the camera, correct?
Yeah, the camera or you. You don't have to be there yourself.
Well, it could be my memory. Yeah.
No. It has to be observed.
Hey,
I'm not making this up. This is like magic stuff here, you know? But that's what they say.
This is mainline physics right now.
Yes,
If you
top of the
observe
line.
something, it fucking changes when you're looking at it or thinking about it even, or who the hell knows. Dreaming about it, maybe even.
It's
I don't know.
absolute
paranoid.
bullshit. It's absolute
He gets
bullshit.
paranoid somebody's watching
It's
it.
not
so it's going,
bullshit.
somebody's watching me.
Hey, Kosho.
Dude,
Exactly,
I can think about my cat when I wake up in the morning and it comes running to the door to be like, I want to say hello. Like, how the fuck does my cat know I'm even thinking about that? Or how many times have you been thinking about someone and you get a phone call from them like a second later? That kind of shit has happened to me like so many times, dude. People can fucking hear your thoughts. I don't know about what you guys
the
think,
intention
but
experiments, the Rice experiments,
people can hear my fucking thoughts.
Hey, Kosho, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dr. Bob.
All right, I just have a quick question for you. I'm not an expert on modern physics, but tell me whether or not my understanding of what you're saying is correct, would you?
Yeah, sure.
So say I'm sitting in a hole and there's a sniper sending rounds over my head. Okay? Now I can look out onto the field in front of me and I can say, well, the sniper's not there, but the sniper could be there. Okay. All right? So I get a probability of where I think it is. Now, if that bullet hits a tree and I shove a cleaning rod into the bullet hole, it'll follow the track. And I can use that track, that interaction with the tree, to go back and narrow down where the sniper is. Or or if I'm getting mortared, I can use radars to follow the track of the round, and then I can trace it back to its origin.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, it's similar to that, but it's actually even more crazier than that because the implications are, let's say you know there's a sniper out there, or you suspect there's a sniper out there, but there's no evidence of him that he hasn't interacted with you or anything that you could witness or anything. And because he hasn't interacted with anything, he has the capability of existing in like with these quantum wave functions. he could possibly be interfering with himself, which is what they're doing this experiment as a wave. So he could actually be in multiple locations at once, as long as there's nothing as long as it has no other consequences with anything else. Once it has consequences with something else, so once your position has a consequence with some other material or velocity, anything, any of your properties has a consequence with some other external world thing, that's whenever you have definite properties. But before that, your properties aren't definite.
So in other words, until he fires, the sniper could be anywhere, it could be nowhere.
He could be multiple. Yeah, he could be multiple places at once. Even.
Yeah, he could be anywhere, or he could be nowhere.
He can be in multiple places at once. Now we're getting into La La Land.
Yeah, but this is how
probability. But
well
again,
spotted, Bandsaw. He can be no, he can't. He can only be in one specific place.
He can only be in one spot.
Exactly.
Except for this test.
No.
This test shows you, except for this test.
The sun doesn't have to be.
Yeah, apart from La La Land.
Your sextant work out on a flat Earth, right?
Let's go into La La Land now.
Right? That's why you fucking.
Yeah.
That's why you fucking think it's La La Land, is because you have an open mind, dude. The whole idea behind the whole premise behind it is that, like, when you look at something, it fucking changes. That changes everything, dude. That completely,
you're getting it. You're getting it.
That
completely changes science as we know it, dude.
That's very interesting that you're making that argument that things can only be in one place at once, because your argument on the flat Earth sextant is the sun can be in more than one place at once because it's only apparent.
No,
if you try,
100%. We're talking about a sniper being in multiple places all at the same time.
You can't triangulate it anymore.
Absolutely.
I've got questions, Bob. I've got questions. I've got questions for you, Bob. I've got questions about your sextant thing, and if I could be bothered, I'd love to have a debate about sextants with you. If I can be bothered,
go for it, Ali. Go for it, man.
Nah, not the now.
I'm fine.
I can't be bothered.
Oh God, can we not do that now? That'll take like an hour or two.
Having fun. But yeah, I would love to, if you would like to, maybe in a week or whatever. But I'd love to actually challenge it, and I'll be most respectful. As I say, but I believe that your level of knowledge is, you're maybe misunderstanding a few things. You might.
All right, but before we have a debate, though, you have to answer two questions. One, do you have a sextant?
Let him shush.
And two,
yes,
have you ever used the sextant to find your position?
Accept the debate or not?
Only if you can answer those two questions.
Let's
answer the question.
I have not. Next question.
Okay. What is your expertise in the sextant if you have no familiarity with it?
Don't be a coward.
It's merely listening to experts describe it.
Like who?
And reading on, of course, a video on YouTube. I've watched guys that have done celestial navigation. The guys he goes out sailing. He's got his own YouTube channel, got tens of thousands. He's just
okay. So if I give you a 3-star fix, you can find your position.
Come on, accept the debate.
3-star fix. Right, okay. A 3-star fix. Well, if you had the time, yeah.
That's part of the 3-star fix. Is time and date.
No, come on, don't be arrogant. Accept the challenge. He wants to debate you. Let him give you notes.
Hold up.
Yeah, a minute. Let me continue here. I'm having a conversation. Yep, you can do it with 2 stars as well. 2 points and the time you can find out position. Yeah.
Can you?
Say again?
Can you?
Okay. Well, if I was put to the test, yes, because
okay,
I would just have to know what date.
Send me a DM and I'll send you a 2-star fix with all the information on it, and you tell me where I am. And if you can do that, we'll have a debate. Fair enough?
Yeah, on you go.
Why? Hold on. Why?
Okay. Why it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
He said on you go.
I'll find out. I'll find out. I'll find out. And if I can't do it, but I can do it. Yep, because I've got my position. I've got 2 positions. I can find out. I can get 2 GP points or ground position points for the 2 stars I was looking at. I've got my compass. If I've got a compass, a clock, 2 stars. Yeah, I could do that. I could do
All
that.
right, and if you
You
can't,
could
I will
probably,
teach
I
you.
could actually
Just tell
probably
me.
do it
Just
without
tell me, and I'll teach you how to
a
do it.
watch. A watch. I'm sure.
There
I
you
could
go.
do it. I know how to kind of navigate with the stars. I know how to tell the time by the Ursa Major, you know, the Big Dipper that rotates around the South Pole. I know how to tell the time with
Go
that.
ahead and send me. I'll send you the 2 star picks, and we'll go on
You
with this
send
in a
me
week.
the DM or whatever. If you want a debate, you want a debate. I'm not gonna push you if you're gonna put like restrictions or whatever. You know, that's
Okay. Well,
fine.
I don't
I'll
want to
do my
waste my
best.
time.
I'll do my best, but if I can be bothered, I'll do my best. But yeah,
But
go for
I'm
it,
not
man.
going to debate somebody who doesn't know anything about the subject. So I just want to see that you know
Okay,
something
that's
about
fair
the
enough.
subject.
That's fair enough. Yep. Ask me some questions. Add some questions to the DM, like, you know, how would you get like your ground position of the sun, for example, you know, or the stars, or how would you navigate at night? Ask
I
me
will ask
questions
you
like
how to
that.
find the GP of a star. Okay.
Or the sun, whatever.
The
Sun's a
sun is a
star.
star, right? According to them.
But you can do it because once you understand, right, on the how you have to know the position. Say you have to know the position where someone was, where if you stood or you were, that star would be directly above you on the earth, and that's your line. So you would have to establish
Absolutely correct.
whereabout on the earth that was going
So
to hit
just
the
finding
ground.
the
The same with
GP
the
of the star
sun
is
or the
a mental
moon.
skill.
Yeah. You know, so I know a little bit about it and I get the concept of it. You know, I understand the concept, so I can ask questions or make statements of why it doesn't prove that the earth is a globe. That's all. It has no evidence at all.
Don't
It's
give
not
everything up, Ali. Don't give everything up.
I don't need to.
Ali,
but I don't care. But I don't care. For me, Essie, it's always been about me freestyling. I wasn't one. If I was going into a debate, I've been into loads of them on the channels. If I was going into a debate, I would never look up, you know, study for the week, get nervous. I'm like, fuck it, man. I always put myself in there. And if you do that, that knowledge that you've read, it's in your head and it comes automatically to you. So I never really bother with the studying. I read what I read. I come to my conclusions, and in moments of stress, the adrenaline produces the knowledge. Always so.
Well, I'm
You know what I
excited
mean?
to see this, Ali.
Yeah. But if Bob agrees with it, I'm more than willing. But I'll see if I can be bothered. Because as I say, it's
bother
like
yourself.
no,
Wait,
not lower myself or anything. No,
who's
it's not that.
challenging? Who's
But it's not
challenging
about.
Ali? Just so I
It's not about.
remember.
It's not about lowering myself or anything like that. But it's been. You know, I'm like you know, a guy that's been in the war for 10 years. And what do you call it? Trench tired or whatever you call it.
You have
So,
the 1,000-mile stare. That's what they call it.
but I like my brain stimulated. You know, I like to learn new subjects, and you know, I could probably learn
Hell
some
yeah.
of the
Hell yeah.
stuff off the wall.
Let's make this an event. It's like a UFC event, you know, we have to pay to watch it or something. Let's go.
I don't care. I would do it in private. I don't care. I would do it in private or whatever. You know, the debate doesn't have to be live. I would do it in private.
We'll do it in live stream too.
Live is
you guys
best
come.
though. 'Cause then everyone's watching, you know.
I've
There you
always
go.
wanted to know what distance are these tangent lines they're using for the sextant argument on the surface of a sphere? Because they're not actually taking the measurement from the surface; they're rising above it, and at least on a tangent, which is a horizontal line. How long is that line again? Point A to point B that they're getting these points. If they're shooting towards the vertical plumb underneath a star and getting the angle with that tangent line, you're saying they're observing thousands and thousands of miles over a curved surface or from that tangent line? Yeah, I
They
don't
get
think
it
so.
out an almanac.
I can't send
They
you a
get
friend
it out an
request if you're
almanac,
not accepting them.
Rakia. They look it
So
up
you'll
in a
have to
book.
send one to me.
They look it up in a book, Rakia. The same as with the sun. They look it up at a book. They check their watch. it says the sun is this position over the so-called Earth.
No,
And then you
I'm
go,
talking about using the equipment. They're 6 feet above the water, so they have to take that. But they're creating a horizontal line, right? A tangent where it's barely hitting the horizon, and they're assuming that line goes further towards the plumb underneath a certain object in the sky, like a star or the sun. How many miles away
No,
again?
they're not. No,
Oh, they're not.
Get that out the
So
book.
where's that 90-degree plumb from their tangent line that they're getting the angle, the opposite angle from? You're
a
getting
couple of thousand feet up in the air, Rakia. If you drew it out,
there's no adjacent angle. There's no opposite
Rakia,
angle.
draw it out for yourself, and draw it out. And what you've just said there, right? And draw that horizontal line, right? Draw the ground position on the globe, where the star would be, and then great questions, man. You'll see it's halfway up that so-called plumb line. It's not the bottom of the plumb line, it's up halfway up, and that's how they get their zenith arc, their zenith distance is that way, drawing a circle there. It's convoluted as fuck, mate, but it works. But they do the mathematics on a flat plane first, and then they do that shit. They add that all that bendy stuff after. So
because that distance, if it's short enough, it wouldn't make any difference. The flat plane distance and the curved surface distance are F all. And if you're doing it on a curved surface, you cut me off. Yeah, you cut me off. So if you're doing it point to point on he can't help himself. If you're doing it point to point on a curved surface, then those two plumb lines are angled down. That would even create a less of a distance change on a flat plane. So plotting it down on a curved surface or a flat plane, you couldn't tell the difference. It'd be minuscule. You wouldn't be able to know the difference. Now, if you combine those, just assume that they're all perfect and you combine them, you may get some discrepancies. But the actual measurement that you're taking, you couldn't tell the difference.
Rakia, you're under the mistaken impression there's a triangle. There's not.
Then how are you getting an angle?
You measure it.
So there's no
There is a triangle, Bob. Sorry, there is a triangle.
No,
that's how
triangle.
you get your position. You use
I thought
trigonometry.
you got a zenith from the sun or the star or whatever you're shooting down to and took a horizontal line back to your position and then got that angle.
No.
You have to have 3 points for an angle. A triangle is implicit at that point as long as you have 3 points to get an angle.
So if I was just trying to deceive in there. Yeah, no, you don't. That's the whole point. You're just assuming the other points, which is giving you your distance also to your zenith line.
No, that's not.
You're not doing that?
Nope, that's not how it works.
Okay. Well, then other people are explaining it wrong. You need to correct all these other people that are explaining it wrong, Bob.
They're explaining it correctly. You're not understanding it correctly.
They're drawing it out. They're showing the zenith 90 degree. They're showing a plumb a horizontal line, which would be what on a curved surface.
People like you, Rakia.
They're trying to confuse me, you say?
Yep.
Why are they doing that? They deceiving?
No, because most people that study celestial navigation understand what they're talking about and don't have the confusion that you have.
Don't have the confusion I have.
Like you?
I'm explaining what other people are saying. Yeah.
No. There's no triangle.
Explain it to us.
No. I've got videos on it if you want to learn it.
Yeah, he's here not to explain things to us when we get it wrong. That's what Bob is here to do. No, I'm not going to
get it right. At the moment, you have at least 3 points.
Here's the topic, right? Here's the topic. Here's Bob. Here's my confusion. He's even stated that I'm confused and wrong. Okay, explain it. No,
you've been corrected a number of times, and you're still confused and wrong because you refuse to learn. So, go learn how to do
How can I learn from someone who's an expert? How can I learn from you, Bob? You're not willing to explain how I'm wrong in my statement.
I'm more than willing to.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, then. Go ahead.
Send me $200 by PayPal.
Oh, there we go. This guy, why is he allowed here? Now he wants money to explain it. I'm broke,
Well,
Bob.
the main thing
Don't
that
have
I
I
the
have
have
to
money.
get
videos
an
out
angle,
that
you
you
need
can
at
learn
least
from.
3
Go right ahead.
points.
They're
At
free.
least 3.
That's a sign of a broken man right there. We broke you, Bob, and it's pleasurable to see you squirm. Why
Why
don't you
is
go
Bob
report
allowed to
somebody,
waste
Bob?
our time here?
Why don't you go report somebody?
That's so weird that you said that, man.
No, it's so weird that Bob's demanding money to explain something on a topic on a forum that's a discussion channel.
It's so
What's
weird
Bob
that
doing here? Wasting time?
it's weird that he said it's pleasurable to see him swarm. That was pretty weird.
It's weird that the
That's not
moderator.
the
Who's
pleasure you
the?
So,
derive from
you see,
another
Rakia, here's the
person's
problem. I've already
Bob, we're
explained
not
it to you a
listening to
number
you.
of
We don't
times.
have money to give you, Bob. We don't have money to give
Rakia,
you,
I've
sir.
already explained it to you a number of times. You have not
I've
comprehended
never
it.
had this conversation with you ever, Bob. That's a lie.
Bull crap. Go watch
I've
the video
never had this
Taking an
conversation
Insight.
with you, Bob. Never,
Go
not
watch
once.
the video
Have
Taking
I asked
an
you
Insight.
anything about a sextant, Bob? Not one time. You're lying or you're just confused old man.
Go watch
So
the
who
video,
is?
Ricky.
Everybody
Yeah.
listen. This is the best they have. These are their best. Right here. He wants
That's the
$200
expert.
to answer a question.
Who are you talking to, dude?
Go home, Bob, sit down, and go report somebody.
Well, Schadenfreude aside, anytime you have at least 3 points, you have a triangle that is implicit at the very least. And you need to have 3 points to have an angle. You need to have an observer in the middle and 2 points that they're deriving an angle off of, outside of that observer. So that's at least 3 points with a triangle that's
Wait a minute, those two
implicit.
statements can't be true. You said that to make an angle, you said you have to have 3 points to make a triangle. That's true. And then you said you have to have 3 points to make an angle. But that can't be true because you just said 3 points make a triangle. That can't be true.
Triangle is implicit. That's what I said.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying the person is one of the points. You're describing the person being one of the points, and you're describing one of the lines being pointing at one of the other points, and then the other line pointing at one of the other points. So you're describing.
And you get an angle from there. To have an angle.
Lemon, exactly what are the 3
At
points?
that point, you have a
talking
triangle
about?
that's implicit.
Lemon, exactly.
We need
where are the
$200,
3
Bob.
points?
We need $200 to answer a question, Bob.
So what are the 3 points you're talking
Send
about?
your
Lemon?
money. Send your money. Maybe giving it back
All right.
like
Accept
Bye-bye,
PayPal,
Rakia.
Bob. PayPal, you can use PayPal.
Watch our videos, Bob.
The star on the horizon would be 1. The observer would be another point 2, quote unquote, and point 3 would be your idealized line in space, and or the Earth itself, or some spot on the Earth. So that would be at least.
Okay,
3
so
points.
do you know any 3 of those sides?
What was that?
Can you give me a value for any of those 3 sides? Can you give me the distance to
You
the
would have
star?
to assume one.
Can you give me the distance from the horizon to the star? And can you give me the distance from the horizon to your eye?
You'd have to assume it at that point. You'd have to assume
No, you have to give me
preferably
the
a
actual
tangent
numbers.
to the ball.
Okay, well, I need
Usually
that
they use
distance. Can you give me
69
a
miles per
distance?
degree.
Can you give me a distance for any of those 3 sides?
They would start out by assuming 69 miles per degree and go from there, basically, for at least one of the legs. Usually the
What leg?
tangent leg from the observer to tangent to the horizon.
Okay, so you would know the distance to the horizon, and you would know the angle from that point on the horizon to the star. Can you give me one of the other angles?
Once you have at least 2 sides in an angle or 2 angles in a side, you can find out the rest of any triangle.
Okay, well, you know one side and one angle. What else can you give me?
Well,
Can you
they
give me
assume
either
right
of the other
triangle.
2 angles?
Because it takes away one angle. That gives them at least 2 angles once they get an elevation angle to the star.
Okay.
Assuming 90-degree trig, they can just solve the rest. But they'd have to assume 90-degree trig.
Can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that the point from the horizon to the star forms a 90-degree angle to the observer?
While you're observing.
You'd have to get under the star and assume from there. A lot of this is based
No.
assumption.
Can you tell me with certainty that the angle between the visible horizon and the star forms a 90-degree angle with
No.
the observer.
True, but people
No,
assume
that's
it.
So you
ridiculous.
can't. So you don't know that angle. Do you know the
Well,
other
people
angle?
assume it though for simplicity of the math. So that's what
Can you
it
tell me
is.
the other angle?
Once you have a 90-degree angle, the other two angles are going to
You
add
don't
up
have
to
one.
90 anyway. You get an
Yeah, but you
elevation
don't
angle
have
to
a
the
90-degree
star, and
angle.
that's your second angle. With two angles in the side, you're
But
good.
you've already. No, you can't. So, can you tell me the distance from the horizon to the star or the distance from the observer to the star?
No.
Usually they just
Okay,
assume
so you
69
can't.
miles per
So there's
degree.
no.
They get a dip
So
to the
there's no
star
triangle.
of, say, 15 degrees off of 90 degrees and assume that they've gone 15 degrees times 69 miles. That's one of the
That
legs
gives
of
you
their
the distance
triangle.
to the
From there,
GP.
with
That does
the
not give you the
angle, the
distance to the
90-degree
horizon.
angle, and your angle to the star, you have angle, side angle, and you can solve the rest of your triangle, quote unquote.
That's not a triangle. That's the distance between the observer and the GP of the star based on the angle off of 90
It's the
degrees
bottom
to
leg
the
of the
star.
triangle. It's the bottom leg of
The
the
bottom leg of
triangle.
the triangle is from the observer to the horizon. The bottom leg of the horizon, or the angle, is not from the observer to the GP, unless you're telling me you can see a GP 1,800 miles away. Can you
No,
see
you can't
1,800
do that.
miles?
We would have to assume a
No.
right triangle to
Okay.
solve that other side.
Okay,
Yo,
but
they're putting 90 degrees there underneath the star, and that wouldn't be right in your
no,
example.
no, well, that's not how
I'm
it's done.
glad you agree. You should tell all
That's
these
not how
people
it's
doing
done.
that they're wrong.
That's not how it's done. It's done based on the angle of the sun from your local horizontal out of 90.
Yeah, one angle, and then all the other assumptions, and then you do your calculations and point down to a assumed curved surface, and you say, voila,
What is the assumption you're talking about?
whatever you're doing.
Well, no, you have to tell me what assumptions I'm making since you're saying I'm making assumptions. So what are they?
The angle different, the distance to your horizon for one, you don't know that exactly. You're assuming an angle towards that star. You're taking an angle measurement from the observer point, and your tangent line or horizontal line you've established with your equipment. That's the only thing that you know. But
All right.
that's to
So I'm
that's
not
to hang
measuring the
on.
distance.
I'm almost done with answering your question.
All right, we'll
And
get on
that
with it.
angle is to an apparent position in the sky, which is kind of freaking odd as it sits. So I'll stop there. There's more, but I'll stop there.
Good, thank you.
No
Do we
problem,
do the
Bob.
distance?
Thank you for
Do we
letting
do
me
the
finish, sir.
distance?
You are
Do we
so
do the
cordial.
distance? Do we do the distance to the horizon in celestial navigation, or we do the angle to the horizon? See, that's how you word a concise
calculate the
question.
distance. You assume the distance
No,
is
you don't.
based on your height above. Yeah, your dip angle,
Your dip angle is based on three factors.
which is
Only one
also a
of which is height.
calculation.
No.
So how do you get your
so
distance to an apparent position?
you don't get your distance; you get the angle.
You're taking
You
your
measure the
tangent
angle.
horizontal.
Yes, that's what the dip angle does. It takes the dip angle to the horizon, corrects for the dip, and gives you your local horizontal. Yes.
Which is your height above the height you are, just what Rakia said. It's dependent
That's
on
one
the
of
height.
the three factors that are involved. Yes.
Well, that's the first factor, actually. That's the only factor.
That's the
what the
first
dip
factor.
angle
Yes, there are two more
specifically.
after.
No,
Do you know what those are?
Bob, wait a minute, let me finish. Right? That's the sole factor that you add the dip angle is to account for your height. End of story. That's it.
No.
One factor.
There are
Yeah,
three.
well,
There are three factors
right.
in the dip. The first
Yo,
one is your
Bob,
height above the ground.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
It's
actually
not
it
right.
is.
That's not right.
Yeah,
No, it's
actually it is.
Hey, Bob,
Walter
are you talking
Bisslin's
about?
advanced earth curve
not. Let him
calculator.
explain. Let him explain. On you go, Bob.
Walter
Let's hear it.
Bisslin's advanced earth curve calculator has the capability of using refraction or not using refraction and doing it on a flat surface or a curved surface.
Advance what?
That's refraction.
If you,
That's nothing to do with the
What
dip
shape
angle.
is the surface?
But the refraction's separate. 1 second. That is not the dip angle. Refraction is
Yes, it
totally separate.
No, It is not. If you use standard refraction and a curved Earth of radius 3959, you reproduce the dip angle correction from the naval or the nautical almanac because it encompasses all three of those factors. It encompasses your
I
height above
stand
the ground.
corrected. I agree with you now. Let me say it. Let me agree with you, Bob. Let me agree with you, please. Let me agree with you.
What?
I actually agree because you would add in that calculation for the refraction for the humidity. So I stand corrected. Actually, that's right.
And the
enough.
curve of the Earth.
No, there we go.
What?
Yes. You do. That's correct as well. I'm glad you said that. Good stuff. That's added on after.
You correct for height, refraction, and curve of the Earth, and I've done it. So I've got a video out there going through the entire process.
Yeah,
You're
that's
welcome to look
perfect.
at it.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what geodetic surveyors do. They take the measurements, they account for refraction, and they account for the unproven curvature of the Earth. So you cannot,
drop the unproven part.
So I'll make my statement. So you cannot determine curvature from either surveying or nautical navigation, right? And that's it. That's my argument finished, and that's perfect.
I think what's trying to ask a question.
It's already included.
No, you add it after. Haha. You have to take your measurements first, as you admitted, take your angle, and then afterwards, post measurements, you add it on.
He has no clue, Ali. Hold on for your debate.
Oh, no, I don't care.
You
The
subtract
debate's
the dip
over. I've
correction
had it.
from the total angle,
I know what
yes.
I'm facing. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
I think
really about it. I'm having the
And then you
discussion.
correct for the refraction to the celestial object up in the sky. Unless, of course, you're using
I'll give you that you're misinformed rather than, I wouldn't say you are lying. I would just say that you're holding on to your belief. I wouldn't call you were lying, but you're definitely misinformed and you don't
So
understand.
if you don't want to involve the dip correction at all you have to do is use an
you-
artificial horizon or a bubble sextant.
No, forget that. You get it. You get it's all to do that. And in the end up, you're looking straight at the horizon. And if you do the bubble sections, it's the same thing. You're still making a horizontal line, and the mathematics comes in afterwards. It's quite easy. You're just doing Euclidean geometry.
But there's no dip correction with either of those.
Whatever.
Can I ask you a question?
You add the corrections after on the assumption that the Earth is curved. End of story. That's it. It's like
Actually, the artificial horizon and the bubble sextant don't take the curve of the Earth into effect or into account because there's no dip correction.
Yep. Well, actually, there will be a dip correction because your horizon is not at eye level, as you say. So you have to take in the account.
Well, actually, there is no dip correction with an artificial
it has to
horizon,
be because,
it does not.
You have to be because you
matter.
wouldn't be making a 90-degree triangle up to the star.
There's no triangle, and height above the ground does not come into play.
There certainly
in
is.
Artificial horizon.
That's how you determine your position. You have to add the dip to get the true 90-degree angle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a 90-degree angle from the ground position or the horizon. But the ground
Have you ever
position.
done one? Okay, until you've done one, don't tell me I'm wrong. I have done.
You are wrong. You're making.
There is no dip correction
that. Wait a minute. I draw an artificial line. Right, let me finish. I draw a horizontal line and I draw a 90-degree angle and I draw a vertical line. That's 90 degrees. Now, imagine I draw a little boat, right? And then I draw a line from the top of that boat down to the where the horizontal
Ali,
line
I'm not going to discuss it with you
Is
anymore.
that still
You're
a
wrong.
90-degree angle? No, it's not. That's what the dip correction is, my friend.
Yeah, I think what's going to ask a question.
It's so simple, this. It's like so simple, and you guys, because of a belief or a failure to comprehend, actually, or you're protecting something, you don't get it. It just doesn't. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It just proves by making observations with a theodolite or doing that kind of stuff, you cannot determine curvature. End of story, unless you do it over water.
I think Witsit was trying to ask the questions. But it was,
Stop going on about it, though.
Yeah,
that conversation
you're going on.
You're
going on about something that he said.
It's not logic. I'm off. I'm going to mute. Sorry. On you go.
I've been asking
Ali, well done.
I've been asking a lot of Glovers this question. I haven't gotten an answer. So I'm just curious. If you see the picture I posted at 3 minutes after the hour, that's the blue marble in the background, and then that's the oceanic topography map overlaid. And so I'm trying to figure out how those things can coexist. Like one's a really flattened ball, and one's like a perfect sphere. If that's a picture of the actual land and a real picture of what the Earth looks like, how can that coexist with the mapping of the land being significantly flatter?
You say this map is accurate?
Yeah, that's from NASA. That flattened ball right there, that's from NASA.
No, but I mean the oceanic one is that it claims that the land masses are accurate, like sizes or whatever.
Yeah, like this is them mapping out the ocean floor with the measurements. So same thing if they map the land, right? Like even like geodetic surveys. Same thing, they flatten the ball. But what I'm trying to figure out is how can both of those shapes be true?
They're not.
I think only one of them is, right?
Because no, the both are
Because
true, but one is a picture from a position in space, and the other is a projection onto to get all the entire sphere onto the same place.
Right. So that's what
No,
I'm saying.
no.
One
they're
is a
also
projection and
improperly
one is an
scaled.
image.
So when you put the image up correctly, if you put the image up correctly and scale it properly, I think you'll find your answer is a little easier. Basically, you've got the globe at one scale and you've got the map at like a half or a third scale. So when you learn how to do that, you can ask questions.
That'll cost you $200.
Who does this guy think he is?
He's
Who
an
are you?
arrogant prick who what he does is, when you're wrong about him, when you get him mad in some way, what does he do? He goes and he reports your channel. He strikes your channel like a little bitch. That's what Bob does.
Can we bring everything down to where we're just chilling, man?
Yeah, we're chilling, but people like this, Witsit, have to be exposed when they act smart.
Hey, Witsit, have you ever seen?
People have to know what they are like.
No,
That's
we
all.
don't. We actually don't have to do that. But hey, Witsit, have you seen?
Yeah, sometimes. No, well, I agree with SE, right? I agree with SE there.
Okay, well, okay.
Right, but not all the time, but so that people know, right? Okay, I'm dealing with that kind of. If he did it, I don't know.
All right.
But as I say, he's part of a group that. Well, I'm agreeing with SE, and that's okay, right? But I'm just.
Let me ask you guys a question, a quick one, then I'll shut up. Witsit and Kosho, if I can ask you guys a question, then I'll shut up.
No offense, Bob. By the way,
1 second now, Kosho, please.
Witsit, I was just asking if you've ever seen this site before, Witsit. I just posted.
So, Kosho and Witsit, do you feel it's right for a man to strike another channel, another content creator? Do you feel that's right?
Dude, why don't you go get some magazine and go sit in the girls' bathroom for a couple hours, dude? Like, we're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, we're trying to have a conversation with a guy who's talking down to people, who is trying to charge people $200 for answers, and who is being an ass. Yeah, that's what we're pointing out. If we get rid of Bob, or make him not do these things, if one of you would have a little balls and step up and say, look, Bob, tone it down a little bit, instead of telling us to tone it down, then maybe we could have a good conversation. Right, Kosho?
Yeah, no, not right. Right now, Bob's not the issue. Right now, it's you three. That's what I'm saying.
Bob is the issue. The only reason we're saying anything about the $200 or about talking down and being a prick is because Bob is doing that. So yeah, the issue is Bob, it seems.
But I think the best move is
$200. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, because it involves me as well, because I was a bit snotty as well. But I think the $200 was just a flipping kind of thing. But
look what you guys are doing, man. Look what you got. Dude.
But I have to say though,
Bring back to the subject.
People have to know that there's no. Can I finish? There's no. To me anyway, there's no. What do you call it? Sometimes not wanting to talk as if you don't exist, Bob, but sometimes these people are good to present to the maybe the normal thinker or whatever to present. Let them talk, and let the the way they talk. Let them talk like that, and see how they expose themselves, because it's the only way you can expose them.
You're right,
And
Ali.
then
You
in
know
the
what I
end,
find funny though? How two, like a mod Witsit, a big mod in the channel, and Kosho, a prominent baller, they refuse to comment on my question. Why do you
Because
guys
I asked
refuse
a
to
question,
comment
you
on my
jumped in.
question?
Because you jumped in, diverted away from what I brought up to talk about some drama that I'm
No, I
not
didn't
involved
jump
in.
in. I came in to show a man who keeps interrupting, keeps insulting us, wants $200, and I bring up a point and you guys just brush it off. Why don't you comment on it there, Witsit?
Hey,
Give me
here's
a
my
comment.
comment. Here's my comment. The only reason that dude feels important is that you're getting all worked up and falling for his little gamma trick of
That's not
trolling.
that's not the question I asked you, Witsit. I asked you, and I repeat, is it okay with you for a content creator to strike another content creator for no reason whatsoever? Is that okay with you?
I think it's lame, but I also think it's lame that people get their children injected against their will. I think a lot of stuff people do is lame. So I'm not his dad.
Children ejected? What the hell does that have to do with what I asked you? What's it?
Hey, see, if you have a problem with it, take it up with YouTube. They're the ones
No,
who
you're
did
a
it.
scumbag, Bob. I just want to expose you. You're a scumbag.
SC's right.
I don't even dispute that he's probably
Take it
right.
up with YouTube.
I'm just like, I might just chill, man. Like, I don't think a Glober can answer this question. How about we just watch them freak out and lie?
Anyways, have you seen that site before though?
Yeah, I looked at it.
I'm trying to see which because that's why I think it's cool, because it shows it's like different projections or whatever. I'm trying to match. You said that what's that one called? The one that you overlay it with?
I don't know. It was on NASA. I can get it. It's about the ocean floor. Yeah, I don't remember. But
Why
even the
don't you scale it properly?
Even the WGS 84 said it had to be 80% flattened. So to match, and this isn't showing the whole Earth. Someone said it showed the whole Earth. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why don't you go ahead and scale it properly? What's it?
So that's
and then
the
look at it
actual
again.
topographical measurements being mapped out. So you don't know what so you're speaking of ignorance.
Okay, so look at the coast of Antarctica and see where that is located on the globe. Is it anywhere near the coast of Antarctica? No, because it's not properly scaled.
Right, it's not properly scaled
because
because the measurements don't match the ball. Wow, you caught up now. Let's see if we can have the real combo. All right, thanks. That's what all I wanted. If the Earth is this perfect sphere they show us from space, then every time they map the ocean floor and the land itself, they wouldn't have to flatten it by 80%. They cannot coexist. They're different shapes. They can't both be simultaneously true. If the most accurate depiction of land layout we have on the Earth flattens the ball, then you can't say that the Earth is a sphere like the pictures they show us. They literally cannot coexist. Right now, you're thinking, that can't be true. That's way too simple. I know that's not true. This guy's got to be dumb. There has to be a globe explanation. I'll just go frantically read Google and NASA. That's what you're doing right now. And you actually preemptively spoke out of that arrogance, assuming that was there. Now you don't look very smart because that's not the case.
Well, when you scale it properly, I'll address it.
You just keep saying that, but this is the actual topographical measurements. To quote-unquote scale it properly, you're saying put it into the perfect sphere, but it doesn't scale properly. That's why they have to flatten it.
I think actually doesn't it scale perfectly actually with the globe, but I think the reason they have to flatten is to make it two-dimensional, so you can see it in one frame.
That's correct.
No, because you can't see it all in one frame.
You're correct, though.
Oh, so can you see this all in one frame?
That was
so he's not correct. So
that was my point. Is that like as a globe you can't. So the function of using a projection is to do that so you can see it in one frame.
But this isn't seeing the whole Earth, though, so that doesn't work. Even the website you dropped, when it shows the flattened one like this, it spins it around to show the rest of it.
Well, the reason why it's the reason why it's doing that is it's like showing the distortions basically. It would be. I mean, I think it's just for display or whatever, but you can move them around to where it looks like that thing. Gummy Bear says that model might be the mall wide, but I think on this website, I think that's the same thing as the ATOF. I don't know. I never heard of these, but I do know that those, like if you use it where it has the projections on there, you can move around. You can see exactly how it is projected. Like what distortion.
If you take that cylinder projection and just make one cut in it and spread it out flat, that's your Mercator map. So yeah, that would include the entire.
Yeah, hey man, I got a question for you. Whenever we map out the Earth and it's flatter than the dimensions of the sphere, and to make the entire model, we have to flatten the sphere so we can match the measurements. How does it coexist with the perfect sphere picture?
It's distorted.
Okay. The government admits they have to flatten it by 80% to put the topographical measurements of the land onto the WGS-84.
I really don't care what you think the government admits.
It's not
Hold on,
about
I'm curious
the way
about,
it's done.
hold on, I'm curious about what you said because
one second. Can I jump in and say something?
Could you repeat it
Bob,
again?
did you know something? Let me a second, Coach. I have been patient and listening.
Can we repeat what he said first?
Did you actually know that thing about the cylinder thing? There was actually ancient. I don't know whether it was Sumerians or the Babylonians, but that was their flat Earth. That was their model of the Earth, the shape of the Earth. It's just funny. And they describe the tops and the bottom. But there you go. Just a little bit of info there.
That is good.
It's
It's
just
good info. Sumerians.
quite interesting. I wonder how they determined that was the. How did they think?
That's a great question.
Well, before that,
anyway,
could you repeat what you said though?
He's saying that the ancients used basically a Mercator projection, and he's correct. And it's a
I didn't say anything about
fascinating
ancient
question.
What a dumb ass straw man.
No, they had to flatten the Earth to make the map fit, right? That's what we were talking about. Right?
Yes.
But that's what I'm asking. Can you repeat what you said about the WGS and the flattening and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, they said they had to flatten it by up to 80% for the WGS-84 projection.
What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. What is? I was going to ask you. Do you know what that means?
Exactly? Well, that's how they measured the Earth, and then they tried to put it on a model of the Earth, and they had to flatten it.
No, but what do you mean when you say that they had to flatten it? Because I've seen a WGS-84, and it doesn't look flat. So I'm asking, like, what do you mean by flatten it? What exactly did they have to flatten?
It does look flat. It looks like this.
Oh, it looks like Google Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Can you link that so I can read exactly what does that 80% mean?
Why every time we map the ocean floor and the land that we have to flatten the Earth? Or are we going to keep breezing past it and asking Austin
I don't
questions?
know what you're talking
We
about.
don't.
I cannot answer that because they're not giving details on what you're saying.
There's a picture right here of the ocean floor being mapped out on NASA's website, right? Earth Observatory, NASA.gov, and it shows the Earth is extremely flat compared to the ball that they show us from space. How do these coexist?
What they're talking about?
There's different ways of portraying data. How hard is this to understand?
No, what
It's
you
just
don't understand is that you think you're smart, but you don't understand anything. 70% of the ocean floor is the flattest part of the entire Earth, smoother than a tabletop, 900,000 square kilometers, completely flat. 70% of the ocean floor, completely flat.
Wow.
Okay?
What do you think flat means?
What do you think flat means?
No, you brought it up. You tell me.
I think
what
flat
your
means flat.
definition of flat is.
I think flat means
compared
flat.
to what? Compared
the
to what?
opposite. We'll compare it to the opposite of flat, which is curved.
Okay, how would you measure it being flat?
You would take your horizontal. So I'll teach you. Don't worry. So you have your sea levels. Okay, that's a horizontal. Then you get your depth to the ocean floor. Do you know how you do that?
Sea level is not a horizontal.
Okay, that's a very cool story that you said, but I'll just cite NASA saying it is, and I'll cite all the actual surveying. Yeah. I'll cite it in just a second.
Does
But I'm
NASA
still
say
talking.
level is
Hey, if I'm
horizontal?
so stupid, you probably wouldn't have to impulsively interrupt everything I say, would you?
Well, here's your problem. You don't understand what the
He
term
breezes
flat
right
means.
past it. You're
Flat
such a
means,
Gamlamel. Do you have a girlfriend? Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Flat means change from baseline, elevation, relief. All right.
Okay, what's the
It has
opposite of flat?
absolutely nothing to do with being like a table.
Bro,
What's
that's
the
not
baseline?
what the government says.
What's the baseline?
Can you
Quick
link what you're
question.
Baseline is
saying? I mean,
WGS
I don't mean to interrupt. Really quick. Is it true that 70% of the ocean floor is actually 70% is actually flat?
Oh yeah.
Yes, this
compared to the
On-
baseline of
only
WGS
it
84.
completely
Yes.
depends
so
on your
so it
definition of flat. That's the problem.
Okay,
It's
so
another
you're saying
definitional game.
there's
It's
not
a
another
basic
definition. Are
misunderstanding
you
of
saying
flat.
flat mean okay, what's the opposite of flat?
Relief.
What?
Relief.
Terrain.
The opposite of flat is relief?
Yeah, terrain.
okay.
Changes
Anyone
in
else?
elevation.
What's the opposite of
Comfy.
flat? Anyone else?
Changes in elevation.
Okay, so is curved
Flat means no change in elevation.
Is curved synonymous with flat?
It can be. It depends
You're
if
an idiot.
the baseline is curved. Yes.
You're a moron.
Yeah, that shit's
Well,
pretty
I'm
moronic.
right.
You know the
Hey,
sad part is
Is
that
tabletop? Hang on.
can you
Is
cite your source
tabletop
so we can read it?
synonymous with flat or curved? When you think of a tabletop, do you think curved or flat?
Well, it depends whether or not it's gotten
No,
wet.
not really. Not really.
A flat,
I mean,
a tabletop has no change in elevation across it. If
yeah,
you use the base of the height of the table, there's no change in elevation from the height of the table. No, so it would be flat. Yes. Now,
yeah,
if it was
you
bumpy,
reference it to horizontal, right? It's not curving.
no, you reference it according to the baseline, and on the Earth,
There's
the baseline is
nobody
WGS
besides you
84.
that does that. Nobody
Well,
but
everyone
you.
besides me does that.
I
You
thought it
think
was
NASA?
pretty.
The point is that Witz's source might be saying that. So if you can link that, we can then figure out
Yeah,
if
sure,
that's
but
the claim
you know
or
what's
not.
funny,
I
bro?
just.
Every time I link you sources, you get real quiet and don't say shit. All
I
you do is
don't
want
got
to
Well,
any
the biggest
source.
problem.
I mean, I'm
run
asking for a
around.
source
I'm talking now.
for
I'm
10
talking now.
minutes
I'm
and I
talking
didn't
now.
get
I'm talking
any.
now. I'm still talking now. So
Well, the biggest
well, I was
problem
in
that
And
here
they
not
have
linking
is that they
sources.
can't define these
I
words
linked
properly.
20 sources. You're an idiot,
I
dude. You
see
just now
none.
tried to define the word as the antonym of the word and pretend that makes us dumb because we don't believe your
So
stupidity.
let's see
Okay.
what they mean. Link the source so we can read
Okay,
it.
and I will. And guess what, buddy? I've linked 20 of them in here about this same subject 2 days ago. And guess how many people
I
responded?
wasn't here 2 days ago. I'm here right now
Okay,
asking for the
so
source.
you're gonna
What
admit
would
you're wrong.
anyone mean when they say flat as a
Well,
tabletop? You think they mean
Do
curved?
know.
well,
They
I
might
actually
mean
I
equal
typed it out in
elevation.
the chat.
You
Typed
do
it out.
know that the link, the survey that you were talking about says nowhere the word flat. It never uses the word flat.
Well,
So where are you
We're talking about
getting?
the abyssal plane. I'm sorry, you're not very smart. Try
Oh,
not
the
to talk so
abyssal
you
plane.
keep up with the
Okay.
conversation.
What
Thank
I
you.
think is way more fascinating is what Whitsitt said about the ocean floor being 70% completely flat. I
What's
think
it,
that's
80%?
fascinating. I didn't know that.
Yeah, right. But I just looked it up and everything. The
Well, it's true.
WPS 84, and it says they did a flattening of 1 over almost 300, which is basically that's the ratio of the radius of the. So basically, it's just they're talking about how oblate it is compared to it being a perfect sphere.
Well,
But
also,
it doesn't seem to be
another
that.
thing that the ocean floor I thought was largely unexplored. I'm not saying he's wrong or anything. I'm just saying that.
Well, it's largely not measured. And so anyway, here's the government, NOAA.gov. No, they don't say flat anyway.
Well, the problem is she's not using the correct definition of the term flat.
Okay, so does everyone want to jump on
Topographically
his
flat.
now? Does everyone want to jump on his team now that they found out the government does say the word flat redundantly? Everyone wants to jump over here where flat means the opposite
Well,
of
no,
flat.
Whitsitt, just explain their stupid other definition of what they think is flat in regards to the center of the Earth, just to show everyone
Okay,
how
all right.
stupid it
All right.
is.
Well,
All
their
right, this is what it
reference
is.
to a tabletop sums it up.
Yeah, but they measure everything based on a horizontal sea level, and they say that horizontal is actually relative to the curve, just meaning not changing in height. I'm
That's an
still talking. I
assumption.
think you accidentally interrupted again.
Well done.
So what the official story is that horizontal on the globe doesn't mean flat. It just means not changing height relative to the center of mass or to the core, right? So that horizontal, that it's for intents and purposes, you can make all your measurements using the horizontal, measuring the elevation above a horizontal, the sea level, and then measuring a depth below the horizontal. And then you measure slopes relative to the horizontal on the floor, right? Now they say that this horizontal is actually not horizontal, but you can measure it as if it were. That is the official explanation.
It's quite
you tried to sneak the word horizontal
quite a
where
clever
it's not.
way.
One second, Scalpel.
It
One second, Scalpel.
define horizontal.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
trying
I've
to
been
answer.
listening. I just wanted to make one comment. I've been listening quietly for a while. I just wanted to say it's quite a clever way to define horizontal. Quite convenient, right? With the way Witsit just described it, the way you guys use it.
Yep.
Oh, the link that he sent doesn't even mention the word horizon or horizontal. It says it's measuring the depth, which means it's measuring how deep it is from sea level. So saying you're measuring from a horizontal is just assuming sea level is horizontal.
No, buddy.
That's all
First
you're
of all,
doing. You're just assuming. I
You're gonna
wasn't
look
finished.
really
I think you
stupid.
interrupted me
You're gonna look really
accidentally.
stupid.
I think you accidentally interrupted me because I wasn't finished.
Okay,
right?
please keep daring yourself. Keep daring yourself.
Yeah. So
you're gonna look really dumb.
Yeah, adding the assumption that horizon is I mean, the sea level is horizontal is just begging the question. It's not being backed up by your source.
Okay, so whenever I cite the government next, the next
Yeah, I'm
source says
pretty
it's
sure
literally horizontal.
that's
Are you
not
gonna
in the
admit you're wrong?
source.
Oh
No one
man, you're
cares. No one
spiraling
cares.
out of control with it. Relax.
No, because I can't talk without the bitches in this room interrupting me every
No,
three
but you're
words.
doing so
You have the
well that
floor,
when you
go
do
on.
that, you lose it. Go ahead, man.
But it's just annoying. It's annoying that these gammas live in this fantasy world where they have juice that they can talk over another man,
have the
but they
floor.
can't. They
Yeah,
get
but when they can
mouth.
get us to they get us to
Hey,
respond
Witsit,
like that,
welcome
they
to the show, brother. Welcome to the show.
It's just
That's what
ridiculous.
about, brother. That's
You have
all.
the
You're saying
floor.
I
Use
cannot
it to
talk over
address
you?
instead of
You got
using
this
it for crying.
Okay, so I'll address it. I'll address it,
fuck these
bitch.
guys.
So you just
Take
straw
it
manned
with
me and said
it.
that I was citing the source to
Which
say
is
horizontal. With see, look, immediately interrupt me. They have to because I destroyed their religion. So you straw man me saying I sourced this information to say horizontal, which I didn't. I sourced it to show the word flat because you guys said the word flat wasn't anywhere. Now, before I could even get to the next one, someone asked me to define how your model explains it. So I did, and then you said, "Look, his source doesn't even say horizontal." You look retarded.
Well, you were claiming that they are establishing that they're measuring from horizontal. They're not. They never. If you're referring to what they're doing and they don't even use the word they're using there, you're just strawmanning the source because you're
No,
telling
I
what the
didn't
source
say
is
that
doing.
source said horizontal, bud. Try to keep up.
Well,
You were lost per usual.
what do you mean then? Because that's
you
what you were
incorporated
answering.
it. Yeah,
Okay,
you kind of incorporated the horizontal into it on
because
that one.
he asked me to explain it on the globe.
Yeah, but I mean, I understood it
who
that
asked
way
you
too,
that?
and I'm not retarded. You're just calling people retarded when they don't understand you and you're not clear sometimes, and that's
Oh,
a
I'm very clear.
Who asked you that?
He said that it's flat. He said they never say the word flat.
clear.
I sourced
Yeah,
NOAA.gov.
clear. No.
I sourced NOAA.gov saying it's flat. And instead of acknowledging they were wrong because they're fucking bitches, they can't do that. They had to immediately strawman me, interrupt me, and say I'm so stupid. I added words that weren't there.
We
That's
gave
how
you the floor.
ridiculous you are.
What do you mean we
Okay.
interrupted you? You had the
Okay.
floor.
Do you acknowledge that source says it's flat?
Yeah, we all understand that, but that's
so,
what
so
we're
the
trying to.
government says
That's
70%
what we're.
of the ocean floor is flat, right?
That's what we were trying to understand. What
Even
you mean by
that's
that?
wrong.
It's not flat as you're using it.
No,
it's
but
flat
even
as
that's
the
wrong. They don't even use. They only use the word flat once, and the only time they use the word flat
But they
is when
used
they
it, right?
say,
You said they
"Despite."
didn't use it.
Let
You
me
showed
finish
them using
speaking,
it, right?
Isa, for
And they're
once.
talking about the smoothness.
The only thing they use the word flat in is to
Yo,
say,
Gummy.
and I quote, "Despite their name, these plains are not uniformly flat." That's the
Right, not because
only
they're
time they
curvy,
use the
it's
word
because it
flat.
has hills in it.
Right. Yeah.
That's
So
the
not even
only
that.
time they use the word flat.
Oh, fair
Look
enough.
at that
I
picture
didn't know.
that Issa just put. No, it's not fair enough. This is so stupid. You guys are stupid. I have 20 links. All I have to do is pull my MacBook up. I'm getting it right now. I have 20
Yeah,
links that
let's
say
do one
flat and
by
horizontal
one
in it.
because
And
the
when I
first
give
one
them to you,
doesn't back
you're
you up.
just gonna lie about them. You're
No
gonna
one's
change your argument. You're gonna
no
say that
one's
they do
lying
say
about it. You
horizontal
just
and that they
said
do.
you just said they say it's flat and it doesn't, and then you try to explain that by saying they measure from horizontal. They also
Wait,
doesn't
it
do
doesn't
that.
say it's flat.
And
It
how
doesn't say
are
it's
we
flat.
lying? How are
It
we
doesn't
the
say
ones
that.
that are lying?
It doesn't say it's flat. So how about this? Do you want to bet 10 grand that the government says that the abyssal plains are flat? You want to bet 10 grand?
I
$10,000.
don't want to bet shit. I
It
want you
clearly
to back
doesn't
up what
say
you're
it on
saying.
You're a
this
liar.
source.
Because you're a liar. You want to bet 10 grand? The other little gamma? You want to bet 10
No,
grand before I go get it?
Why do
I
you
can
have
bet
to
you
bet?
10 grams that they
Define
don't
your
say
use
it
of the
on this
term
source.
flat.
We don't have to
Define
bet
your use of
10
anything
the
for
grand
you
that
term
they
to
all
back
claim
up
it's
your
low.
claims.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Guys,
We
we
you
gotta
don't
go one at a
wait,
time.
we don't
Define
have
Wait,
to.
the term flat.
did he say 10 grams? 10 grams? I bet you 10 grams. Second place, Trim.
This guy's a little bitch
Define
too.
your
I'm
use of the
sorry you
term
guys don't have
flat.
girlfriends where they cheat on
Some
you.
nice
I'm sorry.
California.
Gotta go
Dude,
one
it's
at a
just like
time, please.
I
The
came in here
cheating
so
argument.
calm. I came here so calm, right? No, I'm
Yo,
saying you
Witsy,
don't
How
have a girlfriend
mature.
cheating on you. That would require you have a girlfriend, bro.
Hey,
Wow.
Wixit,
How
What is
mature?
going on here?
Well,
I
whenever
don't
I
know.
Not
start
I
a
think we're in
going
girlfriend. I have a
down,
fifth
wife.
grade now.
yo,
no, if I
Witsy,
just say words, the whole room freaks out and has to insult me and not
yo,
let me
Witsy.
finish talking.
No one's insulting you. You're
yeah, no
insulting
one is
people.
actually insulting you, but
Pardon
okay.
me.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
really
Pardon me,
are the
because you
one
won't stop
insulting
interrupting me.
people. But
gentlemen.
what's it? Come on.
Gentlemen. Yo, Witsy, you're killing it. Don't let him get you, brother. That's
Yeah,
all I have to say.
he's killing it. What he's
No,
actually
he's just
killing is
getting
the flat Earth.
Yeah,
He's killing
this
the
is so
flat Earth.
sad, man.
All right, let me settle my boys then too. Hey guys, you guys are killing it for real. Just
Thank
no
you.
need to interrupt him. Just so we don't look bad.
I was
Yeah,
killing it.
go,
I was
go one
killing
at
it
a
as
time,
well, right?
please, guys.
I was killing it as well, man.
Oh, you were dying.
I was
All right, I
killing it.
wasn't there. All right. I'm
Allie was
convinced
good.
I was, right? That's
Hey,
good enough for me, man.
I'll calm down as
That
long as
hot.
you're interrupting.
You
That'd
don't
be
have to tell me that.
You know,
By round of
like you
applause, how is
like you
Sally killing it?
demonstrated, like you demonstrated,
Yay.
that already. Now the point is don't just don't get. I wouldn't get too flustered by it because like this is
Thanks,
great
guys.
information and it's cool that I love all this. Like the abyssal planes is interesting. When somebody says planes, to me it makes sense that it's flat. To anyone who else who thinks that it's a plumb bob, down to the shape of the Earth, like that's cool. I think you're crazy. You can't argue with insanity. You know what I'm saying?
Can
But
we
it's all
get
good. We
can
can
we
be at
get
peace.
someone to explain the reference to flat being as flat as a tabletop? That meaning curved?
Right, let it ride. It's patently absurd.
Can anyone explain that? Any one of you smart, the smart group? I'm dumb.
Yeah.
It's really
When
simple.
someone
Sure, I can
references
explain.
me, my
We've already
dumb
done
brain,
it several
without a
times. You
bunch
have
of
to
someone
hills.
listen.
reference a flat table, I don't think of curved. Can you explain that?
Smooth.
Yeah,
It's
not
already been
curving, not
explained to you
deviating
4 or
from
5
straight.
times.
Bingo. Smooth. I was going to say Bob was conflating the word level with smooth. If you had a curved
Flat.
chair out of wood, right?
Flat with smooth.
Well, whoever said smooth was
Me,
what I've
yeah.
been thinking for the last 10 minutes, and I didn't want to interrupt. But Bob, and that's what they do. They conflate level. Actually, if they said smooth, you would understand what they were talking about, but they're not meaning that. They're conflating the two. Who was that said that?
Yeah, but there's a word for smooth, right?
Well done, Electric.
There's a word for smooth, right?
Exactly, nicely
It's
said.
fucking smooth.
Thanks, brother.
They're not using the word flat as smooth. We have a word for smooth. It's called fucking smooth.
No, but
So
even
what does
level, but level, when they
Oh,
say
we have
level,
plane too. Like, if it's a
when they say
plane.
actual
level,
insanity, dude.
Geographically, what's a
If I have
flat?
a plain cheeseburger, I don't have anything on it, right? Just like the
Wow.
land. If I have the plain land, that means there's no hills and mountains
In
and other
geography,
shit
what is
on
the
there.
definition of
Geography.
the term flat? As in salt flat.
Hey Bob, can
Smooth.
I ask you a question? I was curious.
A
Smooth.
salt flat is flat. It's not
If I
just smooth, it's also
No,
flat.
Look up the
smooth.
definition of what a salt
Elevation.
flat means.
The salt
hey,
flat's so flat that when it rains, if it rains like a quarter of an inch on the ground, it creates like the world's largest mirror. That's how fucking flat it is. Come on,
I think
Bob. It
there's
means
they're
flat.
changing definitions of words, right? And they're using it to their fucking advantage, but they're changing definitions.
Exactly.
They're changing smooth for level, for whatever, and that's how they can get away with it. But the thing is,
Smooth
with
and
the
level
curve thing,
are not the same thing.
to describe the curve, they always have to use the reference of a horizontal fucking line. They
Can I
always
ask
have
one
to do
question?
that.
Smooth
when
and
they use
level
that
are not
example.
the same thing.
But
Hey
they're
Bob,
stealing it, man. They steal it. You've
Flat
been
and
doing that
level
for
is much
Bob,
closer.
listen, Bob. Before you even existed, matey, yous were hijacking what science has done, right? It's a neat trick for the public, right? They've hijacked certain words. So when someone a layman perhaps, right, someone that doesn't really know much about it, they say a word and they always relate it to a physical object. They don't really care whether it's fantasy land or that Richard Feynman discovered it while he was tripping on mushrooms or whatever they were doing to get these fantastical fucking ideas and descriptions or whatever. And so they had it and they just promoted it like that. And that's what you guys are doing. You have stole words and meanings to put images into people's heads. So when you say it, it's to confuse and thing. And you, perhaps, Bob, you don't know you're doing it. You might just be a carrier of the virus of this, which perpetuates the lie, which funds this scientific discovery or whatever. You might be unaware you're doing it by passing on the knowledge and being adamant that you're right about this shit. But in the end up, it's all whatever it is. It's certainly not something I would go for anyway.
Guys, let's try to keep our
that's not an attack on anybody.
Hold on, guys. Going, Allie? Go ahead.
Okay. Right,
Listen,
guys.
hey, I've heard Issa try to get in a couple of times. Give him a quick chance.
Guys, try to keep your statements as concise as possible.
I'm sorry, man.
All right,
but
I'll go next.
No, Issa's been trying to get in for a while now. Patiently, let him say before.
That's why I said next.
Thanks for that, Grim. And thanks, brother. I was just curious, let's say when you're making an angle with sex, if you didn't if you didn't, you're somebody's hot micing. If you let's say you only corrected for your sextant's mistake, reading, and you didn't do dip correction, how far off would you be from let's say a star, and how often would you correct course?
How far off would you be?
Yeah, I mean, let's say if we got a star that's at 45 degrees in the sky, and you didn't.
Well, I'll be happy to answer it.
So let's say
if
you
the
only
star is up.
1 second.
Okay, well, go ahead and continue to talk rather than listen to the answer.
I'm just going to qualify. That's all. I'm just saying, if you didn't take into account dip correction, right, and you didn't take into account your correction for the center of the object or whatever, if it's I guess you're doing a star, so you wouldn't do that. But let's say you didn't take in those calculations, how far off would you be, and how often would you be correcting along the way?
You want the answer yet?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, if you don't correct, if you're at 10 feet for your observation and you don't put in a dip correction, that's going to add probably about 3 miles of air, 3 nautical miles. And if your star is at approximately 45 degrees, that's probably going to add another 1 nautical mile. So I would say between 4 and 6 nautical miles you would be off.
Okay, and how often would you be correcting course along the way? Or would you be just maintaining that heading the whole time after that one site?
Doesn't your boat try to straighten up and after you let go of the wheel?
Bob, you there?
You've got all kinds of stuff. You've got.
You asked him a question and he's not answering. So let's see if he's
he's
there or not. So if he's not there, we can continue.
Probably doing
if he's not there, we can
I'm
continue.
trying to answer, but
why are 3 people talking over me, guys?
It's Bob.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer. You keep talking over me. Are you done?
Really? There was a fucking.
It's Bob, dude.
20-second silence. Go ahead, answer him up.
All right. Well, there's generally about 3 star sites taken a day. You get a dawn site, you get an evening site. Those are generally star fixes, and then you get a noon site on the sun. So basically, you try and find your position at each one of those sites, and then you make your corrections then. You don't correct second to second. You do that with GPS. You correct a lot more often with GPS, but you get 3 star sites a day, or you get 3 sites a day to fix your position.
Right, but
and then you try and do your best.
At 45 degrees angle, let's say, right, at any particular moment, that's not that far away, though, right? So you wouldn't really have that time, let's say, to do all those other sightings. And I'm just curious, would you would you be sighting, let's say, at another 50 nautical miles or a proposed another 50 nautical miles?
No, when you do your star
keeping
sight,
your heading.
when you do your 3-star sight, they're generally separated by just a couple of minutes. You have your stars pre-plotted, and then you take the measurement, and then you swing around, take the next measurement, and the next measurement. You write those down with the time on each one, and they're generally separated by just a minute or two.
Well, forgive me. Like, let's say if you're going into the location of like a GP of a star that's at 45 degrees, I guess is maybe what I should have clarified also too. So let's say take out the other sightings, let's say, and you're just going in the direction. Not that you would just do that because you want to get your bearing and a bunch of other shit. But if you knew your GP was this and this star was that, and it was the angle was at 45 degrees, how often would you be calculating on your trip, and correcting?
Well, with every single star that you sight, you calculate the GP and the angle at that minute, at that second. And then you do that 3 times to 3 different stars. So on each star, you calculate the GP at the time you took the sighting of that star. That's part of your error reduction.
Why would you be, let's say if you had a GP of 1 star and you were going to take the sighting and the heading, couldn't you just take the GP of that 1 star at a particular moment that it's above that location you want to be at, generate your heading? And let's say if you didn't correct for dip correction or anything else, just the instrument calculation or correction, you'd only be 3 nautical miles off, right? If you could maintain that bearing.
3 to 6, and your bearing would be your direction would be the great circle direction to that GP. Yes, that's one of the ways they find Mecca.
Interesting. So you wouldn't have to so your dip correction essentially. 3 nautical miles isn't that much.
Well, combined with your operator error, your instrument error, your refraction error, which varies, there's a lot of different things that go into it. So what you do is you take out all of the sources of error that you can to get your most accurate reading. So if you take out all your sources of error, I've personally been able to get my position within about 2.5 nautical miles.
But you wouldn't
most people should be able. Most people can get theirs within about 10. Okay, we'll just keep talking.
Fair enough. Forgive me. I'm just saying, at 45 degrees angle, you're not going to be taking into account any refraction, right?
No, you will be taking into account refraction. It's about 1 minute, if memory serves me.
So
is this going anywhere?
I suppose.
I got beef with Bob.
Well, my thing is just the idea that if you don't calculate for some of these things, let's say, that's why I was just saying, if you just calculated for your instruments correction, you're saying I'm going to be 3 nautical miles off, and that doesn't seem like very much to me. It seems like you could, it's
4 to 6 probably.
Right.
4 to 6 is what I said.
Right. So it's kind of nominal, but it is important though. I get it. Fair enough. That was my question. Forgive me for boring everybody. My point is, I guess that it isn't far off if you just were calculating, taking a normal sighting and operating off of a GP of a star, and you created a heading. You don't need all this extraneous stuff. You would just go in the direction.
If you know your position, and what you do is you take your dead reckoning position, and then you compare it, and you calculate what your star angles should be, and then you actually determine what your star angles are. And then you correct your dead reckoning position using lines of position. And where those 3 lines come together to form a little triangle, you're within that triangle somewhere. And the size of the triangle is a rough judge of your accuracy of your sightings.
Right on, man. Yeah, it's so interesting to me.
So
it's fascinating.
Did you have more, Issa? Did you have anything else there?
No, go on, brother. Forgive me for boring everybody. Yep, go on.
All right,
no, you're
mine's
good.
quick.
You're good. Hold on a second. Oh, you got something, Grim?
Yeah. Mine's quick. So when we build boats, right, we use a planer, and we plane curved surfaces with a planer. The plane doesn't mean flat; it means smooth, in that term too. Obviously, because I'm not making a flat surface; I'm making a curved surface with my planer, my smoother. another, just give you an example of why we're saying the word is used that way, because it is used that way. It's not just made up for the shape of the earth conversation. There you go. Think about that for a while.
Yeah, that was so profound.
Words
dude.
have different meaning.
So
Words
anyway,
have different meanings
is that
depending
line
on
right there?
context.
Oh, that's a cool story. So is that horizontal line curved or horizontal?
We were talking about the word plane.
Hey,
and
is
flat.
this line horizontal?
We're
Yes
talking
or
about
no?
the word plane and flat.
Yeah, and the word horizontal.
It's a horizontal line. It's actually a pretty cool picture, but I think it's just meant to be like a description of the extremes on Earth, because it has Mount Everest, the Mariana Trench. I don't think it's meant to be any sort of to scale anything, right? It's just
Okay,
showing the different heights.
So the way we get depths of the ocean floor is typically sonar, right? And either way, we measure a depth from the horizontal sea level. And as we go out into the ocean, we maintain that same horizontal so that we can keep measuring the depth. Okay, so it just assumed that it presents itself horizontal, but horizontal in the globe definition is actually just not varying in height relative to the center of mass.
You did your research, man. Hey, is it true though? Is it true that they used the horizontal with the submarines and the sonar, or do they just use that they're the same depth, so they take the measurement from the same depth each time?
Okay, they don't measure depth with submarines, right? They measure from the surface of the water. Okay.
I mean, some submarines did, but yeah, I know. Yeah, you're talking about like NOAA and stuff. Yeah, I guess they use.
Yeah, the way the submarines use that data to know their depth, right? The way you get the data is you measure a depth from horizontal sea level, and this is all over the. I've seen linked so much stuff right here. It's so insane to me. So the word horizontal and flat and plane are all used numerous times with diagrams explaining to you that it is a depth taken from horizontal. That when you measure the surface of the ocean floor, which makes up over 2/3 of the surface of the Earth in the model, right? You measure slopes. You measure slopes, so you measure an angle to a horizontal. That's how you get a slope.
Hey, I'm curious, real quick. What's it? Just because I could do the research, figure it out, I guess. But I'm just curious. Do you happen to know what the maximum angle? So I know obviously they can do the sonar straight down. Do you know what angles? What the maximum angle is they can do? Like they can do like a 45-degree angle, or I don't know if it says it anywhere. Like a 60-degree angle.
I'm not sure. I mean, you can send out sonar horizontally on the surface floor for an insane amount of miles.
He's just inserting
sending out horizontally.
That's right. From the ocean floor, if you send out sonar horizontally, it'll hit its target hundreds of miles away, even thousands.
He's just inserting the term horizontal to mean sea level.
Yeah. No, I just took a
substituting
picture and cited it. I didn't insert anything. This is the government's website and explains that
And
the
you're
horizontal
misunderstanding
dashed lines, the horizontal dashed lines. So does it say horizontal or does it not?
On the diagram, it's horizontal, yes, but
Okay,
it's a measurement to mean sea level. That's
Okay,
the difference between looking at a cartoon
You're
and
saying
actually
horizontal
understanding
curve?
what you're looking at.
So a horizontal curve, right? So when we measure elevation,
I'm not saying it's horizontal. I'm saying
when we measure
it's level.
Okay, so when we measure elevation, well, they're saying it's horizontal. No one cares what you're saying. This is the government that gives you all your worldview. So whenever we measure
so
elevation,
you understand the government's always right. Okay, I got you.
No, this is your daddy. You're arguing against your daddy right now.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
So if you measure elevation, you measure a distance above horizontal. If you measure ocean depth, you measure a distance below horizontal. Objectively, I just cited it.
Means sea level.
No, it says horizontal. It doesn't say that.
I don't care what it says.
You're saying horizontal means level and level means curve. So you're essentially saying horizontal is curved?
I'm not using the term horizontal at all. I'm saying it means sea level.
They are. If you're not using it, then stop. They are.
Yeah, they're
doing it on a cartoon for children.
No, not even on the diagram. In the actual explanation of the data, it says it's taken from a horizontal. I already sourced it.
Then you're misunderstanding it.
So you're just preemptively knowing you're right, which shows you're a religious zealot. Thank you.
Yes. No, it's I understand what I'm talking about. You don't.
No,
That's the
no, you're
difference.
just as you don't. If you understand it, then why are they saying horizontal, but you're saying they don't say that?
Why are you introducing religion into this?
Because a
Because
religious
to
zealot
plane
would
something,
preemptively
you think if I
defend their
plane
worldview
something, it
prior
means
to
I'm going to
knowing.
make it flat, right? If I'm going to use my tool and plane it, that means I'm going to make it flat to you because I'm using my planer, and it's going to be flat, right? But that's not what planers do. They smooth things. They don't just
make them
flatten things. You
horizontal.
can use a planer around a curve. You can plane a curve. There's a plane on a curve. Think about that for a second. With your tool right here, the planer.
Hey, real quick, which
It means smooth.
That makes you feel
Doesn't
smart
mean
right
flat.
there. Like, yeah, for sure, for
Well,
sure.
no, it's
Flat,
just a
horizontal.
practical use of the word that you can demonstrate and show someone and can't even argue it. That's got to suck.
What's got to
Go ahead.
suck is you think the word flat means its antonym, and that makes me dumb.
Hey, real quick, Witch, are you talking about the link with the jellyfish?
Say again.
Are you talking about the link? The link that you're talking about, is it the one with the jellyfish?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. All the links say horizontal or flat.
Well, that's not true, but
It is
I
true.
thought you were talking about the last one, but that one doesn't really talk
Find
about
one
it at
that
all.
doesn't say horizontal or flat, Kosha.
The last one describes, it says the word horizontal once, and it's in reference to some land, like a plateau that's in the picture. But
It's in reference to a horizontal marker, yeah.
like
It
I
also
said,
explains that the way that they do this is they take a horizontal adjacent to the land continents. So is a horizontal adjacent to the land actually curving? What does
I
adjacent
don't
mean?
think that's in the last link.
No, it's in one of the links though.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Well, this isn't my job. I actually have to go write some legal papers
That's
out.
fine. I'm working with you, man.
What's adjacent mean? What's adjacent mean? Tell us for the class.
Yeah, it runs up to the land, runs next to, runs into the land. They run beside each other. You take the land and then you draw a horizontal from the land because it's adjacent to the land. So horizontal adjacent to land continent masses. Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me how that's not meaning horizontal adjacent to the land?
Does horizontal only have one meaning?
What does horizontal adjacent to landmass mean?
Does horizontal only have one meaning?
See, this is all you can do. Your dishonest tactic is always to try to shift the conversation into your ambiguous nonsense. I asked a very point blank question.
Dude, it just means close to. It doesn't mean lined up with or anything like that. It just means
dude,
close to or lying near.
So you have a problem too, man. Even though you've started to realize that gravity's BS, it doesn't mean that you.
I'm
This
reading
is
the
sad. You
definition of
have a
adjacent.
plague of the mind. So horizontal adjacent to the continents is very point blank. So if it's horizontal
not.
adjacent, okay, then you're dumb. Stop interrupting.
Oh, I'm dumb.
If
Yeah,
you don't
you've
know,
interrupted.
Oh,
Come
okay,
on, stop that.
Because
Hey,
I
listen,
thought
listen.
planer meant fucking
Grim's
flat.
just got a
I'm dumb.
different point of view. What's it?
All right, heads are getting muted. I'm gonna rip through the
Yeah, but
list.
stop
Relax, guys.
interrupting.
Allie,
Stop insulting him.
you realize your name begins with A, right?
yeah, I
I'm just
insult
saying
people
stop
because
it.
I'm trying to patiently ignore the interruptions.
But don't insult me. He's got a different point of view, and I agree on some
I'll
of his
just leave.
points.
I'll just leave.
I come in here and I try to support you
Yeah, do what you
sometimes, and
want.
then you rude.
Leave then.
You
Leave
interrupted him.
everybody
Yeah,
having
you're
their
not the
conversation.
fucking.
You were
You
like
started calling
100%.
everybody retards and stuff like that. You came in and you were started insulting everybody.
That's not what
we
happened.
were just arguing and
No
shouting.
name calling,
You
and let's
didn't
not.
insult anybody.
Yeah, Witted, I have not insulted you, man. I only
Yeah, but you
mentioned
interrupted him all
adjacent.
3 times.
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Yes, you did
Come on,
all
Wacky.
3 times. Bet
Can we
me.
just let him finish? Just let Witsit finish, and then you're next, Grim.
I would love to hear Witsit finish
No.
without that guy interrupting.
Please, no insulting, guys, please.
Okay, it's real simple. So, in order to get sea level and the depths of the ocean floor, they take a horizontal adjacent to the landmass and they measure a depth beneath that horizontal extended across the entire ocean. This is objective. I've sourced like 5 different things. A horizontal line adjacent to the landmass means you draw a horizontal line to the landmass. So, you draw the horizontal line from the landmass. So, if it's horizontal relative to the landmass, at which point does it start curving?
I'm not sure you posted the correct links, man.
I know I did. So if you've looked at all my links, then you would know what I'm saying.
I'm looking at all of them, man.
Me and Kosho got beef with Dr. Bob when you guys know. Big time. You know, fucked up now.
Huh?
Me and you got beef with Bob with the Coriolis thing. We'll wait till this is over with, though. Wait till this is over with.
Yeah, I mean, I was just actually just trying to be pretty chill. I do think it's funny though that when people claim flat means the exact opposite of flat, and so how do I measure something that's literally flat? Then, if surveyors use the word flat to describe curve, how would I measure something that's literally flat?
And what would you call it? What would
Yeah,
you
you
say
can't call it
about
flat
it?
because flat means
Would you
curve.
say
You'd
it's
measure
curved?
the elevation.
Would you say it's curved?
So it'd be sloped
Bob,
up.
pretend some. Bob,
Could I give an example? I could give an
Bob,
example,
pretend some
right?
surveyors
I'll
come
give you one
across some
example.
shit that's.
Jeremy, could I just say something, right?
right.
I'll give an example. Going to the woodworking side of it. There's a thing called a square edge, right? Now, if I had a curved bit of wood, I'd cut a curved bit of wood on the bandsaw. I'd smoothed it down, right? And then I was going to test whether it was square, as in I had a smooth, flat surface on the curve. I would use a thing called a square edge. It's a little tool. You put it against stuff, a bit of wood, and it's L shaped, and you put a bit on the top of the bit of wood, a bit on the side. You pull it down, and you can run it along a curved surface like that, and you've got a flat surface. And if you want to make sure it's smooth or flat, is you use a planer to smooth it off to take out that imperfection. But you can run. It's called a square edge. It's a tool I've used many times, called a square edge, and you can run it down a curved bit of wood. And that surface on top of it, the actual 90-degree angle will be smooth. But if you looked at it from the orthographic side, yeah, it's curved, man. But it's still smooth. And that,
Dude, you
that's
take
the
way
trick.
too long, man. So
Yeah, okay, so what?
Oh my god!
And now I'm
dude.
finished.
I'm gonna talk to you guys
finished
later.
now, right?
What's just got a good point though, man. But
it's finished,
Does
right?
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying you're not very concise and you just drone on. And so I have to get out of here now. I just wanted to have a casual conversation. Sorry I got worked up. Just so you
It
know,
was a
like
good
the
point,
universe
Ali.
in your own thing you just typed, it says next to or adjoining. Okay, thanks for playing. By the way, here's I gotta say this.
That's what I was telling you.
So what do you call it whenever you have to take your booster to get unemployment?
That's a good question, man. But I found the link, by the way.
Financial aids.
Yeah. It's the pub.
I like it. I like it.
I found it's a publication, right? Not the it's like not the link to the website. It's like the publication. That's the one you're talking about.
I don't know anymore, Kojo. I linked like 7 sources. I knew the guy that asked me would get quiet and wouldn't acknowledge them. It was wasting my time. I have stuff to do in the real world. I'm not going to pretend this makes me tough. I'm going to get out of here. Peace out.
I'm just making sure you were talking about the publication, man. That's all.
Yeah, but
I mean, the guy is. There's no, how are you going to give information like that, dude? I'm honestly curious about what he's talking about, but none of the information he talked about was in any of those links.
Kosho, quit acting like you're not just feeding his psychosis. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm not, dude. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm honestly, he's saying a bunch of shit. I'm trying to see what he's talking about.
Okay, Dr. Bob. Or Bob the science guy there.
And Jeremy, try to do this without including me.
We're about to rip him, Kosho. I'm talking
you never
body blows.
Never told me this was
happening. Figure 4 leg locks, elbows from the top rope.
Oh, this is Coriolis. I know what's happening here.
You ready for this, Bob? Left lane. I want to talk about left lane.
No, I promise I'll do my best to be quiet-ish.
What do you want to talk about, left lane? We could switch it up. We've been on that for a while. What do you got?
Oh, I don't. I just like Coriolis. The last few days has been hammered.
Oh, it's been like a week and a half. Yeah, it's been like a week and a half.
Hey, Jerry, what do you think about that? A little earlier, we were talking about what were we talking about? Oh, that's called superfluid vacuum theory. And the crazy thing about this theory is it actually
you're talking about some ether shit,
hints
bro.
at the ether. Yeah, it's like it's kind of describing the ether in more ways than the quantum field theory does. What do you think about that, Jeremy?
Like you like the ether now.
Well, I know you do a lot of drugs, and ether is your drug of choice.
Listen, the ether's been there. They hit it. They tried to hide it with the quantum foam theory. They couldn't. They're trying to hide it with the superfluid vacuum thing. They can't. It's there, bro.
Okay, so what you just said is actually not accurate, and it's a little paranoid involved, because the quantum field theory is not hiding ether. The quantum field theory encompasses what was the ether was supposed to be satisfying. It's not saying, it's not like trying to hide it in some sort of way. It's basically it's included in the parts that are true. The only difference with the vacuum superfluid vacuum theory is that they're claiming that instead of it being a field pervading all space, that they're claiming some sort of substance properties, like, you know, the superfluid property.
So, what do you want? The ether's there. What do you want?
I'm just curious what you think about it, man. So the fucking left
I
lane
love that.
changing the subject, so I'm just asking you what you think about it, man.
The idea of space being a superfluid. Awesome. Could you get sonoluminescence inside of a superfluid?
Probably not, man.
Could the oxygen or helium or whatever, could that be turned into a straight up solid?
I don't see why you would want to.
Can it? No, who cares what I want?
I forget, does helium, I think I've heard this before, but I don't think there's a temperature you can make helium. I think there's a pressure there is a pressure. There's a pressure you can make helium solid, but I gotta check that again.
What's the price? Is it a low pressure or high pressure?
Oh, it's a low pressure, man. It's a really low. What do you fuck you think, dude? It's a high pressure.
I don't.
Super high pressure.
Okay, settle down. I don't know about fucking
dude.
What the solidification point of helium is.
No, but that's how the states of matters work. They're usually based on the temperatures and pressures, and usually a higher pressure allows for
rigidity.
A higher temperature.
All right, sounds good. So what?
I literally just saw a science thing where they have these ice cubes, right, that are hotter than, I think, the surface of the sun or some shit like that.
But they said they got to absolute zero before, but they said it's actually hot. Absolute zero, but it's hot. We could figure that one out.
I don't.
You gotta read more than the title, though, man.
No, the titles are way more fun, Kosho. Stop it.
Then you can run and fucking. That's how they get you. That's because they write their papers. They get peer reviewed. Before they get peer reviewed, they write an article, and in the title they put the implication of whatever the thing is, and so people go around thinking all this.
If you're talking about my thing, we went over in depth in gems for days and days. So we read more than the title.
A good example, Kosho, would be a good example for what Kosho is saying. Probably would be Earth's atmosphere now found to extend past the moon.
Yeah, that's it.
I got a good one
right there. Blows people up. What's up?
I can't explain, Grim. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The rotation of the atmosphere at 200 kilometers can't be explained by.
Oh my god!
Yeah, well, because it's rotating too fast and faster than the spin of the Earth.
They call it a super rotation, and it's unexplained and unclear as to why.
It's not unexplained, dude. Do you have one guy saying that? I explained it. I explained it easily, dude, with an intuition. Yeah.
Scientists and physicists and guys that graduated from Oxford, they don't know why, but Kosho does.
That's one guy who went to Oxford, teaches somewhere else, and is a science writer. Okay. Second of all, let me ask you this question, Jeremy. You live in a 2-story house, right? If the Earth is a rotating sphere, then the air on your first floor of your 2-story house and the air on the second floor of your 2-story house, the air on the second story is going to be traveling faster than the air on the first story. If you're on
the other way, though, dude. the other way.
That's not what they're talking about.
Not the same way.
No, it's,
That's
it's,
what they're
it's not.
talking
It's not the
about.
other way.
No, yeah. There's
No, that's
no
not what
reason
they're.
in the world why, if the Earth is the motor that spins the anything, then there should be nothing spinning faster than the spin of the Earth, side of the
What
Earth.
they're talking
It should
about.
always be trying to
The
catch up, not
speed
go
difference
faster.
they're talking. The
If
speed difference they're
if
talking
it's going
about.
faster, then it's an indicator that it's an ionic drive, and those are ionic winds, and that it might even indicate that that's the reason why the Earth spins in the first place, is because the driver is externally fueled.
No,
from the
exactly like
outside
I
in.
just described. If
Well,
you
no,
have
you
a
mean
tower,
no, you don't think so. Not
no, I'm
no.
telling you, the answer is no. The truth is, if you have a tower and there's air on the bottom of the tower and air on the top of the tower, and there's nothing that's making the air on the top of the tower be different from the air on the bottom, like it's moving with it, then the air on the top of the tower has to be traveling at a faster tangential speed than the air at the bottom of the tower. And this
Oh,
would
but
go.
we're
This
not
would go the
talking
whole way
about
up the
just the
atmosphere.
faster tangential speed. We're talking about supersonic winds. Dude.
Well, he said. I think it said like
Well above.
100 miles per hour or something like that, faster.
No, these are plasma winds that are highly structured, and they're faster than the rotation of by a lot, not just by like 100 miles an hour or something really weak like that.
Sorry,
I'm talking about highly structured wind. Yeah, no, that's wrong. They're called plasma winds, and they're well above in the high atmosphere. And if you look at you can see it on the wind maps from the satellites. When the higher up you go, the more structured the winds become.
Well, Jeremy,
And faster.
What were
it's
the
really
speeds
backwards?
What were the speeds of these winds that you're talking about?
It's about I think it was like 1.2 or 1.3 times the speed of Earth. But they're not talking about as the air gets higher, it needs to spin faster. This is faster than that. It's a super rotation. It can't be explained by fluid dynamics, and it's unclear. And I have multiple sources that say that.
Yeah, but are you saying the rotation rate is faster or the speed, tangential speed is faster?
The rotation rate.
Are you sure about that?
It's called a super. Yeah, they call it it's 1.3 times this normal rotation. They call it a super rotation that's unexplained and unclear.
Yeah, dude, it's really explained through the.
If you think you're going to sit here and explain it to us,
I'm trying to see what exactly you're talking about, because the thing you showed yesterday was different than that.
Yesterday said it was a super rotation and it was unclear on why it happened. I can get you other stuff. I mean, there's tons of this is just a well-known phenomenon. They also say it happens on Venus.
All right, let me see.
Phenomena that they can't explain.
They're supersonic plasma jets.
You can say that, Grim, but they don't know.
No, that's what they say they are. They don't know why they're there, but they say they are those. I'm reading from sciencealert.com. Supersonic plasma jets have been detected in Earth's upper atmosphere for the first time.
Super
April
rotation.
2017. For the first time, researchers have discovered.
And are they saying
that's
why
this upper atmosphere?
Saying that's why the super rotation happens?
That is the super rotation. They're moving at well above those speeds. They're moving faster than the speeds that you're talking about. I'm going up one step higher. You're going, wow, look at this, a little bit lower. We're going one step higher, and it's even going faster, which even indicates that there's more of a problem with their model than what you thought.
Yeah, big problems, Kosho. Big problems.
Bigger than you thought. Yeah,
me and Grim, see,
we could bigger.
Could have been me and you dropping elbow drops on Bob. Now it's me and Grim dropping. We're
you literally just disagreed with him and then agreed with him just because you needed to have.
Because I wasn't clear.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about him. I'm talking about.
I know. I wasn't clear. He argued.
Yeah, but I don't think
you're
dropping
elbow drops on me.
Oh yeah, Bob,
elbow drops on me.
You don't want to talk about Coriolis because they're sick of it, but when the time is right, you will be getting elbow drops.
I doubt it. Sorry, I was
top rope.
interrupted by
Me and
golf
Kosho. I got Kosho, Zanuck, Rumpus, Ruhiv, rocket scientists, all on my side.
And they all say that I got the superior idea of Coriolis, so fuck off.
I don't know how it works.
Dude,
the funny thing is listen, guys. The funny thing is the winds go in both directions, also. But there's a stronger inclination to the to the direction it's going. So in both directions, the wind is spinning up there. It's obviously an electric circuit because that's the way the electric circuits work, and it's where you see the ionospheres. I mean, excuse me, aurora, the polar areas in there. There's a factor, something that you guys are missing in this spinning ball narrative. It's not just because it's spinning that the winds happen.
I don't really
Fine.
think that
It's
the
spinning
spin of
faster
the
because
earth.
of global warming. There you go.
I don't
It's
think
not
the
wind.
wind
My shit is the
spin.
rotation of the atmosphere.
I don't think the spin of the earth is what causes the winds directly.
Okay, my shit's the rotation of the atmosphere. Grim brought up some other thing.
Yeah, we're
No,
not
I
on the
think
same
it's a
exact
difference
thing.
in temperature. I think it's a difference in temperature and pressure.
Here's what it is.
Yeah, that would make sense with the because it happens more. I think you said it's like 60 times the speed on Venus, which would make sense because they have a vast different temperature based on the side that's facing the sun and the side that's not. It barely rotates. So I mean, I guess
Doesn't it blow your mind, Kosho? Doesn't it blow your mind how they tell us all this stuff about way deep outer space that they know, and they're pretty sure exactly that this is right and this is right, and it's way out there. But then in 2017, they just discovered these plasma jets in Earth's upper atmosphere.
Well,
I think they're a little far back. They're a little
yeah.
behind on looking for the electric shit, aren't they? Because it's right there all
Isn't
over
science
us,
great?
right in our local environment. No, yeah, science is great, but isn't theoretical physics a little bit full of shit at this point when they
No.
by decree suppose that we're working with not vacuum free space, but vacuum free enough to where there are no electrical connections over vast cosmological distances. Therefore, gravity must be doing all the heavy lifting. But then when we get out there into space, we start measuring and finding all of these actual electron densities, plasma filaments that carry currents for hundreds of light years, and then we still haven't reoriented our original theories
Well,
to
it's a
fit that,
fascinating
knowing that
concept.
that force is much stronger than gravity and now it's present. How do we still leave it out and be responsible at the same time?
Well, it's a fascinating concept. Now you can go prove it and win your Nobel Prize. Claiming something exists or stating something exists doesn't prove that it has a relationship to what you think it has. So now you get to go prove that.
It's already happening. That's why it's being incorporated now. The data can't be ignored, marginalized, or swept under the
All
rug.
you need to do, bro, is gather a group big enough so that you build your own peer review and
It's
voila.
already happening. No,
I
they're
know.
already, publishing it in the astrophysical journals and in the plasma physics journals. This is all already happening.
Cool.
This is ESA. The ESA link that I dropped here talks about the supersonic plasma jets that were just discovered in 2017.
Science
It's not like from
wins
an
all the time.
obscure person. Right, exactly. So that's what the point is, though. I was trying to tell people about this a long time ago. But I'm an idiot and I'm wrong, and this is never going to be true. But yet it's becoming truer and truer the more time goes on. I'm still an idiot and I'm wrong somehow. That's my whole point about the same way the gravity was doing all the heavy lifting, right? And and anybody who thought anything else is wrong. And now that they find
Even a
that this
blind squirrel
stronger
gets a
force
nut sometimes.
exists, right. But a continuously blind squirrel getting all of the nuts, that's funny.
Well, when you find one that does that, let me know.
Here I am. Welcome to the party.
Okay.
Vitamin D.
Jeremy, this is just it's actually a small.
We gotta let Bob have it, bro. We gotta let Bob have it, dude. I can't take it anymore.
All right, you got a nut, dude. That's cool, man. But I'm seeing this super rotation thing on Earth is not as pronounced as you're claiming, really. But it is observed. But I think Bob was right. I think it's temperature related.
I was just talking about regular winds.
Oh yeah, but there's something called super rotation, which is more pronounced on Venus and not really pronounced on Earth too much, but just a phenomena of
The
a
sun has
faster
it.
rotation.
Yeah. On the equator. Doesn't the sun's equator go faster than its poles?
I've never been there.
Well, you can look
Oh, we
at
touched it. We touched the sun,
measurements. It's called
Kosho.
super
Remember, it's
rotation.
tangible.
Dude, you might not want to say that. I don't want to say that too many times, man. Some people might be taking that the wrong way, dude.
Well, yeah. Then according to the heliocentric NASA guys, didn't they touch the sun or something?
And where
Fuck
was
no.
it again?
Whose sun?
They were 6 million miles away from it.
So, they didn't touch
From
it.
the
I've heard
corona.
people tell me they touched the sun before. They
Well,
must
no,
have been mistaken.
They wrote an article that says touching the sun, but that's an example
they
of
only
what
read the
we're
title?
talking about by titles.
Only
Yeah,
read the
that's
title?
No, they did. They get close to the what is that? Like I forgot how many miles away. It's not very close, but they were able to measure like get material and shit like that. So it's cool.
No,
Shit.
they did not. They were only
And you
way
believe
out
that, right,
and
Kosho?
millions of miles away from the sun at the corona. I looked at it very closely. The data, they did not touch the sun on that very article that I'm talking about. They did not even that's
They
that
didn't measure
bullshit. You
material.
were just giving an example. Yeah, it's in the article.
No, but didn't they measure material though?
Well, the material comes to Earth, so they can measure material. But what they did was they got close enough that they could see the flip. They call it a switchback, where the current flips. They say right there. It was totally unexpected, but it's a normal electrical occurrence in an electrical circuitry in a plasma. So that's a normal thing that was already expected by the plasma physicists, guys. So this was an unexplained phenomenon. Now they know why a particular thing happens. That you know what I mean. But the issue is they were barely at the corona, which is millions of miles away from the surface of the sun. But then the
That's the
title
difference
touching the
between
surface of
reading.
the sun.
That's the difference between reading the title and reading the article.
Yes.
Yeah, in the article it says that they flew into the corona, the upper atmosphere, and sampled particles.
Yeah, a million miles away, and the
It's like 3 million
particles.
miles away, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but the particles are already accelerating and leaving the sun. They're not staying there, so you can measure
And you
them in the
both
solar
believe
wind.
this, right?
Absolutely.
Kosho? You both believe this, right?
No, I'm just talking about it because I like fucking moving my mouth.
Gotcha.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Bob.
Kosho, we gotta let Bob have it, bro. Come on, man.
Bob can be fun sometimes.
Zanuck and Rumpus in here and Rocket Scientist.
Well, unfortunately, I'm at work right now, but if you want to schedule a time, I'm more than happy to be there.
You guys are gonna rumble.
I'll see when the literal rocket scientist is free, and then you could tell us you know more than him. I'll get back with you, Bob.
What's in contention?
There's two guys in a park. They're throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. Okay, there's a guy in a roundabout in between them. He's rotating. He's spinning on the roundabout. He's watching the ball. The guys that are standing still, they see it go straight. He sees it appear to curve. He's just witnessed the Coriolis effect. Bob doesn't think so. I don't know why. It's weird.
Because the ball's not on a rotating frame of reference.
Yeah, the ball is outside the rotating frame of reference.
Yeah, there's a lot of very confused people in this arena when it comes to Coriolis effect. I understand. I'm not gonna make fun of you or anything.
Primarily you, yes.
No, Bob. The Coriolis is a visual effect. So whenever you see a deviation, apparent deviation that is not actually deviating, in either form that you experience that's Coriolis effect.
Yeah, the problem is
what puts the ball outside the reference frame. Let me ask a question. What puts the ball outside the reference frame?
Is not in the example that Jeremy said, if I understand it correctly.
Asking the baller.
No.
The baller.
If you read the definition of Coriolis, it's not in Jeremy's case. It's still experiencing different frame of references and how it affects the movement, the apparent movement of something, but it's not Coriolis.
What is it?
Not in the reference frame. You must not know that it can be in every reference frame. So
yeah, I was going to say,
guys made that bullshit up.
What puts that ball specifically outside the reference frame? You said it's not in the same reference. It's not thrown from the same reference frame. What does that mean?
I said it's experienced from a different reference frame.
Well, it's being experienced from the non-inertial reference frame, the frame that you're supposed to view Coriolis in. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so if a bird is just fucking hovering right over while it's happening, does all of a sudden Coriolis isn't real anymore because he saw it in a straight line? If there are two observers,
yeah, if you don't see it,
if you don't see a curve path, is that negate the Coriolis?
If you don't see it deviating, then it's not Coriolis. Coriolis is just a visual effect, though. It's an apparent deviation.
No. See, that's what they're arguing. That's not what they're arguing. No. They're saying it's an actual pseudo
experience.
They can believe that. That's what Jeremy says. Jeremy says there are a lot of confused people about Coriolis. That's a problem right there.
Yeah. That's what we're. I agree with Jeremy in a sense that this is.
Can I talk to Gummy Bear real quick? I think because
go ahead, Kosho. Set him straight, Kosho.
Hold on, dude. Or I'm going to set you straight, sir. Go ahead, Gummy Bear.
The thing is, in Jeremy's example, all you're experiencing is experiencing the ball being thrown from a different reference frame. In order for something to be experienced in Coriolis, it needs to be within the inertial reference frame and changing its reference frame.
On Jeremy.
Yeah, ball left and leave my bad, Kosho.
No, yeah, because I tried this yesterday with the people in Gems, and once they heard what I said, they had to change the subject, bro. But that's not important. First things first, though, Gummy Bear. Before I say this, it's not. So it needs to be said that Coriolis is not only a visual effect, although it can sometimes be experienced only as a visual effect. That is true. But it's not.
I wasn't the one who said it's only a visual.
Right? No. Of course. I'm saying this. I'm saying this because Silent Zero was just saying it was just a visual effect, and so I'm just making it clear that it's.
That's what it is, bro. Effect. That's what it is, Coach.
That's fine. I'm not going to argue with that right now. I'm just telling you that it's not. And Gummy Bear, let me ask you this question: imagine that these two dudes, the shirtless guys that Jeremy dreams about, are throwing this ball, and the ball has paint on it. Okay. And the ball is thrown so slowly, magically, that it's going over the fucking merry-go-round. It takes a minute to get all the way across it, and it's got paint on it, and so the paint drops are going to drop, and it's going to leave a trail on the rotating reference frame, right? And so, if you wanted to describe the path that the ball went over from the rotating reference frame, you would be able to describe its path, right? And it would make a curve, make this weird curve path. And
Sparrow,
you're saying that you wouldn't consider that Coriolis?
I'm hearing a different.
Slightly different. It's the same. It's the same exact scenario. The only difference is there's paint on the balls.
It's opposite. It is opposite.
It's not hold on. It's not. It's
I'm here, Jeremy.
Just with paint on the ball.
I'm here, Jeremy.
So the way I understood Jeremy's initial setup was that someone's driving a car around a roundabout, and then to the side of the roundabout, you have two people throwing a ball back.
Okay, no. When Jeremy says roundabout, it's a merry-go-round. Yeah, it's a merry-go-round.
What a roundabout is.
Jeremy's
merry-go-round.
Me and Jeremy have been talking about this. Jeremy's whole setup
hold on,
is backwards to what is the real way.
I know, but hold on, dude. I'm trying to get to this with Gummy Bear first, right, dude?
Well, I'm part of the same conversation.
On the same page,
so it's okay. You could. I can
Always gummy bear knows.
conversation too.
I mean,
Gummy bear knows the
question
ball's not
you
gonna
have
get
to answer yet. But yeah, but Gummy Bear, now that you know that the only difference is that there's paint being dropped from the balls.
Well,
And-
to me, the whole setup has changed, so I need to think for a second.
Okay,
because
okay,
I was
I
imagining a
understand.
totally different setup than what you.
It's the regular explanation. Just Jeremy reversed the observers and the ones that are experiencing Coriolis.
We're not trying to confuse him. We're trying to ask him Jeremy's version. What's up, though, Grim?
So I think, right, between me and you, the biggest problem so far some people aren't focusing on is, was the ball thrown from within the merry-go-round?
Outside.
Or it was the ball from, yeah, exactly. And so, and in my opinion, the Coriolis effect, it would be no different if it was thrown from within or without, right? At least the observation of the Coriolis effect.
That's what I'm trying to display. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paint drops because that's the only difference in what Jeremy suggested. And when I did this in Gems, somebody changed their answer and then said that it's different, but it's not different.
It is different.
It's exactly the same scenario. The only difference is you're letting paint drop, so you can actually see
the only difference is, and this is why you have to do this little paint thing you're talking about, because the observer, the one who would be experiencing this Coriolis effect, observing it, would have to be outside the reference frame.
No.
Why?
Because that's not Coriolis. Coriolis is the deviation as experienced from the rotating reference frame.
Okay, so when you're looking at,
Sean, in other words, it's not Coriolis unless it's thrown from the spinning reference frame.
Yes.
And observed.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what you can observe it from anywhere you want, but as long as it's thrown from within the spinning reference frame,
it doesn't matter
you can call it the Coriolis effect. No, the definition. That's exactly what the fucking definition is, dude.
Yeah, but
I don't see why there's a difference.
Jeremy's example is the people throwing the ball aren't on the reference frame; they're outside of it.
Right.
The person on the merry-go-round spinning around doesn't experience that path deviate.
Right, and that Coriolis is the main thing about Coriolis is its experience from the rotating frame. That's the main.
Why would you call it Coriolis if it's coming? If it starts from or if it starts from outside the reference frame. So that's the whole point of contingency.
It doesn't matter where it starts. It doesn't matter where it starts.
In the definition of Coriolis, that's the only issue is where it starts. If it starts from the spinning reference frame, from within the spinning reference frame is where it has to go.
It doesn't matter where it starts. If you're in the merry-go-round and you throw a ball, you're going to see curve either way.
How do you see curve if you're on the reference frame spinning? How do you see that?
That's exactly
because when you throw the ball gets an inertial path, and you're not inertial, so you're going to see curve.
If that were the case, then the sun's path across the sky would also be Coriolis effect. Then, if that were the case.
I don't get what you guys are saying.
You gotta let these guys that don't understand Coriolis. They gotta let them figure it out. They gotta.
You understand that Grim is disagreeing with you now, Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy.
No, I'm not.
Jeremy, and
you just said that.
Jeremy is literally explaining this in reverse. And when yes, it is. Jeremy. Because a guy. Okay, you agree with him. So
does everyone else.
I don't think you understand what's going on here, Sean.
I absolutely do, Graham. I've been having this conversation with Jeremy for days. His example of how to show this Coriolis effect is not an example of how you show the Coriolis effect.
Green.
Perfect example.
Reasonable example. It's not a perfect.
It's not
perfect.
It's the simplest.
Perfect.
Simplest.
Because if you if you drew this magical line across it,
you're roboting.
No, Sean. That line is just for the people. The people who need to visualize it better. You don't need to drop those paint drops to do that. You can still describe.
You see that deviates because
you can describe.
It's not.
You have to stop talking sometimes, man.
Hold on, guys. Grim, you need to fix your mic though. You're breaking up really bad.
I'm not talking.
Oh, it's Sean?
Not me. It's Sean. Dude.
Hold on, Grim.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Grim.
What's up with Mike?
Sounds like you're in
you ask Kosho a question and you he's answering you start to.
Jeremy, what's wrong with it?
It's overmodulating.
Okay.
Your mic sounds like you live in an airport hangar.
Now, there's anything wrong with that though, but Yeah, so the reason I described the paint drops was to show to hopefully the gummy bear, which he, doesn't matter because he has to rethink the whole thing, was to show that there's no difference in the scenarios. The only difference is now I've made it clear that there's making a path that's going to be painted onto the surface now. But regardless, if I didn't do that, I could still, from the rotating frame, describe the path of that ball as I'm experiencing it. I can describe the path the shadow makes on the ground as I'm experiencing it. And these are all going to make curved paths. They're going to be deviated paths from its straight line path that it would be experiencing.
Now Kosho,
So from now that I understand the actual full picture of it, because I had a misunderstanding of it first, yes, I agree that is Coriolis.
Lot of flip flops on this one.
Now,
Awesome. No, that's
Kosho,
cool, though.
when I did that little upload, and I showed that this wire string back and forth, and you plotted all those little dots.
Yeah.
Do you understand that when I was saying that the path deviates, that the path isn't the same? It's still a straight path. There's no curving path in that wire. You just showed the different points every time I turn the phone.
No, I showed it every frame. I put a dot in every frame of the thing.
Okay, when you were doing that, you would have to show the forward and the back point, and then you would see that not be a straight line. Showing the dots, of course, the dots are going to change. Of course, the points of forward and back are going to change because I'm spinning a phone. That's not Coriolis, though.
That is Coriolis.
No, it's the path. It's the deviating path that would show the observance of Coriolis, right? Not dot. That doesn't even show where.
That's what the dots represent. Is the path.
Okay, can you show the correlating path to that one? Otherwise, you don't see it.
Doesn't the conservation of momentum come into
Again, guys, you guys are arguing about something. It's just the visual effect of the deviation. That's what Coriolis is.
That's incorrect.
Left lane, they got you left lane. They've had you gassed up all these years. Hold on, guys. Left lane, they've had you gassed up all these years.
Not me. Not me.
All right, Kosho, can you read the description? Definition or description? Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
Check 1 2. Left lane, they've had you gassed up all these years. Every time they've said Coriolis is the conservation of momentum. It doesn't have to be, and it doesn't need to be, and it has nothing. It's all it is this visual effect. That's all it is.
Okay, Kosho, this is what I asked Jeremy for. He hasn't done it. For the example Jeremy is explaining, can you show an example of that?
You showed us that example. You did it, and Kosho trained out the path for you.
Every time it shows up a correlating path, Kosho, show that path. Because those dots, you can't see which dot goes to which dot.
Yeah, you can.
Are you fucking kidding me, Sean?
Let me get it, and I'll show you.
What you're arguing about is so not nonsensical, but important to this whole argument.
How do you know? I mean, you're not even seeing what I'm talking about.
What you're complaining about is the fact that the pain that is it's simply used as a visual device of seeing because it drips. Therefore, it's not Coriolis.
No, see, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're. See, that's not what we're talking about right now.
Okay, so what are you saying with the drip?
I did a little experiment where I had a wire hanging from my ceiling, and I had it swing back and forth. And under it, I had my phone on a swivel. So basically, I started spinning my phone, and I was trying to tell Jeremy that the path doesn't curve; just the straight path that wire is taking deviates in where it's at. So Kosher took that upload and he put dots at every point that the wire met at, from back and forth.
No,
you didn't.
I put a dot in every single frame.
Yeah,
not just when it was swinging. I put it in every frame wherever they were.
Yeah, wherever the swing back and forth was. But you can't. When you look at that, all you see is a circle of dots. How do you know that from one point, from forward to back, the back, curved?
All you have to do is follow.
You make a straight line. Hold on, Sean. Could you make
the pink dots?
Sean, could you make a straight line out of those dots?
From dot to dot?
Yes.
Yes, if I knew what the path was, that's why I said do the path. Because the path is what we're talking about.
There's no actual path.
The path is what we're talking about, not where it ends up.
There's no actual path in your model, though.
It's a path.
No, we're talking about the pattern that the effect that is gonna create.
I know what we're talking about, but in
it's
his
gonna
model,
create a curved pattern. That's what it's gonna do, though.
In his world, there's no actual path. In ours, there is. I get
Let's
that.
not go there, though.
Don't mistake me.
What did you mean? What did you say, Silent?
Grim, please, Grim. This is hard enough.
For one, the second I stop swinging that from the first time I swung it, it's going to have less swings. Every time I turn it, it has less of a swing. Your dots don't represent its path in a even mount. That's why I said you'd have to go from
there's a green path and a pink path, and literally
it would show a curve.
You can see it's just two circles. I didn't do the full video because it was getting boring doing it every frame. But I did the first 40 frames.
Seconds.
But if you look, the green there's a green loop, and then I put the pink one for the second half of the 40 frames. And this is like a little pink loop, and there's two ovals.
Okay, you're not getting it. All right.
Everybody but you knows this thing fucking curves and doesn't stay on a straight path. I don't know why you don't know this. Is beyond me.
Okay.
Stop asking me for an
I should show it, but that's not what I saw.
Kosho laid the dots out for you. They don't form a straight line. You can't make a straight line out of those dots.
First of all, it wouldn't form a straight line because the camera's spinning. One. But the path from forward to back wouldn't change.
Oh my God, Sean! I told you in the very beginning you didn't know what we were talking about.
I did know. I do.
You don't.
I've actually been in the conversation with them longer than you have.
By round of applause, does Sean know what he's talking about?
I'm clapping.
No.
I'm kidding though.
Okay, bro. It's okay. We've all been wrong.
We're on the same page, kind of.
Kosho,
What did you say, man?
you think we're all on the same page?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be
this
fucking
one
nice,
Jeremy,
bro.
in this one scenario, I agree with you. It is Coriolis.
Thank you very much. All we gotta do is set Bob straight, and he fucking left.
So listen to me though, dude. You can't do that. You can't do it to me. Just fucking say, "Hey, dude, we're about to bust Bob's nuts, dude." Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
My bad.
I'm gonna fucking.
Is Jeremy still trying to redefine Coriolis again?
Oh boy.
Always.
Oh fuck! Why, Jeremy?
Well,
just
he
give up.
is, but in this scenario, he's correct.
I don't know which scenario he's talking about.
I've always known what Coriolis is, and always
said that if
you're just defining.
Start cutting himself.
So hang on,
You're just defining everything caused by Earth rotation as Coriolis.
Gummy and Grim, let me ask you these questions. Tell me if this is exactly how Jeremy explained it, because this is how Jeremy explained it. There's a guy on the merry-go-round going around and around and around. Two guys off the merry-go-round to the sides, throwing a ball back and forth to each other. The guy on the merry-go-round experienced Coriolis. How does he experience Coriolis in that path? He doesn't even see the whole path.
You see an apparent deviation of the ball. The ball is going on a straight line when he's experiencing a curve on the ball. That's Coriolis right there.
In his reference frame, the ball is not making straight lines.
Say again?
Again, Coriolis effect is just an apparent deviation of an object. That's all it is.
Apparent?
I don't think that's very accurate.
It's not all it is, man. It's a literally a fictitious force because it literally causes a force in that.
All right, bring up the definition, Kosho.
Yeah,
bring up the definition.
This example you're giving is this example you're giving matches. Sorry, go on. Or not. So this example we're giving matches the simplest example of Coriolis.
Yeah.
But Coriolis appears in many other situations in which that description doesn't really describes it.
Yeah, I think what some people would argue is that it's not Coriolis, but Coriolis would only occur if the ball were thrown from
exactly,
and they'd be merry-go-round.
They'd be wrong.
I'm saying.
Yes.
This is what they would argue, though, because, and then I would then say, what's the fucking difference to the observer?
Let me try to come up with an example in which it's not apparent.
But that's what wait, so that's not apparent? Because that's why I said the example I gave. When I was in gyms yesterday and they were all disagreeing with me, I just said, okay, fine. Now imagine the planet, there's Earth, planet Earth, and then there's a meteor that comes towards the Earth, and it actually, comes at such an angle that it happens to orbit the Earth. Let's say it does one orbit before it goes fucking somewhere else. Who knows? Now, if you want to describe the path of this the path over the ground that this asteroid went over.
It's actually the GP.
Yeah, the GP exactly. Would you from the perspective of the Earth, being on Earth, would you consider that Coriolis? And when I said that, after they were disagreeing with me, they agreed with that, but then still said that it still said it was Coriolis. It wasn't Coriolis.
Well, that's cognitive dissonance then, because that's outside. That's thrown from outside the reference frame too. The rotational reference frame.
It doesn't matter where it's thrown from.
Well, no, in the definition it does.
No, see that. But then again, part of it is the reason for that is gravity. I mean, yeah, but you're describing everything caused by Earth's rotation as being Coriolis here, and you're just making an explained fucking definition game.
We got him.
Jeremy.
No, you don't.
Jeremy. At this point, would you mind bringing up the definition of Coriolis at this point?
Here we go. Let's play a definition game for a while.
Hold on for a second. Paid NASA Shield. Let me just express into your. Let me submit something for your approval very quickly, because I agree with
NASA Shield.
I agree with what you're getting at, paid NASA Shield, and so it's like if you're thinking of like, let's say Mercury as viewed from Earth, it obviously does this weird path, but we know that it's from the sun's perspective, it's doing an orbit around it, and so when we describe it, we always describe it from the sun's perspective. But I think that if for some reason there were an object outside of Earth that didn't come from Earth, that was much closer than Venus or one of those planets or something, let's say it was close enough to Earth that it actually makes more sense to describe its movements from our reference frame as opposed to what it's doing, in an inertial reference frame. When you're explaining it in that way, wouldn't that would be Coriolis, right? The deviations and all stuff.
No, I don't know. Coriolis is generally what Jeremy's trying to define it is, anything that deflects due to the Earth's rotation. So I mean, if you describe
that's not.
Yes, you are.
That's not
sir.
what I'm defining it as.
Yes, you are. Because you're saying
I don't know where you even got that from.
Because you're stupid. You're stupid merry-go-round in a ball thing. You're stupid describing the Coriolis. You're describing the motion of the focal pendulum as Coriolis effect. Is basically describing anything caused by Earth's rotation as being Coriolis.
Foucault pendulum is literally described.
You can't have that, right?
Foucault is Coriolis. What are you?
So wind
Foucault
patterns
pendulum
are
is
not
literally
affected by
described as your own
Coriolis.
guys as the Foucault pendulum is literally described by your own mainstream guys as the Coriolis effect.
It is.
Again, when they widen it to describe anything that's caused by Earth's rotation, that's correct.
I've never said that.
What's the narrow definition you use then?
A rotating reference frame.
Yeah, the Coriolis force in physics is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to the inertial frame.
Can I ask one? Let me ask a question here.
Coriolis. So that's clearly not the narrow.
What's the Coriolis force? What's the direction of the Coriolis force in the moon from the perspective of Earth's surface?
Why are you going to make it more complicated? They can't even handle a simple merry-go-round.
It depends on what part of the orbit it's in. So that's a bit too.
No, I think there's a unique answer for that.
Well, what's funny is that I'm
part of Newton's laws of motion.
Because the only thing you need to figure out what Coriolis is doing is assume that the rotating frame of reference is an inertial one.
Bacon.
And
the moon is not rotating, buddy. So let's not talk about the moon.
That's not the question. The thing is the Earth is rotating, right? And that makes the moon like it's orbiting the Earth. Yeah, in the globe model, of course.
Well, from what reference frame? Because the moon does rotate.
I said it.
The moon does rotate.
If it's going around the sun, you can see it.
Oh my god! Yeah. Can I answer? So, if you're using the ground as a reference frame, so you're using Earth's surface as a reference frame, the moon is orbiting the Earth once a day, not once a month, right? So it's extremely faster than it should be. It would be ejected from Earth's orbit if it was spinning that fast. So from our perspective, there has to be a force that keeps the moon from ejecting out of orbit. That's a Coriolis force.
And actually, the ISS is what I've been working on the same problem, but for the ISS to kind of describe its path as a ballistic, and then you add in Coriolis, and it's kind of seeing if you could compute it that way. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the way I understand Coriolis is it's any deviation of motion as viewed from the rotating reference frame. So if the cause is the deviation from the reference frame of the rotating reference frame, then whether it's a physical effect or a visual effect, it's still Coriolis in my opinion.
Well, I'm not gonna argue about things in Narnia. So whoever wants to engage with Bacon,
well, then you can be quiet and we can keep talking.
Because you can do a focal pendulum. You can do a focal pendulum.
I'll be quiet. You guys argue about Narnia.
You can do a focal.
If you don't care about it, then stop.
You can do a
What is
focal
Narnia?
pendulum.
I hear people saying Narnia all the time. What is Narnia?
Hold on, guys. Page's trying to get something out.
If you can do a focal pendulum in your room, then you live in Narnia. So fuck off.
And the focal pendulum is the Coriolis effect, right? It's showing us the Coriolis effect, right, Paige?
It's showing us something due to Earth's rotation. If you want to
which
call
is
it
the Coriolis.
No, that's not the Coriolis effect.
That's just semantics. So
it's semantics. That's what he's doing. This is a fucking semantic game. This is the only flat Earth argument they have is the fucking play semantics. Try to stir and muddy everything so that they can't, so that everybody's confused about what it is.
Holy
this
shit!
This gives
real quick.
This gives.
Listen to the
I will fucking finish this. I will not let
in a straight line. Yeah, these people, right?
Yeah,
just so you know,
you kept going on and
right now
Germany.
is going to get muted.
This is a key thing here that they can. You can sprinkle like powdered sugar over baking.
No, you can't. I won't allow
it. Jeremy,
we're gonna let Paige. Hold on, man. Who's talking now? We're gonna let Paige finish the sentence one at a time, please, guys. You just caused a huge interruption. Everyone that was doing that. Come on.
He's just gonna attack.
I was gonna fucking finish
whatever.
This. All this is doing is allowing Jeremy to do whatever and muddy the waters and claim that Coriolis is just a visual effect. That's all he wants to do. There. Was that so hard? Yeah. You should just let me fucking finish it the first time around and try to fundy mute me.
I was hoping that.
I think what Jeremy's doing is listening to the ballers tell us that it's just a visual effect. Actually,
wait.
By taking the Bacon, give me 1 second, please. By taking the position that it's Coriolis if the throwers of the ball are outside the reference frame.
Page's answer was complete. I mean, when Jeremy asked it if it's due to Coriolis effect, and Peyton Asa said it's due to the Earth's the fact the Earth being rotating, then that makes the label irrelevant. So if you want to label that Coriolis or not, that's irrelevant to understand the answer. It doesn't change the scenario.
I didn't label it
It doesn't change the scenario whether or not you label it Coriolis or not.
Label it Coriolis for one. The mainstream people did. The guy who came up with the Coriolis effect did. And everyone knows it's the Coriolis effect. I'm trying to get specific about what is exactly happening with the Foucault pendulum. If you guys want to deny what's happening and that it is the Coriolis effect, that's fine. You can go through life like that, I guess.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying.
Give us an example of this observation as the Coriolis, and give us then an example of this observation not as the Coriolis. That'd be great.
All I'm saying is that you have two ways to look at the pendulum. You can look at the pendulum from inertial frame of reference, and you can look from the non-inertial frame of reference, right? And if you look from the non-inertial frame of reference, you see the pendulum doing stuff you wouldn't.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about from
Grim. Hold on, I interrupted him. Not so you could go. We're viewing the pendulum from the non-inertial frame of reference. Where are we standing? This is going to be like a one-word answer, probably. Go ahead.
Is that what was the question?
Viewing Foucault pendulum from the non-inertial reference frame. Where are we standing?
Somewhere on Earth.
I didn't get the first word, so I think the answer is yes. I'm not sure if you're asking a yes or no question.
My mic fucked up. Check. Okay, here we go. I got it now. It's all fixed. So we're viewing the Foucault pendulum from the non-inertial reference frame. Where are we standing?
Somewhere on Earth.
Now we're going to view it from the inertial frame. Where are we standing?
I don't know why
whatever that is not rotating with the Earth.
Where is that? You said we could do it. Where is that? Where
I didn't say we could do it.
We have to swing with the ball.
On the pendulum.
We swing with the ball and look down on the Earth as we're moving with the pendulum. You have to be in a new moving frame, one or the other, the one that's moving or the one that's not moving.
That's a good point.
So,
the pendulum would that you could describe that as the although that wouldn't be inertial because it's moving, but regardless.
Oh, if you're in the pendulum swing, if you're in the pendulum swinging, looking down at the ground, you're not gonna experience the apparent deviation.
And it will deviate.
You will see the Earth rotate as you swing back and forth. You will see the Earth moving.
Yeah, you wouldn't feel like you're deviating. You feel like Earth is deviating.
What is the thing we don't?
Yeah, how is that unique?
Jeremy should agree that this is called Coriolis.
Jeremy, I told you my definition.
I'm the one telling you guys it's the Coriolis effect. Payne-NASA Schill is denying it.
Okay, so
change your sentence to say Payne-NASA Schill should agree this is the Coriolis.
Okay, so if NASA Schill is the only one who doesn't agree, then he's the one who we should be arguing with.
That's what Jeremy's saying.
Yeah.
It links the coordinates in a unique way.
Set them straight, please. I've been arguing with you guys for years that Foucault pendulum is the Coriolis effect. It took years for most of you guys to realize that it actually is.
I've always said that it is. I'm not sure. I've never heard you talk about it, but if I ever would have heard you, I would have agreed with you. It is Coriolis.
Let me try to ask a different question for you guys then. If I have a camera that is rotating, right, and I put an object right at the side of the camera, from the perspective of the camera, what's the direction of the Coriolis force in that object?
Oh, you're calling the sunrise a Coriolis effect now?
Yeah, I mean, it would be
the
opposite
I guess you
direction
call
of
it
the
sunrise.
spin.
Actually, yes. I still want the answer. I still want the answer.
So, hold on. So now we're saying a stationary object because the sun's stationary.
Wait,
in this scenario.
Jeremy, if the sun is a Coriolis effect, how come we don't have a chopper being a Coriolis effect?
Just hold on. I know. We have this
chopper isn't stationary relative to the Earth. We've gone over this. How many times got to go over this?
If you guys want to say the sun sitting still is the Coriolis effect because Earth's rotating, I've used example after example of a light post and a ground and a spinning roundabout, and you've told me frequently over and over again that that's not Coriolis because the lamppost isn't moving.
Well, you're defining it, though. You're redefining it, Jeremy, so that anything caused by rotation is a Coriolis effect. Then you say, well, you go your stupid merry-go-round in the guy throwing it. Then you say, well, that's just apparent deviation. Then you can say that all Coriolis is apparent deviation. This is your freaking logic here. You're just trying to deny the Coriolis effect so you can deny Earth's rotation.
2, 3. I'm not doing that. These guys just did it with the sunset. I'm not doing it. These guys just did it with the sunset. I'm saying that is not an example of the Coriolis effect.
Oh, so
they're doing that.
It's caused by Earth's rotation?
The Globers did it. You guys need to fix each other. They're confused and you're confused.
See, the problem is you are narrowly defining this so that you can muddy the waters. And then you say, oh, no, but the sunset's caused by Earth's rotation. Oh, that's not a Coriolis effect. It's just as much as a Coriolis effect as your stupid ball pad being thrown back and forth over the merry-go-round.
It's not. There needs to be motion. The object needs to be moving when viewed from the non-inertial reference frame. If something's just sitting there, it's not the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but we're orbiting the sun, so there is movement happening.
Yeah, be stationary, and it's only appears to move because Earth is rotating underneath it, right?
No, Earth's rotating. That's true, but Earth's also orbiting it, and because Earth's orbiting it, its movement is going to be changing. Let's say we weren't rotating, and we were just
so sunsets are because of the orbit.
Because
of the orbit, because we just had an argument the other day where sunrises and sunsets had nothing to do with gravity.
What?
If they are due to the orbit, then it definitely has got something to do with gravity, right?
I would say it has something to do with gravity, but not. I don't know why that question came up.
Sunrise and sunset really have little to do with gravity. It's just because the Earth rotates.
Which is Kosho. Do we need the object to be moving in order for it to be Coriolis, or can we just spin under something?
The way I describe Coriolis is an object is being as viewed from a rotating reference frame, an object moving in reference to it. So if an object's stationary, I'm not sure I would consider that Coriolis, but I wouldn't say the sun is stationary. So sun is
the movement of the sun has nothing to do. The movement of the sun has nothing to do with the sunrise and sunset, dude. Come on.
According to
I would
what I'm
definitely
reading
say
here,
that you can
according
extrapolate
to
Coriolis
the,
from our
the
orbit around the
definition I
sun.
just read here, it says that the motion has to be within the rotating reference frame. So the sun is rotating in our reference frame. It's
The
moving in
movement.
our reference frame.
It's
So
standing
it does
still.
apply.
funny
It does
part.
apply to the sun, and it points
Yeah,
downward.
It's not moving. It's
so
sitting still. We
the
orbit
whole
around it.
thing, the whole thing, Bacon, is that if we always talk from a person on Earth's frame of reference, then yes, the sunsets and sunrise are because of Coriolis. But we know that talking about our perspective as the only frame of
It's
reference
not.
is not how you should do things, and
I
therefore
agree.
by talking about things from other frames of reference as well, describing the sunset as Coriolis is very nearsighted. It would be
but
Coriolis if we only talk
I'm
about
going
our
next.
own frame of reference.
let me just answer that. So the
No,
basic way.
Hold on. I'm the only one going against this Coriolis. Sunrise and sunset is a Coriolis thing. Can I please now on the equator on an
go on.
equinox? Thank you. Thanks a lot. So we're on the equator on an equinox, and the sun goes in a straight line across the equinox. Where's your fucking Coriolis effect?
It's a force that points towards Earth.
Deviation. Any deviation? It goes in a straight line on the equator on an equinox.
Yeah,
There's no deviation. There's no
I'm talking
Coriolis.
about the Coriolis force. Yeah, if there was no
Coriolis effect, you have the Coriolis force with no Coriolis effect.
How is that not, dude? Just because there's not a curve and the path happens to be straight on that specific day doesn't mean it's not Coriolis. You can be an object can be going straight up in the air, okay, and it's experiencing Coriolis. So it doesn't matter that its
Does
path.
the movement of the sun have anything to do with of its path across the ground?
No, but it is being viewed from a rotating frame, so.
Yeah,
and there's no Coriolis effect on the equator on equinox for the globe model. So you lost.
You're saying that.
The thing is, wait. Let me try to clarify that. Let me try to clarify. The forces that exist between the Earth and the Sun, right, is an attraction force between them, right? That force, if the Earth was stationary, wouldn't be enough to explain the Sun orbiting Earth, right? So you have to come up with a pseudo force that can match the orbit, right? That would be the Coriolis force. So if you assume that the Earth is a stationary frame of reference, it will make no sense for the Sun to go around the Earth once a day. That can't be explained in an inertial frame of reference. So you need to use Coriolis force to explain that in an inertial in a non-inertial frame of reference. Does that make sense?
100%.
Where's the Coriolis effect on the equation?
Let me ask you something, Bacon.
Hold on.
Bacon, can I ask you something? Let me ask him this.
Well, no.
Is the Coriolis effect and hold on? Is the Coriolis effect in the Kosho?
Let him go, Kosho. Come on.
Is the Coriolis effect and the Coriolis force the same thing?
Yes. Okay. Now, Jeremy.
Yes.
You
Okay.
said about the equator and the.
And why the fuck we have two different names for the same thing, Kosho?
We're addressing the thing that he said.
No. Fuck you, Kosho. Why do we have two different names for one thing?
Because if an effect can be viewed as an acceleration, it can be viewed as a force. You can pick either of one. I think calling it an effect just summarizes all of those things. You can all of those ways you can
describe. Effect is a visual
describe.
thing, right?
No.
It forces something physical, and an effect is something visual.
You can call it. You can describe it as a force. You can describe it as an acceleration, or you can describe.
Words have no meaning to you guys. Holy shit!
No, but it's a fictitious force for that reason, man. It's a fictitious force. Fictitious forces are forces, but they're unique forces that aren't due to some some sort of cause other than the fact that it's viewed in the rotating reference frame or viewed in the inertial reference frame, non-inertial reference frame.
Tell me something, Kosho. For you guys, do words mean anything? If I tell you I'm gonna fictitiously listen. If I tell you that I'm gonna fictitiously slap you, are you gonna feel any slap in the face?
I'm not got time to explain.
No, right? No. So fictitious has a fucking meaning, guys.
That's fantastic, man. Thank you for the lesson. Now,
can you
guys are
a little bit calmer and not scream?
Regardless, what you said about
that's why I stopped joining this fucking conversation.
What you said about the equator, Jeremy. It doesn't matter if you're screaming. Just hold on a second. Hold on. Jeremy, the equator, the straight line, it doesn't matter. Okay, you don't have to look for a curved path and claim that because you didn't see a curved path, you saw a straight path. That's not Coriolis. Coriolis is any deviation as seen from the rotating frame, even if that deviation happens to coincidentally make a straight path.
Okay. Listen to me. Either the sun is changing its path because sometimes it traces a curved path and sometimes it traces a straight path on the ground. So either the sun is changing its path. Is that what you believe?
The only reason there's a path at all is because the Earth's rotating.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the movement of the sun.
No, it's the rotation of the Earth.
It does it does if you're referring to the movement of the sun in a reference frame. Then yes. The movement of the sun in a reference frame only exists because the Earth's rotating. If the Earth wasn't rotating, actually it would still exist, but it would take a year for a full rotation.
The issue he's setting up is that if an object were stationary, were completely stationary, like let's say there's an object, I don't know what the fuck where it would be, but just put some object on the Earth. Yeah, an object on the Earth. That's a good example. So like the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay, it's on the Earth. It's not moving in reference to the rotating frame. It's actually moving with the rotating frame entirely. Okay, so what he's claiming, which I think he's correct. If an object is not moving in reference to the rotating frame, then you wouldn't. I don't think that you would be able. It would be within bounds to describe its path due to Coriolis. If that makes any sense. But the sun is not in that category because it is moving despite the rotating frame.
But it's a combination of both. In the case of the sun, it's a combination of both. One is much larger, which is the one where the Earth is rotating. There is still the other factor of Earth orbiting. Of course, that means that part of it is from the reference frame of an observer on Earth, exclusively from that frame of reference. It is almost all Coriolis. Why we see the sun, sunset. If you're purely explaining it from the reference frame of someone on Earth.
Yeah, of course. But that's all we're talking about, though. Yeah. We're only saying it's Coriolis if viewed from the rotating frame, because you're right. If you're somewhere else, then you'd be wrong to talk about it as Coriolis.
And even if it's straight, it's not straight for everyone on Earth at the same time. It's only straight for the people on the equator. The equivalent would be on this merry-go-round. If someone were to lie down and look up. So they're looking outwards, and then the ball is thrown like along the side of it. It will look to that person laying down looking up like that ball is going in a straight line. But any other person who's sitting the normal side up, it will be curving. Still experiencing Coriolis, just one person from one particular kind of way of sitting is seeing it go straight.
Okay, so we're standing on the equator. We're standing on the equator. Appears to curve, appears to curve, appears to curve. Then one day it just appears to go straight. Then the next day it appears to curve, appears to curve. That you think that's Coriolis?
Yes, the path, whatever the deviation is, it doesn't matter if it makes a penis. Okay, it can make a penis, it can make a straight line, it can make a curved line.
Of course, you took it there, Coach. Of course.
It's all I got on the mind, man. Is penises. But no, dude, if you it doesn't matter what the path is. It doesn't have to be a curved path. It just has to be a deviation caused by the fact that you're viewing it from the rotating frame.
Okay, a deviation from what? The other path that's not moving because the sun doesn't move and it has nothing to do with this effect we're seeing? Do you understand why it's not Coriolis? Hold on, Coach. Do you understand why it's not? It has to deviate from what? The thing's not moving.
From what you would be observing if you were in an inertial frame. An inertial frame.
If you were in an inertial frame, you wouldn't be moving. It would just be standing still to you. So
Yeah.
Anytime anything's moving, it's Coriolis effect.
No, but
It's a paradox.
Let's say you're outside of Earth. Let's say you're outside of the Earth, except for you're in the Lagrange point. And so you're stationary in reference to the Earth, and you're stationary in reference to the sun. But you can see the Earth rotating because you're not in the rotating frame. You're in an inertial frame in reference to the Earth. In this case, you would see the sun, and you would orbit the sun just like the Earth is, and take you the whole year to get around it. Okay?
The orbit has nothing to do with the...
I know, but this is the movement.
It does actually.
This is the path I'm describing.
Sunrise and sunset.
Experience.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which is why you only see sunrise and sunset, because you're on the rotating frame.
Okay, so anytime we're rotating, just so we can get this clear, because I've used this example a lot before, just so we're clear. Anytime I'm spinning and I see something deviating from not spinning, it's the Coriolis effect.
Again, though,
I can use a lamppost. I could use a lamppost if I'm on a roundabout and I'm seeing Coriolis effect.
No.
Jeremy, you got to incorporate like 100 and it's 1/365th or 64th, of an orbit per day, So there is a little bit of a deviation.
The sun's movement. So
it's with the orbit. It wouldn't be the fact that the sun should only move 1/365th per day, right? But since we're spinning, it moves all the way around the Earth, right? The way we're moving, if we weren't spinning, so it moves all the way around the Earth. That part, yeah, that's what they would call Coriolis, right? Because that's not really the path. The little turn that it takes, that you see, that you don't actually really notice, that's outside of the actual directions that we're imagining all of this is going.
Grim, we're talking about
that
the
little deviation they call the Coriolis. Yeah, but
Grim,
you can only measure it within the orbit
setting, not the apparent deviation of it a little tiny bit south or north each day. That has nothing to do with this.
No, that is Coriolis though. I'm reading the scientific paper on it, and that's how they do it. It's with the orbit too. They don't just do it by only the spin of the Earth. There's the two movements that they're showing a deviation in the path from.
And are they describing the Coriolis as when the sun goes from north to south throughout its journey through the year, or sunrises and sunsets?
But yes, exactly, both.
Yes, what? I asked you a question.
No, both. You said either or, and I say both. That's an answer to your question.
I didn't know you said. I didn't know. You answered a non-yes or no question with yes. It was confusing.
My bad. Let me find the damn paper I was just reading.
Okay, great. The sunrise and sunsets are Coriolis. Now what?
I don't know. I'm just saying they say it is.
It doesn't change the fact that people don't know Foucault pendulum is Coriolis. It doesn't change the fact that people don't know that my example with the two guys on the ground throwing a ball is Coriolis. How do we fix that?
We agree. Well, they say it's Coriolis. Do we think it's Coriolis, or do we say that's just an illusionary path that they're calling a pseudo force?
They say it's the Coriolis. They say it's the Coriolis.
All right, I'm with you now. Yeah,
like it's legit.
For a second there, I thought we were
pendulum.
Yeah, okay.
That's the mainstream view of it. That's not just like a few people said that.
Yeah, I'm picking that up
literally,
too. There's a problem.
The focal pendulum is trying to take an inertial path, but because it's on because like the observer is on a non-inertial frame of reference, that path instead is curving.
Right. It's Coriolis effect.
That is Coriolis. I agree with you. Yeah.
Somebody needs to tell Paid. Also, Kosho, how do we get people to realize that the guys on the ground throwing the ball back and forth, that's Coriolis?
You give up on trying to do. I don't know why you're trying to do that.
Just give up.
Yeah, what's dude? Why are you trying to convince people? Shit, dude.
Because it absolutely demolishes listen, this is a bottom card in your house of cards. And they know it. That's why they can't.
I'm not gonna help you fucking tear down a fucking house of cards, dude. Fuck.
That's why these guys can't admit it, because I'm tugging at their bottom card.
But it's
they know
really.
There's more coming.
They believe it's their bottom card, but it's not. It's just not.
No.
Because I agree with you, and no tumbling has happened here. I'm still
not yet, because we haven't gotten everyone to agree that my example of the guys throwing the ball on the ground is Coriolis. As soon as we do,
so you think that once we get other people to agree, my card tower will tumble?
Once everyone's on the same page, I will start tugging more at the card tower, and it will tumble. This is a direct lead into the collapsing of the house of cards.
You've already shown that tugging this card did nothing to my card tower of cards.
We're not done tugging at the card yet, because there's some people that are trying to keep the card in place, even though it's.
But my card is irrelevant from other people's cards.
Jeremy, I don't know why you bother, man. When that comes, If they're able to bend level, if they're able to bend straight lines, if they're able to do all this crazy shit, what makes you think they're not gonna come up with an excuse for whatever you think is the?
I don't know what you think. I think the goal of most people is not to be not to blatantly be dishonest. And if that is your goal, then you suck. But nobody on the globe side
is not my goal.
Not my goal. The globe side is prepared to just take anything you're going to challenge them with and just be dishonest about it. So if I were you, I wouldn't try to convince anybody about anything about this dude, and I would just feel fine that you know the right answer, and if somebody challenges you on it, then just tell them what your side is or whatever.
First, you want to leave it alone. I just told you it's the bottom card I'm tugging at in your house of cards. Now you want to leave it alone.
Dude, I disagree with everybody in here about fucking the shit that they believe is way more fucking a big deal than that. But I don't just try to, actively convince them because it's never going to work.
We brought them the water. Now we have to force them to drink.
You got to force them to drink. Okay, man. You're going to make them hate water, and then they're going to die of thirst.
Survival of the fittest. What else you guys got?
Did you see this game I'm playing? I landed on the moon earlier, dude. Came back to Earth too.
Yeah, you're lagging the whole fucking room up with this bullshit video game.
Oh wow, it's really my fault, dude.
That's probably why Sean was roboting. And notice how Sean left.
Yeah,
he's
dude.
Totally.
It's my fault that only Sean was fucking roboting, which he always does. Okay, dude.
No, Sean's mic sounded like he was in an abandoned airport hangar. That's not the point. Is Sean is the most confused out of everyone over this.
Well, the thing is, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what you said about taking a horse to water. You are taking horses to water, and you are forcing them to drink, and they are starting to hate water, and they are going to die of thirst because of that. So that's why, if your goal is to change people's minds or something, then maybe stop taking it to them in such an adversarial way. Like you said, Bob, we're going to fight Bob? Mean you're going to fight this old man, Bob? Because, so what I'm saying is I got to beat this old dude with you. It's just kind of
that was obviously metaphorical.
Violent fucking thing, dude.
That was obviously it's obviously metaphorical. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Though, just don't. If you just if people are not going to accept things if you are bringing it to them adversarially. So, and that's why so many people disagree with you, even though I know ultimately, if you give them enough time, they would just agree with you.
Next time, I'm going to put Bob in a nice lazy boy recliner. All right, we're going to get him someone to massage his neck. I'll get him a cup of tea or whatever he does, some soup. I don't know what old people do. Whatever he does, we'll get him some of that.
What was the thing that he heard you say, dude? Because you're like, dude, me and him, we're going to lay elbows on Bob. It's like, what? Like, dude, I don't think I fucking decided I was going to do this. Because Bob came in, he's like, oh, you're going to lay elbows? You're going to lay elbows down on me? What?
Getting them to deny their own model is really the cornerstone here. The scientists should have never turned the fan fiction over to the clown show. You end up getting things like where they deny you can sprinkle things over an object to determine texture.
I thought it was a fun little what do you call it? Like just not shit talking, but like
banter.
Yeah, some friendly banter. That's all it was. I told him we were going to put him in a figure 4 leg lock, bro. Come on, no one does that, actually.
No, I'm fucking with you, dude, but I'm just saying that this is the character that people in general... people used to like you for this, but for some reason they really started to not like you for it. But, because you're the character who fucking... It's like it's always like a fight. It's like a playground fight, and you bring stuff to them, and the thing is they take it so seriously, some of them, and... it's not fun for It's like they don't do it in a fun way. Like I don't want to name names, but they really just fucking getting like screaming and shit because you bring this shit in an adversarial way, but you're doing it in a playfully adversarial way, and they fucking obviously are not accepting it in that way. You know what I mean? So
the thing is, Kosho, people don't like to lose, right? And when they go, that's why they started to not like me because they're losing.
Yeah, dude, you're talking about yourself, man. You're the guy who makes it about winning and losing, dude.
Well, it's not about that. It's about
Everybody
getting
does, Kosho. Everybody
it's about
does.
getting
Come
the
on.
truth out. You know, if I can get the truth out, I'm winning.
That's why yesterday in Gems I was pretending I was like, oh yeah, you're such a nice guy. I used to think you were a bad guy, dude. You're such a nice guy because you were getting Bizarre. You're like, man, I just wanted to fucking just get you in the clear, Bizarre, so you're fucking on the same page as us.
Yeah, that's all.
He's so full of shit, man.
Dude, if we're gonna talk about these things, people need you can't be talking about pigs and I'm talking about
The what?
If you're talking about pigs and I'm talking about cows, we're gonna end up in some weird place where no one knows what we're talking about because we don't understand what we're talking about. That's why we need to understand
What are you talking about, dude?
Exactly.
Right now, we're not understanding what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
we talking about pigs and cows. What's going
Yes,
on?
if I'm talking about pigs, but I mean a cow, and you're talking about cows, but you mean cows, and then we're trying to have a conversation about that, and none of us know what we're talking about because we don't understand pigs and cows work.
Yeah. I feel you,
it's a
bro.
weird place.
I feel you, bro. But like I said, my advice,
Jeremy,
my advice is the same, and that's just lead a horse to water nicely, and
then
they'll accept
drown
it.
them.
Oh, like silent conversation.
That's why I get frustrated, Jeremy. When they say fictitious force, like words have meaning, right?
That's
they
right.
Like fictitious force, and they want it to be actually something. It doesn't make any sense to me when they talk like this.
Let me read something to you because it's a very important sentence.
No. Fictitious has a meaning. Whatever you put after fictitious,
word, dude.
It means it's not real. And there you
No,
go.
that's not what I'm reading to you, dude. So hold on.
All you're showing is that you don't understand words.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yeah, have you ever heard of camels? Have you heard of a camel spider? Are you under the impression that this is a camel? Because it's not. It's a spider. Okay. That's not what I wanted to show to you, though. What I wanted to show to you is this sentence here. It says a fictitious force is also called a pseudo force or an inertial force. Is a force, okay, that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial.
So it is a force.
That's it. So what?
So it is a force.
Well, you have to listen to the rest of the sentence, though. Like I said, it's a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial reference frame, such as accelerating or rotating frame.
Perfect.
Appears to, but not actually.
Let's. Can you go and search for the definition of appears?
No. See, this is not one of those.
No, why not? Why not?
We got to search for every word. If you want to take listen, you not only didn't want to read the page of what this is, you didn't even want to listen to the whole sentence. So you have to actually read what this is.
I listened to the whole sentence, but when I hear words like appear,
that's what I'm saying.
It's something that appears to do something and is doing it. Like at that point, to me, you actually should question it.
Sign Zero. Let me ask you, because you lived in Mexico a little bit, and I know that you speak Spanish, but like like if somebody else speaks a different language, and like fucking like gummy bear or whatever, hold on a second.
That's my frustration with you, Kosho. I know where you're going.
No. Let me answer. Hold on for a second, because you don't know where I'm going, because it's not where you think I'm going. Okay, because where I'm going is when somebody speaks a different language, or they don't have the same way of speaking that you do, and they're trying to speak the way that you are. Sometimes you're not focused on every single word that they're using and what the word actually means. You're ultimately trying to understand what they're trying to convey to you. And this is one of those examples where instead of trying to take it apart word by word, just why don't you really see what it fully means, what it's fully describing, and what it's trying to express to you. And
wait, Kosho.
Definition.
Based on what you just said, shouldn't you actually be explaining to me word by word?
No, that's what I'm saying to you. And
but you just said that some words are going to be confusing.
That's what I said not to do.
No, I know you're saying that not to do, but based on your excuse of why I should listen to the whole thing because I speak a different language, some words mean different things.
Listen, dude, it has nothing to do with you speaking a different language. Just listen for a second. What I'm talking about is the purpose of communicating. The purpose of communicating is not so that, like, if I'm talking to you, for you not to just look at every single word I'm saying to try and find a, I don't know, meaning or a flaw in every word I'm
when
saying.
hold on. Then it's my bad.
Silent.
No, wait, Kosho, wait. Then I guess it's my fault. And
you don't know what I'm saying, bro.
Because I misunderstand words, right?
No, you not listening to words.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Fucking sentence, bro.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You didn't let me finish.
Probably because you're not letting me express what I'm.
You keep getting it wrong.
Oh my God, Kosho, you want me to hear the whole sentence when I'm misunderstanding words, and I'm asking you to correct these words that I have a misunderstanding, and you're saying no, don't pay attention to this word. Listen to the whole fucking sentence.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, so you can understand what I'm trying to convey to you. This is so meta because this is the purpose of what I'm saying to you. What I'm trying to say to you is when you're communicating with somebody, you're not finding meaning in each word to try and understand what they're saying. Ultimately, your pure goal, the goal of the communication from both parties, is for me to convey some message to you, and for you to actually extract whatever it is I'm trying to express to you. You know what I mean?
You're so wrong,
when I'm reading when I'm reading this thing, it's not to look for each word and then dissect that and take, base the whole meaning of everything on one word, but try and see what this thing is trying to convey to you. Try and see what the full picture of what they're expressing, and see if you can't accept what they're trying to convey to you.
All right, I don't accept it because I understand that words have meaning. So when you use some words that have a meaning, and then you expect me to understand something different other than the meaning of the word, that's a problem to me. You're talking about cows, and I'm talking about bears. Just what Jeremy said earlier today, like a couple minutes ago. That's the problem right there, Jeremy.
I know, but check this.
Kosho.
Yeah, I know, but check this out. Imagine that it's bigger than us trying to do something with the earth or something. Imagine like we're actually trying to I don't know, win some $1 million prize, and it's important that you understand the message that's trying to be expressed to you. And
I will use correct words.
It's not necessary for you to take each word and
why not
take the meaning from that,
Kosho.
but to take the full message and see what they're trying to express to you.
No. At this point, I have a problem with you now, Kosho, because why wouldn't you use the correct words?
Because sometimes one word doesn't make the entire expression. Sometimes you have to hear the whole expression to see what it is this other person or other entity is trying to express.
Make the correct sentence and expression. If you want to express something, why would you use a word that doesn't mean something that you want to express?
Perhaps the word they're using is fine, but you fixating on it as that's the word that carries the thing. You said appears, like that's the main word, but it's not the main word.
Oh my God!
It is. Hold on, let me explain. It is the main word, and that is the point we should be fixated on, because the ball actually also appears to deviate. It doesn't actually. So if you can say it appears that there's a force on it, but there's not an actual force on it, why do you think they call it a pseudo force?
Listen, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read the sentence to you, and then I'm gonna explain it to you, and then you can not listen. You cannot accept anything I'm saying to you, and you can think I'm retarded. But I'm going to tell you what it actually means and what the sentence actually says. Okay? Because like I said, I already read the sentence. It says it's the fictitious force. Inertial force is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference, like a rotating or accelerating frame. And what this is saying is that this is a force, but not like other forces, because this force is only
a force, but not like other forces.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, because this is you not trying to understand it because you're not even listening. But anyways,
I'm listening.
This is a force, but not in the same way other forces are forces. This is a force uniquely only because it's being observed from the non-inertial frame. And because it's from the non-inertial frame, there's going to be some deviation or some acceleration that is not caused by the same thing. That doesn't exist in every reference frame. It only exists in that frame because it's in that frame. That's what it means.
Okay. I'll say you're crazy.
That's fine, man.
That's a good answer.
And my example of the guys on the ground throwing the ball, and the guy just, the guy's in the roundabout in the middle, and he appears to see it deviate, even though we know it's actually going straight. because we know how to throw a ball in a straight line. That's where the apparent force comes in, not an actual force. It just looks like there's a force.
It actually creates it'll create something that will be exactly like a force because it will move objects. It will create storms.
Appears to move objects. Appears.
So here let's extend the example. So instead of them throwing it to the side of the merry-go-round, they're throwing it over the merry-go-round. If that path, curved path you observe, leads you to hit the ball, you will hit the ball according to how you think of Coriolis. You don't hit the ball as how you think of a straight line. You hit the ball as Coriolis. That's where it's a real thing. Like, sure, when you're looking at it, it just looks like it's curving. But if that curved path hits you, well then it's not just an apparent thing because it's hit you in the face.
They're very real.
The reason why they call
that's because you move. Holy shit! That's because you move in front of it. Holy shit! You guys are actually fucking insane, man.
Is silent. That's exactly.
Oh my god! But it's not because the ball is moving. There's no force moving the ball. Well, there's no force at all. Why you call it a force?
No, this is a great example, baby.
Force.
Is it only me, or I mean, it's weird that there's a guy called Silent here and he's screaming.
He's very loud, yeah. It's a cool name. I like it.
Doesn't sound like a silent to me.
Okay,
he's 0% silent.
This is a much better example, although I think that was a great example, by the way. But I'm saying this example is just the most common one, and it's the one where you're in the back seat of a car and the car's going very fast, and then it takes a sudden left turn, and you fly into the left side or the right side of the car, whatever the opposite way. You fly into the window in the car door. This is a fictitious force because this is not a force caused by somebody pushing you into the door or fucking some actual force doing this to you. This is caused by your frame of reference changing.
There's a call for that. That's called inertia.
This is the most common.
It is called inertia. You hit the head.
Force.
You hit the head because of inertia. You don't need to claim no fictitious force or anything. You don't need to even mention that shit. There's a name for that. It's you hit your head because of inertia. Period. That's it. Communicate it in a better fucking way instead of saying, "Oh, you hit the head because of a fictitious force." No.
Silent.
You know that you hit your head.
Silent. You know that another word people use instead of fictitious force is inertial force. There's another word for the exact same thing.
Oh.
Exactly. That was part of the sentence that I read to you.
That's more understandable.
I read that to you, though, Silent Zero. That was part of the sentence.
That's why, like, I have always said, if you've ever spoken to me about this, is that I always prefer using the word inertial force over fictitious force. Not sure if Kosher
inertia,
but I've always used the term inertial force.
It's much better. It is much better.
More sense.
I can totally agree with that.
Sometimes I only use fictitious force only to drive the point home, because it is, like I said, it's not the fact that it's called, like, the fictitious force and inertial force are exactly the same thing, just called two different things. And it's only called a fictitious force because it's not a force in every reference frame, like every other.
But Kosho,
you can't point to an agent to that force.
In the Coriolis effect, we're not talking about inertia force, because if the ball is gonna hit you, you are the one actually moving in front of the ball. The ball has no inertia or anything. It's just you moving in front of it, of the object.
Inertia doesn't make you hit things, though.
Well, in the case of the car, you move in the head. Yeah, you hit your head because of the inertia.
That's the opposite of inertia. That's the momentum.
Wow.
I think we could maybe take some step backs and then explain how we get the velocity of things, and then from the velocity how we get the acceleration of things. Because if you do that and you use a non-inertial frame of reference, you're gonna get, as a result, an acceleration to the ball in the example of the roundabout, and that acceleration has no cause for it. So, I mean, I think that maybe that can clarify this.
You might have to say it again.
Okay, so you have a frame of reference. Using that frame of reference, you can assign a position for the ball in each moment in time, right? You can do that from the roundabout. You can do it from the person that is not in the roundabout. It is just throwing the ball. And if you throw the ball, and you use the person outside of the roundabout to track the position of the ball, and you note that down. Let's say you note all the positions that the ball went through in that person reference frame, and then you do the same before the person that is in the roundabout. That person is going to have a curved path for the ball, right? And then now the two person.
Bacon, how about instead of a ball, you use a camera that is recording the entire trajectory of the throw?
That actually doesn't. It's only adding another reference frame that I don't think it's useful. But what I'm trying to explain here is that for each of those observers, they can come up with a chart that describes the change in position of the ball for each moment in time, right? And if they get the derivative of those charts, that's going to give the velocity of the ball in each moment in time, right? And if you get the derivative of that, you get the acceleration of the ball in each moment in time.
Hold on. At this point, let's stop right there, Bacon. You need to keep in mind that the guy on the merry-go-round is rotating, right? So he's gonna see it curving. If he calculates the velocity or on the curve on the curve that ball is doing, then he's making a mistake because he's the one who actually is rotating, not the ball. You should not be calculating curvature into that object because it's not actually curving.
That,
all right,
yeah,
go
so
ahead.
Let's say he doesn't know he's rotating, right?
Now he doesn't know he's rotating.
Yeah, so he does that without knowing if he's rotating or not. And then
how you're not gonna know that you're not rotating, Bacon?
You can be rotating very slowly, right? That's hard to know.
You guys are on Earth and you don't think we're rotating.
Yep. I think we should get there before you
that's why we don't see things deviating. Yeah, that's correct.
So question, but go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, so if you try to track the position of the ball from the rotating frame of reference, that's gonna form a curved path, right? And if you get what should be the velocity for the ball in each point in time, that velocity is also changing. And it's changing, and changing velocity is just acceleration. So you can also calculate the acceleration of the ball across that path, right? And for the person who's thrown it, supposing the ball isn't falling, it's just going straight, there's no acceleration. The acceleration is zero, right?
Yeah, Bacon.
And it makes sense because...
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't make sense for the ball?
Because we know what the true is, right? You and me, that we're talking about this example. So you're trying to make something true out of an example that we know that is not true.
I'm not. Well, what?
Yes,
you don't know what I'm
trying to
do.
Make it so that
you
the
don't
guy,
know.
the
You
guy
don't know
that
what
is
I'm
rotating.
trying to do, Silent. When I make a statement, and you disagree, you can point that out. But don't assume what I'm trying to do and object to before I even say what you think you disagree with. So, is anything I said so far that you would object to?
Yeah, I'm objecting, and you're saying that I'm not allowed
Objecting
to object.
to what?
So I'll be fucking quiet. To
Objecting
you
to
saying
what?
that the guy cannot tell that he's rotating.
I'm not
That's
saying
bullshit.
he cannot tell. I'm saying let's suppose he cannot tell. So let's say it's slowly enough that he cannot tell he's rotating, right?
Wait, but you're telling me that he's rotating. Why should I suppose that he's not rotating?
I'm not saying that I'm saying that. I'm saying that the guy that is rotating.
Well, the guy is rotating or not?
Yes.
In the merry-go-round. Then
Yes.
why am I gonna suppose that he doesn't
not.
know that he's rotating?
You're not. He is. Isn't that clear?
Go ahead. He is
Right.
rotating. All right.
Right, and he doesn't know. So if he tries to track, what?
Can you explain to me how he doesn't know that he's rotating?
Because it's rotating slowly, very very slow. Like if I put you on a platform that rotates once a day, you can tell.
Yeah, I can tell.
Hmm?
Yeah, I can tell.
Have you ever done this experience?
Have you ever done it to tell me that I cannot?
Well, you were saying you can tell.
Well, you're saying that I cannot. What are we gonna do at this point?
Let me give an example. When you look to the moon,
put me on that thing that is gonna rotate one per day.
Let me give
Go
an
ahead.
example. Let me give an example. When you look to a shadow, the shadow don't seem to be moving. When you look to the moon doesn't seem to be moving because those take once a day to make a full rotation around you, right? So
they
it's
do seem
slowly
to me
enough.
that they're
It's
moving.
slowly enough that you cannot see it moving, right?
I can tell that they're moving, Bacon.
By looking
Remember,
to the
I'm a
moon, you
truck
can see it
driver, so
moving.
oh yeah, I see it every day. Sometimes I see it in my horizon, and a couple minutes later, like a couple half hour, 1 hour,
because
whatever.
you
It's
have two
more.
reference points. You don't see it moving. You realize it moved because you have two reference.
Well, to me, the moon is the one moving.
Right. Yeah. To me too. In my reference frame, the moon is moving. We're both in the same reference frame now, so we're agreeing with that. But the thing is, you can't tell that the moon is moving just by looking at it.
What do you mean? I can tell that the moon is moving.
You have to wait until you realize it's in a different position than it was before. You don't see it moving. It's too slow. You can't just notice that it's moving. You can only do when it's like very, very close to the horizon. Then
Of course,
you realize.
that's what I said after half hour, 1 hour. Yes.
So we are agreeing that you can't tell just by looking at it. You have to wait enough so you can see actually deviating, right?
Yeah, but at this point, the truth is that we see the object moving, right? If you then are gonna imply that you may be the one moving, then that's your problem.
But I'm not
mine.
making that argument, Silent. I'm not making that argument. We're just not following the example here. So okay.
Well,
so
you're gonna say that the same thing happens with the guy in the I'm sorry.
Let's say there are walls around the roundabout, so he can only see the sky. Let's say, and there are no clouds. So the roundabout is rotating very slowly, right? And he doesn't have a reference point. So he doesn't have something to look at and realize he's rotating. So he doesn't feel like he's rotating.
Doesn't feel that he's rotating. He doesn't, but he's rotating, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Very slowly enough that you can't feel. I mean,
nice.
Right. Okay, so when someone throws a ball and he sees the ball moving in the top of the roundabout, right? He can track the ball's position. And from the ball's position, he can then calculate the velocity of the ball for each moment in time. And then from all of those velocities, he can now calculate the acceleration of the ball in each moment in time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the person that's thrown the ball does that, they're going to get a 0 out of the acceleration of the ball because the ball is just making a straight line for them. But it's not going to be a 0 for the person.
Well, you can use angular resolution of the object to see that is actually moving away from you, so you can actually calculate that too.
How is angular resolution related to the acceleration?
Well, it becomes smaller, right?
Well,
this
talking about
this
the position.
object I'm looking at I'm looking at a signal right now. Hold on, Bacon. I'm looking at a signal right now. It's really small. As I move closer, each time I can tell I'm moving towards it because it's becoming bigger. The same thing you can do with the ball. So no, the guy throwing the ball can actually. Okay.
It's unrelated.
You know what, Bacon? Make your own example to fit whatever you want. Let's go outside of fucking reality. Go.
That's just unrelated. I'm talking about the position of the ball, not in your field of view, in your frame of reference. I'm not talking. I mean, if the ball is getting, it's a meter away from you. Now it's a meter closer. The angular size changes, but the position is still a meter closer. I'm just talking about the position. How big it appears is just irrelevant. I'm not talking about that.
You're talking about calculating speed. Then you said the guy throwing the ball is not gonna be able. It's gonna be 0 because he's not gonna be able to calculate the speed of the ball. And I told you that's a lie. He can actually calculate it.
That's not what I said. I'm saying if he calculates the acceleration of the ball, he's gonna get a 0.
If he calculates that the acceleration of the ball, he's not gonna get 0.
Yes, he will. The ball is
He
moving
won't.
in a straight line. But if the ball is moving in a straight line in a constant speed, there's no acceleration.
Bacon. As the object moves away from him, it becomes smaller. He can calculate that, and he's gonna know that the object is accelerating at each
How is
time.
the size affecting the position?
The
It's
size tells you
not.
that object is moving.
Yes, and then he knows it's further away. So if he knows how far,
Exactly. So,
if he knows,
hold on. If
Right,
1 second, hold on. Hold on. If 1 second moves 1 meter, 1 meter away from you, isn't that acceleration in itself?
no,
It's
that's
accelerating
velocity.
1 meter per second.
No, that's velocity.
Why would you call it 0?
That's velocity, not acceleration.
Wait.
If it's
from
okay,
holy
well,
shit.
1 second. It's moving a meter per second. There's no acceleration. It's always moving a meter per second. So if I throw the ball a meter per second, and the ball keeps moving a meter per second, there's no acceleration.
There is acceleration because you throw it at 1 point, right? It was at 0 in your hand.
Yeah, when I released the ball.
Well, then you cannot call it 0 acceleration. What the fuck is wrong with you, Bacon?
I'm talking from the moment I released the ball.
No, I won't accept that.
Why?
You gotta take the whole thing in context because that's how you create false narratives. Hold on, Bacon.
No.
That's how you create false narratives. Why would you not take into account the guy? Oh man, this is why you guys have fucking problems, Bacon. Because you do these examples where you take shit out of the example. Why would you not take into account? Hold on. The reason why you need that thing to be out of the context, the guy throwing the fucking ball, is so that you can make your example
That's
fit
your assumption.
what you want. Oh,
No,
go ahead and finish, and then you will see how I'm right.
Yeah, so you should do that more often. You should wait and see before you claim that. You should do that all the time. You should never assume what's the person goal is. Just go with what they're saying.
At this point, I don't agree, right? Go ahead.
From the beginning, I was referring to the path viewed from the person in the roundabout and the person outside of the roundabout, right? So the person inside of the roundabout is not seeing the other person throwing the ball. It's just seeing the ball fly over their heads because there's walls in the roundabout, right? So person only see the balls flying over the head. They don't see it being thrown. And I'm talking about that path. So that path, that trajectory, the ball isn't changing its velocity. Of course, it changed when the person thrown it. But as soon as the person releases the ball, there's no longer a force to affect the ball's velocity. So it's not going to accelerate anymore. And that's what I'm talking about. So the two people can see the ball flying through air, and the person that thrown it is seeing it fly through air in the constant velocity, right? So there's no acceleration through that path. But for the person in the roundabout, the velocity is changing because it's making a curved path. So now there is an acceleration, but only for the person in the roundabout. Understand that?
Yes. Are you done?
Yeah.
All right. Let me answer. And that's how you create those two people, or the guy inside of the fucking merry-go-round, have created a false model of what's happening with the fucking ball. You and me, you have set up the example, know that the truth is other than what the guy in the merry-go-round has created. At this example, the guy in the merry-go-round is you, Bacon, creating a fucking false model of something that you think is happening.
No, I can agree with that.
Every single baller, does that.
That's my point, Silent.
Well, I'm happy with that.
So yeah, so if the guy in the roundabout tries to calculate the acceleration of the ball, he's gonna get an acceleration, but that acceleration doesn't exist. There's nothing accelerating the ball for the ball to make that curve. Yes, so that's why it's called a pseudo force, because it only.
But we know, but the truth we know that that's not the truth, right? That's just in that guy's head.
Exactly.
Right?
No, it's only on that guy reference frame. Exactly. So that's the point. That's why we call it a force, because you can actually calculate the acceleration on the ball. And if you know the mass of the ball,
I agree with you. The guy is calling. Hold on, Bacon. You don't seem to understand what's going on here. That guy is actually, yeah, you're right. He's seeing a force, but we know that is not a force, right? So the guy is delusional.
Force.
No, it's the guy
delusional.
is fucking delusional. Yeah, it is.
No, he's calculating.
It is because it's not a force.
How is that?
Yeah, he's calculating. Bacon. Oh my God, you don't understand what's going on here, man.
Doesn't mean he's delusional, right? So he sees the ball curving. So there's two hypotheses here. Either there's something actually accelerating the ball, which we know it's not true, or he's in a rotating reference frame. So he knows that either there's something that is accelerating the ball, or he's actually rotating and the ball is going straight. So if he doesn't find anything that could be accelerating the ball, now he's going to agree with you and say, well, actually, I'm rotating. And that's all we're trying to tell here. That when you see those Coriolis
or
forces,
maybe Bacon, maybe he shouldn't be creating models and certain things because he doesn't actually know the entire truth of what's going on. I would do that. I would rather say, well, I don't know what's going on with that ball. Yeah, sure, I can calculate whatever, but I'm not gonna assert that this is what's going on.
But he's not
in reality.
He's not doing that. He's actually figuring out. He's actually figuring out that he is rotating because he sees the balls.
Hold on. How is he? Now you're gonna change. Remember, the guy isn't able to notice his own rotation.
No, yeah, he can't notice that he's rotating.
Please, on this example, don't fucking switch it, Bacon. Please.
I'm not switching anything.
All right. So the guy
again. Let me rephrase.
To know he's rotating.
Let me just repeat what I said before. I said that he can't see.
You said that the guy is unable. No, the guy is unable to feel rotation or know
because
that he's
it's
rotating.
too slow. Yeah, because it's too low. I said that. But when he sees the ball, from that he can then conclude that he's rotating.
How is he gonna do that? Maybe it's the ball that is rotating.
Because there's no cause for the ball to accelerate.
How do you know that? You gotta know the whole story, right?
Because there's nothing accelerating the ball. There's no.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Remember, you cannot see the guy throwing the ball. You cannot see how the guy is throwing the ball.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how he's throwing the ball.
Don't try to insert things that now the guy is gonna divine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
The ball is making a curve, right?
Oh yeah.
And there's no cause for that acceleration. So if there's no cause for that. Okay, so if you want to suspend that judgment, sure. Then if you want to be open to the hypothesis that there might be something accelerating the ball,
you should.
Sure. But that's what I'm saying. If you are in a rotating reference frame and there's no force acting on the ball, you should see curving because you're in a rotating frame of reference, right? So you don't know. Silent. You don't know if there's an actual force or if there's a pseudo force. Because if he's rotating, that wouldn't be an actual force, would it? Yeah. So that's the whole point.
I agree with you, but into you have all the facts. You shouldn't be making assertions.
But I'm not. I'm just explaining to you why that's called a pseudo force.
Okay.
Because you can actually calculate the force. And that force only exists if you're in a rotating frame of reference. As soon as you stop rotating, the ball is no longer accelerating.
Hold on, Silent. Hold on. The thing is, they do make claims and shit. They say the ball, when you shoot a shell or something on Earth, then they see the ball deviate. They say that's Coriolis without seeing the whole picture. They've never seen the ball go straight in the inertial frame or the bullet or whatever.
That wouldn't change anything. That wouldn't change anything, because if that was the case, if you could go to the inertial frame of reference and see the ball going straight, that wouldn't actually refute the first hypothesis. You could now be in a rotating reference frame, and now you're rotating with the ball and you think it's going straight. Your example is actually.
Hold on, Silent. Hold on, one more.
One more thing, Jeremy, if you allow me. One more thing and I'm done. If you allow me.
But let him make his points.
Hold on, go ahead. Yeah. So, Bacon, on this example that we have, right? The guy is unable to see the guy outside of the merry-go-round. Now, we're going to put two guys, and they're throwing a ball from one side to another side. Is the guy inside the merry-go-round experience that apparent force we call, or that apparent deviation or apparent fictitious force we call Coriolis?
I didn't get the question. Okay. What was that?
Can you ask it, Jeremy? I think you understood what I said. I think I'm breaking up.
No, you no, I just couldn't follow it.
I got something else I got stuck in my mind because they're trying to say that they haven't made assertions about it without having the
No, I
whole
was
picture, even though they have.
specifically. No, actually, no. We are
Even
making
though they
assertions.
actually have, because we've never seen the missile or the bullet or whatever go
we are
straight
making
from the
assertions.
non-inertial path.
We are making assertions.
Because we would never hold on, dude. Because we would never see we've never seen the bullet actually going straight. They just claim it's Coriolis when it in actuality could be curving, because that would definitely tell you if it was the Coriolis or not. If you see it go straight from one reference frame and you see it curve another. If you see, stop interrupting me. I know you feel the need to funny mute me because this breaks down your whole shit.
I'm not trying to funny mute you.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to funny mute you. The thing is,
so
when you make
if you were to see the bullet go straight and, dude, I'm almost
I already
done.
stopped. There's
like
a delay. Just go on.
Go on. Like 10 more seconds. If you were to see the bullet go straight, or sorry, if you were to see the bullet curve in the same path you saw it curve in the non-inertial frame, then it definitely wouldn't be Coriolis happening. It would be an actual curve, not the apparent curve that's caused from the Coriolis effect. Go ahead, over and out, roger that.
But how do you know if your frame of reference is inertia or not? If you see the ball making a curve, you know exactly where you should be and how you should be moving to the reference frame. For you to see the ball making a straight line, that doesn't make the reference frame an inertial one just because you see the ball making a straight line. The fact is, you should expect pseudo forces in a rotating frame of reference, and we see them everywhere. And you might argue, well, they might not actually be pseudo force. There might be an actual thing causing that. Sure, that's possible, but it's still it's still strong evidence because it's doing exactly what you should expect from the pseudo force of Earth's rotation.
Without seeing it apparently deviate in the non-inertial frame and not apparently deviate in the inertial frame, you'd never know if it was actually deviating or not.
They also wouldn't tell you that if it's actually, for example, let's say, for example, say you're at the North Pole, right? And
why don't you use the ball in a merry-go-round for this? Because it's simple. You can't do it.
No,
you can't keep it simple. I know you need to keep it as confusing as possible.
That is simple because the point you're making now, it's about Earth's rotation. I'm trying to explain you because things change when you go from one to the other. So I'm going to try to prevent problems when doing that, going straight to the point. The point is, if let's say you're in the North Pole, because if you're at the poles, that's the simplest. Simple as the roundabout.
We're talking about how to differentiate between the two. Why don't you keep it simple and use on the roundabout? Because in the roundabout example, you can simply.
But we already know the roundabout example. I'm talking about you're saying we should be able to know if we are in a rotating frame of reference, and I'm trying to give an example that shows that doesn't work to tell if the Earth's rotating or not.
It works to tell the method.
Why can't you listen to the example?
I thought you were done talking. My bad. Go ahead.
Right. So
I'm just going to bring it back to the roundabout, but go ahead.
If you're at the North Pole, right, and the Earth is spinning once a day, and then you set a pendulum there, right? The pendulum, we know the pendulums precess according to your latitude. So at the North Pole, you should precess also once a day, right? So if you put a camera on the top of the pendulum and you set the camera to rotate once a day, the camera would now, if the Earth is rotating and the camera is rotating against it, the camera would now be actually an inertial frame of reference because it's not rotating with the Earth. So you would see from the camera the pendulum going straight and the Earth rotating underneath it. But that might not be the case. Maybe there's a force making the pendulums rotate, and we are just rotating the camera ourselves. So creating an observer that is that you think is inertial doesn't prove it's inertial. How do you prove it's inertial?
Okay, the camera. First of all, the camera wouldn't see it going in a straight path. The camera would see it deviating because what's
No,
it
if it's
reference? What do you
rotating
think
with
the
the
camera?
pendulum.
What do you think the camera is referencing to know that it
I'm
goes back and
I'm
forth in
I'm
a
I'm
straight line?
I'm telling you that I'm putting a camera that's rotating once a day. So the camera, it's let's say it has a motor there that controls the position of the camera, can rotate it around itself, and it takes 24 hours for it to complete a full rotation. So if you do that, if you create this apparatus and you attach a camera to this, and you put the camera recording the Coriolis, the Foucault's pendulum, from the camera, the pendulum is going in a straight line, and the Earth would
I
appear
thought
to
you
be
had Earth
rotating.
rotation. I thought you had Earth rotation be the thing. Now you got the camera spinning. Can we just use the ball in a merry-go-round? It's much simpler. Like I don't know why you guys don't want to just always use this example
Because you're not getting it. That
for
I'm giving you.
simplification purposes.
I'm
not
showing
getting
you
it
that.
because you're making it as confusing as fucking possible.
No, that's the simplest example of Coriolis on Earth. It's in the pose.
Yeah,
That's
Bacon,
where it's the easiest.
do you mind if I just real quickly, because I know what his problem was this whole time, and I can succumb to his weirdness, okay, dude? But Bacon is 100% right. You're a fool for
He
not
left.
understanding him. But anyways,
Oh no,
say
he's
what?
back. No, I said Jeremy left, but now he's back.
Oh, he's back. Okay, Jeremy, just listen to this very quickly, Jeremy. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna invent a new merry-go-round, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna use a regular merry-go-round. Okay. Anyways, you're on a regular merry-go-round, and blah blah blah. I'm throwing a Nerf football with your kids. They love me better, and I'm throwing a Nerf football with them, and you're sitting on there crying on the merry-go-round. And anyway, so there's no, you don't, and also because you don't really know how forces work. You don't know how fucking the balls work. You don't know how anything works. And so you're sitting there looking at the football and throwing at your kids, and you're seeing the path of the Nerf football you're just looking at it as if you're stationary on the fucking thing, but you're actually rotating on it. And from your point of view, you see the football and throwing at your kids fucking go overhead and then do like a fucking circle, and then when your kids catches it, and then we hug and stuff, we're like, yeah, we need some ice cream, and you're still there. But anyways, when you're sitting there thinking about the path of the football, you're like, how did he fucking do that trick? Because he obviously did some trick throw where it went over my head and did a loop and then fucking landed over there. So I either did a magic fucking trick that is impossible with some force that you don't yet know, or the force, the only way to explain that force is through Coriolis. So you don't need the other reference frame to know that there was a force there that was Coriolis. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you observe the force and you don't have another cause for it, and you know you're in a rotating frame, then you can conclude that you're experiencing Coriolis. You don't need to be looking at the outside frame.
And the force only shows up when the thing moves. Like when the pendulum isn't swinging, it doesn't tilt. The force
point
isn't
is,
there.
Sorry, go ahead, finish it up.
Well, yeah, the force isn't there until you set the pendulum. So it doesn't make any sense for that to be an actual force if it only shows up when it's in motion.
Your pendulum on the North Pole, or your pendulum that you had rotating once an hour, like which pendulum? From your example, you know what? I'm not even interested. The point is,
why does it matter?
the way you can hold on. The point is, the way you can definitely tell is by going to both the frames. One frame will see it take a different path than the other frame. Then you can be sure that it's not actually curving or actually going straight. Once you see it from different frames, that is the rock solid, surefire, foolproof way to know you have Coriolis going. Anything short of that, I don't want to hear it.
Well,
that doesn't make sense, because you're saying if you have an inertial frame of reference, for us to be able to do that, we have to know what our reference frame is. So if you can get an inertial frame of reference,
always looking on Earth, from standing on Earth looking up.
Yeah,
that's always the reference frame we're talking about. Why do you keep changing?
We want to know. I'm not. Jeremy's is talking about changing it. We have a frame of reference on the surface of the Earth, and we want to know if it's rotating or not. And what Jeremy's saying that, well, if you have an inertial one and you can see this one rotating, then that's absolute proof. But that's the thing. How do you get an inertial one? If you know you're rotating, you can counter that rotation and then get an inertial one. But you already have to know you're rotating to do that.
When it comes to all the other examples, like on the roundabout and the merry-go-round and the playground, we know how to make that happen. If you can't prove this on your Earth rotation, that's not my problem. That sounds like
But
a you
in the
problem.
but because
That's
in the
a you
roundabout,
problem. You can't find your
in
inertial
the
reference
roundabout,
frame. That's your problem.
in the roundabout, you're creating the rotating frame of reference from the ground. So in respect to the ground, which is your original one, you created a second one that is rotating. That's a different situation than. No what?
In any example of a roundabout, of fucking merry-go-round, used in this context or example, represents the Earth, not the Earth and
Yes, then
then
you
a
don't have the
merry-go-round
ground.
on top of it as being the second. No, the Earth is always represented as the merry-go-round,
Yeah, but when
not
in
the
the
park
roundabout.
that the merry-go-round is part of.
Yeah, but in the merry-go-round, you have the ground to use as a reference. So you have the ground as your reference.
You mean the
As
floor? The
I
floor
wasn't
of
finished.
the?
I wasn't
You mean
finished.
where the horses
I
are
wasn't
poking
finished.
through the floor?
So you
Well, when
have
you said floor, I don't know what you meant. You meant
Let
the
him
earth, the
finish.
ground, or the bottom of the
the ground,
spinning where
Earth,
you're standing on next to the horse?
the horse.
The Earth, the
Are you
inertial
standing
frame,
on
and then there's
top of
the
the?
merry-go-round, which is the non-inertial frame.
No, you guys are no.
Yes,
Why
man.
would you do that? In an example of a spinning Earth example, the spinning roundabout is represented by
Exactly. And the
is
Earth in
representing
that
the Earth,
example is the inertial frame.
which is spinning. So why are you talking about the park that is holding up the merry-go-round as
That's
the
the
Earth?
inertial frame.
No, you're never. Jesus Christ.
Yes, dude. In that example, that's exactly what's happening.
Why would you talk about the park that the playground is, or the playground that the roundabout is in? Why would you use that as an example in talking about Earth, when Earth is
Jeremy
supposed to
is
be the?
because I was answering Jeremy, and what he's saying is that you need inertial frame of reference, and he's saying, well, we can do that with the roundabout, so why can't we do that with the Earth? Or that I'm
No,
not
I'm
that's not the
saying
claim, but
that
I know that's not the claim.
not what
But
I'm saying. I'm saying
yeah,
that. Hold
but
on, let me say what I'm saying.
sure.
I'm saying that roundabout and the park example. Hold on, my AirPod's dying. Fuck.
It's all good, bro. Just take your time. Take your time. Bacon, when he gets back, though, when you're done, Bacon, I was going to say something to him.
Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, he was saying that in the roundabout, you have two reference frames. You have the rotating one and the non-rotating one.
Exactly what he's saying. He's saying that in order to confirm that this is Coriolis is occurring, you need to observe it from both frames.
Yeah.
You need to get off the merry-go-round. You got to get off your horse and step out off of the merry-go-round somehow, or leave it, jump up out of it, or take a helicopter off of it to see that it is spinning in a different relation to everything else.
Your idea, man. Oh yeah, Bacon. Actually, I don't have to say something to him. I was going to say something to you,
So
Bacon.
you can leave reference frames then.
I was going to say something to you, Bacon. I was going to say, if I were you, I would just agree with him first off, because he's right. That would be a good way to that could confirm it, but also hold on, Bacon. I'm not saying that's how you would confirm it, but it is true that would be a good way to confirm it. However, that's not necessary to confirm it. Yeah.
Yeah, but even if you can do that, you can't just assume that you actually found inertial frame of reference. You have to prove that frame of reference is in fact inertial. And how are you going to do that if not by using pseudo forces?
In reference to your frame, it is, right?
Yeah, but if it's inertial in reference on my reference frame, then either we are both inertial or we're both non-inertial.
No, I'm saying it's inertial in reference to you being on a rotating frame, is what I'm saying. So you know you're on a rotating frame, and then you know that getting off that rotating frame, that you're now in an inertial frame because you can see the rotation.
That wouldn't prove anything, because if the question we're trying to answer is whether or not the first reference frame is rotating, and then we come up with the second one, that is supposed to be inertial.
It
If
could
we're
actually
wrong about the
rotate.
first one, and the first one is actually inertial, now we're creating a non-inertial one.
Yeah,
We might think things are
That's
swaps.
a good point, actually.
if we all lived on the roundabout and no one could ever get off the roundabout, we would never
Yes, they
know if
can.
we're the
But
ones spinning and we couldn't.
how would they know they are?
Let's
Want to say something?
I thought
That's exactly your example, Bacon. What Jeremy's saying. We are actually the guys inside of the merry-go-round with walls on the merry-go-round, unable to observe because we are locked to this merry-go-round. We cannot actually get outside. And to be, that's what I was telling you. To be able to assert which one is rotating or what's going on, in reality, you need to get outside of that frame of reference so that you can tell what is actually happening.
Yeah, but that's
like if
actually
you were on
not proving
like
anything.
two trains right next to each other. If one is moving and one is stationary, you couldn't, looking out the window, you would just see movement, and you couldn't tell if the train were moving or the train next to you was
Right.
moving until you left the train and looked at both of them.
Yeah, but what if it were the case that let's say there wasn't just 2 trains. Let's say it was a whole series of trains, 10 trains, and let's say you're not sure how many of them are moving, and all you can do is move from one train to the next to another train. In this case, this is what Bacon's saying. Bacon is saying that when you leave the rotating frame and you're now in the inertial frame, you would have no way of knowing if you were originally in the inertial frame and that was the non-inertial frame. There's no way
Yeah,
to know.
you would, because you kicked the football, you shot the bullet, you took the plane off you started from one frame.
But if you do that, and if that's confirmation that you're in an inertial frame of reference, then the opposite is confirmation that you're not in an inertial frame of reference. If when you throw a ball, it doesn't deviate anymore, and you set a pendulum, it doesn't deviate anymore, and now you know you're in an
It never
inertial frame of
deviated.
reference.
It never deviated in the first place. It went in a straight line. It only appeared to deviate.
It deviated in
That's what's
in your
meant,
frame
dude.
of reference. I'm talking about in your frame of reference. So when you have a rotating frame of reference and you set a pendulum, you see it deviating. You see the pendulum processing. So if you finally get to an inertial frame of reference and that doesn't happen anymore, and you say, well, that's confirming it's an inertial frame of reference. Okay, then when it's not doing that, it's also confirming it's not non-inertial frame of reference. Because if not having pseudo forces proves you're in inertial frame of reference, having pseudo forces proves you're in a non-inertial frame of reference. Like, it doesn't make sense to say it would be better if we
How do
went
you know
out
you
and
have a pseudo force? How do you know you have a pseudo force?
because there's no cause for those forces. They only show up when you're in motion. If you don't swing the pendulum,
But
you
you
see
don't
no
even
force.
know if you're in motion or not. That's the point. You're on a
That's
train and all you see is moving. You don't know if you're moving or the train next to you is
yeah, but
moving. So
if
you
the
don't
move
know what movement is happening.
yeah, but if the train is moving in a curved path, you actually can tell.
But well, which train is moving in which curved path? Actually curved or in a straight path, and one train looks like it's curving? Like one track goes straight and the
Curving
one
in
curves,
inertial
but from either one, it
curve
looks like you're both deviating.
yeah, curve in an inertial frame of reference. So if the train is making a curved path in an inertial frame of reference, then the frame of reference of anyone in the train is actually non-inertial. So if they try to set a pendulum, it's going to process. If they try to throw a ball, it's going to deviate. If they shoot east and west, the bullet is going to do different things. And opposite things.
Bacon.
What?
But in your initial example, if you think about it, the guy thinks that he's calculating the fictitious force of the ball curving, when in reality, what he's actually calculating is his spin. If you think about it,
that's the point. That's the point. So if you see that something
he just doesn't know it.
Yeah, if something only moves, only accelerates when you move it, and when you stop moving, you don't see that acceleration anymore, and that applies to everything. Then that looks like a pseudo force. So probably you actually are in a rotating frame of reference. It looks like in a rotating frame of reference. That's how it should be if the Earth was rotating, right? And if it wasn't rotating, those things shouldn't happen. I mean, and if they happen, there should be a cause for those forces.
Again, I'm sorry, Bacon, but we go back to the beginning. There's no way you can tell that unless you are outside of this frame of reference, observing what is actually happening.
You can.
You need to see the ball go straight.
You don't.
So that you can, yes, hold on. You need to actually see the ball go straight so that you can assert that you are the one spinning. Otherwise, you cannot do that.
You can. You just see if there's any force accelerating the ball. If there's no force. If there's no force that accelerates the ball.
This is why, again, I guess not because of this, Bacon. What I'm telling you is
why
true.
Don't you
just say no? You can't, because unless you see the ball going straight, because then you need to see the ball go actually straight so that you have the full information. Now you can make a fucking assertions.
Do you
guys? Response? I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys, man.
Did you hear my response?
What was your response?
I answered you. Why you don't have
to... You said that yes, you can, right?
Yes, and the why is the thing I was trying to explain.
Why? Tell me why.
I already did. You didn't listen, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Why?
Right. Because you can see what's causing the ball to curve. If there's no cause for the ball to curve, then there's that's not an actual force.
Hold on. How are you gonna see what is causing?
You test it. You see if the ball moves.
In this example, how you test it?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer that. So you see if there's any motion in the ball in that position. If there's any acceleration when the ball is in that position. And
how do you know if there's no way for you to tell? Remember you're in the fucking spinning.
You put the ball there and you release it and you see if it accelerates towards any direction. And if it doesn't accelerate, if it's only accelerating when it's
what do you mean?
Motion, sorry?
Wait, so now you hold on. So now you have the ball inside the fucking on your hands?
Yeah, you have your own ball. You have your own ball, right? You can do that with your own ball. You don't have to use the ball that was thrown in the air. You just pick your own ball and then see if there's any force acting on the ball, right? For example, like take the pendulum, for example. When it's moving...
Take a helicopter.
Why a helicopter? Helicopters aren't inertial objects.
No, because an helicopter, you lift it up and you're lifting it off the ground, just like the merry-go-round. Just like the merry-go-round with a drone, right? Just like the merry-go-round with a drone.
Yeah, but the helicopter is subject to hundreds of forces. It's a horrible example.
Not if it's not on the initial frame.
No, regardless. For the
that's just a baseless assertion.
For you haven't demonstrated. If you allow me to answer, to get to the end of the sentence,
you want to make assertions. No, I'm gonna challenge every assertion that you make.
But you keep interrupting them.
But I'm pointing out where your assertions are. Correct that shit, bro.
I'm trying to base them, but I make the assertion and then I justify. I make the assertion and then I justify. But you don't let me justify. You keep interrupting me.
All right, justify the assertion.
You can't have a discussion like that, Silent.
No, yeah, exactly. You cannot have a conversation with a person making baseless assertions. Yes. I agree with that.
Assumption, if you based on the assertion, if you allow me to speak, if you stop interrupting me all the time.
All right. Why cannot be an helicopter?
Because the helicopter is subject to multiple forces, and we don't want to.
Hold on. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. I'm gonna claim that's a baseless assertion. Now go ahead and explain what multiple forces.
How does the helicopter flies?
Huh?
How does the helicopter flies?
With the engine.
Yeah. What does the engine do?
It spins, it creates lift.
How does it create lift?
Pushing out of the air.
Right. And why doesn't the helicopter rotate?
Because he has the little thing on the back.
Yes, and what does that do?
It counters the spinning of the initial rotor of the helicopter.
Yes, and how does it do that?
By spinning.
Yeah, and what the spin does that creates that force?
What was the question?
What does that spin do that creates that force that prevents the helicopter from rotating?
I already told you. It counters the motion of the bigger motor.
It's interact with air. It's interaction with air that does that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you have all the aerodynamic forces of those. How do you call them?
Air.
Sorry. Well, 1 second. Let me just translate a word here. Yeah, the propellers. So you have all the aerodynamic forces of the propellers.
Yes.
And you have the aerodynamics of the on helicopter, and all that combined is trying to lift the helicopter and preventing you from tilting to either side or to rotate. It's all you have all those forces working together, trying to get in balance. So those are the
What
forces.
does that have to do with the ground, though? The ground. What does that have to do with the ground rotating?
Because we want to know if there are forces acting on the ball, even when you're not throwing it.
Well, it's the same thing.
And if you want to do within a helicopter, there are too many forces acting upon the helicopter, and you cannot isolate for all of them. It becomes extremely hard.
Actually, the ball is a worse example because the ball has nothing to counter any conservation of momentum that ball has.
That's great because that's what we want to test. We want to test what happens to things.
Well, if it's gonna conserve the momentum, then how are you gonna know it's rotating? It's just gonna move along with you.
Because the momentum isn't conserved when you apply a force at it, and that's what we're trying to measure, trying to figure out.
I agree.
Yeah, conservation of momentum tells you that you keep your momentum unless a force is applied to you. And
let me ask you, Bacon. At this point, we agreed that the helicopter with all these motors can actually disrupt conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah, because you are adding up a lot of forces. Yeah, if you yeah, it's not denying conservation of momentum. The conservation of momentum doesn't say momentum is conserved regardless of what's going on.
Let me ask you now.
It says
why
the momentum
do you guys?
is conserved. It says the momentum is conserved until you apply force. So if you have the helicopter, you have a lot of forces, then you're not. You're changing the momentum.
I 100% agree with you. Now, can you tell me why you guys keep asserting that when the fucking helicopter takes off, the fucking conservation momentum of the Earth and the atmosphere keeps dragging it with him?
Because things aren't 0 or 100%, right? So you have.
No,
all
we have.
You just said you could negate it.
Said you can negate it. You just said that.
I said you can negate what?
The conservation of momentum.
All of the helicopter.
Yeah, so the helicopter,
negating it, correct?
All the aerodynamics of the helicopter are just trying to keep the helicopter in its position, right?
Yeah, and it negates any conservation of momentum, correct? Like you just said.
No, it doesn't negate any conservation of momentum. But momentum
You
is
just
no
said
longer.
It did.
No, I didn't say any. I didn't say any. It's not just because there's a single force, then the whole momentum is gone out of the window.
Okay.
If there's
in the train example, if the trains are moving in a direction or not, if I take a drone off from the top of a train, is it going to continue along with the train?
Fuzzy, I'm not going to allow you
to
run from the question. Let me just.
I'm not running from the question. I'm explaining to you how you dug your own grave by explaining it one way and then.
No, I'm not. I'm not contradicting here. You're just taking things to extreme.
I think a Glover needs to come and say
this to Ollie.
Bacon because
let me give an example.
Let me give an example. Bacon, is the atmosphere moving in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I was saying.
It's a simple question. Is the atmosphere going in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth?
No.
As you guys claim all the time.
No.
It's not?
No.
Oh boy.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
No one's claiming it's in lockstep. Okay, so now let me go back to the point I was trying to make.
You're gonna be. The Glovers are gonna be angry at you.
The Earth, Kosha?
Why are you changing the subject and not allowing me to go back to what we're talking about?
Because you fucked up already.
Pointing it out.
Bacon. You fucked up so big right now.
Yeah,
you're going against. You're going against. Listen, Bacon.
I want to answer Fuzz's point, and your guys are not allowing to fucking
speak. Bacon.
For real, man. Be fair.
Yeah, you're not allowing me to speak. You're calling me contradictions, and you're not allowing me to respond. So shut up for a second. If you have a massive object moving extremely fast, right, and then you apply a small force on the object's not going to stop. Yes, it's no longer going to conserve the whole momentum because now there's a small force applied to it. So it's going to affect the momentum a little bit because the force is small, right? So
you can affect it completely.
The force changes the momentum, right? But because there's a force changing the momentum, doesn't mean there's no longer momentum. So just because there are forces acting upon the helicopter and it's affecting its momentum, doesn't mean there's zero momentum now.
Right.
No,
you're just creating. You're just creating.
Example of a ball.
You're
In the example
just
of a
creating.
ball, is there more or less
I wasn't
momentum
finished.
than a
I wasn't
helicopter?
finished. I wasn't finished. I was
your
a
point, and we know what your
sentence.
point is.
I was a
Is there
sentence
more or
from
less than a
finishing.
helicopter?
I was a sentence from finishing. So that's just a false dichotomy. Now go on.
Okay, so what's a false? If a ball going up in the air that doesn't negate any momentum shows.
Don't say it doesn't negate any.
No,
it doesn't.
Well, hold on. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have a motor or any kind of propeller or engine. It doesn't.
It has aerodynamics.
Right, but it doesn't necessarily. Yeah, but it doesn't actively negate any kind of momentum that is carried. Correct? It just goes. Wind is the only thing, right?
It's wind and gravity. It accelerates downwards. That's changing its momentum.
Yeah. So a helicopter. So now a helicopter that is able to negate a whole bunch of the stuff that the ball is not able to negate and can stay in the air longer somehow doesn't show the same thing that the football does? How and why?
What does the football does that the helicopter doesn't do that it should do?
Yeah, a football proves Earth is rotating and a helicopter does
I'm not saying that.
somehow.
I'm not saying a ball can prove Earth rotating.
Yeah.
I'm not saying ball. I'm not saying the ball is proving Earth rotating.
Disagreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson again.
What's the okay?
And the entire
is that your point?
Scientific community.
Is that a whole point that I disagree with
you
deGrasse
fucked up
Tyson?
big right now, bro. You shouldn't say that because you said that the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth, and you know that the argument. Yeah, you know the argument for the Glovers is that it is, right?
No, it's that it rotates with the Earth, not in lockstep.
Social. Well, yeah, in lockstep with the Earth.
No one says it's in lockstep. It rotates with the Earth, not in lockstep.
Oh man, I've been in this for fucking I think 7 years. Trust me, they say it is.
Who here says that?
I guess you're the only one who doesn't. Kosho.
Who here says that? Because we are having a discussion.
Kosho has said it. Kosho has fucking said it.
Kosho, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So does the atmosphere rotate in lockstep with the Earth?
Yeah, I never use that word or say that phrase ever.
Oh, fuck. I'm done. Fucking hell, bro.
Okay, why doesn't the hovering helicopter?
That is unbelievable that you couldn't even say that. You've never heard a Glover say lockstep. No one said lockstep, and you've never heard someone say that.
Yeah, I heard using the word lockstep many times when they said that
Jeremy, what was that?
I wasn't finished. So I heard people using the word many times saying that the Earth is not in lockstep with the atmosphere.
Wow.
Flat earthers are the only ones who use that language.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
say
so
the-
why then? Why? So if so the atmosphere is not in lockstep or moving with the Earth, then why doesn't a helicopter show Coriolis?
Exactly.
Wow, is one thing related to the other.
Oh my God.
You
The fact
honestly
that-
don't
the fact
understand.
that-
Like
the
this is
fact that-
unreal, bro. Like you're
the-
trying to tell us something.
You're just
I'm
creating false
speechless.
dichotomies everywhere. The fact that the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth, it's due to there's wind. It's due to the atmosphere is a dynamic system, so it's not exactly in lockstep with the Earth, but it's rotating with the Earth.
Jeremy, I want to hear what Jeremy is saying. I want to hear what Jeremy is saying.
So if the atmosphere is not moving in rotation in sync with the Earth's surface, then why doesn't the hovering helicopter?
Why did you have to change the sentence when you're phrasing someone else? We didn't say the atmosphere.
He didn't finish
It's totally irrelevant. Hold on, Fuzzy.
Well, you
acted
broke
like
up.
that
You cut off. That's why I'm saying like you broke up. For me, anyway.
One, two, three. Hold on 1 second, please. So you acted like it was totally irrelevant question and we were changing the subject. However, it's absolutely directly related to this. So can you answer it or?
What question?
Why doesn't the hovering helicopter gate under the ground if the atmosphere is not moving in lockstep?
Yeah, I missed a lot of what you said. Your mic is.
You're kind of fading. You're fading in and out.
You're fading
not really breaking
out.
up.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Why doesn't the Earth rotate underneath a hovering helicopter? Is his question.
Why should it?
Because you just said the Earth is not rotating with the atmosphere.
Not in lockstep. Yeah,
In
when
lockstep or
I
otherwise, it would.
Sorry?
If it's not moving in any kind of lockstep or with it, then it
No,
would
it
show
is-
that a
it
helicopter
is
would
rotating
show
with the Earth.
deviation.
It is rotating with
Here's
the
the
Earth.
paradox,
It is not in
Bacon.
lockstep.
Bacon. Let me tell you the paradox. Okay? So, in one hand, we have the Earth in lockstep rotating with the atmosphere and the Earth. And then we have, you guys said that conservation of momentum together with the atmosphere keep the helicopter rotating in lockstep with the air and the atmosphere. And then we ask you, that's why we ask you.
No, your first hand is wrong. No one's saying it.
External
You said
force is applied.
you're
Listen,
saying-
let me finish.
you
You're interrupting now.
Thought
Let
you were
me
done.
explain the two paradoxes. Am I breaking up?
Go ahead.
No, go.
Hello?
Go.
All right. So that's the first one. If it's in lockstep, then conservation of momentum doesn't work because, as we know, an external force can disrupt conservation of momentum. All right. Now, on the other hand, you're saying that the Earth is not in lockstep with the atmosphere, which makes it even more easy for the helicopter to have a deviation when you lift off.
Why would it be easier?
Because you're not on the Earth anymore. You're not attached to the Earth.
Yeah, but
because
now
the
you-
drone and helicopter are able to negate any kind of conservation of momentum,
No.
like you said earlier.
The fact that they're not in lockstep with the Earth doesn't mean they're going to follow their inertial trajectory. It just means that the atmosphere. It just means the atmosphere is messier than that, so it makes things worse, not easier.
If the
Bacon, remember that. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
If the atmosphere was moving at a different rotational velocity than the ground underneath it, would we see a deviation in the helicopters hovering?
Yeah, but we're not saying that.
You're
So
We're not
why did
saying-
we see a helicopter?
What?
Why did we see it that a
We
helicopter
are-
can just
we
take
are
off,
not
hover, and then after an hour or two come back down exactly where it took off from?
We are not. That's just a straw man. The claim isn't that the
Not a
reason.
What do you mean?
Yeah, if you allow me to speak, you know what I mean. So the
Go
claim
ahead.
isn't that the reason why the Earth is not in lockstep with the atmosphere is that the atmosphere has a different rotational speed. That's not the claim. The reason why we won't agree that it's not that it's in lockstep with the Earth is because there's wind. There's the atmosphere itself. It's its own dynamical system. But as a whole,
Let me ask.
it rotates.
Okay.
As a whole, it rotates with the Earth. Same rotational speed.
Let me ask you, Bacon.
lockstep
Do
with
you ever
Earth.
heard?
No, just as a
Do
whole.
you ever, let me ask him a question.
just a
Do you
false
ever
duality.
heard?
You just said same rotational speed.
Yeah, as a whole.
My
as
check.
a whole,
My
it
check.
rotates
My
the
check.
same, as fast as each other.
It works, Zero. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bacon. Do you ever heard Sanic or Rumpus or I don't remember a bunch of these guys say that when our airplane takes off, it takes off going 1,000 and something miles backwards? Did you never heard that?
Sure, I'm agreeing with that. It keeps the it doesn't lose the momentum of it had in the ground just because it went from to the air.
Now tell me this:
The point is,
does the airplane engines count as an external force?
Yes.
Why are you guys getting past this very very crucial point here that
Go
if the
ahead, Jeremy.
atmosphere
Yeah,
wasn't
you're right.
rotating, check 1 2. If the atmosphere wasn't rotating, with the Earth in lockstep, then when the helicopter hovered, you would see a deviation. We don't see a deviation. Therefore, what?
That's not the point. When we say it's not in lockstep, when we say it's not in lockstep, it's because there's wind.
Woo, Bacon.
Right?
Wow.
So what happens? What happens?
No, you said earlier.
One second.
Do you
Let me
agree
ask
that
you
you
something,
said
Jeremy.
earlier that the
Let me ask Jeremy
helicopter
something.
is able to negate a lot of the momentum?
Not a lot.
Right,
I said it affects the momentum. I didn't say a lot. You're just adding
Or no,
more.
how about this? More than a
Strong man,
football.
what I'm saying.
Would it be a lot more, or a lot less than a football? Would you
It
say
will be more.
a lot more, right?
Yeah. No, I didn't say a lot.
Because
It
it's
will
got
be
a
more.
propeller on it, and the football doesn't. And the propeller can stay up in the air for over an hour, and the football is only in the air for 4 to 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot
exponential,
easier
Bacon.
to see it from a helicopter, right?
No, dude, I explained this to you yesterday, man.
No. Listen, Coach.
No, but he
the
agreed.
more
No,
the
he
helicopter,
just said, yeah, you could negate it.
the more,
Sorry, go ahead.
the more
Don't
the
say
helicopter
negating.
stays on the air, stays on the air, the negation of the conservation of momentum is exponential. So you should probably at the beginning you should not see deviation, but with the time, 1 hour, whatever, you should see that thing fly away from you like 1,000 miles like per hour. It's I don't know, Bacon. I think you fucked up on this one, real big.
No, the thing is that you guys are only thinking in binary. Either it has no momentum or it has all the momentum. It's either in lockstep or it's just not rotating with the Earth at all. Those are just false dualities. And when I
Or
negate,
maybe the Earth is not rotating, bro.
when I reject one of the extremes, you go immediately to the other extreme. That's just not the case.
It's not an extreme. There's two options.
Yes.
If I'm sitting in a car, and we're both parked, and I only see out the windows, and I see movement of one of the cars, I can't tell which car is actually moving until I get out of the car and look. There's only two options: either one car is moving or the other car is moving. There are two. That's it. Right?
Or both.
No. Well, both could be, but one's moving faster than the other.
But I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, you're talking about dichotomies and we being left one way or the other.
Yeah.
One thing's moving and the other thing's stationary, or the
I'm
one thing
gonna
is
try
stationary and the
to.
other thing's moving.
I'm gonna try to clarify one last time about conservation of momentum and about the atmosphere. So when you have a force,
be negated, right?
When you
just
have
to
a
be clear,
force,
that force can be negated, correct?
He's being coached right now. He's gonna make a clarification now. Go ahead, Bacon.
Well,
yeah.
just
So
to be clear, you did say that whatever
I'll
force you're
be
about
clear
to
if
talk
you shut the
about.
fuck up and let me clarify everything.
Okay, good. So
now he's
whatever
triggered.
you're illustrating can be negated. It can be. Okay, good.
The force, when you apply force to a body, right, you affect its momentum. Whether or not you're gonna zero its momentum. You're gonna increase its momentum. That depends
You
on the
will zero
force.
it
That
with
depends
time.
on the force.
No, it depends
Right?
on how long it's gonna stay out of that moment. Like let's say if the table, let's say the merry-go-round is rotating, right? And you lift the drone out of that. At the initial seconds, the drone is gonna rotate at the same speed, but with more time, it's gonna stay on the earth. It's gonna negate entirely the entire fucking momentum. It's gonna negate. It's gonna go down to zero. Now is the engines are the only one.
Not just that.
Actually, it is. Actually, it is. You cannot
Not
keep it.
just
Hey,
that.
hold on.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Silent.
Perpetual.
Listen.
Perpetual momentum. I wasn't done. Perpetual momentum only works when there's no drag or anything. So you say, right? That's a theory that you guys have. And if you think about it, it's the same thing applies here.
The drone is not gonna rotate with the roundabout as when you lift it.
Oh, it
It's
will
just
for a
not.
couple seconds. Yeah, it's gonna
No,
conserve
it
a little
won't.
bit of the momentum.
It will.
It will.
As soon as
You
it
want to
takes
bet
off.
it will?
Guys,
As
hold on
soon as
one
it
second.
takes
I'm
off.
sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to
Yeah, as
interrupt.
soon-
I just need to get him. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just need to get a mic check from Glory. All is one.
Why?
Because I don't know. He made a new account or something. I'm voice checking him in. All, can you talk?
You could do that in other voice channel.
All right, go ahead, guys. Yeah, go ahead. Forget it.
All right.
Real quick.
So
This
when
is
the
so
drone,
simple.
if you don't have, if you don't have,
If
if you don't have the,
I
oh
took
my
a
fucking god.
drone off of a train, it's gonna.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up,
the
bro.
wind
Fussy.
is gonna catch it for a minute.
He's breaking up, Bacon.
For like
Fussy, you're breaking up.
That's correct,
a
man.
second, it's
Hey,
gonna be
by the
caught
way,
by the wind and the momentum of
I think
the
it's
train,
Bacon's turn.
and then the propellers really kick.
I'm gonna mute you, Fussy. Fussy, I'm gonna
and
mute
then
you.
it's just hovering.
Mic check, thanks.
There we go. Great. So if
Go ahead,
if the atmosphere wasn't moving in lockstep, we would see deviation in the hovering helicopter. We don't see deviation in the hovering helicopter. What does that lead you to
That's
believe?
wrong. That first of all, we don't say lockstep. Second of all, we don't claim that you would see deviation in a helicopter.
I know why not.
You know what, Jeremy?
Why wouldn't you see
Because
deviation
it's a
in helicopter?
helicopter. It's a helicopter. So yesterday, Fuzzy Ewok kept asking about his the football that Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about in the field goal, and I kept describing to him a drone. So let's say that somebody kicks he kicks the field goal, and it hits the goal. And what we do, we observe the football, and we see the slight deviation due to Coriolis, and we actually are able to observe it in that case. Now, when we take the drone, and all we do is we off memory, we trace the path that the football traveled in the same route, and we go to the same goal, and then we just go around the goal a little bit. And what happens is, as we're traveling through the imagine we're going the same speed as the football even went. But as we travel down the path of the same route, the drone and the football, they're both going to experience the exact same Coriolis as the other. The only difference is the football has the opportunity to be influenced by any little thing because there's nothing influencing it other than it falling from the sky. So if a little Coriolis can influence it, it'll be influenced by it. The drone
That's not what we're talking about,
Coach. So when you travel the same path with the drone and you get over to the goal, even though it experiences the same Coriolis, you're still in control of the remote controller, and there's these little influences are not going to be evident as the Warner football.
Jeremy, I think you should ignore all what Coach just said and go back to the example, right? He just went on this example that nobody is talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like a logical thing. Like if the Earth wasn't rotating in sync, lockstep, together with whatever word you want to use, fine. If it wasn't moving in sync with the ground, we would see deviation from the hovering helicopter. We don't see deviation. We don't see deviation from the hovering helicopter. What does that lead you to believe?
It leads me to believe that the atmosphere is moving at relatively the same speed as the surface. However, it's not moving at the same speed as the surface because at any given location, there's anywhere from any direction, let's say on average 5 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour winds, sometimes more. These winds that are all over the place, if you think about them in the reference of the inertial plane, the air is moving basically same speed as the surface. But if you look at it in reference to the surface, you can see this 15 mile per hour wind all over the place. And what that's going to do is when you have a helicopter, when you have a drone, when you have anything, when you say it's moving in lockstep with the Earth, this is why I wouldn't use that word, because it's not moving in lockstep. It's in our reference frame, there's fluctuations which are enough to very easily not display this Coriolis.
So now you guys are saying the atmosphere doesn't move in sync or in lockstep or in coordination with or together with or whatever word you want to use.
I just explicitly described what the atmosphere is doing.
I know you're saying it's not moving in lockstep, and we should when we hover a helicopter.
I never said it was.
Fine, it's not moving in lockstep. Then, if that's the case, when we hover a helicopter, we would see the ground move beneath it.
Why?
Because the atmosphere is not moving in sync with the ground.
But okay, this is what I'm saying. Just listen to the exact words I'm using, man, because it's like you didn't hear what I said. I just described the air is moving with the Earth. If it's going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the air is 2, except for the slight fluctuations, which is give or take 15 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour in any given direction. So the air is moving with the Earth, and there's also a plus or minus 10 to 15 miles per hour wind in any direction. For this reason, the air moves with the Earth, but that 15 miles per hour doesn't allow you to witness things like balloons or drones or helicopters just being undergoing Coriolis, because those other forces acting on them are going to be much more apparent.
Because the air is moving in sync with the rotation of Earth.
It's not entirely in sync, as I said. There's a plus or minus 10 to 15 to 20 miles per hour wind in any given direction.
Okay, but overall, the atmosphere is moving in sync with the Earth.
Overall, the atmosphere. I mean,
we're not talking about wind.
Other than that wind, it's moving with the Earth, but it has that wind, so it's irrelevant.
No, the wind is irrelevant because we're not talking about wind. We all know wind exists. We're talking about the atmosphere as a whole moving in lockstep with the Earth.
Yeah, and if it's not, that's wind. Wind is the atmosphere not keeping up with the ground speed.
Wind is the atmosphere.
Can a helicopter negate the wind and fight against it to hover in the same place?
It can. So? Hello?
Are you trying to say the Earth is like the back of a train going down the train tracks? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Why the back? Why not the front?
A closed container.
No, the Earth is
down the train tracks. Is that your claim?
Train is not very analogous to a rotating ball.
No, it's not. So you have to make up your mind.
No, you just don't make analogies that don't work.
You know what, Jeremy? At this point, I think we need to go back in time and search for all the times that these guys said that the atmosphere was in lockstep with the Earth.
This is words that you guys used. I've always
shut up, Kosho. We will find one. We will find one there in Nathan. You will see.
More than one.
More than one.
Find about hundreds.
Hundreds of times. This is something like this is what we talk about dishonesty.
Can you think of the person who would talk like this? Can you think
You,
of no? I don't talk like this. I purposely do not
Sandy,
talk like this.
Virus. I can all you guys.
Prove it. Prove that anyone here in this conversation ever said that.
Exactly. I can't even think of a person who would talk like this. Maybe Rumpus.
Not you,
that's it. But I don't speak like this for a like when you flat earthers say this, I have to correct them so that they don't think I think this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and every time I remember talking about the atmosphere rotating on the Earth, I remember from every conversation spending a lot of time just trying to explain that atmosphere is not rotating in lockstep with the Earth. So it makes no sense to me that we would be claiming that at some point.
So I just, as a quick thing, did a search for the word lockstep in Nathan Oakley's chat, in the text chat. Going back 2 years, Globers keep saying not lockstep. Flat Earthers keep saying in lockstep. 2 years back.
That's hilarious, my man. Good show, old boy. And that's exactly what I remember as well, because it's a really silly thing to say. And so when I hear people say it, it would be something that I would make sure that they didn't think I fucking I'm going to go along with.
Yeah, I mean that you guys thinking we said it just shows how
No.
distorted
Hold on.
you guys think
Hold on, Beacon. The atmosphere being in lockstep with the Earth, it was the excuse that give you guys the conservation of momentum.
No,
otherwise you don't have conservation of momentum.
We looked it up and we never said it. We always corrected you.
Oh my God! Nah, you guys cannot. This is not possible.
Did you hear what I said?
I think it is possible.
Wow.
It doesn't need to be exactly lockstep to have conservation of momentum. I think that's what you find people saying is it's not exactly lockstep, but it's enough to give conservation of momentum.
So here's a quote from a Glober in August 2001. This is a year ago. Well, 9 months. The whole lockstep thing is stupid. Here's something from a flat earther in June 2001. It's moving in lockstep with the wind.
That doesn't even make sense.
February 2001 flat earther. It's moving in lockstep. August 2020. It's not moving in lockstep.
Can you give
Zanuck? That's from Zanuck. It's not moving in lockstep.
Can you give that context? Can you give the context of the conversation?
He's saying it.
I'm just their particular quote. If you search lockstep, and by the way, I searched both ways. Lock space step, 1 word and 2 words. Going back 2 years in Nathan Oakley's chat, the main chat, 2 years at least, flat earthers keep saying that term. Globe earthers keep saying it's not that term.
Yeah, and here's a gem server as well. It's a term he's saying he doesn't understand. Moving with the Earth does not mean lockstep. And here's another person. Lockstep? Question mark. It is the Globers, right, man? And here's Demonk. I'm not gonna read Demonk's. It's crazy.
Good call on that one.
This is crazy. I'll read it. Why not? It says, show treetops blowing all directions. Live, LOL. Fucking retards think blowing wind in all directions. LOL mean lockstep. LOL with LOL dirt. LOL sir in lockstep of dirt. White trees blow all directions. Right. So nobody said lockstep to him. And it says those left-right moving trees really show the lockstep air on globe. LOL. Okay. So here's a Glober. Not every cell is in perfect lockstep sync. He's saying this in response to somebody who said lockstep. So this is why chemo is given in rounds. Chemo. Oh no. That's about fucking biology. Here's Grim, 17 lockstep. For fuck's sake.
The thing is, if the air wasn't moving in lockstep, we would see deviation from the hovering helicopter. We don't see deviation from the hovering helicopter.
Okay, here's another one. Does the
when wind blows
of your
How
Oh,
is this so
Jeremy,
hard to understand?
you do see deviation when the
don't
wind
worry
blows,
about this
right?
shit because I remember them saying that it was in
We
lockstep.
see deviation. We see deviation in the helicopter due to Earth's rotation. The differential from the speed of the air and the speed of the ground. Is that why we see deviation from the helicopter?
No, it's because the wind's blowing.
No, because the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth in your model.
No, because it's
The
not
atmosphere. The atmosphere. Sorry, atmosphere.
Yeah, when you say that the atmosphere is not in lockstep, that implies wind. So you say if there is no, if the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth, in other words, if there's wind, things should deviate. So if you're saying that things should deviate because there's wind, sure. If you
No.
blow,
That's not what I'm saying.
that's what you're saying implies.
Bacon.
If the air is, listen to me. If the air is not moving in lockstep with the Earth, we would see deviation due to the different rotational speeds. We don't see deviation. We don't see deviation. We don't see deviation due to the different rotational speeds. Therefore, what does that lead you to believe?
That's a non sequitur.
It's not. It's there's wind.
Non sequitur. What are you high?
Yeah,
The wind is
Bacon.
what
that doesn't follow.
Bacon, you must know there's no deviation because of the wind. You must know that. Otherwise, you can measure it and track it.
Deviation is not, dude. The deviation is. I mean, the wind is the reason why it's not. You're not going to see like present.
Bacon just said deviation because of the wind.
What's up? No, what's wrong with the door?
Well, 1 second.
I gotta change the thing or something.
Saying if the Earth is not in lockstep with the Earth, it means exactly the same as saying if there's wind. Because the speed of the wind is the ground speed of the air. And if the ground speed of the air is 0, which would mean it's lockstep with the Earth, there's no wind. 0 wind means in lockstep with the Earth. 0 wind means 0 ground speed.
Okay. Do we see deviation due to the different rotational velocities of the air and the Earth in the hovering helicopter?
No.
No. What does that lead you to believe?
Why would we see that?
What would that lead you? We would see it if it was different rotational velocities. We would see a deviation due to these different rotational velocities. We don't see.
No conclusion.
You guys are done. You guys are done with
Just listen to this very carefully, dude, because for some reason you're bringing up different rotation velocities because the winds are doing. We're not describing.
I'm not talking about wind.
Yeah, but why would we see that?
I'm not talking about wind. You would see You would see if the air and the helicopter had different rotational speeds. You would see a deviation due to these different rotational speeds, just like in the Coriolis effect, different rotational speed.
Hey, but
we don't see different rotational speeds due to the air and the Earth's surface. Therefore,
okay, but this is what I'm saying. Why are you describing that as what the winds are doing? The winds aren't doing different.
No one's talking about wind. You're the only one talking about wind.
Okay, but why are you saying the air is doing different rotational speeds?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it's moving in lockstep, and we know because we don't see a deviation due to the different rotational speeds.
Okay, but like I said before, if you imagine the air going at the same speed as the rotation, so the air is moving with the Earth, except for it's a plus or minus in any given direction, though. It's not even just one direction. Any direction about 0 to 20 miles per hour wind. It's that 0 to 20 miles per hour wind, which is you're gonna see influence these aircraft, and you do see this happen. You do see this air influence those aircraft in that way. It actually does happen. This is what you do see. It's not because it's rotating at a different rate than the surface. It's that 50 to 20 is not enough to make it like appear like it's going at a different rate, but it does change the direction that the thing's going. Like it shifts it over. This is what the air does.
Okay. Do we see deviation due to the different? If the atmosphere isn't moving in lockstep with the Earth's surface, there would be different rotational, different angular velocities, right?
No.
What do you mean no?
No, if the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth, that doesn't tell us what the atmosphere is doing. Well, we
Can you
just
answer
know.
everything I said about the angular velocity?
You
said no to that and then went on with something else. Why no?
It's not something else. I'm showing that your conclusion is following.
Is the air moving at the same angular velocity as the surface of Earth, the atmosphere? Is the atmosphere moving at the same? Is the atmosphere rotating at the same velocity the surface of Earth is?
Generally, yes.
Yes, okay. If it wasn't, would we see deviation in the hovering helicopter due to this difference in angular velocity?
Not necessarily.
That's where you're wrong. We would see
No,
a
because
difference in deviation,
not,
and we don't, and that's where your whole shit goes down the drain.
Because if it's not rotating with the Earth, then it could be doing different. We don't know what's doing if you're not saying what's doing. If you're saying that the atmosphere is not in lockstep, is it rotating against the Earth's rotation? Is it rotating with Earth's rotation but faster? Is it what it's doing then? I don't know what's doing. I just know what's not doing. It's not in lockstep.
It's
That doesn't
not
tell me
deviating.
anything.
We know the helicopter's not deviating, right?
So wait. So if the let's say the atmosphere is not in lockstep.
Don't answer. I know you can't answer that one. That's a tough one. I know.
I already answered that.
So the helicopter's not deviating due to the difference in the rotational velocities of the ground and the air.
No enough information in your question to answer that, and I'm trying to explain
The
why.
information is: do we see that happen? You have all the information you need to answer this. Do we see it happen? Yes or no?
In real life?
Yeah, in real life.
No.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The helicopter doesn't deviate due to different rotational velocities. What would that lead you to believe? That they're both rotating at the same velocity?
It's the way you're wording it that's making it hard to
It's
answer.
completely non-logical.
The way I'm wording it fucks your whole argument up. I know, Coach.
It's just
why are you
non-logical.
describing it at different rotational velocities?
Yeah, so let me give an example. If the atmosphere rotates twice as fast as the Earth, right? So let's now repeat your syllogism. If the Earth is not in lockstep with the Earth, which is in this case it's not, it's twice as fast. Then you should see deviating due to Earth's rotation, right? But no, you would see deviating because the wind is twice as fast as the surface. Earth's rotation.
I keep talking about wind. Why do you keep talking about wind?
Because that's your premise. You're referring to the atmosphere.
I've never said wind once.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. The velocity of the atmosphere.
Talking about the Coriolis effect.
No, you're specifically referring to the velocity of the atmosphere compared to the ground. That is wind. You're just using a different way.
Talking about the rotational speed of the atmosphere. Not wind, the rotational speed of the atmosphere. Not wind, the rotational speed of the atmosphere. Say wind one more time. Say wind again.
If you compare that to the surface, which is what you're doing, you're saying if the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, so you're referencing both of them in relation to each other. That is wind.
Let's just use the same language the others using because it's easier to. That's why that's why whenever I'm not saying that it's in lockstep with the Earth.
But the thing is, when Jeremy says lockstep, you guys talk about winds, right? But the whole cold front that's causing the wind or warm front is moving in lockstep.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is I'm not using the word lockstep, but I am saying that without the wind, if the wind were if wind and weather was nothing, like it didn't happen at all, then the air at this point in time it would be moving just about with the surface of the Earth, give or take a little bit of Coriolis due to the different elevations. Okay, so let's say without the wind, it's moving close enough to with the Earth. Now, however, there is wind in almost every single location, and for this reason, the air is so now it's moving at the same speed that the Earth's moving. Whatever the tangential speed is on the surface, let's assume the air has that base speed, and then it also has the wind speed, which is going to be some direction, one of the fucking 360 degrees directions, and it's going to be some miles per hour. This doesn't change the rotation rate of the air, but it does make it so the air is not static, and it will, if you have an aircraft, it's not going to be you're not going to be able to witness things like Coriolis because these are much bigger effects.
Yeah,
That's
basically
it.
they have to
So
correct
hold on, real quick,
They have to correct so much for that.
point of clarity, just to clarify your point. So you said the atmosphere is at ground level, but what about the atmosphere? Let's say at the altitude of 50,000 feet. Is that
Guys,
atmosphere moving at the same speed as the ground?
Let's give Branch a shot because we've all tried. We're
Well,
not
no,
going to be
but
able to talk sense to these guys.
Well,
No,
but yeah,
I mean,
just
what,
to. Because he said
Answer
the cold front.
Answer Fuzzy's question, but Branch, you're next. You're next, Branch. Give Branch 5 minutes with these guys after your question gets answered, please, Fuzzy.
No. I mean, Branch can answer it too. Like, because he said the cold front is moving at the same in lockstep or whatever you want to use the word.
Not in lockstep, but
whatever. It's moving with the rotation of the Earth. But at what altitude? At ground level near our ankles or 50,000 feet? Is that same atmosphere? How is that same atmosphere traveling at the same speed as the Earth at the same much lower altitude?
That's the whole point, Fuzzy, is that it's not, right? When you talk about the whole atmosphere, what it's actually doing right now is because of the temperature on the ground and the temperature differences as you go up, it causes high fronts and low fronts, and air tends to go from a high front to a low front, which is why you get wind.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So if I took a helicopter up really, really, really high, I should notice the Earth rotating underneath me faster because I'm at a different speed up there, right?
No. Why would you come to that conclusion from based on what I said?
You just said you agreed with me. If at 50,000 feet, is it the same? Is that moving at the same rate as the ground?
No, I said that there's always winds going on because the temperature is not constant throughout the whole Earth.
Always. So okay.
Pretty much always. There's always going to be a higher piece of land and a colder piece of land, and in turn they cause cold fronts and warm fronts.
But even on the days that there's no wind, on the day that there's no wind, let's just say the altitude. Let's just say from your ankles up to I don't know. Like, how high do you need to go in order to see this deviation from helicopter?
Well, okay. So when you say a day with no wind, right? You mean you don't feel the wind? There's still wind. Basically, the atmosphere is still going. The air is still flowing. It's just flowing in a way that you're not able to feel it because it feels like there's no wind.
Right. Well, because like on the thing that measures the wind speed spinning, like if that's not moving, it's still actually just moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
See, now you're going to bring in 1,000 miles per hour stuff. And yeah, the air right above the equator,
the speed of the ground,
the air right above the equator is moving. If you look at the air as a whole instead of just looking at the wind itself, say if you take an entire cold front and the wind caused from that, and you look at that at the equator, as a whole, it's all moving at 1,000 miles per hour at the surface, or a little bit faster actually, because as you go up,
Right. You got to gain velocity the higher you go. How do helicopters do that when they don't push forward on the stick at all in any way? They just go straight up.
They're influenced by the air, man. That's what I'm saying to you. They're much more influenced by the fluctuations
So the air
of the
is
air
going.
itself.
How does the air go faster the higher it goes?
You just said that yourself.
Greg, how does the air tug along the plane? How does the air tug the plane along? How does that work?
I mean, you guys are.
Are you serious, guys?
Right.
I think the part that's confusing you guys is that you think that as you go higher, there's enormous changes in that rotational speed, right? The overall rotational speed of the atmosphere. It's not. It's really fucking gradual.
All right, check it out then. So on those days where it's really windy and I have to push the drone really hard into the direction of the wind just to maintain a hover, how is that dragging? Well, what part of the atmosphere is dragging the aircraft along with the other parts of the atmosphere that are all going in a different direction?
Well, okay. So first of all, it's the inertia of the actual device itself, right? So you hit up on a helicopter, right? Like a drone. The drone's already moving in one direction, so it wants to continue moving in that direction. Now, the wind is gonna fuck with it, right? If it wants to keep moving in a direction and the wind's blowing on it, it's gonna want to move around because of the wind. But it still wants to keep moving the direction it was going when you hit up.
Were you here
The
earlier
only
when
thing the wind's
when
gonna
we
do is
established
make
that
it.
you can negate that?
The only thing the wind's gonna do is make it change position. Right? It's basically gonna give a force that makes it change its initial direction of inertia.
Yeah, were you here earlier when we totally established that you can change and negate that momentum using the drone or helicopter by going in the opposite directions or all around?
Yeah, but how is that going to make you overcome that and make you experience the Coriolis? How do you know that? But as you're making those corrections, you're not correcting also for the Coriolis?
Because I could go east or west or wherever I'm located, I could go to wherever the spin is supposed to be going.
Fuzzy, I'm not sure where you're getting a disconnect here, right? I mean, when you let's say you take a drone and you go up a mile, right? How much do you think the atmosphere is changing because you went up a mile? So I think that's where the disconnect
What do you
is.
mean? What do you mean changing?
So we discussed going, if you go up, right? We discussed that you get further away from the Earth, right? Therefore, the spin's a little bit different, right? But how much do you think it's different?
Well, it'd be incrementally, right? The farther out you go on the merry-go-round, the faster your speed has got to maintain in order to keep up with the inside of the merry-go-round.
No, I mean you was making a point about how, if you go further up, right? It has to move further to stay, in reference to the same point you started going up at. But how much more? I mean,
faster.
I guess what
it has to go faster, not further.
Yeah, it has to go faster, right? So the thing is like, I think the disconnect here is in your mind how much faster you have to go. In your mind, you're thinking that you have to go a lot faster, right? But you gotta remember this: a mile up in relation to the size of the Earth is almost nothing.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, but we should notice something. We should notice some deviation over time, right?
If you go like a shit ton higher, yeah. Actually, the outermost part of our atmosphere moves faster.
I posted a link picture here for that reason, because this picture shows you if you go up 1 foot, so the difference between 2 to 1 foot. So let's say you're an object that's traveling upward, the deviation you're going to experience foot by foot. Let me see, what's a good way of. So it would take a day, as we saw the other day. It would take a day to deviate 2 meters. But let's see, these numbers are super small, so it's hard to. So like in 1 minute, if you were traveling and escalating upwards, and it took you, I guess, a foot every minute to move up a foot, which is not. But if it did, you'd be moving. The deviation you would get, it would be 1 millimeter per minute. So that turns out to be very, very small per second. So that's probably how you want to measure it. So it's a deviation that it's so slight that it's not. There's no reason to even expect to see it or witness it, observe it, especially when the wind is much more present.
I mean, it's almost like saying,
but we can negate the wind by flying in the opposite
you're in the middle of a
direction of the
hurricane,
wind, right?
It's almost like saying this, Ewok, right? You're in the middle of a hurricane and you expect.
Hold on, you just said, I'm sorry.
It's almost like saying you're in the middle of a hurricane and you expect
the wind?
butterflies' wings flapping to affect the hurricane. Now, yeah, a butterfly's wings flapping will affect the hurricane, but not enough to fucking make a difference, right?
But I mean, can you fly in a straight line during a hurricane wind? Can a plane or something fly in a straight line, negating the wind of the hurricane? Obviously, it's influenced it, but you can negate it. It can counteract it. It can fly with it. It can go against it. It can go with it.
Yeah, you think about this
sideways through it.
Think about the best pilot in the world, and he's able to do that. Any pilot who can do that, he's going to be making those corrections. Those corrections are going to already include with them the corrections for Coriolis. Whatever he's doing to correct for those winds, he's going to automatically be correcting for Coriolis. And
I guess the more massive his ship is, the less that the hurricane's going to affect it, right? If he's got a enormous fucking jumbo jet, that hurricane's going to affect it a lot less than a small ass drone.
But it's not about that. It's about being able to negate the wind and the atmosphere based on what you took off from.
And yeah, I mean, regardless if he's in a drone or a jumbo jet, if the wind's blowing you in one direction, you have to steer the other way, right, to stay on track. The amount you have to steer depends on how much you're affected by the wind. And that depends on your mass.
Right. So what part of that, of you negating the wind, what part of that is dragging you at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
See, you're asking like a complete... Your question's just wrong, bro. I don't actually understand your question.
Well, the atmosphere is dragging the plane at 1,000 miles an hour through the atmosphere because the atmosphere is traveling 1,000 miles an hour, right? At the equator.
So the reason why something wants to continue going in the direction it wants to go, right, is because of its inertia. It doesn't continue going that way because the atmosphere is dragging it along. It wants to go that way because it's always been moving that way.
And if you
but with an engine, I can go the opposite way, right?
If you add the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is also going that way, atmosphere is not preventing that from keep going in that way. So the thing is going to keep going that way.
Can I add an engine and go in a different way?
Sure.
Okay, would the thing that I took off from still continue to rotate underneath me while I go in a different way, or is it going to somehow continually drag me in the atmosphere?
It's going to drag you, but you're still not going to follow that because you're accelerating towards a different way, right? Like you're going to...
So I can't go my separate way? You just said before that I could turn in a different direction and go a separate way.
Yep.
So I'm no longer going in the way that the atmosphere and the Earth are turning, right?
Depends on how fast you're going against it.
But I can go against it, correct? All right, but you're doing that by pushing off of it, right? So basically, the reason why things move forward, right? Like, the reason why a jet moves forward, right, is because it's basically pushing off the wind, pushing off the atmosphere. Now, the direction it pushes off, right, is going to affect which way it goes, right? So if it pushes off a little bit more to the left than the right, then it's gonna bank a little bit, right? I'm not sure, Fuzzy. Does that mean that you understand now, or is it just that you gave up?
Do you think he'd ever understand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I take my gloves off. Super freaking cold right now. Yeah. So if I can deviate, I hear what you're saying. It's like if I'm in the water. So yeah. I mean, this is all ignoring the fact that, I mean, can you show me fluid dynamics acting this way without a container? But aside from all that, if I can deviate in any way, shape, or form, then I will be able to see deviation underneath me, correct?
Yeah, by as much as you're deviating with.
So if I can see deviation, then if I go and test that to find that deviation and I don't see it,
upstairs.
What's going on?
Well, you'll see your own deviation from you putting in extra energy. Yeah, of course you will. That's not proving anything other than that you're deviating.
If you don't see deviation, the wind's pushing you backwards. That's all. Hand wave.
No, if you see deviation, that means you're making it deviate.
And if you can't confirm any deviation, then what are you gonna say?
So you're saying that you're adding energy with the engine, and you see no deviation still. Is that your proposed scenario?
That's not what we're talking about. You can go faster and slower.
Okay. So what are you talking about?
The deviation from the Earth to the plane, like in a drone, like in a hot air balloon, without putting force, going left or right.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the ground,
in the plane, we know that we have to fly 4,000 miles in the air to get 4,000 miles on the ground. We know that. There's no deviation. We know that, don't we? Deviation should be in a drone or a hot air balloon. You know, the Earth would move under it. Would it? At what point?
the Earth moves under it as you're moving above it. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Of course the Earth is moving under you. If
the drone goes straight up, no, it just goes straight up. If the hot air balloon just goes straight up, doesn't move east to west. Does the Earth rotate beneath it?
By a slight amount, sure, yeah.
Winds, you should know this.
You're influenced by the
I
wind
said,
much
yeah.
more than any of that, dude.
I answered your question. I said by a slight amount, yes.
By a slight amount. So we want to confirm that amount. What's happening? That's what we want to do. We don't think.
Okay.
We don't think this doesn't. We don't think it moves. You're saying it does. We're trying to confirm that. And Kosho, obviously the wind will blow you. We're not talking about the wind.
I know.
The wind's going to blow you. Of course.
The problem with the winds is they're going to be much more present than this deviation. So you're never going to witness it in a balloon.
Right. So you cover it, so you can't tell. So you're
not
deviating,
from a balloon. You have to be
tell.
more clever than that. You got to not use the stupidest way possible. There's other ways to do it that aren't stupid. It's not that you can't tell. You can't tell from doing it a stupid way. That's all. That's all.
And tell us what way is not stupid then. You should know this.
Well, a way that doesn't actually distinguish between the two scenarios
Kick a football.
isn't a
That's
good
the
way
least
to do that.
stupid way. The least stupid way is to kick a fucking football.
We don't want to be stupid. Tell us
That's
how
not the
not to be
least
stupid.
stupid
How
way.
do you confirm it?
We've given you plenty of ways before, like the glucose pendulum, which is a
Just
very
give us one.
simple way.
Shit.
We talk about ballistics. I've talked about using the ISS, but you don't believe that it's a real thing. So when you think all you think about is balloons, these stupid ways of doing it, when there's actual proper ways of doing it, right?
Did you say the ISS? So we're going to properly do it with the ISS? Is that what you're saying?
The ISS is one of the most perfect ways to do it, to observe, because you have an object that is outside of the atmosphere and in no way affected by the winds. You can observe it during one path, a path where there's no thrust occurring on it at all. You can observe it when you know its path and you know that it's supposed to be making a great circle path, and you can try to predict if it's making a great circle path and undergoing Coriolis, how would it deviate, and see if it deviates exactly how you'd predict it to. This would be something you could literally confirm, or you could just be like, oh shit, I got the wrong predictions, maybe something's up. But if you were able to do that and get the correct predictions of where it was going, that's actually pretty confirming.
Wouldn't that be the same if
The
the Earth was
ISS.
stationary?
Come on, you heard me trying to break in twice.
What's up, Jeremy?
Jeremy, he's over here talking about
Is
balloons.
the ISS? Just hold on. So the ISS is tracing great circle paths along the surface of Earth?
It's great circles plus Coriolis.
So it either is a great circle, or does the ISS trace great circles path on the ground on Earth?
Oy vey, dude. So if there were no rotation of the Earth, it would make a great circle route. Because the Earth's rotating, it's making a great circle route with the deviation caused by Coriolis.
Not making great circle routes along the surface of Earth. I know you had a very convoluted answer. It either is making great
Dude,
circle
it's not a
paths or it
convoluted answer.
isn't.
You're saying something like you have the answer. I don't know why you're asking. The path is a great
Yes
circle
or no
path,
question.
and the deviation from that path is the Coriolis. So if you take out the Coriolis and you only experience this path, it would make a great circle path in the same route over and over again. But
Okay,
if
so is the
Coriolis.
Yes or no question. Is the ISS tracing great circle paths along the surface of Earth?
I feel like I just answered that, man.
Just yes or no. It's a yes or no simple question. It either is or it
It's
isn't.
obviously a no because I just told you that, dude. I just said it's a great circle path.
You're just saying no, it's not making great
due to
circle
Coriolis.
paths.
I mean, it's not a great circle path on its own.
Why don't you just answer no? It's not making great circle path route.
Because I gave you a more complete answer, but you want an answer that will satisfy something.
I just wanted a yes or no answer. That's all. It's a yes or no question.
Jeremy's trying to build a response, man. You got to just give him yes or no's.
Okay, so the answer is that not quite. If you take a part of its orbit, then yes, you can connect those 2 points by a great circle. But if you combine several days or weeks of information, it doesn't trace out a perfect great circle. It would be more like a spiral.
You wouldn't need to make weeks or days. You could just do one path. Path.
Honestly.
Yeah, but what Kosho said pretty much legit, right? What Kosho says basically it's moving in great circles, but the Earth is spinning underneath it.
Exactly, yes.
You could use that information to make predictions on where it's supposed to end up, and you could see if those predictions give you the correct answers. And getting a correct answer or being able to use that information to get correct future answers at the ISS would give you confidence that what you were doing was correct. Confirmation. It'd be the same thing as if you were talking about a balloon. Like if for some reason a balloon wasn't a stupid idea and you could take a balloon off the ground, you would try to predict, okay, this is how high the balloon's going to get. Where do I assume the balloon's going to deviate due to Coriolis? Of course, you can't do this because the balloon's going to be much more influenced by other shit. The ISS is not influenced by other shit.
Yeah, there's hardly any wind up there.
I don't know. I'm
pretty much say there is
at
no
pictures.
wind up there.
I'm looking at pictures and it's showing they do a great circle path over the surface of Earth.
So if you look at a short part of the path, it will look like a great circle, correct?
No, one whole rotation, great circle path.
No, it does. It's not a great circle path. The whole rotation.
Looking like to me, it's got the thing going around the whole thing in a great circle.
Does it end up in the same spot when it gets back to the spot where it started? No, it's shifted over a little bit.
Kosho, do you know how long it takes for one rotation?
Yeah, I'm writing a code for it right now, but it's 93
How long is it? How many seconds does it take?
I have that. I have that in my code. Hold on. Do you have the API, dude? Is that what you're doing?
Me? No,
I have the API for it. I did exactly that. I collect 5-minute intervals of it and make those into great circle routes.
Because I mean, based on how long it takes, we can say the Earth spins this much, right?
Yeah, but I was fucking around with that code the other day. So I want to track it through the whole route, because if you use the great circle route and then you take 5 minutes and then translate that to the 93 minutes, you actually end up, you get different, because it's not a perfectly circular orbit. You're going to get different great circles, different shaped, different great circles depending on what part of the orbit you're at.
Yeah, if you look at it outside, I guess it also depends on your reference frame, right? So if you look at it from the reference frame of the ISS, it's just moving in a great circle, and underneath it, the Earth's moving, it's spinning.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Coach Show, how do you know the ISS isn't in our atmosphere? Because I think if it was in, like, quote unquote space or far away, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. So how do you confirm the height?
Branch has already addressed that, and he's
wait, what?
Branch said it's there's a little bit of, it's in the air a little bit, and it's in a little bit of air, but not the amount of air, not the amount of air that are gonna fuck up an observation during one path.
But how many miles is it from the Earth's surface?
250.
250 miles.
That's right.
Like 250 miles is like Los Angeles to Longpoint because I drive that route. So like
That's fine.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
be able to see nothing from LA to Longpoint. It would be like you wouldn't be able to see it. So how do you explain that?
Well, you can't see
Something
it.
250 miles away.
You can't see it. Whenever people see it with the naked eye, like Jeremy, you're gonna get some good observations tonight, remember, man. But when you see it with your naked eye, you see the shine. It's basically shine. It's like if somebody had a mirror. Like if we were both fucking guards along a great wall, and you wouldn't be able to see my fucking piece of paper that was a small square. But if I had a small square mirror, I would be able to fucking send a signal to you that you'd be able to see. And that's basically what's happening.
Ain't it quite coincidence, like that the 250 miles is 100th of 25,000 mile circumference? Yeah, I just thought of that. It's quite convenient that it's not in a negative way. I'm just saying like they're almost exactly the same numbers, you know.
What's the same number? Say again.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, like the height being 250 miles, being 100th of the world's. It's not 100th or 1,000th of the world's. 100th
Of the circumference, right? 'Cause it's like 25 miles. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. That's actually an interesting idea.
It's just relative, isn't it? It's just like getting all the relatives in one box and kind of trying to figure it out and something.
What if the ISS is just a superior mirage cast by Sophia and these other spy planes up there, satelloons, and it's not even a real thing?
I'll chop my dick off if that's the case. Okay.
What dick?
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, with 50 million a day, you don't need.
You know, guys, we need to write that down because one day if somebody proves flat Earth, Kosho's gonna be
Kosho, hey Kosho, when
we're holding you to that. We get a timestamp for this.
Yeah, Jeremy's gonna want to keep it.
And I'll tell you why, because I've seen the ISS and I've seen the Hubble a couple times, but I've never seen these other 10,000 satellites that are out there. So I think they're bullshitting those two.
It's almost like smaller satellites can't be seen.
And the rest,
it's almost like size matters.
The rest of them, there's no way to prove they're up there. So it's basically
size matters, Kosho.
Yeah, it's almost like size matters. So you can't see the small satellites.
The girl's been telling Kosho that for years.
Yeah, in reverence.
Well,
but the shine is big though. You should be able to see the shine.
And you can. That's exactly
the shine
of the 10,000. Show me the shine of one of the 10,000 satellites.
Well, let me just. So, have you ever heard of something called? Have you ever heard of something called I'm gonna get it wrong on purpose, but nocturnal clouds. Nocturnal clouds. Let's just call them that. Have you heard of this?
They're about 100,000 feet up.
They're about 100,000 feet. Those fucking.
Is that their height? What's their height? I know what you're talking about. They're very high.
That's. I think that's about. No, I think they're closer to. I think they're a little bit higher than that, but let's just say they are 100,000 feet, just for the sake of not arguing. But it's about that height and higher than that. And basically, what they are, and actually, the crazy thing about them is, in places like Australia, they've only been witnessed like less than 100 times. But in other places, they've been observed. Basically, what they are is they're extremely high altitude clouds. And he said 20 miles. I want to say 20, 30, 40, 50 miles high. So say 50-mile high clouds, right? And which you're like, wow, 50-mile high clouds. It's usually shit like exhaust, like old exhaust from a fucking rocket or something like that. It could also be just water or some other gases that are up there. But anyways, the only way that these are visible, that's why they're called nocturne clouds, is because on a globe Earth, for instance, when the sun is down past the horizon, it is nighttime. The sunlight is still capable of reaching spots that are higher up, and so 60 miles high in the sky, the sun could have been down for an hour or something like that, and there could still be sunlight that would be able to hit those clouds, and so it's like an eerie thing you can see at night. Basically, this is the same phenomena that allows you to see the ISS the way you do. That's why you can see the ISS usually after sunset, is because it's high enough to where the sun's been down for a little while, but the sunlight on a globe Earth is still coming up over the horizon and hitting objects that are super high up in the sky, like the ISS. Which there's not a lot of satellites in positions where this is a optimal thing to do. So
if you were in like a saucer type of thing, like a bowl, very shallow bowl, and the sun's moving away out of you, but its rays are still hitting the clouds in a straight line. So you could represent that on a flat Earth, slightly bowl-shaped Earth, and a convex as well. But your local, what you can see, your bubble, you're only going to, I guess, see, because I do see things like that where you see dark clouds and you see light clouds, and that's because the sun shines more. But yeah, I would agree that it's not going to do the whole sky in one go. But
my friend Rich, he's a pilot. He's an Australian pilot. Into Gem server sometimes. Anyways, he described an observation of like experiencing the sunset from a plane. And so the sun has already set basically for people on the ground, but for where he's at, he basically sees the way he describes it, he sees like on both sides of the plane, it's like a horizontal Terminator line, sort of like where on top of the Terminator line is where there's light, and then below the Terminator line there's darkness. And then he says like as he's traveling, or as the sun is traveling away from him, basically these Terminator lines kind of angles upward and upward until it's completely gone. So that was one of his ways of why he's like said the globe is confirmed for him or whatever. But it's just it's a cool experience. It seems like it's like that Terminator line is like rotating upward.
yeah, it's a nice, refreshing sort of topic to talk about that. What we see, our observations of things. Yeah, so it's a good, fresh.
I wrote this ISS code, dude, and I left it at my girlfriend's house, so I had to rewrite the same fucking code just to use it.
Also, what was the Sophia thing that Godric mentioned?
Kosho, I'm there now. Did you want me to email it to you for you?
Oh, you fucking idiot. You said Godric mentioned Sophia. That's a claim. He's such a fucking dumbass, dude. Not you, Godric. I mean,
Sophia is basically a military plane.
No,
it's a military plane. It's not which is takes pictures for the ISS. So there's really no ISS. It's just a military plane flying out there.
Here's what?
There's no space. There's nothing in space. There's nothing in space. So it's just a military plane called Sophia that's acting like the ISS. That's the.
I thought that was supposed to be the Hubble, though.
Yeah, the Hubble, right? That.
I don't think that's supposed to be the ISS. The Sophia was just supposed to be a plane that was.
Sorry, you're right. Taking pictures for the Hubble. That's what it was.
Yeah. It's like they would say, "Oh, the Hubble's not really up there. It's really just a plane called Sophia that does the same thing," or something like that.
Pretty sure the ISS is traveling way too fast for it to be a normal airplane.
Exactly. What's your name?
Here, let me just Google it real quick.
Oh, no, you're exactly. You're 100% right, dude. That's what, like in New York where Jeremy is. Every day, for the next 5 days, you're gonna get amazing ISS sightings. And what happens when you see it is you see the brightest object in the sky, so brighter than Venus, almost as bright. So brighter than Venus, the brightest object in the sky, going in a straight, basically, so it seems like a straight path across the sky, moving much faster than an airplane. Moving faster than any other object but not fast enough that it's a shooting star or something, but just faster than you've ever seen something shoot across the sky.
So look, let me explain, okay? Because so you guys understand, they don't have to fake the ISS every moment, okay? The way that they have that path of the ISS, it only goes over certain parts of the water of the land. So mostly it's over the water, and that's how they fake it. So when it goes over land, right, which when people are, they shoot the superior mirage, they shoot the superior hologram to where it shows like a black thing, like against the moon, for example, and it's like a laser pointer. So technically, they can move it whatever speed they want to move it.
Playboy.
And locally within the atmosphere, it's not
Playboy.
far. It's space.
If a plane was traveling at the speed that the ISS is going, then it would burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd see on a stage.
No, he's saying it's a hologram projected that's moving that fast.
Not a
That's
real
what he's
thing.
saying.
You can never get it's just like a black shadow.
Yeah, but Godric.
Not a real thing.
Godric is saying it's a
Hold on,
projection.
the plane that would have to be projecting it would be traveling faster than the speed.
No, because I can take my laser pointer and shoot it through a building, and it can go.
Godric, this is important.
How
dude.
powerful is this projector you're talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about the brightest object in the sky. So this, whatever your laser you're talking about, this is going to be projecting the light, the brightest light that's in the sky. That's one. Two, it's moving fast enough to where, just like he said, if it was just using the ground speed, it's moving 16,000 miles per hour. So people could be observing it from El Paso to Maine, the entire route all the way there, and they can confirm that it's moving 16,000 miles per hour ground speed. Okay, so these two things make it so that they can't just project a light like that in the sky, moving across the sky at that speed. It doesn't make any sense.
Can you compile a complete list of all aircraft, secret projects, skunk works?
I can do that speed.
Yes,
I really think
all kinds of different things.
I really think
You have a list of everything that the government has ever created.
Yes,
and
that
know
can
exactly
go
what they can do.
That can go.
Okay, cool.
That can go that speed in the atmosphere. Yes, I have a complete list of them. It's called. There's nothing I can do that. It's possible.
Here's a random one. You got Mercury, which can be charged and will move when it's charged. You can get red Mercury, which is something you guys should look into. Would there be such thing in nature as that acts like a clear Mercury? It moves when it's charged. I know it sounds slightly off topic, but if there's a mechanism that is like a moving body of water or something like that, then naturally, if you get something high enough, then you join the stream. You join the.
Okay, so do you guys know what terminal velocity is?
Maximum
speed you can fall through the sky, and do you know why why the terminal velocity happens? It happens because there's a balance. Basically, as you push through the atmosphere, the faster that you push through the air, the greater the force of the drag. And so if you are falling, like accelerating downwards towards the earth, basically you're increasing the speed, which is going to be increasing that drag, which is going to be an increasing force against you, acting towards you. And then what happens is you meet a balance where there's the acceleration in both directions cancel out and you keep going at a constant speed. Okay, so basically this is telling you that the faster you go through the air, it doesn't become easier. It becomes increasingly harder to move through the air if you're going at incredible speeds. And we're talking about something that will be going at 16,000 miles per hour ground speed. Okay, so just try and understand that this is just not something that's not possible. It's not possible to have something move through the atmosphere at this speed. The only possible thing is that it would have to be outside the atmosphere, which we claim it is. Which, if you agree it is, we're on the same page.
So think about satellites and their design, right? We've got the solar panels. Almost, in another way, things that can cause drag, but like two oars in a way, two cricket bats in a way. And it's moving through microgravity using solar winds type of thing, in a layer where the sun could be hanging about and stuff like that. So is it possible that in a microgravity, it could be moving, like I said, through a solar wind of some sort? It could have another.
It moves through. There's atmosphere up there. It experiences drag.
Yeah, but imagine you get to a maximum point and then it gets back to like air again, for example.
It uses thrust to get back up, so it doesn't get that low.
Kosho, is it drag?
Yeah.
Those particles way up there, right?
Yep.
They might actually be moving faster than the Earth spin.
Well, there's particles that are moving fairly fast, but if they're moving fast enough, they have escape velocity. But regardless, this is something.
I mean, the actual spin, right? I know that the uppermost atmosphere actually moves faster than the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
And I think at the ISS, it falls into that category. So it won't really be drag; it would actually be pushing it along.
Well, it could possibly be pushing it, or it could possibly be running into it, and it also. But it's like I said, it's regardless though, because like I said, the amounts of air are.
Yeah,
it's still happening, but it's happening small enough to where, it has to use thrust every so often. Not very often.
It's hardly anything. It's pretty much not doing anything.
No, it does, dude. It falls. I forgot what the rate was. It actually falls quite a bit, dude. And also the other thing, I didn't know this before, but the atmosphere actually changes altitude. So it's like the highest point in the atmosphere, basically, or the amount of atmosphere that is where the ISS is, it actually fluctuates. And throughout its lifetime, there was a portion of time where it had to actually be much higher because the atmosphere was thicker where it usually is. So that is crazy. I didn't realize the atmosphere actually changes.
Is the atmosphere? I don't know. I would have thought that other gravitational impacts would affect it more than the atmosphere, which is why it needs to use boosters every now and then.
No, yeah. I mean, I think the boosters are it's almost strictly for the drag. I mean, there might be other effects too, probably, but like I said, I'm trying to remember what the number was, but I think it was something like 100. It loses like 100 feet a day or something like that.
So it is drag. Okay.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, the atmosphere's getting thinner. It's like 40 something a day or something. I saw that recently as well.
Someone might want to ban someone in the chat in Livestream.
What are they saying? Oh yeah, the N-word.
It's N-word, and he's got a picture of a dick as a profile picture.
Yeah, and it's the fucking terms of service, dude. You gotta ban him. It's actually the rules say you kind of have to now.
Have that check mark that deletes his messages too when you ban him.
Yeah, he has a penis and a hand, dude. I bet you it's like fucking. I bet you it's somebody we know.
Oh, it's too small for Google.
Hey, what do you mods got banned this fool, man? Anyways, yeah, it says 2 of 5 months. Okay, so the time. Okay, so
90 meters or 300 feet in one day.
Yeah, so 300 feet a day. Damn. It probably doesn't take that much delta V to cause that loss. Like, it probably doesn't slow down by that much in order to lose that.
Well, yeah, it goes from 355 kilometers to 344.910. Like,
no way, it was much higher than that.
Well, now it's 345 kilometers right now.
Really? 345
kilometers, yeah.
Dude, it's usually above 4. It was above 400 the other day. What?
Unless I'm. Wait, let me double check because I might be getting some.
Yeah, I just read 2 kilometers.
Information.
I just read 2 kilometers per year, but because of drag.
Oh, I apologize. This data is from 2012, not 22.
But see, it changes. Its altitude fluctuates because of the, like I said, the atmosphere. I didn't know that, but the atmosphere actually changes.
Oh, right. Didn't they recently change the height, where they actually increased the altitude in order to lower the amount of fuel they needed to use because there's less atmosphere up there?
Yeah, well,
I remember this being a thing.
It has done that a couple times, but it's like I said, it's because the atmosphere actually changes. At the height of where there's more atmosphere changes, which is crazy.
That's really interesting, actually, because the flight that goes from South Africa to Australia takes about 2 hours to get to maximum cruising altitude, whereas the equivalent flight in the Northern Hemisphere takes about 20 minutes. It's really interesting that you said that.
It takes 4 hours to get to cruising altitude.
No, 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours? Still, that seems like a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I might be exaggerating a little there. Yeah, give or take 10 or 20%. But
I would think it would take less than an hour. But I mean, I could be wrong. But I know what is it, like 50,000 feet.
Interesting, mate.
I'm assuming it is.
Things to do if the Southern Hemisphere has less. A difference between the Southern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere. Difference in shape or something. Interesting, because we get 185 days of sunshine in the north, 180 days in the south.
I'm gonna need help from a smarter person than me, okay, dude? So I don't know who I'm gonna have to ask because.
Hey, I'm right here, bud. No,
you're getting worse than Jeremy, dude, because of the whole reference frame thing.
Well, I'm only every time Jeremy references that Rumpus supports him, I have to bring up that Rumpus said I was the most correct. It's just a counter tactic to Jeremy, nothing else.
Honestly, you want to hear the truth, man? I feel like I don't know why, but I just feel like Rumpus didn't want to agree with me.
Yeah, it did seem like more of a I get what you mean there. Yeah.
Hey, Kosho, I haven't been paying attention. Can you quickly just tell me what you and Rumpus disagree on?
He doesn't want to agree with you because the way you phrase it is useless. Go ahead.
You're gonna be not help, dude. But what is gonna be help is gummy bear, okay? Because okay, so this is what I said to Rumpus, and this is what Xanax said as well. Xanax and Rumpus were arguing about objects leaving reference frames, and if they could do that and how this, so whatever. Whereas my and Xanax's way of talking about it is every object it can be in every reference frame at any given time. So every object exists in every reference frame. They don't leave reference frames. You can create a reference frame where you can describe every object in the universe, and it's in reference to you.
At that point.
But hold on, dude. Hold on, not done. There's one final point. However, the observer, the one making the observation, or the one setting the coordinate system, or describing how the coordinate system is moving, whether it's on whatever frame it's in, this can be moved. This can be you can take this and put this in a different reference frame. So this can change reference frames. But an object, I would never say like, oh, this object left this reference frame and now it's in this reference frame, unless it was unless it was the actual coordinate system or it was the observation. And this is what I was saying to Rumpus and Xanax when they were arguing, was that I just think that if you just make a distinction between whether it's an observer or an object, then you don't run into the problem that they were running into. And then me and Rumpus got into a whole thing about it. And then Gummy Bear said his thing of how it's in his language. And you just go ahead and say your thing, Gummy Bear.
Just give me 1 second.
Well, I'll just say Gummy Bear's thing.
You can.
Yeah. Gummy Bear said the way that they say it in his language is you are either in a reference frame or you have a reference frame. And by that, I understand the distinction as being you're either the object in the reference frame or you're the observer. You have a reference frame. And Rumpus heard this and he immediately agreed with him. And so I said, yeah, well, that's the same thing I'm saying, Rumpus. I'm just using different words. And the whole thing was dumb.
The way you're saying it, it's because the way you're saying it is useless. It's worthless.
It's not, dude. It's not.
It is. Rumpus told you. I told you. I've been telling you guys for years.
What Kosho says right. You either have an object that's looking or it's moving, right? Or
so
looking or being looked at.
Right.
The problem with Rumpus's thing was that he said that the statement they are in the same reference frame is useless. Sure, but you get that exact same thing by saying they have the same reference frame. You change one word and you get back to useful.
I wish I heard this argument because it sounds kind of funny.
It wasn't because Rumpus was fucking rumpusing me, and that's what part that
it doesn't sound like the Rumpus. That doesn't
That's
sound
part of
right.
that started pissing me off because I wasn't able to even express myself. He was expressing my argument for me half the time, and I'm like, dude, let me just say it so you know what I'm talking about, dude. But just like you said, Branch, the way you said it is the same idea that both me and Going Bear said, but in different words. That you're either the wait, what did you say? You're either say it again.
You're either looking or being looked at.
Yeah, exactly. You're either looking or being looked at. Like either you're the observer, you're setting the reference frame, and everything's being described from that reference frame, or you're an object, in that reference frame. And what Rumpus was saying, which I don't entirely disagree with, but he was just describing every object or everything that was stationary in reference to each other as sharing the same reference frame, which I agree with. They all do have the same reference frame. He's saying anything moving in reference to those are not in that reference frame. So if we're all in a car and you're in a car too, but you're changing seats and moving around the car, you're not in our reference frame. Okay, so he said that's you leaving the reference frame. But he also said that when describing everything in reference to each other, you would describe the reference frame, and you could place you in the reference frame. And so even though you left the reference frame, you're still in the reference frame. And so this is what I was saying. His way of saying it's like you have to make a distinction between different shit. Otherwise, it's like fucking contradictory.
No, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think what Rumpus should have said is instead of leaving the reference frame, you're no longer sharing the same reference frame.
There you go. Yeah, that's exactly because his what he's talking about and what he's doing is exactly right. Because when you're actually doing math and you're making translations between two different objects, you couldn't describe multiple reference frames at the same time and then translate them together or whatever it is you have to do. But when the things we're talking about, we're not doing these math problems like that. We're talking about making observations from a single reference frame. And
I find it funny though how Rumpus can go on a whole fucking argument about this because it's really all the same shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like he would have agreed with me, and then when Gummy Bear said his thing, he immediately agreed with it. And I think that was like he found the out to get out of the argument without conceding or anything like that. So
it was an ego thing more than an argument.
And most likely, because I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, Gummy Bear was saying the same thing I was saying, except for just in different words. Probably more, more clearly too. I know Gummy Bear doesn't like that because he got props from Rumpus and his argument's the best. So,
is getting props from Rumpus a good thing?
Dude, Jeremy was fucking talking about fucking him for the past 2 days, dude. He's been like, dude, I would kiss you, dude. I would fucking, oh my god, I would just fuck. He was saying this for the past 3 days, saying this to Rumpus.
Because it's finally, amazingly, about time somebody from the Globe side got something right. And Rumpus just happened. I don't know. Maybe he got lucky. He happened to get this thing right, and you guys are wrong.
But he said I was the most right. Did you not hear him literally use those words, Jeremy?
You know what the most right? Do you know what the most right means? Rumpus has described the Earth as really flat or mostly flat. So him telling you you're mostly right is meaningless.
This is what I mean.
You're wrong.
Okay, so right. when he's supporting you, it's the best thing ever. But when he's supporting me, he's not actually supporting me. He's just kind of not really,
His little Glober trick saying you're mostly right, which means you're still wrong because if you're right, he wouldn't put the word mostly.
He's not saying I'm mostly right. He's not saying I'm mostly right. I'm saying that he's saying that I'm the most right. I'm the most correct.
The most correct.
Not
so
the
he's saying he
correct,
was. So Rumpus said he was wrong and you were right.
He was saying he was saying that Gummy Bears was better than his. Yeah.
Yeah. He said that my way was the best.
Rumpus admitted he was wrong.
He didn't say he was wrong. He was like, well, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, yours is better because.
Coach was totally right. It's like all three of us said it in 3 completely different ways, right? Me, Kosho, and Gummy Bear, and we still said the same fucking thing.
Exactly. And the problem with Rumpus too is he was describing. Somebody asked him. I think Jeremy asked him, or somebody asked him yesterday. Like, so you could be. So if you're on the Earth, and the Earth's rotating, and you jump up in the air, did you just leave that reference frame? He's like, yes. I'm like, dude, oh my god, dude.
Yes, exactly. You just entered the inertial reference frame.
This is what I'm saying.
No,
This
that's
is
not
so
how
wrong,
that
dude.
works.
Osho, you even agree that people can
No,
make reference frames, so I don't know why you're even arguing.
Dude, as people, I'm talking about the observers. That's what I said. I said the observer can change reference frames.
The observer's holding a ball. The ball can't leave the reference frame with the guy?
I mean, the ball, if the person leaves the reference frame, then the entire reference frame has just moved it's moving with the observer. Like the observer is
ball move with him?
Frame.
Move with him?
Well, the balls exist in every reference frame all the time. So if the observer changed reference frames and he's still
Dude, that was the
ball, then yeah.
Rumpus told you when you say things exist in all reference frames at all times, it makes it useless and worthless to say that. And you said you would never say that phrase, but you just said that phrase.
No, I didn't, dude. What I said I don't say is the thing that he said. He said, "So what do you mean when you say that these two objects are in the same reference frame, or that these two things don't have the same reference frame?" I'm like, I don't say stuff like that, dude. I don't say stuff like that at all. What I say is I describe an object's behavior in a specific reference frame, and this makes sense to people. So this is what I do, and I feel like he does that too, but he just didn't want to say it like that. But he does do that too. This is the only way you can describe anything's velocity. You can't describe speed unless you're doing this. Like there's no way to do it. You have to describe your reference frame and then describe how this object is moving in that reference frame. Otherwise, speed doesn't make sense.
It's relative, motherfuckers.
But you were doing.
I told Zanuck, listen, don't worry. I told Zanuck to straighten Bob the science guy out, and hopefully he'll get them all sorted out.
Coach Joe, I don't think you should let this go. Next time Rumpus is here, you should just continue this argument
I
until he
won't.
gets.
I won't even speak up if Rumpus is here next time. I'm cool with Rumpus, but that was such a traumatic experience, especially like literally with Rumpus not letting me speak. I can't even get a word in. And then you got Jeremy fucking doing the whole, Jeremy, like the Jeremy does like the fucking sidekick thing or the fucking
hype man. It's called a hype man.
Hype man bullshit in the fucking corner. He'll hype a fucking fool up without even knowing the dude's argument, just because the dude is somewhat aligned with his.
If you ain't gonna do it, I'm gonna do it next time he's here. If I feel like talking.
I know you will, dude. You will, but I will not. I will definitely not bring that up. And I appreciate it if you didn't, but I know you will.
It's always fun to fuck with Rumpus, though.
It's not.
Zanuck straightening Bob out, and we'll be all set.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Bob is kind of so. You just don't want to rub him the wrong way because he always makes these kind of threats where he says he's done this before, where somebody threatened him, and then he said like he just was kind of vague about it. But he's like, and then somebody showed up at their doorstep, and let's just say they didn't bother me again or something like that.
So you know the difference between like Bob and someone like George, right? Is like I've corrected George before, and he likes it, right? When you correct Bob, he gets frustrated. When he knows
he's one of these Rumpus dudes that think they can never be wrong.
Right, and he won't admit you're right. He just gets frustrated like fuck. But George, on the other hand, he takes it like a champ. He's like, oh yeah, fuck, I was wrong. You know what I mean? And he actually likes it.
That's why eventually I'm gonna have to put the Rumpus onto Bob and let the Titans clash.
Yeah, dude. When Zanuck and Rumpus were going at it, man, that was not fun or entertaining. So it was not going to be fun or entertaining to see Rumpus and.
We need to get George back here, man. When we need to get George and Rumpus, and Bob to all disagree on something and just.
And Zanuck, if you get all them guys in the room, they will all be disagreeing on this thing.
You know what happened once before, dude? It was in Gems. There was Bob, Zanuck, and I want to say Peyton asked a shill. Let's just say that he was the third guy, but I can't remember who the third guy was. And, or maybe it was Larry or something like that. I can't remember. But either way, it was these three. And then on the Globe side, it was David and Percentage and Face One. And like these are three people who are not, these three people on both sides never ever.
I'm sure it was a calm, clear, coherent debate.
No, I left, dude. I was like, damn, I can't be here for this, dude. But none of these six people will back down from an exchange, from any exchange. So yeah.
If I had to do a debate where the whoever stops talking first loses, I would definitely pick Face One.
Yeah, dude, you have a weird taste in anything. There's people who talk much more than him that say better things, okay? I mean, both Pay Council Shield and Xanac are they got plenty of shit to say. Xanac would just be it'd be easy pick. Xanac is the easiest pick, dude. For that, if that was the challenge.
Just whoever stops talking first. I know you could throw Xanac and Rumpus, and you guys would have it locked.
And Kojo, that would be the best 2-on-2. Those 4 people.
Yeah, hold on.
Jeremy, what's the shit that you was gonna kill Bob on today?
What else you guys got? So do we all agree that fluid dynamics can't explain the rotation of the atmosphere? That should be an easy one. No. Yo, am I still here? Check, check. Is it nap time? Yo, yo.
God damn, bro. I owe this treasury department $4,000 or something like that.
Oh, so can fluid dynamics explain the rotation of the atmosphere?
I don't know. You're gonna have to elaborate a little bit, bro.
Of course.
How about this? I'll elaborate for you. You're talking about the super rotation. Is that right?
Of the atmosphere, yes. The super rotation of the atmosphere, yes.
Right. And you're asking, your actual question is, can that explain that aspect of the atmosphere, the rotation?
Can the rotation of the atmosphere be explained by fluid dynamics, including all of the atmosphere?
Well, obviously, fluid dynamics are going to be a part of the explanation. It's not going to be the entire explanation. That, and also from when I was looking into your super rotation thing, so there's two things. One is I saw there's a thing that they're not 100% sure, but most signs point to it's heat related, and some people are claiming it's fucking global warming related. But let's say it's not global warming related and it is somewhat heat related. That hypothesis I'm willing to have confidence in because of the fact that it's not really present here as it is on Venus. And Venus, it's like 60 times faster than the rotation of the planet. which to me seems actually very. It seems that actually makes a lot of sense if it's a heat thing, because Venus has two extremely different temperatures right in contact with each other. So it makes sense that it just doesn't make sense because it only rotates once every fucking like 180 days or something like that. So and then it rotates the atmosphere rotates 60 times faster, which is crazy. But like I said, it's like 900 degrees in the heat and probably I don't know what in the sun, but it's like direct sunlight for 6 months and direct daylight for nighttime for 6 months. So, anyways, yeah, I think it's heat related.
But definitely not explained by fluid dynamics.
Well, that would be part of fluid. The fluid dynamics would be, like I said, I don't understand why you're asking that question, because it definitely would be a part of any explanation, right?
The explanation would be how heat interacts with fluids and the fluid dynamics thereof.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's like fluid dynamics are certainly going to be involved, but just saying like it's explained by fluid dynamics is not really saying much, you know.
Yeah, as of right now, though, they don't actually know, and that's just a guess. This heat thing.
Well, it's a fair. I mean, it's a fair explanation. Well, first of all, on Earth, it's not very present. So they're mostly studied whenever you look up super rotation, they're mostly ever talking about Venus. So, and for Venus, it certainly makes sense that it's heat related.
But you don't know.
I'm not saying I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I'm not a guy who even does. I just learned this word today, dude.
In the concave Earth model, Venus and Mercury itself are directly orbiting the Sun. The other planets aren't orbiting the Sun. They're orbiting the celestial sphere. Did you guys know that Mercury and Venus have phases, like a moon? Phases.
I didn't even know that Mercury and Venus were planets.
Excuse me?
Wait, what the fuck? Mercury and Venus are planets?
Venus is generally the brightest object in the sky, but yeah, it has phases. Mercury has phases.
I thought it has phases because it's like a moon.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought too, man. No, but they have phases because they're fucking closer to the sun.
I thought I meant faces as in like nose, mouth, eyes.
We can have a like that. What's that movie? Empire Strikes Back. What's that planet called?
Tatooine?
No, I can't believe I can't remember the name. Anyways, the Cloud City. I forget what it's called. But yeah, do you think that we could ever have a Cloud City planet like that on Venus?
Yeah, I read some shit about that.
What if Venus, when it passes by, causes earthquakes on Earth, and then you can just predict the earthquakes from that?
Why would that happen?
Gravity.
Oh, why would it pass by Earth?
Magnetic fucking spectrum, gravity. Two fucking big fucking orbs passing each other in the middle of fucking nothing would probably have some sort of.
But I'm asking you, why would it pass by Earth? Is what I'm asking.
Because our orbits are at different speeds. I'm talking from a heliocentric fucking viewpoint.
You're saying when our planets are close to each other.
You believe the heliocentric model, correct?
Yeah, so I thought you meant like it actually.
If you have,
I didn't know you meant like.
Yeah, if you have
being
two fucking objects in the middle of fucking nowhere, exerting force, and nothing else is, and then they pass each other, don't you feel like something would actually happen? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, something does happen.
Don't you think there'd be some sort of effect? You know what I'm saying? Like,
some sort of
I don't know. Who knows? What if it actually triggers earthquakes and shit? I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying truth, but like, I'm just speculating. What do you think about that?
I think it's a nonsensical idea, but it does do something. Like I don't know if you ever noticed this, but moons And planets, especially in our solar system, they have like a resonant. Basically, there's a resonant orbit thing where, if you ever notice, they're almost like. So especially from Earth, like you still start from Earth and you go to Mars, it's 2.5 times further, and then it almost it almost perfectly doubles every other planet. So then it's like Mars, and then Jupiter's almost twice as far. Saturn is almost twice as far as that. But it starts to get a little rougher after that. But yeah, the reason for that is because of because of how they orbit next to each other. They're basically it's ideal. It's an ideal place to be when you have the orbiting body, or you have the body that they're orbiting, and then you have one object. Then the second object, it creates a comfortable orbit when it's almost exactly twice as far. It's because of the way they behave when they're close to each other in that orbit. Weren't we close to Venus not that long ago? Wait, Geo knows about this kind of shit. Geo's he knows about the retrograde phases for Venus and Mars.
So Kosho, you think the relative distances and speeds of planets in the solar system do not change the conditions on Earth whatsoever?
No, I didn't say that.
Through gravity or magnetic spectrum being exerted from them to each other in relation.
Wait, what do you mean by magnetic spectrum?
Like magnetic force, basically, like force generated by the planet, and electric force too, electromagnetic forces that are generated by the planet onto the other planets, right? Because if you have charges, which is what the whole fucking matter is made of on this planet, then you're going to have electric and magnetic forces being exerted outwards from it, right? And then if you have things that have mass, which, right, the planet is supposed to be made of things that have mass, then it'll have gravity emanating from it. So, like, wouldn't those things, like, I mean, both of these things follow the inverse square law too. So wouldn't, like, the positions of planets relative to each other actually change the amount of force being exerted on them by these other planets?
Yeah, gravitationally, like I just told you one effect, that resonance effect. And I know that there's some theory based on Jupiter and Saturn and Earth and certain positions in the orbit that I've heard a theory about based on ice ages, because there's like they get close to each other like every 100,000 years or something. But other than that, yeah, the magnetic thing with Venus, I don't think Venus has a magnetic field. I know that I think Mars even doesn't have one. Those are the two closest planets, so I don't know if that's ever.
Isn't Mars generally ferrous? Like, isn't it generally fucking iron? Mars?
Yeah, possibly. It does look pretty red. It does look pretty red, but unless you're an ion, or plasma, you're generally most matter, even though it has charges in it, they're usually balanced, right? So I don't know why they would be. I don't know why it would be passive.
Venus has a pretty strong magnetosphere, just so you know.
I thought it didn't have a magnetic field.
Say you have fucking two magnets in a vacuum, Kosho, and then one magnet goes by the other magnet. Don't the magnets kind of like experience kind of some sort of force on their surface a little bit?
Sure, moving magnetic fields create electric fields, yeah. But
right, so we have admittedly Earth, which you guys say is a magnet, and we have Venus, which you guys say is a magnet, going by each other in a vacuum. Wouldn't that have some sort of effect on the other one?
I already said, I remember incorrectly maybe, but I remember it being weird because I know Venus has a huge atmosphere, and I remember it being weird because I thought they had almost no magnetic field. But like I said, I could be wrong by that. I know that Mars also doesn't have a very strong magnetic field, and that's why it doesn't have an atmosphere. So, or it doesn't have a rich atmosphere.
Venus is supposed to have a really thick atmosphere. It's supposed to be like,
yeah, it has a really
supposed
thick
to go
atmosphere.
there, and it's supposed to be volcanoes everywhere, and it's supposed to feel like you're under the sea, basically, or some shit.
Yeah, sure, yeah, because it has the atmosphere. The atmosphere is about 100 Earth atmospheres, I believe.
Right. That's why I said under the. That's why I said under the sea. It's like when you go to the fucking.
Yeah.
You go to the abyss. You got all kinds of fucking shit on the. It's too fucking.
That
It's
would
like
put you. That would put you 1,500 feet. I believe. No. Yeah, I think 1,500 feet under. No, wait, that's not right. Yeah, I think that is right.
So
1,500 feet under the ocean.
Wait, how many feet is? How many meters is that? I don't know feet.
Well, 33 meters is 10 feet, or 10 meters is 33 feet.
Yeah.
Wait, no, this would put you at there's 2 feet. 3,000. Is that what you said?
No, I was doing the same. I was doing it backwards. I should have just done. I was doing meters, but I said feet. It'd actually be about what's 100 times.
It's 3,000 feet essentially, or 1,000 meters, just to round it off very simply.
Meters, yeah.
But so both Venus and Mars have a magnetosphere. Neither have intrinsic magnetic fields of the planet.
What's a magnetosphere?
So the magnetosphere. So essentially, the magnetosphere is the field of influence of the magnetic field of the planet. However, the Venus especially has a very strong magnetosphere. But it's not because the planet has any intrinsic magnetism. It's because the solar winds induce a magnetic field into its very thick atmosphere.
That's
so because
right.
Because its thick atmosphere has like the ionic layer up top. When the solar winds interact with it, it induces a pretty damn strong magnetosphere.
Okay, that makes sense. That's what I saw, because it doesn't. Yeah, right, exactly. It doesn't have an internal magnetic field. But it does have it, so it does have. That's why it has.
Yeah. So it gets one induced by solar winds. It doesn't have one intrinsically.
Okay.
So it produces a fucking magnetic fucking influence. So when it passes Earth, shouldn't it fucking produce a magnetic influence?
By how much though?
Magnets don't really.
Well, if it's a fucking inverse square law, if you're twice as far from it, its fucking influence should be 4 times less. So the closer it gets, the force will be like exponentially more, right? Not saying how much it is directly, but I'm just saying like if it's twice as close, won't it be 4 times as powerful? It might be. It might be
but
small.
What's 4 times? What's 4 times more than nothing? What's 4 times more than nothing? Well, it's nothing.
Well, it's not going to be nothing, bro.
No, but it's gonna. What's 4 times more than 0.0000000?
It could be negligible, but it's not going to be nothing.
Well, our magnetic field is not very strong. Isn't it pretty like weak in comparison? Like in comparison to actual magnets and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ours is how many? Wait, I'm